Chapter 69. The Primordial Tao Pill. Competing with this esteemed presence? Under the guidance of Yang Xuan, Tang Xuan and his companions entered the auction house. It must be said, the heavenly pavilion is indeed extraordinarily affluent. The public pavilion was merely an unremarkable plain, yet a vast auction house had been erected there. By Tang Xuan's estimation, it encompasses at least 100,000 square meters, roughly equivalent to several football fields in size. The place was already teeming with people, the cacophony so loud it seemed ready to tear the roof asunder. Every random individual one might encounter was either a dignitary or a hidden powerhouse, jostling for space, making even turning around a challenge. However, the three of them did not push their way in, but instead walked through a dedicated VIP passage. Flanking the corridor were martial artists of the Ascendant Realm standing guard. Only the most esteemed guests were permitted to enter. Even more astonishing, the VIP passage was suspended in mid-air, with countless martial artists observing their every step. Even a dynasty princess like Murong Yunshang appeared somewhat anxious under the intense scrutiny. In contrast, Tang Xuan maintained a composed demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yang Xuan felt a deeper admiration and awe. To remain unruffled under such an intense gaze is a testament to an astonishing mindset. At the end of the passage stood 5 enormous private boxes, each shimmering in gold, signifying unparalleled prestige. To gain entry into these boxes, mere wealth is insufficient. The heavenly pavilion does not lack for riches. The only criteria are strength and status, with access reserved for the leaders of top-tier factions or supreme powerhouses. A figure like Tang Xuan is a rarity. Naturally, he drew the attention of countless onlookers. Oh, who are those individuals? They appear so young, yet walk the VIP passage, and they are personally escorted by Pavilion Master Yang Xuan, exclaimed a shocked Ascendant Realm martial artist. Another Ascendant Realm martial artist beside him scoffed. You don't recognize the foremost individual beneath the great emperor? How incredibly ignorant. Do you see that extraordinarily handsome man beside Yang Xuan? He is none other than the sensational Tang Xuan. What? He is actually Tang Xuan. Wasn't it said he has 3 heads and 8 arms? Goodness, who spread such rumors? After leading Tang Xuan to the central box, Yang Xuan took her leave. Inside the room were 8 maidservants, poised to fulfill any request from their guests. The box itself was crafted from a unique one-way crystal, allowing a clear view of the outside while concealing the interior. The auction was soon to commence. Yang Xuan did not preside over it personally, but had invited a woman named Zhenji to conduct the proceedings. Zhenji possessed a captivating gaze and an alluring figure, her voice sweet as honey, akin to a feather brushing against one's heart, evoking a tantalizing sensation that captured the attention of the majority. With Zhenji's presence, even the most ordinary treasures could fetch exorbitant prices. The Heavenly Pavilion truly understands the art of auctioning. It is a platform to showcase one's prowess and profound heritage. The martial artists present were subtly competing to display who possessed greater wealth. Tang Xuan was confident that among all in attendance, none could rival his fortune. He had carved his path through the world, first acquiring the wealth of the elders from the Tianshan sect, then devouring the extensive resources of the Longhu Dao Academy. Now he had overturned the Beichan dynasty, amassing the finest treasures, all of which had been magnified 1,000-fold. Here, high-grade spirit stones were merely the most inferior of items. Next up for auction is a pill known as the Primordial Tao Pill. Zhenji clapped her hands. A maidservant approached her, bearing a tray that held a yellow jade vial. As the name suggests, the effect of the Primordial Tao Pill is to enable martial artists to swiftly comprehend the embryonic form of the domain and advance to the Primordial Tao realm, with a success rate of 20%. For those of exceptional talent, it may reach 30%. Of course, while the probability may seem low, for those martial artists who have reached a bottleneck, it represents an invaluable opportunity. As her words echoed, the atmosphere in the auction hall shifted dramatically. Countless martial artists revealed greedy glints in their eyes. This is a remarkable item. Even if one's realm has not yet been attained, it would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Within the box, Tang Xuan's eyes also sparkled with interest. He was in dire need of such a pill. A 30% chance may seem modest to others, but for him, it bore the weight of certainty. However, this was not the most critical aspect. The primordial Tao pill also grants martial artists a moment of enlightenment, allowing them to rapidly grasp the power of the domain during this time. This is the effect that Tang Xuan truly values. It seems I shall once again indulge in a bout of extravagance. Tang Xuan's lips curled into a smile. Murong Yunshang remarked, "My husband is determined to acquire it. Yet with your wealth, I fear few can contend with you." Few can contend? Ultimately, Murong Yunshang underestimated Tang Xuan. There was not a single competent contender. The starting bid is 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with no upper limit. The highest bidder wins. Zhengji gently tapped the tray, announcing the commencement of the bidding. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 100,000. 130,000. 150,000. 370,000. 540,000. 800,000. The voices rose and fell in rapid succession, swiftly elevating the price to 800,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Tang Xuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. When he purchased the spirit-nourishing wine, it had merely cost him a few hundred upper-grade spirit stones. By conversion, that amounted to several thousand at most. Now, a single beginning Tao pill had soared to a staggering 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This was utterly outrageous. Of course, this was clearly an inflated price. Yet, is not the essence of an auction to achieve precisely this? 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Zhengji's voice grew increasingly sweet and enticing. This round alone would secure Heaven and Earth Pavilion a pure profit exceeding 50%. This price had already reached the limits for many small to medium-sized families, resulting in significantly fewer bidders. Tang Xuan remained unhurried, for he knew it was the turn of the larger families to make their move. 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones. One upper-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones, which translates to 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. 30,000, 70,000, 100,000. The price continued to soar. Only 2 or 3 voices remained to call out. Tang Xuan sensed it was nearing the end. 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Upon uttering these words, an absolute silence enveloped the entire auction hall. Even Zhengji was taken aback by the declaration of 500,000 upper-grade spirit stones. That equated to 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Piled together, it would resemble a small mountain. It is that esteemed individual placing the bid. Heavens, what a lavish display! How can one compete at such a price? To purchase a single pill for 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, wealth truly allows one to act with impunity. Numerous martial artists clutched their hearts, their faces etched with shock and helplessness. Goodness! Others had merely reached a maximum of 100,000, and he escalated it to 500,000. How could anyone else possibly contend? Furthermore, Tang Xuan's notorious reputation preceded him. Should he be provoked, the repercussions could be dire. The heads of the bidding families exchanged glances and promptly sealed their lips. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. This was the kind of shocking effect he desired. By raising the price to its zenith, he left others with no avenues for retreat. Zhengji's hands trembled. This was the highest price she had ever witnessed in her auctioneering career. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, this esteemed guest shall claim the prize. The corners of Tang Xuan's mouth curled into a slight smile. Under the dual pressures of price and reputation, he was confident that no one would dare to place a bid. Just then, from another private box, a sinister voice resounded. 600,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Instantly, all eyes converged upon that particular box, and Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. "Oh, so you dare to bid despite knowing my identity. It seems there is a deliberate challenge against me. This has become quite interesting." Chapter 70. Raise if you have wealth. Silence if you don't. 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Xuan continued to bid. The thrill of splurging. It felt exhilarating. The opponent responded swiftly, raising the bid to 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. An uproar erupted throughout the hall. My heavens! 100,000 high-grade spirit stones equate to 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones or 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. How extravagantly wealthy can one be? To them, high-grade spirit stones seemed as trivial as dirt by the roadside. When gods battle, mortals suffer. better to retreat. Within the private box, Morong Yunshang and Mo Yuanzhu wore icy expressions. Husband, Xian brother. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry, it's merely spending money. Let us see how much he has. After saying this, he raised his voice once more. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. This price plunged the hall into silence once again. Even Jin Ji on the auction stage felt her legs weaken, nearly toppling over. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Just for a single primordial Dao pill? Brother, can't we do this more reasonably? If you truly desire it. The Heaven and Earth Pavilion could sell everything to procure 10 or 8 of them for you. At this moment, pressure mounted in another box. The man did not raise his bid immediately, but pondered something. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones is already a colossal sum. Indeed, Tang Xuan is formidable. However, is it not somewhat extravagant to spend 200,000 high-grade spirit stones on a single primordial Dao pill? After a moment, the man spoke. A hint of mockery in his tone. As expected, this is aimed directly at me. Tang Xuan scoffed coldly. He replied nonchalantly, my money. How I choose to spend it is none of your concern. Either bid or be silent. His firm words left the crowd astounded once more. He was leaving no room for others to maneuver. Fine, you are tough. Let us see how many spirit stones you possess. The man spat out vehemently. Tang Xuan chuckled coldly. How many? You might as well break your head trying to guess. Husband, he is doing this on purpose. Morong Yunshang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. It was evident that the opponent was deliberately attempting to siphon Tang Xuan's wealth. No. This person mentioned Xian brother's name directly. He clearly knows your identity and dares to raise the bid like this. He comes with ill intent. Mo Yuanzhu's brows furrowed in anger. Yet, Tang Xuan remained unperturbed. The man's words carried no sign of fear. Rather, there was a staggering fluctuation of soul power. He was at least a formidable being at the creation stage. Such a powerful adversary held a grudge against Tang Xuan. He could only originate from two places, the Xianxiao Palace or the Infinite Holy Land. Regardless of his origin, it mattered little to Tang Xuan. The man did not increase his bid, and thus the primordial Dao pill fell into Tang Xuan's possession. After a tenfold enhancement, it unsurprisingly became a perfect-grade primordial Dao pill. Yet, Tang Xuan did not rush to consume it, for the man raised his bid once more. The auction item was a protective soft armor, capable of withstanding a charged strike from a creation stage powerhouse. It was an exquisite defensive artifact, possessing the ability to alter its appearance at will. The starting bid was 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Such treasures are rare. Defensive artifacts are even rarer. Even this man could not resist the allure. 80,000 high-grade spirit stones. He began, raising the bid by 30,000 immediately. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tang Xuan declared. The hall fell silent once again. Many clutched their hearts, nearly fainting. While others raised their bids by 5 or 10,000, Tang Xuan jumped by over 200,000. What does it mean to have abundant wealth? This is it. A tycoon? That would be an insult to Tang Xuan. He is a true financial magnate. Ah, Tang Xuan. I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. The man was taken aback, directly calling out. Raise if you have wealth, silence if you don't. Tang Xuan coldly retorted. All right, let us see how many spirit stones you can muster. The man growled. The defensive armor was once again claimed by Tang Xuan, who then gifted it to Morong Yunshang. His wife must be fully equipped. As for Mo Yuanzhu, the holy grade long sword she wielded was also a gift from him. Of course, the armor had also been enhanced tenfold, providing enough defense to withstand a strike from a peak-seeking Dao stage powerhouse unharmed. Subsequently, the auction turned into a competition between the two. The man would offer 10,000, and Tang Xuan would respond with 100,000. There was no sentiment involved. It was a raw display of financial prowess. In fact, for many items, Tang Xuan had no idea of their effects, yet he would still drop 1 million with abandon, leaving the opponent with no room to retaliate. In less than half an hour, Tang Xuan had expended 20 or 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Again, 500,000 high-grade spirit stones for a single spirit herb. Just kill me. I shouldn't have come. Who am I? Where am I? The martial artists within the auction hall were in a state of panic, drenched in sweat. Any words lost their brilliance in the presence of such an abundance of spirit stones. Yang Shuang and Jin Ji were equally sweating profusely. They had never encountered such an extravagant individual, especially Yang Shuang, who initially invited Tang Xuan merely to borrow a bit of his prestige while offering due respect. But now, Tang Xuan had already elevated himself to a position of immense importance within the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. VIPs are categorized by levels. According to consumption, they are divided into legendary, divine, holy, royal, and beneath them are the Earth, Heaven, Profound, and Yellow tiers. The Yellow tier membership requires a minimum spending of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the profound tier necessitates reaching 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This pattern continues, with the holy tier needing 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. The divine tier demands expenditures of 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Currently, Tang Xuan had far surpassed the 10 million mark. It was even possible for him to aspire to the highest tier, the legendary VIP. Across the entire Bitter Realm Heaven and Earth Pavilion, only the leaders of the Holy Lands could be considered legendary VIPs, and even they accumulated their spending over time. There has never been anyone who has splurged so recklessly in one go as Tang Xuan did. After all, spirit stones from the Holy Lands do not come easily. One cannot simply throw money around. This was the final item of today's auction. Xianxia's face flushed with excitement as her emotions peaked. Divine Grade Cultivation Technique. The Primordial Emperor's Method. This technique was acquired from the tomb of the Primordial Emperor and is a complete system, encompassing all the profound insights of the Primordial Emperor. The power of an Emperor-level technique is beyond description, allowing practitioners to cultivate all the way to the Emperor realm. Moreover, the might of the Emperor's techniques renders them invincible among peers. The auction begins now. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Tang Xuan's eyes shone with fervor. This was precisely what he had been waiting for, the cultivation technique of an Emperor-level powerhouse. After a tenfold enhancement, it would reach an unimaginable level. He would not have to worry about cultivation techniques for a long time to come. Ha ha ha. Tang Xuan, do you still have spirit stones? I want this technique. 1 million. High-grade spirit stones. Within the box, triumphant laughter echoed. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. They were waiting for him. In the auction hall, numerous martial artists whispered among themselves. It's over. Tang Xuan has fallen into a trap. He had previously expended far too many spirit stones. Oh. It turns out that the fellow's initial target was the divine-level cultivation technique, deliberately setting a snare for Tang Xuan to leap into. Ultimately, he was still too youthful. Excessively impetuous, this divine-level technique seems to have been secured. 1 million top-tier spirit stones equate to 1 billion upper-tier spirit stones. This is an absolute kill. Tang Xuan could no longer produce 1 billion upper-tier spirit stones. Even Yang Shuang shook his head slightly. The final divine-level technique. Tang Xuan has lost. At that moment, a jovial voice rang out. A mere 1 million top-tier spirit stones, and you dare to present them? I offer 1 million lower-tier spirit crystals. The entire hall fell into silence. 1 lower-tier spirit crystal equals 100 top-tier spirit stones. Chapter 71. The Pursuit from Two Major Factions. You bid 1 million top-tier spirit stones. I bid 1 billion top-tier spirit stones. Converted to mid-tier spirit stones, that's equivalent to 100 billion. The atmosphere in the auction hall suddenly became eerie. 1 million lower-tier spirit crystals. How many people in their lifetime have seen spirit stones that amount to a fraction of this? Tang Xuan, calling out prices in the T&D pavilion, is utterly taboo. The voices from the opposite box grew increasingly exasperated. He had brought 10 million top-tier spirit stones, which would securely acquire the divine-level technique. Even, for insurance. He had previously drained a portion of Tang Xuan's spirit stones. Never would he have imagined that Tang Xuan's wealth reached an unimaginable extent. 1 million lower-tier spirit crystals. This utterly obliterated any possibility for that individual, who could maintain their composure. Heh, Tang Xuan chuckled. Do not foolishly attempt to challenge my pocket change with your entire fortune. The auction hall erupted. Did you hear that? Did you hear what he just said? 1 million lower-tier spirit crystals is mere pocket change. Perhaps even certain sacred grounds would struggle to produce such a quantity of spirit crystals on the spot. How absurd, a wealthy individual beyond comprehension. Unable to counter Tang Xuan. That man turned to question Yang Shuang. Pavilion Master Yang, I suggest we investigate whether certain individuals have sufficient spirit crystals. Such bidding is a complete violation of the rules. Yang Shuang cast a glance at Tang Xuan's box and replied nonchalantly. This pavilion master fully believes that Lord Tang can indeed produce 1 million lower-tier spirit crystals. Should he fail to do so, the T&D pavilion can supplement the amount. This statement completely extinguished that man's thoughts, making him acutely aware of the humiliation in comparing his wealth to Tang Xuan's. If no one else bids, the divine-level technique shall belong to Lord Tang. Yang Shuang inquired thrice, yet no one responded. Humph. The individual in the opposite box snorted in anger and departed. Through the crystal, Tang Xuan glimpsed a retreating figure. He retrieved a spatial ring and handed it to Murong Yunshang. Please settle the bill. I shall return shortly. Mo Yuzhu and the golden-patterned white tiger in unison asked. Do you need assistance? Tang Xuan smiled confidently. No need. In this world, no one can contend with me. In a flash, he had already reached outside the T&D pavilion. Suddenly, a shadow sped away, moving swiftly. A creation realm expert, huh? Tang Xuan's figure flickered as he pursued. The two raced forward, and in the blink of an eye, They spanned 1,000,000 miles. Before them lay an endless sea of forest, dark and foreboding, instilling an involuntary dread. Suddenly, the figure ahead slowed down. Tang Xuan halted directly behind him. Not running anymore. Ha ha ha. Tang Xuan, you truly followed me. The man slowly turned around. He had a strikingly heroic visage, a somewhat robust physique, and his sharp eyes were filled with intense killing intent and resentment. For reasons unknown, Tang Xuan found him somewhat familiar. Are you from the Xianxiao Palace or the Wuliang Sacred Ground? Good eyesight. I am Zhuo Feichong, the third elder of the Xianxiao Palace. The man replied in a deep voice. Zhuo Feichong. Tang Xuan was taken aback. Zhuo Feichong's face was twisted with resentment. That name sounds familiar, doesn't it? Zhuo Feifan is my brother. Oh, Tang Xuan suddenly understood. No wonder he was so antagonistic towards him. Heh, it seems you wish to take revenge. Unfortunately. Do you think you're capable enough? The corners of Tang Xuan's mouth curled slightly. Your brother was vanquished by me. What can you possibly do alone? If we join forces, what then? Wuliang Tianzuan. Amidst the incantation, 9 beams of light shot into the sky, transforming into 9 rare figures that encircled Tang Xuan. Simultaneously, another thunderous roar echoed. Who dares to challenge the world? Only my Xianxiao remains undefeated. Boom. Figures continued to emerge one after another. Besides Zhuo Feichong, 6 figures materialized. 16 individuals were arranged in a staggered formation, all emanating the aura of the creation realm. Merely standing there, they caused the heavens and earth to tremble, the winds and clouds to stir. The ground could not withstand such overwhelming force, fracturing inch by inch. Tang Xuan, you killed the disciple of my Wuliang Sacred Ground. Kneel and accept your death. A peak creation realm practitioner bellowed. Oh, so the Xianxiao Palace and Wuliang Sacred Ground have allied. Though surprised, Tang Xuan remained unfazed, even feeling a hint of excitement. Indeed, now you are left with no way out. Zhuo Feichong proclaimed. Do you think you have me cornered? Tang Xuan replied indifferently. Ha ha ha. It's not about cornering, but about overwhelming you. Even if your strength is celestial, facing us 16 peers, your demise is inevitable. Zhuo Feichong shouted, fellow Taoists. This child possesses immense wealth and numerous treasures. Once he is slain, we shall divide them among ourselves. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. I trust you all have brought your treasures as well. Why not hand them over now to avoid any damage in the ensuing battle? You dare to boast with death imminent? Everyone, attack together, eliminate him. Zhuo Feichong roared. Subsequently, the 16 creation realm experts erupted with their auras. Boom. 16 beams of light surged into the clouds, causing the heavens to change color. Within 100,000 miles, the sky turned pitch black. In the void, blue lightning crackled everywhere. Illuminated by the lightning, the 16 experts from the Xianxiao Palace and Wuliang Sacred Ground were enveloped in various colors of light, resembling asuras descending into the mortal realm, intent on annihilating the world. Breaking the extreme path. Haoyang True Art. Daoxian Tiangang. Various secret techniques of the Dao sect, imbued with earth-shattering power, surged towards Tang Xuan. Each technique was of royal grade mid-tier or higher, coupled with the cultivation levels of the Wuliang Sacred Ground's top experts. Even a beginner in the Dao realm would meet their demise. Meanwhile, Zhuo Feichong and the others from the Xianxiao Palace also launched their attacks simultaneously, their might rivaling that of the Wuliang Sacred Ground. Their initial strike was a guaranteed kill, leaving no opportunity for Tang Xuan. The combined assault of 16 experts was so formidable that even the void cracked with large fissures. Ha ha ha, come at me. Tang Xuan remained unperturbed. Relying on the overwhelming strength of his origin body, he confronted them with a single hand. As his fingers converged, the ultimate moves from the Wuliang Sacred Ground were shattered in his grasp. Boom boom boom. The ultimate moves from the Xianxiao Palace struck fiercely against Tang Xuan's back. Ha ha ha. Let's see if you still live. Zhuo Feichong rejoiced. However, a domineering figure pierced through the smoke, delivering a powerful punch. The ultimate strike, capable of shaking the very foundations of a Taoist expert, failed to even breach Tang Xuan's skin. Impossible. Zhuo was utterly astonished. Tang Xuan, resembling a fearsome beast in human form, unleashed a flurry of punches in the blink of an eye. There was no embellishment, only sheer power. The void rippled with waves of residual force. The 17 formidable beings sensed an oppressive aura, one that was utterly insurmountable. How could this be? He was merely at the realm of creation, yet he wielded such strength. Every face was etched with profound shock and disbelief. Damn it. If we allow him to escape today, we shall face our demise in the future. He must not be spared. A Taoist at the 8th level of creation roared in fury. He urged his hands to channel the Taoist arts, raising one hand to conjure a terrifying torrent that surged towards Tang Xuan, the great perfection of water's might. The other experts followed suit, unleashing their own attacks. Some summoned a swirling green tornado that tore apart all vitality. Others coalesced a magnificent sword light that cleaved the heavens and split the earth. There were those who concentrated their strength into a colossal fist, 100 feet wide, descending to crush the world. 16 forms of great perfection converged into a lethal assault aimed at Tang Xuan. Your power shall be mine. With a singular step, Tang Xuan opened his domain. Chapter 72. The Divine Might of the Sacred Treasure. Is Tang Xuan doomed? The origin domain unfurled. A profound force, embodying the essence of creation and the primordial chaos, erupted forth. Astonishingly, the 16 forms of great perfection were drawn into Tang Xuan. What? A nascent form of a domain? This is impossible. Damn it. This child has already reached such a level. We cannot hold back any longer. If he escapes, we shall never have another chance to kill him. Zhua and the others retreated in a frenzy. Their faces were filled with shock, gravity, and fury. In that moment, there was no trace of underestimation left in the hearts of the 16 experts. Only an overwhelming intent to kill remained. They understood that with Tang Xuan's potential, if left unchecked, the infinite sacred land and the 1,000 Autumn Palace could very well meet their end at his hands. This fellow was tyrannical and overbearing, extinguishing entire families at the slightest provocation. The Tianshan sect, the Dragon Tiger Academy, the Northern Star Dynasty, these forces, each greater than the last, had all been ruthlessly obliterated by Tang Xuan. The 16 experts retreated 100 miles, their auras fluctuating erratically. Tang Xuan stood proudly in the void, surrounded by the power of the origin domain. As long as the origin domain existed, no matter how formidable the might, it would be rendered useless. Zhua and the others, being the pinnacle of creation, reacted swiftly. Realizing their might was futile, they produced sacred-level treasures. The Infinite Sacred Lands expert unveiled a landscape scroll, while the 1,000 Autumn Palaces expert revealed a small cauldron. Ah, sacred-level treasures. Tang Xuan's eyes flickered for a moment. Indeed, the resources of the Infinite Sacred Land and the 1,000 Autumn Palace were far more profound than those of the forces he had previously encountered, as they could casually summon sacred-level artifacts. Excellent. Once these two treasures are amplified 100-fold, their power will ascend to new heights. Unfazed by the formidable treasures, Tang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Under the enhancement of sacred-level artifacts, their power would at least reach the level of secondary divine weapons. Kill. The 16 experts gathered their spirit energy, infusing it into the treasures. Buzz. The landscape scroll became ethereal, expanding rapidly to envelop 100 miles in radius. The surrounding void twisted incessantly. Tang Xuan, I can see that you are an exceptional genius. The leading Taoist spoke solemnly. Tang Xuan smiled and nodded. This praise is well-deserved. However, arrogance comes at a price. The leading Taoist's tone turned sinister. In terms of sheer strength, we may not be able to subdue you. But once the Four-Season Scroll is unleashed, your death is assured. This is one of the 3 treasures of the Infinite Sacred Land. We had no intention of using it, but for you, we shall, because you are worthy. As Tang Xuan observed the warping space around him, he raised an eyebrow. The Four-Season Scroll? Is it truly that formidable? With the origin domain protecting him, no amount of power could harm him. He chuckled softly. I can only say that the Four-Season Scroll can slay any being below the realm of Tao. The leading Taoist declared, brimming with murderous intent. In the next moment, the 9 experts from the Infinite Sacred Land erupted with spirit energy, boundless and overwhelming. Their energy surged into the Four-Season Scroll. Tang Xuan felt the sound in his ears fading, and his vision gradually blurred. The myriad sensations from his body began to dissipate. Are you discovering that your 5 senses are vanishing? The leading Taoist sneered. The Four-Season Scroll contains a trace of temporal domain power. You will experience the changes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. With each cycle, a fragment of your lifespan will be lost, ultimately leaving you blind and deaf, transformed into a pile of desiccated bones amidst the deepest despair. Now you understand why the Four-Season Scroll can kill those who have attained the Tao, right? Unless you cultivate your domain to perfection, it is utterly impossible to withstand the erosion of time's power. Tang Xuan was genuinely astonished. This was the first time he had encountered a treasure imbued with the power of the temporal domain. At this moment, the surrounding void twisted even further, continuously morphing into the images of the 4 seasons. A chill ran through Tang Xuan's body, as though something was being drawn away. Although the Four-Season Scroll is already sufficient to kill you, just to be safe, I shall deliver a final blow. Zhua, with one hand supporting the small cauldron, wore a malevolent grin. This cauldron, named Jinshan, encompasses the power of the 3 rivers and 5 mountains. Though it may not be as formidable as the Four-Season Scroll, it is still capable of slaying those at the seeking Tao realm. Die now, Tang Xuan. A terrifying spirit energy emanated from the experts of the 1,000 Autumn Palace, surging into the Jinshan cauldron. Boom. The Xianxian cauldron soared into the sky. The black earth energy poured in like a tsunami, instantly unleashing a horrifying, world-destroying pressure from within the cauldron. It felt as if all the mountains in the world were converging together, not to mention those at the realm of creation. Even Tao experts would be rendered as insignificant as ants in the face of this aura. Tang Xuan, forcing us to utilize these two treasures, is indeed worthy of his death. One Taoist declared loudly. The Four-Season Scroll, the Xianxian cauldron, an absolute killing intent. In the eyes of the 16 experts, there was no possible way for Tang Xuan to survive. Absolutely impossible. Not a single chance. Death was inevitable. Faced with the oppressive force of the two sacred-level treasures, Tang Xuan maintained a smile at the corners of his mouth, his expression unfazed. Is this truly your final trump card? How disappointing. If that is the case, then you shall all perish. Tang Xuan slowly raised his hands, beginning to form seals. Futile. Within the Four-Season Scroll, any martial technique will lose its efficacy. The leading Taoist scoffed derisively. Suddenly, boom. Amidst the clear skies, thunder exploded. The 16 experts were taken aback. The thunder was extraordinarily loud, echoing as if it were right beside them. Thunder. It embodies the utmost rigidity of heaven and earth. It can vanquish evil and purify the righteous. Even martial artists, upon reaching a certain level, must endure the thunder tribulation. Should they fail, their souls are immediately extinguished. Thus, everyone harbors a measure of reverence for heavenly thunder. This thunder feels somewhat uncanny. One Taoist furrowed his brow. The thunder did not rumble earlier, nor did it rumble later, but it chose this precise moment to strike. Hurry. Muster your strength and subdue this wretch. Just as the crowd was poised to annihilate Tang Xuan, the previously clear sky abruptly darkened with dense clouds. The golden sun was shrouded, and the surrounding area fell into absolute darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their face. In the next instant, a brilliant blue lightning flickered within the clouds, serpentine bolts of electricity coiling and wreaking havoc, producing a deafening roar. Then, a tempest erupted. The 16 formidable beings felt the hair on the back of their necks stand on end. Beneath the wrath of the heavens, all living beings were as insignificant as ants. This was the aura of the five thunder of Tiangang. It was impossible. Suddenly, one of the practitioners screamed. He had once cultivated the Tiangang 5 thunder technique, but its power was mediocre, capable of forming a lightning sphere only 100 feet wide. Yet now, it had directly summoned divine thunder, its might exceeding by a factor of 10,000. Tang Xuan, within the Four Seasons diagram, extended his right index finger, faint traces of lightning entwining his fingertip. Extinguish. His gaze locked onto a particular practitioner, and with a gentle flick of his finger, cracks echoed. Boom. 100-foot bolt of thunder descended from the heavens. In that moment, the pupils of the onlookers turned ghostly pale. Not a single cry escaped their lips. The practitioner at the 7th level of creation vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a severed finger adorned with a spatial ring. Fellow Lingfeng, the practitioners of the infinite holy land cried out in horror, their faces etched with terror. At this moment, a dispassionate voice resonated. Next. Who shall it be? Chapter 73. A trivial matter of annihilation. The celestial pavilion shall take care of it. Next. Who? The voice echoed as if it were from the depths of the underworld, instilling fear and trembling among the creation realm cultivators of the infinite holy land. They turned to see Tang Xuan, his entire being enveloped in crackling electricity, his dark hair billowing in the wind, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He resembled a deity, a demon. His piercing gaze seemed to mirror that of a chaotic true sage, coldly surveying the world around him. No. A practitioner at the 6th level of creation felt his composure shatter and turned to flee. Did I grant you permission to leave? Tang Xuan flicked his finger. Boom. The thunderous bolt struck, and a blood mist erupted. Another creation realm powerhouse fell. With a mere wave, he obliterated his foes. Such overwhelming might sent shivers down the spines of all witnesses. The leading practitioner appeared utterly dazed. Who on earth are you? Tang Xuan formed the thunder formula with one hand while the other rested behind his back. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Next. Who? His eyes flickered as they fixed upon another practitioner. You were the loudest just now, weren't you? It's you. Boom. A mist of blood slowly rose. Another practitioner at the 7th level of creation fell. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 9 creation realm powerhouses from the infinite holy land had been slain. With no one to maintain the flow of spiritual energy, the power of the Four Seasons diagram began to wane. Tang Xuan's lifespan and senses also restored. Beside him, Zhou Feichang was filled with despair. If we do not fight with all our might, we are doomed. Kill. He poured all his energy into the mountain-shaking cauldron and brought it crashing down. Crack. The overwhelming pressure caused the earth to fracture and plummet 1,000 feet. This strike could kill a seeker of the Tao. A flicker of anger ignited in Tang Xuan's eyes. Have you been given too much face? The Tiangang 5 Thunder technique controlled the divine lightning and struck fiercely against the mountain-shaking cauldron. The cauldron trembled violently, reverting to its true form. The nascent spirit just coalescing within was obliterated by the divine thunder, causing its rank to plummet from mid-grade holy artifact to low-grade holy artifact. The mountain-shaking cauldron shattered. Zhuo Feichong and the others were immediately drenched in blood, their faces filled with horror. Are you in such a hurry? Very well. It shall be you. Tang Xuan gestured. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts rained down one after another. Zhuo Feichong's eyes widened, tears of blood streaming down his face. In the blink of an eye, the core elder council of the Xianxiao Palace was left with only him. This represented most of the high-level combat power of the Xianxiao Palace, now utterly decimated. He was the sinner, the one who had ruined the Xianxiao Palace. Zhuo Feichong knew well that his survival was not due to his strength, but because Tang Xuan had no intention of killing him just yet. Next, you shall be named for slaughter. The divine thunder descended. The two practitioners of the infinite holy land were filled with dread, their eyes wide with terror. As they retreated, they frantically pulled out treasures like the Bagua mirror, hoping to fend off the divine thunder's assault. Alas, it was futile. The divine thunder summoned by the Tiangang 5 thunder was akin to the tribulations of the heavens. Not only creation realm cultivators would fall, but even those at the Tao establishment realm would meet their demise. Such was its sheer arrogance. The power of this divine-grade martial technique was beyond imagination. Even the rudimentary mastery of the thunder technique possessed the might comparable to a holy treasure like the Four Seasons diagram, and in terms of destructive capability, it far surpassed that of the holy treasures, truly deserving of the title of the might of the heavens. In an instant, only one creation realm powerhouse from the infinite holy land remained, the leading practitioner. His hands hung limply, devoid of any intention to fight or flee. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was bound by the aura of the Tiangang 5 thunder. Should he dare to move, Tang Xuan could annihilate him even from a distance. Why did we come to provoke him? The leading practitioner wore a grim smile. What a grave mistake. Was he not merely a disciple of Tianqian? The infinite holy land could crush such a being effortlessly. Was it necessary to mobilize so many to deliver his demise? Now, despair and regret consumed him. Boom. In a thunderous clash, a bolt of divine thunder engulfed his form. His soul was obliterated. The only remnant left in this world was a severed finger adorned with a spatial ring. At this moment, above the clouds, a peak creation realm elder trembled uncontrollably. Terrifying. Too terrifying. This child is simply too formidable. My heavens. The pavilion master even ordered me to rescue him. What a jest. Had I approached any closer, I would have surely been caught in the thunder's wrath, my soul extinguished. His surname was Wang. He had once been a wandering cultivator, recruited by the celestial pavilion. He became a venerable servant. Now, he was the foremost expert under Yang Xuan. Concerned for Tang Xuan, Yang Xuan utilized his authority to command Elder Wang to provide assistance. If Tang Xuan faltered, Elder Wang would intervene to take him away. Yet, Elder Wang beheld this astonishing scene. 16 creation realm powerhouses besieging Tang Xuan, only to find themselves overwhelmed and decimated, 15 of them slain by summoned thunder. In truth, Zhuo Feichong could almost be considered dead, utterly powerless to retaliate. It was merely that Tang Xuan had chosen not to kill him immediately. How terrifying. This child. So fearsome. This was the singular thought echoing in Elder Wang's mind. Could you tell me the way to the Xianxiao Palace? Tang Xuanfei approached Zhuo Feichong, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Zhuo Feichong, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, What? What do you intend to do? Could it be? A flicker of incredulity crossed his eyes. Is Tang Xuan planning to annihilate the Xianxiao Palace? How utterly insane. Indeed, just as you surmised. Tang Xuan did not conceal his intentions. Since the conflict has escalated to this extent, should we spare it for future festivities? You've lost your mind. You would dare to eradicate the Xianxiao Palace? Zhuo Feichong shrieked, pointing at Tang Xuan. You are a demon, a true demon. Without further ado, Tang Xuan launched a swift kick, sending Zhuo Feichong flying 10 miles, blood spewing from his mouth. That's the way I operate. If you provoke me, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. Do you dare to contest this? Zhuo Feichong, gritting his teeth, glared at Tang Xuan. He summoned his courage and defiantly raised his head. Go ahead, kill me. I shall utter not a word. Huh? Do you think I lack the courage? Tang Xuan sneered. If I kill you, how would I ever locate the Xianxiao Palace? Zhuo Feichong retorted coldly. The Xianxiao Palace is ensconced within an illusion. Without extraordinary means, entry is impossible. Do not harbor such delusions. Tang Xuan's brow furrowed as he prepared to unleash his wrath when an aged voice interrupted from behind. Master Tang. This trivial matter. Perhaps our Tiandi pavilion could assist. Tang Xuan was not taken aback by the appearance of Elder Wang. He possessed a soul vast enough to span millions of miles. No disturbance could escape his perception. Tiandi pavilion offers this service? Tang Xuan inquired with a smile. Elder Wang chuckled. It is all business. As a valued guest of Tiandi pavilion, I believe Master Yang would be more than willing to resolve a minor inconvenience for you. Tang Xuan turned his head. This fellow just mentioned that the Xianxiao Palace is protected by an illusion. Elder Wang declared proudly. Such a trivial matter. Does it daunt Tiandi pavilion? Tang Xuan nodded. Very well. In that case, he has become unnecessary. What? No. Zhua Feichong managed to utter 3 words before an overwhelming force crushed him to oblivion. After stowing away the spatial ring, Tang Xuan waved his hand. I await your news. With that, he vanished from sight. Elder Wang gazed in astonishment at the scattered corpses around him. Who could have anticipated that mere moments ago, these corpses belonged to renowned powerhouses of the transformation realm? Xianxiao Palace. You should never have provoked a harbinger of death. Elder Wang sighed, then also disappeared from the scene. 3 days later, the bitter realm trembled. The Xianxiao Palace was razed to the ground overnight. The Xianxiao Palace has been destroyed. How terrifying. Such a formidable force was obliterated in a single night. What existence did they offend? Hush. According to reliable sources, the Xianxiao Palace once sent assassins after Tang Xuan, and then the massacre ensued. What? Tang Xuan, the unparalleled fiend who single-handedly slayed 3,000 Daozi? Was the Xianxiao Palace out of their minds to provoke him? They deserve their fate. Indeed. It is said that the Xianxiao Palace dispatched 7 transformation realm powerhouses, all of whom were annihilated without exception. It's utterly tragic. Not to mention, there were also 9 transformation realm powerhouses from the Infinite Holy Land, who similarly met their demise. Look at how astute the Infinite Holy Land is. They didn't utter a word, and simply admitted defeat. Good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. The news of the Xianxiao Palace's destruction soared through the bitter realm, igniting fervor among martial artists. In the midst of their shock and awe, Tang Xuan's name once again ascended to the pinnacle of notoriety. Countless factions and sects treated this name as a taboo, even a matter of their internal regulations. When venturing outside, upon hearing the name Tang Xuan, even the most fearless would flee, ensuring they remained untouched by his influence. This was a decree of life and death. Anyone who dared to disobey would have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from their sect. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of all this chaos, Tang Xuan, remained peacefully ensconced in the cultivation chamber of Tiandi Pavilion, perusing his spoils. The accumulated wealth of 16 transformation realm powerhouses could only be described as rivaling that of a nation. The collection of royal-grade techniques and martial arts alone numbered in the hundreds. The plethora of elixirs and heavenly materials was beyond count. As for spirit stones, Tang Xuan had grown somewhat desensitized to them. He devoted 3 full days to amplifying all his acquisitions. The royal-grade techniques and martial arts, once amplified, ascended to the saintly level. Tang Xuan casually selected a few to study. Presently, he possessed the most sword techniques, and thus focused on palm techniques and auxiliary arts. One must possess a modicum of knowledge in all areas to lead a vibrant life. Threefold return to origin. This technique required the cultivation of the cloud-pushing palm, wind god leg, and heavenly frost fist, merging them into one, yielding a power not inferior to the secondary divine level. Indeed, a peak saintly rank. Excellent. Transforming one into 900. This technique allowed one to absorb the enemy's spiritual energy and infuse it into their own for amplification. Capable of enhancing up to 900 times, a remarkable treasure. Void shadow flight. A peak saintly movement technique. With an increase in soul power, it could traverse an astonishing distance in an instant. Learned. The origin body possessed the ability to unravel the principles of martial arts. In just a few days, Tang Xuan had perfected several techniques. Once these trivial matters were settled, the true spectacle was about to commence. Primordial Dao Pill. Wuxia Emperor's method. This was the true elevation he sought. He first consumed the primordial Dao Pill, which had a mere 10% success rate, then activated his soul power. Beginning to comprehend the Wuxia Emperor's method. The legendary Wuxia Emperor was notorious for his ruthlessness. He was quick to engage in conflict at the slightest provocation. Despite his ferocity, he had never fallen, demonstrating the might of this method. The strength of this Emperor's method lay in its ability to harness the powers of heaven and earth, allowing one to communicate with the cosmos and access primal strength, perfectly aligning with Tang Xuan's origin body. Boom. The domain of origin manifested around Tang Xuan. Under the influence of the primordial Dao Pill, he entered a state of profound enlightenment. This state enabled martial artists to swiftly grasp the profound truths of martial arts. In the skies above, an anomaly arose. A rainbow descended from the heavens, landing atop the secret chamber of Tiandi Pavilion. Huh, what is that? A heavenly rainbow? Hush. Keep your voice down. Observe the location. It's the cultivation area of that esteemed individual. If you anger him, you know the consequences. Is that esteemed individual truly here? I understand. The martial artists within Tiandi Pavilion initially expressed astonishment, then fell into a solemn silence. My husband has broken through again. On the pavilion's upper floor, Morong Yunxiang's eyes sparkled with wonder. Marrying Tang Xuan was the wisest decision of her life. Xiandi is truly extraordinary. To break through it will. The primordial Dao pill has only a 10% chance of success, yet he managed to succeed. Mo Yuezhu gasped for breath, her face a mask of disbelief. Meanwhile, Yang Shuang, Elder Wang, and others from Tiandi Pavilion were left speechless in sheer astonishment. Time and again, Tang Xuan shattered their perceptions. In the secret chamber, with his eyes tightly shut, Tang Xuan's body surrounded by the domain of origin transformed from ethereal to tangible. Within this realm, verdant mountains and flowing waters, along with the interplay of sun and moon, began to emerge. It seemed as though Tang Xuan's domain encapsulated a genuine world, albeit lacking a touch of vitality. At this moment, the rainbow descended from the heavens, entering the domain of origin. Upon closer inspection, the rainbow is a magnificent manifestation of the elemental forces of heaven and earth. The power of fire, the power of water, the power of wind, the power of earth. The most primal energies converge within the domain. Tang Xuan's aura surged correspondingly, ascending through the stages of the initial Dao realm, from early stage to minor completion, then to major completion, and finally reaching the pinnacle of the initial Dao realm. Upon entering the 5 realms of the Taoist, distinctions ceased to exist. As long as the power of the domain meets the required standards, one can easily transcend. At this moment, the origin domain had transformed from its embryonic form into minor completion. Minor completion. This signifies the seeking Dao realm. With indomitable resolve, Tang Xuan broke through once more. The seeking Dao realm. Success. After transcending the seeking Dao realm, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy began to decelerate. It was not that his techniques were inadequate, but rather that Tang Xuan had no desire to push further. Remarkable. Truly, the primordial emperor's law is unparalleled, even after achieving a significant breakthrough. My rate of absorbing spiritual energy has not diminished in the slightest. Above the 5 realms of the Taoist lies the Emperor Realm, a mysterious domain. The secrets it harbors remain unknown to Tang Xuan at present. For him, cultivation poses no challenges. The real issue lies in the lag of his comprehension. His rate of advancement has been exceedingly rapid, with no guidance along the way. However, Tang Xuan remains unperturbed. Understanding can be acquired over time or through seeking out formidable mentors. Minor completion in the seeking Dao realm. That is sufficient. With such a remarkable surge in cultivation, his status panel naturally underwent a transformation. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, super divine body. Origin, sealed state. Qualification, soul power, 10,000 miles of soul. Cultivation, minor completion of the seeking Dao realm. Technique, primordial emperor's law. Martial skills, 3 points of returning energy, saint level, consummate. 1 chi transforms into 900, saint level, consummate. Skyward vanishing shadow, saint level, consummate. Heavenly gang 5 thunder righteous method, subdivine level, minor completion. Intent realm, minor completion of the origin domain. Companion, sacred beast white tiger, 2nd tier. Spouse, Murong Yunxiang, purple radiance divine body. Gazing at his rejuvenated status panel, a profound sense of satisfaction welled up within Tang Xuan. Yet, he was acutely aware that myriad issues still plagued his cultivation journey. Time and accumulation were necessary for further progress. His comprehension of the origin domain had been far too sluggish, despite possessing extraordinary talent and the epiphanies granted by the initial Dao pill. He had merely transitioned from embryonic form to minor completion. To achieve a substantial breakthrough, he must absorb the most primal forces of heaven and earth. This presents a conundrum. As such energies dwell in the void, inaccessible with his current strength, it seems he must seek alternative methods. Presently, Yunxiang and the White Tiger's capabilities have significantly lagged behind his own, necessitating their enhancement to prevent any ill-intentioned schemes. The more Tang Xuan contemplated, the more he felt the weight of his challenges. This is entirely natural. His advancement has been alarmingly swift. From awakening to now, he has only cultivated for a few months. He has yet to fully adapt to his mindset, let alone other matters. With a deep sigh, Tang Xuan lamented, sometimes being too powerful can be a burden. Chapter 75, Universal Enhancement. It's time to return home. Husband, have you emerged from seclusion? Upon seeing Tang Xuan exit, Morong Yunxiang naturally approached him. Xuan, your strength has increased significantly, exclaimed Mo Yuez Bamboo, her eyes filled with astonishment. However, she assumed Tang Xuan's meteoric rise in power stemmed from the 3 generations divine body. After all, it is the legendary first divine body, boasting an extraordinary cultivation speed, which she found somewhat acceptable. Tang Xuan chuckled inwardly. What is the 3 generations divine body compared to his own superior origin super divine body? Moreover, it is currently in a sealed state. If the seal were to be lifted and a 10,000-fold amplification applied, it would usher him into an unfathomable realm. US, have your injuries healed? Tang Xuan inquired with genuine concern. Mous nodded. Thanks to your holy medicine, I am fully recovered. That is wonderful. Tang Xuan smiled. He had examined her injuries, which were exceedingly severe and peculiar. The energy had coalesced and remained trapped within her meridians, devouring her essence. Had it not been for Mous's inherent strength, she might have perished long ago. Even so, her power had diminished to merely half of its potential, allowing her to only exhibit the strength of the skyward realm. Now that her injuries had healed, her capabilities had returned to the myriad laws realm. Given time, regaining her peak prowess in the sovereign law realm would be entirely feasible. Additionally, with her imperial body and excellent talent, her potential is considerable. Yet, it remains insufficient. In Tang Xuan's eyes, an imperial body is hardly remarkable. Those who accompany him must possess at least a saint body as a starting point. Unfortunately, Mous does not belong to him and cannot be directly amplified. However, she can be enhanced with the finest heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Though Tang Xuan lacks such treasures, he possesses an abundance of spiritual crystals. He is in the earthly pavilion, a place where, with sufficient wealth, one can acquire anything. Xianxiang found herself in a bittersweet predicament, for the treasures Tang Xuan desired were exceedingly high-end, starting at least from the saint level. He sought pills to enhance soul power and sword intent, as well as those to elevate physique. Anything less than saint level was unacceptable, and this. Tang Xuan casually remarked. Xianxiang was drenched in sweat as she diligently recorded his requests. Nearby, Zhenji watched in wide-eyed astonishment, utterly flabbergasted by the extravagant spending. Her heart raced. If a man were to spend such lavishly for her, she would have long since thrown herself into his arms and resigned from her duties. What woman could withstand such treatment? Though Mous was composed, her starry eyes sparkled with intrigue and fluttering emotions. Tang Xuan was not biased. In addition to acquiring treasures for Mous, he also procured numerous items for Murong Yunshang and the golden-striped white tiger. Among these was a small vial of sacred beast blood, which had cost a staggering 2 million low-grade spiritual crystals. After all, sacred beast blood is exceedingly rare. Even within the earthly pavilion, only this small vial was available, and it was quite murky. Such matters posed no challenges for Tang Xuan. Having consumed the assets of 16 creation realm powerhouses, he calculated his spiritual crystals in the billions. Once he acquired the treasures, he waved his hand, amplifying everything by 10,000-fold. Murong Yunshang, Mous, and the golden-striped white tiger remained oblivious to the fact that these treasures had undergone such amplification and joyfully immersed themselves in their cultivation. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment, then exchanged the amplified low-grade spiritual crystals for numerous mid-grade ones. Following that, he executed another 10,000-fold amplification, elevating them all to high-grade and supreme-grade spiritual crystals, thus judiciously utilizing the system's rules. Above spiritual crystals are emperor crystals, which contain the essence of emperors and are utilized for cultivation by emperor realm powerhouses. However, such items are exceedingly high-end and currently beyond Tang Xuan's reach, as well as inaccessible within the earthly pavilion. After all, in the bitter realm, emperors are as rare as phoenix feathers. If a mere seeking Dao realm warrior were to suddenly produce emperor crystals, it would surely instill fear in others. Moreover, a common person is innocent, yet possessing treasures can invite calamity. Transcending one's own level significantly is bound to attract trouble. Subsequently, Tang Xuan sold all the martial arts techniques, amplified 1,000-fold, to the Tiandi Pavilion, with each being at least of royal grade. Yangshuang and Zhenji were left in a state of astonishment. Had he disturbed the ancestral graves of some great emperor? How could there be so many martial techniques, and of such high caliber? If released, it could yield immense profit. Filled with ambition, Yangshuang promptly resolved to hold another auction. This time, Tang Xuan did not participate. Instead, he immersed himself in comprehending the domain of origin. The stronger the power of the domain, the higher the limits he could surpass, rendering his realm of cultivation less significant. For a full 3 months, Tang Xuan remained at the Tiandi Pavilion without stepping outside. Although he did not break through in the origin domain, he thoroughly familiarized himself with his own strength. Concurrently, he utilized his leisure time to acquire numerous intriguing tales, enriching his previously shallow foundation. With his prodigious talent, Having a photographic memory was merely a basic skill. Murong Yunxiang, Mous bamboo, and the golden patterned white tiger all experienced their own unique enhancements, significantly amplifying their power. Particularly, the golden patterned white tiger, infused with the blood of a holy beast amplified 1,000-fold, surged to the 5th level of its bloodline. Its physique not only expanded, but the aura of the holy beast became even more formidable, reaching the threshold of a half-step toward the Tao. In terms of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, holy beasts indeed surpassed humans by a considerable margin. It was time to return home. Tang Xuan tapped his fingers on the table twice, his curiosity about abandoning his family growing. Mous nodded, affirming that it was indeed time to acknowledge his heritage. Xian, do not harbor resentment toward your family. Your lineage is extraordinary, and the competition is exceedingly fierce. Every descendant must venture out to hone their skills. Only those achieving a certain level can return. Mous preemptively explained the reasoning, fearing Tang Xuan would bear ill will. Tang Xuan nodded, aware that some wild beasts follow a similar pattern. Once their offspring are born, they are cast into the wilderness. Whether they survive depends solely on their willpower and fortune. Those who endure become absolute elites, while those who do not are naturally eliminated by fate. Otherwise, under the protection of a top-tier family, the descendants would lose their fighting spirit, becoming mediocre. Survival of the fittest. Let nature eliminate the mediocre and retain the elite. Concentrating resources for cultivation is the fundamental reason why top families can endure for millennia. Mounted upon the golden patterned white tiger, Tang Xuan departed with the two beauties soaring through the skies. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest appeared before Xianxiaaudiobooks, a Taoist from the initial Tao realm. I have met the pavilion master of the infinite holy land. The Taoist greeted politely, inquiring about the purpose of his visit to the Tiandi pavilion. Xianxiaaudiobooks instructed a maid to serve tea and snacks, wearing a warm smile. The Taoist wasted no time, producing a spatial ring containing 10 million low-grade spirit crystals. The infinite holy land wishes to buy a life. Xianxiaaudiobooks raised an eyebrow. 10 million low-grade spirit crystals. One could purchase a divine artifact with that amount. Oh, does the infinite holy land truly need to purchase a life? Who is that individual? The Taoist coldly uttered 2 words, Tang Xuan. Xianxiaaudiobooks burst into laughter, his mirth laced with unabashed mockery. The Taoist's expression darkened. Is it insufficient? We can offer more. Name your price, as long as it is reasonable. The infinite holy land can accommodate. No, you misunderstand. Xianxiaaudiobooks waved his hand, his smile abruptly vanishing, his gaze turning cold and indifferent. The Tiandi pavilion can kill anyone. But there is one person we shall never touch. The Taoist's countenance shifted. What do you mean? The meaning is quite clear. Tang Xuan is my friend, my benefactor. It is absolutely, unequivocally impossible to lay a hand on him. Xianxiaaudiobooks reiterated with 3 emphatic absolutes, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Should the infinite holy land persist in its obstinacy, do not blame the Tiandi pavilion for taking extreme measures. Escort our guest out. There is no need to return next time. Chapter 76. The Cloud Boat Under Attack. Are you xiao? In the sky of the 9 heavens, the golden patterned white tiger soared steadily. The violent currents of void air were torn apart before they could approach, due to the aura of the holy beast. Murong Yunxiang leaned against Tang Xuan's shoulder, her demeanor seemingly a bit despondent. Missing home? Tang Xuan, possessing profound soul strength, naturally sensed the shift in Murong Yunxiang's emotions. A little. She hesitated before not denying it. Silly girl, we are not abandoning it. Tang Xuan chuckled, taking her hand reassuringly. Rest assured. With the holy beast celestial wolf guarding us, no one from the Xiao dynasty dares to act against us. If they do, I would not hesitate to annihilate their entire clan. His domineering words dispelled Murong Yunxiang's frowns. The half-holy beast celestial wolf, originally crafted by the Beichen dynasty, had been amplified by Tang Xuan to become a holy beast. However, due to the mixed bloodline of the celestial wolf, it retained only the strength of the law realm under 1,000-fold enhancement. Fortunately, the strongest among the surrounding dynasties were not much more powerful. Coupled with Tang Xuan's notorious reputation, no one dared to provoke them. Damn, what luck! We encountered a monster of the 10,000 laws realm. Enough chatter. Quickly maintain the defensive formation. If it breaks, we are done for. Panic spread across the giant cloud boat as a 3-headed ice fire eagle grew furious. Hundreds of martial artists displayed terror and helplessness on their faces. Some huddled together, trembling. Others collapsed in screams. Dozens of warriors clad in Tiandi pavilion attire struggled to uphold the formation, while 7 or 8 martial artists of the divine ghost realm continuously launched attacks from afar. Alas, their efforts were merely tickling the monster of the 10,000 laws realm. Just hold on a bit longer. Everyone, rest assured, I, Luo Jia Luo Fu, will protect you all to the end. A martial artist at the half-step of the 10,000 Laws realm declared loudly. The individuals aboard the cloud boat felt a slight ease. Truly, a disciple of the Luo family. Such demeanor and magnanimity are commendable. Young Master Luo Fu, you are so handsome. I adore you. You are our savior. The crowd cheered. The three heads of the ice fire eagle each expelled ice, fire, and poison, creating a toxic fog within 1,000 feet. As the crowd's attacks intensified, the ice fire eagle grew increasingly enraged, its feathers bristling, its aura escalating. The ice balls, fireballs, and poison balls it expelled detonated against the protective shield, creating massive explosions. Thankfully, the cloud boat was resilient, and with everyone's defense, it did not shatter. Suddenly, the heads of the ice fire eagle opened wide, uniting ice and fire into a singular fireball. Boom. Crack. Two resounding blasts echoed. The cloud boat shook violently, large cracks appearing on its hull. The defensive formation shattered instantly. The formation is broken. Run. Help. Help. As the defensive array collapsed, chaos erupted among the warriors aboard the cloud boat. Numerous formidable martial artists ascended into the sky, preparing to flee, while those unable to take flight wore expressions of utter despair. At an altitude of 10,000 feet, even a martial artist would be left severely crippled, if not dead, from such a fall, not to mention the menacing presence of the three-headed ice fire eagle. The oppressive aura of the fearsome primordial beast descended upon them with a terrifying weight. Luo Fu's lips quivered, his complexion ashen, and his calves trembled uncontrollably. Quickly, young Master Luo, let us unite our strength to fend them off while the others escape. A girl, seemingly around 15 or 16, stepped forward. With bright, sparkling eyes and a round, cherubic face, she exuded an undeniable charm. Astonishingly, she had also reached the threshold of the half-step 10,000 Laws realm. We cannot hope to win. We must flee. Luo Fu stammered, trembling. The girl furrowed her brow. Did you not vow to protect everyone? Luo Fu cried out. But that is a beast of the 10,000 Laws realm. If we fight with all we have, perhaps there is still hope. This is a vital thoroughfare, frequented by many martial artists. We may yet await salvation. If we flee, our strength will be scattered, and we will surely perish. The girl spoke with a grave tone. Moreover, had you not delayed for half an hour and missed the optimal time to travel, we would not have encountered this beast. Before she could finish her admonition, the venomous head of the three-headed ice fire eagle suddenly opened its maw. Boom. A shockwave of toxic gas erupted. Several martial artists, caught unawares, were struck before they could escape. Their anguished screams echoed as their flesh melted away, transforming into toxic sludge in an instant. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Luo Fu's legs gave way, and he collapsed atop the cloud vessel. Is this how you define manhood? The girl scolded, stamping her feet in frustration. If you wish to fight, you may do so. I shall not. Luo Fu hung his head, his eyes brimming with resentment. The girl bit her lip, her gaze resolute. I intended to return to my family to participate in the assessment. It seems fate has decreed that I cannot go back. So be it. She gathered all her spiritual energy into her palms and unleashed a powerful strike against the three-headed ice fire eagle. Boom. The beast staggered back several paces, but remained unscathed. What? The girl exclaimed in shock, never anticipating that the creature's physical form could be so robust. The three-headed ice fire eagle, now enraged by the pain, focused its three heads upon her, coalescing ice balls, fireballs, and poison balls. Damn it, Luo Fu roared. If they did not attack the beast, perhaps he could seize the chaos to escape. But now, with the beast incensed, the area within 100 feet became a danger zone, threatening even him. At that moment, despair enveloped them all as they braced for imminent slaughter. From the distant horizon, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies. Roar. The sound waves surged like tides, piercing through the clouds. The three-headed ice fire eagle trembled, its 6 eyes reflecting sheer terror. The ice balls, fireballs, and poison balls it had gathered shattered into nothingness. The once mighty beast now appeared utterly diminished. What transpired? The onlookers aboard the cloud vessel were equally astonished. The next instant, an overwhelming pressure emanating from a sacred beast descended upon them. A sacred beast. It has arrived. Luo Fu clasped his head, screaming in panic. The crowd erupted into further despair. If a single three-headed ice fire eagle had nearly driven them to ruin, the arrival of a sacred beast was insurmountable. The only silver lining was that being consumed by a sacred beast might be a more dignified fate than that of the ice fire eagle. As the clouds parted, a beam of golden light descended, revealing a colossal golden-striped white tiger. On its back sat a man and 2 women. The man, with flowing black hair, resembled a celestial being, radiating an aura that commanded respect. The 2 women were equally breathtaking, akin to heavenly maidens descending to the mortal realm. Their powers were unfathomable, Luo Fu beheld the figure as though he had seen a savior, crying out, "Elder, please save me." Tang Xuan cast a glance at the shattered cloud vessel. The cloud vessel of the Heavenly Earth Pavilion. The vessel's steward hastily stepped forward. "Elder, since you are acquainted, you must be a distinguished guest of the Heavenly Earth Pavilion. We implore you to save us. The pavilion shall offer its utmost gratitude." Tang Xuan smiled slightly. "No thanks are necessary. It is but a trifling matter." Hiss. The martial artists aboard the vessel collectively inhaled sharply. To ride a sacred beast and effortlessly suppress the powerful monster of the 10,000 laws realm. Such prowess could only belong to a divine being. Tang Xuan continued, "What transpired? Why did we encounter this beast?" Luo Fu, his eyes darting, pointed accusingly at the girl beside him. It was her. She lured the beast. The girl's round face flushed crimson as she protested, "You speak nonsense. It was clearly you. A joke. I am a scion of the Luo family, of the royal bloodline of the Luo dynasty. I would never speak frivolously." Luo Fu asserted with righteous indignation. The girl, at a loss for words, stamped her foot in frustration. At that moment, the woman on the tiger's back, Mo Yuzhu, suddenly exclaimed, "Is that you, Xiao Xiao?" The girl froze, gazing at Mo Yuzhu with a look of bewilderment, her eyes widening in recognition. "You are Sister Yuzhu." Chapter 77, Sacred Pill. "Beasts. All belong to my sister." "What? You know each other?" Tang Xuan turned in astonishment. How could one encounter acquaintances in such circumstances? Mo Yuzhu smiled. "When I last took you away, you were barely half my height. Look how much you've grown." She beckoned to the girl. "Come, Xiao Xiao, meet your brother Tang Xuan." Everyone aboard the vessel was momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth was happening? This divine being riding the sacred beast turned out to be the brother of the girl. Xiao Xiao. Luo Fu's complexion drained of color, leaving him with a singular thought. This was disastrous. Tang Xiao Xiao looked at Tang Xuan. Faint memories of his visage stirring in her mind. Xiao Xiao has seen her brother. Tang Xuan smiled gently. "Rise, please." He appraised Tang Xiao Xiao from head to toe. Nodding slightly. Her cultivation had reached the half-step 10,000 laws realm, with a solid foundation and seemingly extraordinary constitution. At such a young age, her prowess was remarkable. A veritable top-tier talent. After all, not everyone possessed the same advantages as Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan produced a 10,000 laws pill and presented it to her. "This pill shall serve as a token of our reunion." Tang Xiao Xiao gasped upon receiving it. Nearby, Luo Fu screamed in disbelief, "A sacred-grade pill." The crowd was once again deeply shaken. To offer a sacred-grade pill as a mere greeting was extravagance beyond measure. Tang Xuan waved his hand with authority. "A mere sacred pill is nothing. First, break through to the 10,000 laws realm, and afterward, I shall gift you a vial of sacred condensation pills." The condensation pills would enable martial artists to rapidly accumulate their momentum. Depending on the quality, the success rate varied. However, with sacred-grade pills, success was guaranteed. Tang Xiao Xiao. The crowd. Was this even human speech? Did he think sacred pills were as common as cabbages? Such items could only be concocted by top-tier alchemists of royal dynasties, and even then, their quality was not particularly high. How envious they felt. Many individuals are already reminiscing about their ancestral lineages, pondering which generation might share a connection with the person before them. The existence of such hierarchies. Even a mere hint of it suffices. "Thank you, dear brother." Tang Xiao Xiao beamed, her affection for Tang Xuan intensifying. Who wouldn't he desire a brother of such formidable presence? Tang Xuan slightly turned his head to glance at Luo Fu. "Did you just claim that my sister attracted the demonic beasts?" Luo Fu was drenched in cold sweat, his ears ringing and his vision blurring. Under Tang Xuan's cultivation level, even the slightest hint of his aura was enough to shatter Luo Fu's composure. "I did not." Under the immense pressure, he found himself incapable of lying. Tang Xiao Xiao furiously declared, "It was his deliberate procrastination that caused us to miss the optimal time to board the cloud ship, leading us to encounter the three-headed ice fire eagle." Tang Xuan replied calmly, "Is that so?" With a thud, Luo Fu fell to his knees. "My lord, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please spare me. I shall never dare repeat this, and I am willing to offer compensation." Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Framing my sister, there shall be no next time." "Xiao Xiao, do it." "Yes, brother." Tang Xiao Xiao was already seething with rage, delivering a powerful strike to Luo Fu's chest. A cacophony of cracking sounds ensued. Luo Fu's bones and organs shattered into oblivion, leaving him utterly lifeless. Should anyone from the Luo family inquire, just inform them that it was Tang Xuan of the Tang family who dealt the blow. Let them come find me. Tang Xuan's gaze swept over the onlookers, causing every martial artist he met to tremble in fear. The steward of the cloud ship proclaimed loudly, "Luo Fu delayed our journey, nearly endangering us all. I, of the Tiandi Pavilion, bear witness. This is his fault. a consequence of his own making, and his death is of no lament. Even the Tiandi pavilion had spoken, prompting the crowd to hastily echo his sentiment. No matter how arrogant the Luo family might be, they would not dare to confront the Tiandi pavilion. Thus, Luo Fu's demise was rendered meaningless. Sister, how shall we handle this demonic beast? Tang Xiao inquired, her gaze fixed on the trembling three-headed ice fire eagle. Possessing 3 heads, it commands 3 elemental forces. Such a mutated demonic beast is quite rare. Let us gift it to you as a mount. Tang Xuan chuckled. With a mere thought, he bound the creature's consciousness, imprinting it with a unique soul mark, ensuring the beast would never betray her. Gifted to me as a mount. Tang Xiao was utterly flabbergasted. In an instant, she felt as if she were dreaming. The 3-headed ice fire eagle was a beast of the myriad laws realm, capable of wielding 3 elemental powers, rivaling even the adept realm. Such a creature, if auctioned, could easily fetch millions of top-grade spirit stones. Martial arts and techniques are mere abstractions, but demonic beasts are alive. Moreover, they can continuously grow. This is why the Baichen dynasty has expended tremendous resources to cultivate a semi-holy beast. If one is willing to invest the resources, the 3-headed ice fire eagle might even ascend to a holy beast. Once it breaks through to that level, its power would be immeasurable. I am not accustomed to such a feeble demonic beast. If you do not want it, then kill it. Tang Xuan waved his hand. The martial artists aboard the cloud ship nearly spat blood in disbelief. How could you not want it? We certainly do. Wouldn't it be delightful for us? All eyes were green with envy, longing to pounce and seize the 3-headed ice fire eagle. Yet, none dared to act, especially with Luo Fu's corpse still warm. I want it. Tang Xiao exclaimed urgently. A myriad laws realm demonic beast. Who would turn that down? With great care, she leapt onto the back of the 3-headed ice fire eagle. A surge of bloodline connection flooded her soul sea. Just moments ago, Tang Xuan had casually grasped a strand of Tang Xiao's soul power to form the soul mark. Such a terrifying force, capable of forcibly extracting soul power, could only be wielded by Tang Xuan himself. Let us depart. It is time to return home. Tang Xuan smiled, patting the golden-striped white tiger. Roar! The white tiger bellowed, and the 4 humans and 2 beasts tore through the clouds, disappearing from sight, leaving behind countless envious, jealous gazes. Suddenly, someone seemed to recall something and screamed. Tang Xuan? I remember now. Isn't he the one who single-handedly annihilated 3,000 Daozi, ruthlessly dismantling the Longhu Academy and the Baichen dynasty? With this reminder, the rest quickly caught on. The Longhu Academy and the Baichen dynasty are insignificant. Even the 16 powerful figures from the Qinxiu Palace and the Wuliang Holy Land couldn't withstand his wrath. Yes, I have heard that the Wuliang Holy Land even spent a fortune attempting to buy Tang Xuan's life, only to be slapped back by the Tiandi pavilion. My heavens, I never imagined we would actually encounter that legendary figure. We shall brag about this for a lifetime. In stark contrast to the astonished martial artists, the steward of the cloud ship furrowed his brow. The Tang family, could he truly be a scion of that clan? Indeed, Tang Xiao is returning to that lineage for an assessment. Hiss, that clan, having been dormant for so long, has finally welcomed back a peerless genius. The imperial lineage has been reborn. Xiao, after years apart, you have grown so much. On the back of the 3-headed ice fire eagle, Mous Bamboo grasped Tang Xiao's hand, observing her closely. Are you returning home to participate in the assessment? Tang Xiao nodded. Yes. Only by passing the assessment can one be considered a true member of the Tang family. For grandfather's sake, I must succeed. At this moment, Tang Xuan spoke up. Assessment? What is that? Mous Bamboo smiled and explained. Exiled descendants wishing to reclaim their heritage must pass the family assessment. And if they fail? Tang Xuan inquired curiously. Their cultivation is stripped. Their name is revoked. They can never bear the Tang surname again. Mous Bamboo said solemnly. Such is the Tang family of the imperial lineage. Tang Xuan's eyes flickered. The imperial lineage, the Tang family. Chapter 78. The cruel imperial lineage. The water and fire emperor body. The imperial lineage. The clan of emperors. Standing tall amidst the world, in all its splendor, Morong Yunshang curiously asked, if they are an imperial lineage, why are they not renowned today? Why must they send their husband away? Mous Bamboo hesitated momentarily. This was a secret of the Tang family. However, with no outsiders present, there was no need for concealment. The reason is that the Tang family's great emperor has fallen. An imperial lineage without an emperor must bide its time in silence, awaiting the emergence of a new emperor. As for sending Brother Xuan away, it is merely a tradition of the imperial lineage, to allow family descendants to intermarry with those possessing extraordinary physiques, to see if they might produce stronger hybrid offspring. Tang Xuan understood. No wonder he had been expelled from the family at such a young age and was betrothed to Murong Yunshang of the Xiao sacred body. From any perspective, they seemed mismatched. It turns out this was the reason. In truth, Mous Bamboo had not revealed the entire truth. Not every descendant could be betrothed to a woman of exceptional physique. Tang Xuan's background was quite extraordinary. Mous Bamboo seemed to awaken some unpleasant memories. Her expression shifting slightly, she then changed the subject. Although the Tang family's assessment is somewhat challenging, with Brother Xian's current strength, it should be a mere formality. There is no need for concern. Tang Xuan nodded. With an origin super divine body, and a seeking Tao realm cultivation at the minor domain level. If such strength cannot pass the assessment, then there would be no one left. My brother's strength is truly formidable. He can easily subdue even the three-headed ice fire eagle. Unlike me, Tang Xiaoxiao pouted, her little face scrunched in frustration. I've heard that the minimum requirement for the assessment is to be at the Wanfa realm. Yet I am merely half a step into it, making it impossible for me to pass. Mo Yuanju chuckled. Your grandfather is the elder guardian of the martial arts pavilion. Surely he could pull some strings for you. Tang Xiaoxiao shrugged her hands in resignation. Sister Yuanju, you know my grandfather is notoriously strict and impartial. There is no chance he would grant me any favors. Oh, I would be a disgrace to him. Tang Xuan laughed. It's just the Wanfa realm. Take this elixir, and I shall assist you in breaking through. Ah, Tang Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. Brother, breaking through to the Wanfa realm is immensely challenging. I doubt I can manage. Tang Xuan smiled confidently. Fear not. It will be effortless. Mo Yuanju nodded in agreement. Xiao, just follow what Brother Xian advises. I assure you. It will lead to a delightful surprise. Oh, Tang Xiaoxiao acquiesced. If she could not break through, she would surely be eliminated upon her return. So she might as well take the gamble. With Tang Xuan's unfathomable strength, perhaps he could indeed assist her. Without hesitation, she retrieved a sacred grade Wanfa pill and swallowed it. As the pill settled in her abdomen, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to converge, infusing Tang Xiaoxiao's body. To break through to the Wanfa realm, she needed to cultivate a particular state of comprehension to at least a substantial level. Tang Xuan released his soul force, and a mysterious gleam sparkled in his eyes. Within his vision, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth manifested in a myriad of colors. The red represented the fire element, while the azure signified the wind element. Wait, Tang Xiaoxiao's martial skills were rather mediocre, and she had not comprehended any human realm. Therefore, it could only be the natural realm. Among the various natural elements, the fire element was the most vibrant, and it entered Tang Xiaoxiao's body in abundance. Oh, a body of fire. Unfortunately, single elemental strength can only amount to a spiritual body. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Being half a step into the Wanfa realm with a fire spiritual body could be considered a top-tier genius in the outside world. However, within the imperial clan, it was merely adequate. Had it not been for Tang Xuan, Tang Xiaoxiao would have undoubtedly failed the assessment. Even though her grandfather was an elder of the Tang clan, due to clan regulations, he could only watch as Tang Xiaoxiao's cultivation was wasted, leading to her expulsion from the clan and her eventual descent into a mundane existence, experiencing the cycles of life and death until her demise. Since he had crossed paths with her, he might as well lend her a hand. Tang Xuan's eyes sharpened as his soul force erupted. Boom! An invisible wave radiated outward, shaking the very heavens and earth. Yet, Mo Yuanju and Murong Yunshang felt nothing at all. Tang Xuan's soul force had reached an astonishing level, capable of spanning thousands of miles. He swiftly gathered all the fire elements within that range and condensed them into a core of fire essence, which he then infused into Tang Xiaoxiao's dantian. Ouch! It's so hot. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. She felt her body radiating far more heat than usual. The power within her surged like a volcanic eruption, uncontrollable. However, she assumed this was a normal phenomenon when breaking through to the Wanfa realm and did not dwell on it. Instead, she focused on channeling the fire energy flowing within her body. The fire energy condensed from thousands of miles was tremendously volatile. A moment's carelessness could reduce Tang Xiaoxiao to ashes. Yet, under the overwhelming suppression of Tang Xuan's soul force, the fire essence obediently coursed through Tang Xiaoxiao's body. Once Tang Xiaoxiao's body had adapted to the fire essence's power, Tang Xuan extended a finger once more, directing a beam of red light, a manifestation of the perfected fire essence he had replicated from the origin domain, directly into Tang Xiaoxiao. Ouch! Tang Xiaoxiao trembled all over, her vision blurring, transforming into an endless sea of flames, as if the entire world was ablaze. Huh, why is it on fire? The little girl looked utterly bewildered, unaware that she had obtained an unparalleled opportunity, receiving the perfected fire essence directly, which would ensure her cultivation reached the peak of the Wanfa realm. Before long, Tang Xiaoxiao's left eye gradually turned a fiery red, and even half her body radiated a gentle warmth. Huh. Tang Xuan was taken aback. The perfected fire essence he infused only occupied half of Tang Xiaoxiao's soul sea, with the other half remaining unchanged. Could it be that she was not just a fire spiritual body? Tang Xuan once again urged his soul force, penetrating deeper into Tang Xiaoxiao's body. At the very core, he indeed discovered a glimmer of blue light. A water fire imperial body. Tang Xuan was astonished. He had not anticipated that Tang Xiaoxiao possessed the rare water fire imperial body. This girl, if not for encountering me, would have truly been overlooked. The water fire imperial body embodies both fire and water attributes. If cultivated to the point of unification, it could even evolve into the water fire sacred body, a highly promising physique. Dual attribute bodies are incredibly rare, even as an imperial body. Its power rivals that of some ordinary sacred bodies, and at its peak, it could match divine bodies. To think it had manifested in Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xuan proceeded to replicate and condense the perfected water essence, infusing it into Tang Xiaoxiao. At that moment, the world before Tang Xiaoxiao transformed once more. Half of her surroundings morphed into surging tidal waves, with crashing waves soaring skyward. Her right eye turned a brilliant blue. Boom. The water fire imperial body awakened. A pillar of red and blue light erupted from Tang Xiaoxiao, spiraling upward, piercing through the clouds, and resonating over 100,000 miles. The water fire imperial body. How is this possible? Mo Yuanzhu gasped in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Tang Xiaoxiao would awaken her imperial body at this moment. Yet, even more astonishing was Tang Xuan. How difficult was it to awaken the water fire imperial body? It was akin to stumbling upon a divine artifact while walking. If such awakenings were commonplace, Tang Xiaoxiao would not have been exiled from her clan. What Tang Xuan accomplished was something even her grandfather could not achieve. Had he truly only awakened the 3 generations divine body? Mo Yuanzhu pondered in confusion. Could it be that the 3 generations divine body possessed the ability to assist others in awakening their physiques? No matter how she speculated, she could not fathom Tang Xuan's true capabilities. A full day and night passed before Tang Xiaoxiao completed her breakthrough, achieving the Wanfa realm, 5th layer. The little girl gaped, her face a canvas of disbelief. In such a short time, she not only broke through to the Wanfa realm, but also reached the 5th layer. Was this real? Tang Xuan chuckled. Of course it's real. You should have no trouble passing the assessment now. Really? I can pass the assessment? Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed. Mo Yuanzhu's eyelid twitched. Of course you can. With a water fire imperial body on par with sacred bodies and a 5th layer in the Wanfa realm, this is more than sufficient to pass the assessment. It might even stir the Elder Council and the ancestral elders. Perhaps Tang Xiaoxiao may not become an emperor, but with proper cultivation, she will undoubtedly shine brightly, becoming a significant asset to the Tang clan. In just one day, she had soared to new heights. Yet, the mastermind behind it all, Tang Xuan, appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had accomplished it with the utmost ease. Brother Xuan, truly unfathomable, surpassing even the best. The breakthrough complete, the group did not linger, hastening toward the Tang clan. This, indeed, is the Tang clan. Tang Xuan gazed at the colossal island suspended in the void, his face awash with astonishment. He could scarcely fathom that the Tang clan was situated upon a floating isle. Mo Yuanzhu's eyes glimmered with a mixture of nostalgia and sorrow. Yes, this is the Tang clan's floating island. This isle itself is a treasure, capable of autonomously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, with spiritual energy threefold that of the outside world. Moreover, the island features an enlightenment platform, allowing exceptional disciples to swiftly comprehend the essence of the Tao. Morong Yunxiang clutched Tang Xuan's arm, her expression one of sheer shock. Such a magnificent imperial clan, in comparison to the Xiao dynasty and the floating island. It is akin to the contrast between a mere star and the radiant moon, utterly incomparable. Mo Yuanzhu smiled with pride, remarking, "This is nothing. Only upon your entry will you truly grasp what it means to belong to an imperial clan." She produced a token from her bosom and gave it a slight flick. The token emitted a beam of spiritual light, piercing the void. Instantly, a gentle ripple appeared in the air, parting to reveal a passageway. Surrounding it were 99 prohibitions. Apart from the Tang clan members and those bearing the entry token, even peak martial realm warriors would be obliterated in an instant. Hiss. Morong Yunxiang inhaled sharply once more. Tang Xuan maintained a composed exterior, yet a flicker of excitement stirred within him. This place, it is the very cradle of his existence. He has returned home. The 4 individuals and 2 beasts traversed the prohibitions and landed upon the floating island. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped them. Such abundant spiritual energy. Morong Yunxiang breathed deeply, feeling an impulse to break through once more. The thrice-fold spiritual energy is indeed no exaggeration. Mo Yuzhu chuckled. When the Tang clan's emperor was still alive, the spiritual energy here was tenfold. Morong Yunshang was once again taken aback. Alas, since the fall of the Tang clan's emperor, this place has not regained its former glory. Mo Yuzhu sighed. Is that so? Then I shall create a new era of splendor. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Speaking with confidence. Moments later, he smiled. Clearly, he had underestimated the scale of it all. It is merely the position of an emperor. I shall lead the Tang clan into a new epoch. Though it was a bold proclamation, an aura of unwavering confidence radiated from Tang Xuan. Morong Yunshang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. She felt a tinge of inferiority. Such a man, she thought, she might not even be worthy of. However, it mattered little. Ultimately, she is his first woman, and that was enough. Brother is amazing. Tang Xiaoxiao had fully transformed into an adoring fan, clapping her little hands in delight. Mo Yuzhu appeared momentarily lost in thought. Gazing at the spirited Tang Xuan, she vaguely recalled the Tang clan's once greatest prodigy. Let us proceed. Only by passing the assessment can one truly be considered a member of the Tang clan. Mo Yuzhu said with a smile, leading everyone towards the assessment site. Before long, a vast plaza emerged before them. This plaza was immensely expansive, covering a staggering 10 million acres. The most striking feature was the black stone pillar at its center. Beneath the pillar coiled several long dragons. Each dragon bore no fewer than 30,000 individuals, with some even reaching 50,000. In total, at least 200,000 stood there, all youthful and vibrant. The majority possessed a cultivation level of the martial realm. So many have come to participate in the assessment? Morong Yunshang gasped in surprise. She had anticipated that a few hundred would be remarkable, but this was beyond her expectations. Mo Yuzhu chuckled. You underestimate the imperial clans. The Tang clan has been passed down through hundreds of generations, each generation producing many sons and daughters, with intermarriages. The numbers are staggering. Tang Xuan nodded. In this world, there are no family planning measures. Even an ordinary martial artist may have multiple wives and dozens of children. Let alone a top imperial clan with a legacy spanning millions, even tens of millions of years. 200,000 descendants is hardly excessive. Tang Xuan's gaze swept over the crowd, shaking his head slightly. The number capable of passing the assessment was indeed few. Only those who have reached the martial realm and awakened their physique could qualify. The martial realm alone is a challenge, and awakening one's physique is even more difficult. To possess both is a daunting task. Suddenly, the black stone pillar erupted with brilliance. In the vast expanse above, 51 stars manifested. A stir rippled through the crowd. Someone has passed the assessment. A third-stage martial realm with a wind spirit physique. A child of destiny. A youth raised his head with pride, his face beaming with self-satisfaction. Surrounding him were expressions filled with envy. Entering an imperial clan, even if one cannot become an emperor, one is bound to become a renowned top-tier powerhouse. Fame, status, and women, all within easy reach. Who could not feel pride? A figure approached the youth who had passed the assessment, exchanging a few words before the young man followed him. Let us also participate in the assessment. Mo Yuzhu declared with a smile. Although the crowd was vast, the assessment proceeded swiftly. Soon, it was Tang Xuan and Tang Xiaoxiao's turn. Xiaoxiao, you go first. Tang Xuan gently ruffled Tang Xiaoxiao's hair, smiling as he spoke. Mo Yuzhu added, Xiaoxiao, do not let your brother down. I won't. Just watch me. Tang Xiaoxiao rallied herself and stepped beneath the stone tablet. She looked up at the towering stone tablet. Suppressing her anxiety. Her brother had helped her so much. How could she disappoint him? Steadying her emotions, Tang Xiaoxiao raised her palm. A subtle wave of spiritual energy radiated outward. The Tang clan youths beside the stone tablet brightened at the sight. The fluctuation of the fifth stage of the martial realm. Her power is commendable. Isn't she Tang Xiaoxiao, the granddaughter of Elder Tang Xuan from the Martial Dao Pavilion? During her birth assessment, her talent was deemed average, her spiritual energy low, and her physique unawakened, leading to her exile from the clan. Has she returned now? Let us see if she can pass the assessment. If not, even her grandfather cannot save her. The assessment stone tablet evaluates overall strength. Merely possessing strong spiritual energy is insufficient. Many Tang clan members recognized Tang Xiaoxiao's identity and began to murmur among themselves. Just then, boom. A surge of dual energies, water and fire, erupted from within Tang Xiaoxiao. The energies intertwined and twisted, soaring into the sky, parting the clouds. In an instant, the area within 100 feet was cleaved in two. On one side blazed a searing sea of fire, while on the other surged a cerulean tide. Gasps of astonishment erupted. The waterfire royal physique. It is indeed the legendary dual attribute royal physique. This is a special physique, its power rivaling that of an ordinary sacred physique. the fifth stage of the martial realm, coupled with a special royal physique. She has undoubtedly passed. Now let us see how many stars she can achieve. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Xiaoxiao struck out with a palm, landing a heavy blow upon the assessment stone tablet. Bang! After a moment of silence, the assessment stone tablet illuminated with dazzling radiance. Boom! A rainbow descended from the heavens. The sun shone brightly among the stars. In the starry sky, 88 stars twinkled incessantly. Chapter 80. The Imperial Prodigy. The 8 Talents of the Tang Clan. 88 stars. An unparalleled genius. She has already reached the star level of a core disciple. More than 50 stars indicates qualification. 60 stars is excellent. 70 stars denote an elite disciple. 80 stars signify a core disciple. Above the 90 stars lies a realm of legend. However, only those disciples of the imperial lineage, born with the requisite talent, can attain such stellar achievements. No external disciples have ever reached such a level. A record has been set. Tang Xiaoxiao has created history, as many of the Tang family members gasped in astonishment. And the external disciples looked on with envy. A group of middle-aged martial artists emerged from the depths of the Tang residence. Their presence exuded an unfathomable aura. The elders. The Council of Elders has arrived. Indeed, the Council of Elders had been stirred. The emergence of any extraordinary genius must inevitably undergo their scrutiny. A figure stepped forward from the crowd, who just achieved 88 stars. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her small hand. It's me, Xiaoxiao. Is it you? The elder recognized Tang Xiaoxiao. Uncle Tianhe. Tang Xiaoxiao curtsied gracefully. This man, named Tang Tianhe, was her clan uncle. Ha ha, back when you were sent out. The old man was quite boastful. Now, you have finally made a name for yourself. Tang Tianhe beamed with pride. One must understand that Tang Xiaoxiao was the apple of Tang Xuan's eye. When she was sent away, Tang Xuan nearly uprooted the Tang family in his fury. He was still nursing his grievances. Now, with Tang Xiaoxiao's return and her impressive achievement of 88 stars, Tang Xuan's ire would surely be quelled. The water and fire imperial body. This. Tang Tianhe scrutinized Tang Xiaoxiao, his pupils narrowing. The fifth realm of the myriad laws was one thing. But how could the imperial lineage regard mere cultivation as significant? What truly mattered was the bloodline, the physique, the water and fire imperial body, comparable to an ordinary sacred body, and it possesses the potential for growth. With proper cultivation, advancing to a divine body is not out of the question. A divine body. That is the essence of an emperor's disposition. At that moment, a venerable voice resonated from the depths of the Tang residence. Tang Xiaoxiao, you may enter the ranks of the emperor's candidates. Tang Tianhe and the other elders were taken aback, then collectively bowed. The emperor's candidate. My heavens. Xiaoxiao has truly struck gold this time. Mo Yuezhu inhaled sharply. Tang Xin smiled. What? Is being an emperor's candidate truly that remarkable? Remarkable? Mo Yuezhu rolled her eyes dramatically. The Tang family possesses a secret realm where both spiritual energy and the essence of cultivation are tenfold that of the outside world, known as the Emperor's Secret Realm. Accessible only to recognized emperor candidates. Once one obtains the status of an emperor's candidate, they will have access to the highest resources and status within the Tang family. Even for serious offenses, unless one betrays the clan, neither the family head nor any authority can impose punishment. To punish an emperor's candidate, the Council of Ancients must unanimously agree, with a majority vote to pass judgment. Mo Yuezhu gazed at Tang Xiaoxiao's silhouette and murmured. It can be said that Xiaoxiao has acquired a golden ticket to immunity from death. Morong Yunshang was equally astonished. Is it really that exaggerated? Mo Yuezhu shook her head. Not exaggerated at all. An emperor is also known as the son of the great emperor, each possessing the demeanor of an emperor. Their only task is to cultivate. Then she displayed a look of regret. However, the emperor candidates are ranked by levels, and Xiaoxiao's foundation may be somewhat lacking, likely placing her at the bottom. By the way, Xian, you must perform well and aim to enter the top 8 of the emperor's sequence. That is the true core. Tang Xian chuckled. Who is currently in first place? The top 8? This is the most humiliating moment for me. Mo Yuezhu pondered and replied, if I am not mistaken, it should still be Tang Qitian. He awakened the Qitian divine body at birth. Possessing the ability to communicate with heaven and earth, he faces no bottlenecks in cultivation. He is a divine body from birth. Morong Yunshang gasped in disbelief. Even she had only awakened her purple radiance sacred body at the age of 10, earning the title of the first in 10,000 years. To be born as a divine body is simply unbelievable. This is the depth of the imperial lineage. Tang Xian's eyes flickered with a moment of realization. Those born as divine bodies are the chosen ones, imbued with immense fortune. Such individuals, if they merely pick up a stone, it would turn into a treasure. Any skill they attempt to learn, they master effortlessly. Tang Xian stroked his chin. suddenly feeling a pang of envy. Damn it, their fortune is simply too overwhelming. Thankfully, I have my own advantages. The moment I stepped into the Tang family, Tang Xuan was destined to become a tragic figure. A divine body is impressive? I am an ultra-divine body, the only one of its kind. Mo Yuezhu laughed. The Tang family has a total of 8 individuals who are divine bodies from birth, known as the 8 talents of the Tang family. The next emperor will surely emerge from among them. As for Xiao, she is destined to be a follower of the emperor. After all, even an emperor needs aides to assist. Tang Xuan nodded. It would be beneficial to introduce Tang Xiao to the 8 talents in advance for future collaboration. At that moment, a woman clad in black, with a serpentine grace, approached Tang Xiao. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her elongated eyes resembled those of a snake, evoking discomfort. Oh, it's Lu Meyer, one of the followers of Tang Aoshi. It seemed she sought to recruit Tang Xiao to bolster Tang Aoshi's strength. This was quite normal, as any of the 8 talents could ascend to emperorship. It all depended on whose fortune was stronger and who had more followers. With her head held high, Lu Meyer spoke in a condescending tone. You are Tang Xiao? Achieving 88 stars is commendable. However, you still have a considerable distance to cover to reach young Master Aoshi's 95 stars. I offer you an opportunity. Become young Master Aoshi's follower, and support him in building his empire. In return, you may even find yourself as a concubine like me. Tang Xiao frowned. Who is this woman? Such an arrogant tone. No, thank you. I already have someone following me. Upon uttering these words, a stir erupted among the onlookers. Heavens! She actually rejected Tang Aoshi's offer. One must understand that Tang Aoshi is the 5th among the 8 talents, immensely powerful. Did you not hear her? She said she already has someone following her. That must be one of the top 4 talents. However, it remained unclear whether it was Tang Qitian, Tang Bingli, Tang Jimmy, or Tang Haoko. Lu Meyer's expression shifted dramatically, her serpent-like eyes revealing a glint of malice. Refusal. You are disrespecting young Master Aoshi. Tang Xiao retorted in surprise. No, I'm not. I don't know him well enough for that. If I were to follow someone, it would be my brother Xian. She pointed towards Tang Xuan. Lu Meyer turned her gaze to Tang Xuan, her expression one of disbelief. The other members of the Tang family were equally perplexed. Brother Xian? Who is that? Is he also from the Tang family? Tang Tianhe studied Tang Xian's face, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, he spotted Mo Yuezhu beside Tang Xuan, and his expression changed dramatically. It's him, it's his son. That's impossible. Isn't his son a natural waste, devoid of spiritual energy? How could this be? The more he observed Tang Xuan, the more astonished he became. He realized he could not perceive Tang Xuan's cultivation. After all, he himself was at the enlightenment realm. The origin ultra-divine body is the ultimate physique, having long merged with the cosmos. Not even Tang Tianhe, let alone an emperor, could see through Tang Xuan's cultivation. Lu Meyer glared at Tang Xuan, venomously declaring, a mere external waste dares to compare himself to young Master Aoshi. You. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a flash of divine light flickered in Tang Xuan's pupils. Boom. Poof. Lu Meyer spewed blood violently, soaring backwards for 1,000 feet, carving a deep trench into the ground. Had it not been for Tang Xuan's disdain in engaging with Lu Meyer, she would have already met her demise. Has no one taught you the rules? Tang Xuan remarked nonchalantly. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Chapter 81. Then let's aim for a perfect score. It should be simple enough. You dare to strike me? Lu Meyer shrieked in a frenzy. Her delicate face was a mask of resentment and fury. I am the woman of Tang Aoshi. Yet, before she could finish, with a deafening crash, Lu Meyer was once again sent hurtling backwards. This time, she could utter not a single word, merely gasping for breath as blood poured from her mouth. Her once beautiful visage now a grotesque mess. Tang Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor as cold as ever. Were it not for my desire to avoid an awkward situation for the Tang family, you wouldn't even have the right to speak. Utter another word, and you shall meet your end. His voice, although understated, carried an icy chill that struck fear into the hearts of all present. Lu Meyer trembled, wanting to hurl insults. Yet she dared not. Tang Xuan exuded an aura of terror, akin to that of a demonic deity. To speak would mean death. This man truly would kill her. Even as the woman of Tang Aoshi, she felt no sense of security. Enough. At this moment, an elder shouted in anger. Such audacity. Tang Aoshi is one of the 8 core elites of the Tang family, and you dare to insult him. As an outsider, you are far too reckless. Tang Xuan slowly turned his head to regard the elder. Reckless? Huh. May I inquire your name, esteemed elder? The elder, filled with pride, proclaimed, I am Tang Xuan. Ah, so you too bear the surname Tang. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. Tang Xuan's anger flared. What sort of nonsense is that? If I do not bear the surname Tang, then what could I possibly be? We are in the Tang family. Tang Xuan shook his head slowly. Since you are aware of your lineage yet tolerate an outsider to insult the children of the Tang family as worthless, what a fine elder you are. Instantly, the gazes of all Tang family members shifted, filled with disdain as they looked upon Tang Xuan. A family must never allow its own to turn against each other. If they cannot protect their own, what purpose does an elder serve? You, Tang Xuan's face flushed crimson with rage. You are merely an outsider, yet to be recognized as one of our own. How can you claim to be a member of the Tang family? Tang Xuan merely smiled again. This trivial assessment is but a game in my eyes. Ha! What audacity! You think you can achieve a score of 50 stars? Tang Xuan scoffed mockingly. Tang Xuan gazed at the towering stone tablet and asked nonchalantly, what is the highest possible score? Tang Tian's eyes flickered. The maximum is 100 stars. No one has ever achieved it. Tang Xuan nodded. Very well, then I shall aim for 100 stars. It should not be difficult. At these words, the entire square fell into stunned silence. The expressions of the onlookers morphed into a blend of incredulity and mockery. Moments later, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Did you hear that? Did he just say he would aim for 100 stars? Is he speaking human language? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Does he even understand what 100 stars means? Even Tang Tian, the top of the 8 elites, only managed 99 stars. The ancestor of the Tang family once declared that only a genius of 1,000,000,000 years could achieve 100 stars. How could he possibly resemble such a prodigy? Does he not even think before speaking? Such reckless words, tossed about so casually. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. If you manage to achieve 100 stars, I shall kneel before you and call you grandfather. Tang Xuan shook his head. No need. I do not require a grandson of such advanced age. Rather, kneel and apologize. After all, you too are a member of the Tang family, and I would prefer to avoid a scene. The crowd fell silent, rendered speechless. Forcing an elder to kneel and apologize? Was that not a spectacle in itself? Do not boast with mere words. What if you fail to achieve it? Tang Xuan sneered, firmly disbelieving that Tang Xuan could attain 100 stars. From the heavens, I shall return without regret. Tang Xuan declared with 8 words. The entire venue fell into a profound stillness. Had this man lost his mind to declare such a thing? That he would commit suicide if he failed to achieve 100 stars? Some of the Tang family members exhibited thoughtful expressions. He must realize he cannot achieve 100 stars. Perhaps suicide would grant him a semblance of a clean reputation. Are you serious? Surely this is not a joke for the ages? Indeed, it makes no sense to utter such words, knowing full well he cannot achieve it, yet he persists stubbornly. It is utterly pointless. Who could fathom his thoughts? Among the crowd, bloodied and battered, Lu Mayer wore a face of resentment, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Heh! You are merely courting death. Do not blame others. If you choose to end your life, it will only serve to benefit me. Once you are gone, I shall take great pleasure in tormenting those 2 women. Under the gaze of the crowd, Tang Xuan approached the black stone tablet. His audacious words stemmed from unwavering confidence. Clenching his fist, the primal force within him surged forth like a roaring tide, coalescing at his fist. The sensation was akin to the universe's grand explosion. An urge he could no longer contain. With a whoosh, a gentle breeze stirred, his long black hair billowing, accentuating Tang Xuan's striking features, rendering countless women spellbound. Even Lu Mayer felt her heart race. He is far too handsome. Were it not for my defiance against the proud Tang Ao, sure, I would be tempted to experience his allure. With all eyes upon him, Tang Xuan unleashed a powerful punch against the assessment stone tablet. In an instant, the stone tablet trembled violently, emitting an unprecedented brilliance. The once clear sky darkened ominously, stars shimmering in the heavens. A multitude of star-like lights flickered, hinting at the presence of nearly 100. Heavens, could it be truly 100 stars? Is he really a genius of billions of years? The record is about to be broken. Gazing at the dazzling lights, though they had yet to stabilize, a tremendous commotion ensued. Tang Xuan's complexion turned ghostly pale, his mind echoing with 3 words, impossible. Lu Mayer was equally aghast, desperately rubbing her eyes to gain clarity. Tang Tian's heart raced. Could it be that the extraordinary figure, who once brought glory to the Tang family and nearly destroyed it, has returned? Yet, just as the constellation of stars began to coalesce, the assessment stone tablet emitted a wailing cry of despair. Countless cracks appeared, and the radiant light transformed into a blood-red sunset. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted. Debris rained down as the stone shattered, catching the Tang family disciples beneath it off guard. Many were struck, bloodied, and bruised. Tang Xuan stood frozen, pondering whether he had gone too far. Had he truly obliterated the assessment stone with a single punch? The sound of crumbling stone echoed, filling the ground with debris. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. All present stared at each other in shock. The assessment stone had shattered. An unprecedented occurrence. For an entire instant stick's worth of time, no one spoke. Finally, it was Tang Xuan who broke the tension with a remark. Indeed, as everyone has just witnessed, the manifestation of the 100 stars has occurred, right? Indeed. Tang Xuan unleashed a powerful punch, summoning the radiance of the 100 stars. However, the problem lies in the fact that the radiance has not fully coalesced, still rife with uncertainty. Thus, there is no need for me to resort to self-destruction. Tang Xuan spread his arms wide. Surely, someone should fulfill their promise now. Tang Xuan's complexion turned ghostly pale, his lips trembling. I cannot possibly kneel. The star radiance has yet to coalesce, and you cannot claim to have summoned the 100 stars. Tang Xuan chuckled, having anticipated Tang Xuan's denial. There can only be one explanation. The steel is too fragile. It is evident that the 100 stars merely represent the limit of the steel, not my own. Tang Xuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Utter nonsense. I see your demeanor is suspicious. You are certainly no good. I shall take action and capture you, bringing you before the elders for a thorough inquiry. He directly conjured a massive hand, reaching out to grasp Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan's expression darkened. Do you seek death? Chapter 82, The Imperial Sun Sequence. The Mystery of Lineage. Repeatedly humiliated, Tang Xuan was consumed by fury. He channeled all his spiritual energy, transforming it into an unparalleled great hand, aimed at Tang Xuan. With his mastery over the Tao of the palm, annihilating Tang Xuan would be a trivial task. Boom. The great hand of spiritual energy brimmed with boundless power, as if capable of suppressing mountains and seas. The ground surrounding Tang Xuan instantaneously fractured and sank. The terrifying aura left all the disciples of the Tang family in shock. What an overwhelming presence. Is this the power of the elders? Undoubtedly. These elders were once candidates for the Imperial Sun. Their potential exhausted, they could not ascend further, yet each possesses immense strength. That kid is finished, with the elders' intervention. He is certain to perish. The disciples of the Tang family shook their heads, convinced of Tang Xuan's demise. You seek death. Tang Xuan's expression turned cold. Although they share blood as members of the Tang family, if Tang Xuan is mercilessly intent on crushing him, then there is nothing more to say. Just as he was about to make his move, an invisible wave of energy spread forth. Tang Xuan's pupils contracted slightly. Such potent soul energy. The wave of soul energy obliterated Tang Xuan's great hand of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, an ancient voice resonated from deep within the Tang family, establishing the eternal record. Entering the Imperial Sun Sequence. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The eternal record. The Imperial Sun Sequence. What does this signify? It represents the singularity from ancient times to the present. It signifies a record that has never before emerged within the Tang family. A record that no imperial clan has ever achieved. Merely contemplating it is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, this is not all. Even more astonishing is that the Imperial Sun Sequence is not merely a candidate for the Imperial Sun. Within the Tang family, only 8 individuals can enter the Imperial Sun Sequence, known as the 8 prodigies of the Tang family, endowed with the innate 8 divine bodies. Now, there is one more addition. Brother Xian has entered the Imperial Sun Sequence. How remarkable. He is far mightier than I. Tang Xiaoxiao covered her mouth in surprise. Her expression one of awe. Mo Yuanzhu, on the other hand, wore a look of profound satisfaction. Meanwhile, Murong Yunshang was utterly enamored, even somewhat smug. See, this is my husband. Above all, unrivaled. In the crowd, Lu Meyer's complexion turned ashen. The title conferred by the Imperial Sun Sequence indicates that Tang Xuan and Tang Aoshi are now on the same level. I have insulted the existence of the Imperial Sun Sequence. This is a grave sin. No, Tang Xuan is far too dangerous. He must be eliminated. After committing Tang Xuan's visage to memory, she turned and departed. At that moment, Tang Tianhe and the other elders wore various expressions. No, it cannot be. Tang Xuan was left utterly dumbfounded. With Tang Xuan attaining the Imperial Sun Sequence, his actions could only be seen as ludicrous. The ancient voice continued. Tang Xuan is disqualified, stripped of elder status, and shall spend 10 years in solitary confinement within the cultivation hall. Tang Xuan's lips quivered, ultimately bowing his head in resignation. I shall heed the elder's command. No longer did he retain his previous arrogance, flying away with his head bowed, his figure imbued with profound desolation. Oh, the Tang family seems quite fair. Tang Xuan smiled faintly, feeling an increased fondness for the Tang family. They do not show favoritism. Even elders are treated equally. All matters are determined by strength alone, cold and detached, yet just. The Imperial Sun has received a one-time qualification to enter the martial arts pavilion. Let the assessment commence. After the ancient voice fell silent, the tumult within the hearts of the crowd lingered for a long time. Even Tang Tianhe and the others were similarly affected. Not only has an Imperial Sun candidate emerged today, but now there is also an Imperial Sun sequence. Both the Imperial Sun sequence and the Imperial Sun candidate each have exclusive courtyards. Once arrangements are made, you may take residence. Tang Tianhe nodded at Tang Xuan. At this moment, Mo Yuanzhu spoke up. No need. Let us stay in that courtyard. Tang Tianhe furrowed his brow slightly. Are you certain? That courtyard? Yes. It is a matter of legacy. The status is sufficient, just right. Mo Yuanzhu nodded affirmatively. Well, very well. Tang Tianhe hesitated briefly before acquiescing. It is merely a courtyard. After all, it is vacant, and Mo Yuanzhu is correct. Legacy is indeed reasonable. I want to live with brother. Tang Xiaoxiao raised her hand. Tang Tianhe was taken aback. No, you are a girl. How can you share a courtyard with a man? Moreover, your grandfather would never agree. Tang Xiaoxiao retorted angrily. I don't care. Without my brother, there is no me. I want to live with my brother. I will speak with grandfather. This. Tang Tianhe hesitated. It's all right. Xiaoxiao can stay with me. Mo Yuanzhu said with a smile. Well, since that is the case, let it be decided. Farewell. Tang Tianhe nodded, then departed with the elder group. Mo Yuanzhu led Tang Xuan, Murong Yunshang, and Tang Xiaoxiao to a massive courtyard. The gate of the courtyard bore the inscription, Carefree. It was situated in the finest location within the Tang family, standing apart from the rest. Additionally, the terrain was elevated, offering a panoramic view of the entire Tang family estate. It truly is a splendid courtyard. Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Mo Yuanzhu gently remarked, this was the courtyard your father resided in previously. Tang Xuan turned to Mo Yuanzhu and said, now you should tell me about my parents. Mo Yuanzhu hesitated momentarily before nodding. Your father was once the greatest talent of the Tang family, the possessor of the celestial body. So my celestial body is inherited from my father. No wonder. Tang Xuan realized. The might of the celestial body is most formidable, comparable to that of a divine body. Your father, at the age of 18, had already defeated all the young generation of the imperial clans and never once tasted defeat. Mo Yuanzhu gazed at Tang Xuan. Her expression even more complex. After all, they are family. Tang Xuan chuckled. Mo Yuanzhu, goodness. This father and son duo, each more audacious than the last. One undefeated, the other a freak. During his travels, he encountered your mother, Mo Qiushang. The two fell in love at first sight and naturally came together, resulting in your birth. Mo Yu's bamboo continued. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Mo Yu's expression grew somewhat awkward. In fact, I am your mother's youngest sister. You may also refer to me as aunt. Tang Xuan finally grasped the situation. I shall still address you as Sister Yuez, as it feels more affectionate. Whatever suits you. For after all, titles are merely labels. Mo Yuez was not one to be overly sentimental. Murong Yunshang curiously inquired, Sister Yuez, what about my grandparents? A flicker of malice crossed Mo Yuez's eyes. My sister was abducted by an exceedingly terrifying individual. As for Xian's father, he has secluded himself to rescue my sister. He entrusted me with the care of Xian, instructing me to shield him from knowledge of his parents' plight. For he Tang Xuan interjected, because I was deemed too feeble at birth, is that it? Mo Yuez's face flushed crimson as she nodded. Indeed, given your parents' prowess. The probability of being a waste is but 1 in a billion. However, Tang Xuan chuckled. Does that not further affirm my status as the chosen one? Such odds have favored me. Ultimately, I have awakened. Being a waste is merely a transient state. Mo Yuez remarked. Tang Xuan refrained from responding. For he understood the truth within. It was entirely due to the enhancement system. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago at the Tianshan sect. But who could it be that abducted my mother? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. His lineage was indeed dramatic and cliché. Yet it could not be tolerated. A hint of fear crept onto Mo Yuez's face. I do not know. Even if I did, I could not disclose it. For he possesses the ability to sense it. Trust me, he is a figure so fearsome that even heaven and earth tremble at his presence. The Tang family, in his eyes, is but a mere horde of ants. Do not dwell on it. Regard it as if I said nothing. Tang Xuan's gaze narrowed. Yet, I have already heard. Chapter 83, The Fifth Emperor's Son, the sword god of the Tang clan. At this moment, before another grand estate, Lu Meyer awaited anxiously. Tang Aoshi was about to emerge from his seclusion, yet there was no sign of movement, driving her to the brink of despair. Lu Meyer's heart felt as if it were being fried in a pan, utterly unbearable. She had never felt so humiliated before. After all, she was born a princess of a nation. How could she endure such indignities? Yet, neither Tang Xuan nor Tang Xiaoxiao was a match for her. Even if she could contend with them, she dared not act. The Tang family, being exceptionally protective of their own, naturally prioritized their potential disciples. Without such protection, the Tang family would have long been doomed. Not only must they protect, but they must do so with ferocity. If she dared to strike covertly, even the dynasty backing her would be annihilated by the Tang family. Lu Meyer was not foolish enough to entertain such thoughts. In her anxious state, a sudden surge of intense sword energy erupted from within the estate. The terrifying sword aura pierced the heavens, causing a tempest to arise. In the next moment, the very fabric of space twisted and folded. Countless long swords coalesced into existence. In an instant, the entire area transformed into a realm of swords. It was the manifestation of Aoshi's sword intent. He had successfully condensed his domain. Such a powerful sword domain. Merely gazing upon it made one feel as though they might be torn asunder. Truly, he was a born sword god. Every sword technique came effortlessly to him. By the age of 3, he had already comprehended 10 forms of sword intent. He fused all those sword intents, creating an unparalleled sword domain. Who could rival him? With such talent, his name would undoubtedly echo atop the imperial mountain in the future. The Tang disciples who were cultivating were stirred, all gazing in awe at the fluctuating sword domain. Lu Meyer, however, transformed her anxiety into joy. He has broken through. Aoshi has finally achieved a breakthrough. With the sword domain condensed and his unmatched aura, he would surely aid her in exacting vengeance upon that detestable Tang Xuan. Though the Tang family shielded their prince, they did not prohibit combat. Warriors grow through battle. A sheltered environment can only yield flowers. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. Thousands of sword energies soared into the sky, coalescing into a single sword, which then descended gently. A youth clad in blue, hands clasped behind his back, strode through the air. With each step, a circle of sword shadows emerged beneath his feet. He had reached the initial Dao realm. The sword domain had reached minor completion. The boy's black hair billowed, each strand standing erect as if suffused with sword energy. His deep black eyes held an intense sword intent, and he embodied the very essence of a blade capable of cleaving the heavens. Countless Tang disciples gazed upon that figure with reverence, as though beholding a deity. Legend has it that upon Tang Aoshi's birth, all the swords of the Tang family unsheathed themselves, guarding him closely. The chosen one, heir to the sword god. His future is immeasurable. Though Tang Aoshi may not possess the all-encompassing nature of Tang Qitian, he had refined the art of the sword to its pinnacle. Once he matures, his strength would be no less formidable. He was extraordinarily powerful. With him alone, the Tang family's fortune could continue unbroken for millennia. Born as a divine physique, such fortune and such aptitude, it is rare to find another amidst billions of talents. Yet Tang Aoshi has received it. Heaven itself seems to have nourished him. Finally, Aoshi has emerged from seclusion. Lu Meyer burst into tears. What has transpired? Tang Aoshi frowned slightly. Here's the situation. Lu Meyer sobbed as she recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon finishing, she added, since Meyer is under the protection of young Master Aoshi, does it not equate to an affront against you? Alas, it seems Meyer is fated to suffer, tarnishing young Master Aoshi's reputation. Even if you were to dismiss me, I would not dare harbor any grievances. Tang Aoshi regarded Lu Meyer with a detached expression. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, and Lu Meyer cried out in pain, being sent flying 100 feet before crashing to the ground. The surrounding Tang disciples were left dumbfounded. What just transpired? To enter the ranks of the prince, no matter who one is, cannot be criticized by you. Furthermore, there is a candidate for the prince. Do you wish to thrust me into the spotlight, rendering me your tool? Tang Aoshi fixed his gaze upon Lu Meyer, speaking softly. Lu Meyer sat on the ground, her face a mask of disbelief. The other side of her face was now marred. Young Master Aoshi, the humiliation, the indignity felt like a dream. Why has this happened? Lu Meyer's expression gradually darkened. She finally understood. She had always been an outsider. It was far too simplistic to think that the Tang family would turn against one of their own. Those who entered the ranks of the prince, how many would be swayed by mere beauty? In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, what woman could not be found if one had strength? A man can have many women, yet life is singular. To attempt to control Tang Aoshi through beauty and physicality was to underestimate this unparalleled prodigy endowed with the sword god's gifted physique. No, it should be said that Lu Meyer had overestimated her own allure. To seek forgiveness, to bow and plead for his pardon, Tang Aoshi remarked, his tone flat. The words pierced through Lu Meyer's pride with unrelenting precision. Tang Aoshi, have you lost your mind? I am a princess of the realm, and you dare to treat me this way? Kneel, in your dreams. Either get lost or face death. Tang Aoshi replied, his resolve unwavering, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Lu Meyer trembled with fury, her emotions reaching a boiling point. Originally intending to curry favor, she had unwittingly stepped on a landmine. She had no doubt that Tang Aoshi was capable of ending her life. A person destined for greatness must be devoid of sentiment. As for leaving, that was an impossibility. Abandoned by the imperial clan, returning would only lead to a fate of confinement in the cold palace. Thus, she could only endure. However, Tang Aoshi raised an eyebrow slightly. There were only 8 positions in the imperial sun sequence. For every individual who entered, another must depart. Let me see what capabilities you truly possess. Tang Xuan, the son of the legendary Tang family's carefree marquis, I presume, the child of a legend. Does he possess the capacity to bear such a legacy? Is that not the illustrious young Master Aoshi? Where could he be hurrying off to? Oh, what has happened to Lu Meyer? She is covered in blood, and her face is a ruin. Shoo, lower your voice, can't you see? The battle for the Imperial Sun sequence has commenced. You mean the newly designated Imperial Suns recognized personally by the elder ancestor? Along the way, countless members of the Tang family looked on in astonishment at Tang Aoshi and Lu Meyer, pointing and whispering. In the carefree courtyard, Tang Xuan was engrossed in deciphering the realm of origins. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of sword intent approaching. This sword intent was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It felt as if a deity of swords had descended, commanding all blades to bow in submission. Unstoppable, unmatched. Moments later, Mo's bamboo, Morong Yunshang, and Tang Xiaoxiao also sensed it and emerged. Husband, the arrival is not benevolent. Morong Yunshang spoke in a grave tone. Mo's frowned slightly. In the Tang family, there was only one individual with such formidable sword intent, the 5th of the Imperial Sun sequence, the sword god, Tang Aoshi. It appears he has come seeking vengeance for Lu Meyer. Yet Tang Xuan remained unfazed. Open the gates and welcome him. He too was eager to witness the prowess of the Tang family's Imperial Sons. As the courtyard gates swung open, Tang Aoshi, clad in blue, strode in gracefully. With each step, the ground beneath him cracked like spiderwebs. This was not a result of his intention, but rather the sheer force of his aura that leaked forth. Congratulations, Brother Xian, on entering the Imperial Sun sequence. His tone was calm, devoid of any murderous intent. Tang Aoshi slightly inclined his head. Now, kneel and apologize. Lu Meyer, head bowed, approached Tang Xuan and dropped to her knees with a thud. Lu Meyer deserves death for offending your highness. I implore you, forgive me. Thud. Her forehead struck the ground. Tang Xuan was taken aback. What does this mean? He asked, curiosity tinged in his voice. Tang Aoshi replied indifferently. Because you are part of the Imperial Sun sequence, any verbal affront directed at you is an affront to us as well. I may not harbor fondness for you, but I do not despise you, for you carry the blood of the Tang family. Apologizing is in accordance with the dignity of the Imperial Sun, so do not overthink it. Tang Xuan found himself smiling in astonishment, feeling an inexplicable sense of goodwill towards this cousin. A true noble family should function thusly. One can choose not to like, but hatred is unwarranted. Conflicts may arise, but dishonor is absolutely intolerable. For to insult me is to insult you. Very well. Let this matter rest here. Tang Xuan nodded. Excellent. Welcome to the Imperial Sun sequence. Tang Aoshi returned the smile, and the two reconciled their differences. However, for another individual, this was a profound humiliation. Lu Meyer's eyes concealed a blend of humiliation, rage, and madness. She finally comprehended a crucial truth. From the very beginning, she had erred in her judgment. To think she could manipulate Tang Aoshi with mere trifles was a fantasy. You may leave now, Tang Aoshi said, turning his head towards Lu Meyer. What? Lu Meyer was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising within her. Young Master Aoshi, where do you wish for me to go? Leave the Tang family. In light of the time you have served me, I will pen a letter to your father, explaining this situation. Tang Aoshi replied coolly. From now on, do not return to the Tang family. What? Lu Meyer felt as though she had been struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated being cast out of the Tang family. How could she ever hold her head high again? Tang Aoshi was truly heartless. You wish to expel me? Lu Meyer snapped back to reality, her expression turning frenzied. I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to you, and this is how you repay me? Am I not worth more than a half-blood? Tang Aoshi nodded. What you call devotion is merely a desire to leverage my name to satisfy your vanity. The Imperial Sun sequence of the Tang family cannot be manipulated by a woman of your ilk. Allowing you to depart is the last shred of dignity I afford you. Otherwise, his gaze flickered, and sword intent erupted in an instant. Boom. Lu Meyer let out a wail as she was sent flying 100 feet, blood spewing forth. The tragic scene stirred feelings of pity in Morong Yunshang, Mo's, and Tang Xiaoxiao. How unfortunate. Tang Xuan, Tang Aoshi, just you wait. I, Lu Meyer, will not let this matter rest. Lu Meyer, disheveled and wild-eyed, turned and took to the skies in retreat. Tang Aoshi remained calm, indifferent to her threats. Tang Xuan felt the same. With the trivial matters resolved, it was time for another issue to be addressed. Tang Aoshi's gaze fell upon Tang Xuan. A fierce battle intent surging forth. An external disciple can enter the Imperial Sun sequence upon their first return to the clan. I am curious why you departed prior? So. In an instant, the void thickened, and he pointed his sword at Tang Xuan. How about you take a sword from me? This is merely a friendly spar. I shall not hold back. Tang Aoshi wore a confidently radiant smile. He had already condensed his sword domain, capable of contending even with Tang Xuan, the first of the 8 heroes. While Tang Xuan had entered the Imperial Sun sequence, his true strength was primarily potential. He was certainly not a match for Tang Aoshi. The Imperial Sun sequence of the Tang family consists of only 8 members. When one enters, another must exit. I prefer to avoid complications. A spar is acceptable. The glint of battle intent flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. He too was eager to test the strength of the 8 heroes of the Tang family. Tang Aoshi, being 5th, was the perfect blade to hone his skills. You need not suppress your cultivation. Unleash your full strength. Upon hearing this, Tang Aoshi's pupils constricted slightly. Unleashing your full strength. Now that is a bold statement. Yet the strength of the Imperial Sun sequence is not to be underestimated. Tang Xuan chuckled. I am aware. Which is precisely why I bid you to unleash your full might. The previous exchanges were merely appetizers. This was not mere bravado. It was the truth. Under a 10,000-fold amplification, Tang Xuan had been in a state of overwhelming dominance. There truly were no opponents capable of standing against him. He could perceive that Tang Aoshi possessed formidable strength, which should suffice to meet his expectations. Confidence is indeed a virtue. However, occasional setbacks are more conducive to the growth of the younger generation. So be it. Tang Aoshi nodded. In any case, the sword domain had already been established, and the intent of the sword could be summoned at will. If necessary, he could simply show mercy in the end. As for injury, that was merely a testament to life's experiences. At that moment, outside the courtyard, a multitude of Tang family disciples had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Upon witnessing the two engage in combat, their interest was piqued. What a marvel! Is the battle of the Imperial Suns beginning to heat up ahead of schedule? A veteran Imperial Sun facing off against a newly minted one. Truly a rare contest. Who, in your opinion, stands a better chance? The Tang disciples pointed and commented on the two. Those who entered the ranks of the Imperial Suns were all exceptional individuals. Each battle of the Imperial Suns was worthy of being deemed a classic. One was the steadfast 5th, a divine emperor who had consolidated his sword domain. The other was a legend who had achieved 100 stars, setting an ancient record. This exchange would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Of course, the crowd leaned slightly in favor of Tang Aoshi. How many moves do you think the new Imperial Sun can endure? Aside from the top 4 Imperial Suns, no 5th individual has been able to provoke Tang Aoshi's 3rd sword. I wager on 2 moves. It's hard to say. The new Imperial Sun has indeed set an ancient record and is a full star existence, so he can surely draw out the 3rd sword. Should he reach the 3rd sword, it would imply that this new disciple could at least rank 6th. If he were to withstand the 3rd sword, it would mean Tang Aoshi would be surpassed. Amidst the whispers, Tang Aoshi raised his right hand. Be cautious, younger brother. He pointed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth transformed into dozens of spiritual swords, slashing towards Tang Xuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void, brilliant white rays crisscrossed. In an instant, Tang Xuan's vital points had been completely locked down, rendering him akin to a bird in a cage. Below the realm of the initial path, there was absolutely no chance of retaliation. Indeed, merely this opening gesture surpassed all previous opponents. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Tang Xuan's eyes. What a worthy adversary. Swordsmanship. The same void consolidating sword. The same mastery of the sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energies of both parties clashed in midair, unleashing a myriad of sparks. You have also comprehended the sword intent, and reached the realm of great perfection. Tang Aoshi furrowed his brow slightly. As a swordsman, he instantly sensed the sword intent concealed within Tang Xuan. Had it not been for the great perfection of the sword intent, it would have been impossible to block his sword energy. Subsequently, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. Since Tang Xuan had comprehended the sword intent, it indicated that he had devoted considerable time and effort to sword techniques. Why did you not draw your sword during the assessment? Tang Aoshi inquired curiously. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. The sword holds no special significance for me, hence I have no need for it. You insult the sword. Tang Aoshi's face flushed with anger. He was an individual with an unwavering dedication to the sword. To disrespect the sword was to disrespect him. I advise you, do not wield a sword in the future. Otherwise, I shall shatter your sword intent. Tang Aoshi declared loudly. Tang Xuan chuckled. Can you truly accomplish that? Tang Aoshi nodded. Very well, since you provoke me so. I cannot disappoint you. If I unleash 3 swords, I concede. Tang Xuan waved his hand nonchalantly. No need, one move suffices. Chapter 85. A single move to defeat. Is that it? 3 swords, 1 move. The 2 equally audacious men exchanged sharp retorts, inciting a chorus of gasps from the onlookers. Goodness! The new Imperial Son's bravado is truly remarkable. He dares to claim he can defeat Tang Aoshi with a single move. Only the first Imperial Son, Tang Xuan, has achieved such a feat before. Does he aspire to stand alongside the first Imperial Son? Well, if one is not audacious and proud, what kind of Imperial Son are they? A true Imperial Son should embody such confidence. Let us not waste words. Tang Aoshi is clearly agitated and is likely to unleash that sword. Hiss, are you implying the forbidden sword that has never been mastered in the Tang family for millennia? Buzz. A tremendous sword intent radiated outward. Within a 100-foot radius, the void twisted. The sword domain. Tang Xuan's pupils contracted slightly. This was the first entity he had encountered that could condense a domain. The Tang family's Imperial Son truly lived up to his reputation. Indeed, Tang Xuan nodded. In his eyes, Tang Aoshi's sword domain was dispersed rather than solidified. It appeared to have just been formed, barely resembling its embryonic state. It was still a considerable distance from his origin domain. Be cautious, younger brother. My sword domain has just been condensed and is still somewhat unstable. If I injure you, do not blame me, Tang Aoshi declared, standing proudly upon the void. The sword energy at his fingertips flickered unpredictably. Tang Xuan smiled lightly. Rest assured, it is merely the embryonic form of a sword domain. It cannot harm me. Oh, is that so? Allow me to preemptively inform you that I possess only one set of sword techniques, a divine-level set known as the Tang family's Forbidden Sword. Tang Aoshi raised his right hand, pointing his index and middle fingers toward his brow. In the next moment, the world fell silent. Clang. Suddenly, it was as if a heavenly sword had been unsheathed, resonating throughout the realms. An invisible sword energy expanded outward, causing the void to tremble as if it were about to shatter. This sword is called the annihilation of all gods. As the words fell, 100 sword energies coalesced, each distinct from the others, some fierce, some soft, some blazing, and some icy. Each sword energy bore a different force. Even a deity would have to regard it as a great calamity. Then, the sword energies converged. Behind Tang Aoshi, a pair of sword wings formed. The silver-white wings shimmered gently. That majestic aura, akin to a blazing sun, was blinding. Simultaneously, all the sword artifacts of the Tang family trembled in a mournful wail. The god of swords, the divine being among swords, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. Tang Aoshi's strength exceeded his imagination. To speak frankly, the might of this sword, even if all his previous opponents were combined, would be utterly insurmountable. Even Tang Xuan could not help but feel a weight of gravity. He extended one hand, transforming his palm into a claw. Crash! Countless transparent droplets of water coalesced in his palm, forming a luminous orb. Threefold return to origin energy. This amalgamation encapsulated the ultimate techniques of the Heavenly Frost Fist, the Rushing Cloud Palm, and the Wind God Leg, 3 sacred-level martial arts. Although it was merely a supreme sacred-level technique, its power rivaled that of lesser divine-level martial skills. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 powers collided in the void, summoning a tumultuous storm, the air exploding with energy. The ferocious momentum forced the observing Tang family disciples to retreat, truly experiencing the terrifying strength of the Imperial Sun ranks. At the very moment when both their energies reached their zenith, Tang Aoshi pointed his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silver sword light descended with overwhelming murderous intent. Simultaneously, Tang Xuan also unleashed a palm strike. A transparent orb, adorned with floating blue serpentine lightning, shot forth. The 2 ultimate techniques converged, resulting in a stunning spectacle. The sphere of energy, comprising 3 parts of primal essence, astonishingly devoured all the sword energy of the myriad divine calamities. What? Impossible! Tang Aoshi's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. This very sword of his required Tang Xuan to focus intently, yet it was effortlessly consumed by Tang Xuan. How could this be possible? Little did he know, the primal essence inherently contained the enigmatic power of the ever-changing forces of nature, capable of assimilating the energies of the universe. Moreover, it was infused with the might of the origin domain. It was indeed strange for the sword energy not to be devoured. Having absorbed all the sword energy, the primal essence gained several-fold power, unleashing a streak of white lightning through the void, hurtling towards Tang Aoshi. This is bad. Tang Aoshi was alarmed, activating his sword domain with all his might. Crack, crack, crack. The primal essence completely disregarded the sword domain, striking Tang Aoshi fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by the cacophony of breaking bones. Tang Aoshi soared like a kite with its string cut, crashing down to the earth with tremendous force. Before he could rise, he had already coughed up a mouthful of blood. All the Tang clan disciples stood in shock. What just happened? In one move, just a single move, Tang Aoshi was defeated. The entire arena was stunned. Only Morong Yunxiang, Mo Yuanju, and Tang Xiaoxiao maintained their composure. From the very beginning, they had never doubted Tang Xian's victory. It was merely the outcome that was exceedingly astonishing. Tang Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose. He found himself somewhat speechless. Was Tang Aoshi defeated too swiftly? He had anticipated a longer resistance. The fifth prince of the Tang clan. Is this all there is? Apologies for the heavy-handedness. Are you all right? Tang Xian said apologetically, observing the staggering Tang Aoshi returning. Tang Aoshi nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. Under the circumstances of employing the myriad divine calamities, he had been defeated in one strike. It wasn't the first time he had lost. But to feel this humiliated was an entirely new experience. Cousin, your power is truly formidable. Tang Xian chuckled. It is only due to my elder cousin's mercy. Tang Aoshi staggered. Mercy? Spare me the pleasantries. Can you speak plainly? Now I truly believe that my cousin's full potential is well-deserved. Tang Aoshi was not a petty person. Tang Xian's decisive victory had earned his respect. Losing meant he would train harder. He would reclaim his honor in the future. However, it seemed that this lifetime might not afford that opportunity. Although Tang Aoshi still had hidden cards to play, a defeat is a defeat. To challenge again would be shameless. I can sense that there are still issues with your sword domain. If rectified, its power could surely be magnified. Tang Xian nodded. In truth, his ability to defeat Tang Aoshi in an instant was also due to the advantages of his domain and martial skills. The origin domain was exceedingly overpowered. The origin of all things. It encompasses everything. Any domain can be countered by the essence of the origin. Is that so? My domain indeed harbors numerous issues. Tang Aoshi furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Had it been before, he would have slapped the speaker without hesitation. What audacity to advise him. Yet, having felt Tang Xian's overwhelming strength, he held no doubts. Tang Xian was candid, immediately pointing out Tang Aoshi's shortcomings. The origin domain possesses a remarkable ability to instantly discern the weaknesses of others. Were it anyone else, Tang Xian would have refrained from speaking. However, Tang Aoshi was family, and his growth would benefit the Tang clan. Most importantly, when Tang Xian truly ascends to imperial status, perhaps even surpassing the great emperors, he would need capable subordinates. Tang Aoshi's talent, character, and strength were more than sufficient. If he did not seize this opportunity, when would he? Indeed, the glint of battle intent had vanished from Tang Aoshi's eyes, replaced by profound respect. Even though Tang Xian was merely a year or two younger, merit takes precedence. Thank you, cousin, for your guidance. Tang Aoshi adjusted his tattered attire and then proceeded to bow deeply, touching his forehead to the ground. Such a profound gesture shocked everyone present. This was a courtesy reserved solely for elders or masters. Yet, Tang Aoshi had bestowed such reverence upon Tang Xian. It was easy to imagine that within half a day, the entirety of the Tang clan would be aware of this battle. Even those clan members who had harbored doubts about Tang Xian would now fall silent. Chapter 86. The Legend of the 8 Prodigies of the Tang Clan. To the Martial Arts Pavilion. After having casually pointed out a few things to Tang Aoshi, he nearly knelt before Tang Xian. The ability of the domain is difficult to advance through personal comprehension alone. Only those within the same domain can learn from one another. Looking across the entire Tang clan. Although many practiced swordplay, none could reach the level of Tang Aoshi. Thus, he had been delayed for so long. Tang Xian, however, was different. His origin domain could analyze the fundamental powers of the world, making his guidance invaluable. In return, Tang Aoshi shared much about the Tang clan. First and foremost, the 8 prodigies of the Tang clan. The first among them is Tang Qitian, the possessor of the Qitian divine body. 2 years prior, he had already reached the initial Dao realm. His domain had long been solidified, and with his aptitude, he had at least achieved minor success. The second is named Tang Bingli. Her mother is a saintess from the 9 Heavens Frost Palace. Upon her birth, snow fell for 1,000 miles, and the land was frozen for 10,000 miles, astonishing the ancestors. She was deemed to possess the Frost divine body. When fully realized, she could even freeze time and space, rendering her immensely fearsome. The third is named Tang Jimmy, a rather peculiar individual. Yet, Tang Aoshi claimed that he was even more terrifying than Tang Bingli. He harbors the Annihilation divine body, rumored to be a body of destruction, capable of dismantling even the power of domains. The fourth and sixth are a pair of twin siblings, Tang Haokong and Tang Haoyue, who cultivate the solar divine body and the lunar divine body, respectively. Their combined might is unfathomable, due to Tang Haoyue's individual strength being inferior to that of Tang Aoshi. The 5th position was occupied instead. The 7th is named Tang Jinglei. Upon his birth, he was accompanied by the thunder of the 9 heavens. No one could approach him. His physique is the tyrant thunder divine body, allowing him to manipulate the power of thunder at will. Finally, the 8th is Tang Jiuyu, who possesses the phantom divine body. While this body has rather average offensive and defensive capabilities, it possesses a unique ability that no other body has, the ability to ignore any barriers in space, entering in a ghostly state. The 8 of them are collectively known as the 8 prodigies of the Tang clan. Of course, aside from these 8 prodigies, the Tang clan boasts numerous other sacred and imperial bodies. These individuals are the candidates for the next emperor. As for spiritual bodies, they truly hold little significance in the Tang clan. After sharing this, Tang Aoshi took his leave, having received new guidance. He needed to digest it quickly to experience a significant boost in strength. Meanwhile, Tang Xuan fell into contemplation. Today's battle with Tang Aoshi, while appearing as a swift defeat, was laden with a great deal of chance. Should they engage again, the outcome might not be the same. Not to mention, Tang Aoshi still had his 2nd and 3rd swords yet to be unleashed. According to his own words, the 2nd sword of the myriad divine calamities possesses at least tenfold the power of the 1st. If unleashed, the only technique capable of rivaling it would be the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder technique. The 3rd sword possesses tenfold the power of the 2nd sword, its might beyond imagination. This presents quite a challenge. Tang Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 8 talents of the Tang family all possess divine physiques and martial arts. In terms of physique and cultivation, none could currently match Tang Xuan's brilliance. However, it was the martial arts that posed a problem. The power of the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder technique is already formidable, yet it remains merely a sub-divine martial art. In the face of true divine techniques, it is still insufficient. It seems I recall having an opportunity to visit the martial arts pavilion. Tang Xuan remembered that during the assessment, the ancestral elder had granted him a chance to visit the martial arts pavilion. The imperial clan's martial arts pavilion. Just contemplating its profound legacy fills one with excitement. Brother, do you wish to go to the martial arts pavilion? I shall take you there. Tang Xiaoxiao popped out eagerly. Sure. Tang Xuan smiled. Access to the martial arts pavilion is a privilege reserved solely for the Tang family. Mo Yuzhu is ultimately considered an outsider. Morong Yunshang, however, meets the qualifications. Yet, she is currently focused on enhancing her cultivation rather than her martial arts, hence her absence. Tang Xiaoxiao expertly guided Tang Xuan to the martial arts pavilion. Along the way, Tang family disciples pointed and whispered about the two. Look, there's the newly appointed imperial son, along with the imperial son candidate, Tang Xiaoxiao. I remember that Tang Xiaoxiao was once sent away due to her lack of talent. Who would have thought she would soar to such heights? Heh. You all may not know, but the 5th imperial son, Tang Aoshi, has already been defeated by the newly appointed imperial son. What? How is that possible? Tang Aoshi possesses the sword god physique and has mastered the forbidden sword. How could he be defeated? Huh. You're quite ignorant. Tang Aoshi personally visited and was defeated in one move by the new imperial son. Then he performed the ceremony of submission. My heavens, is that truly the case? Without exception, the news of Tang Aoshi's defeat in a single move spread like wildfire. Every Tang family disciple they encountered stepped aside and bowed in respect. This is the treatment afforded to an imperial son. The martial arts pavilion, in actuality, resembles a small floating island, suspended in the void by iron chains. Grandfather. Before even entering, Tang Xiaoxiao called out excitedly. Ah! An elderly man hurriedly emerged, nearly stumbling in his haste. The old man had a youthful visage with white hair, bearing a resemblance to Tang Xiaoxiao. His round face was filled with joy and excitement. Xiaoxiao, you have finally returned. When you left, grandfather was quite upset. I heard you achieved the status of imperial son candidate with 88 stars. Is it true? Tang Xiaoxiao nodded. Indeed, it is true. Thankfully, with brother Xian's help, I was able to break through. Otherwise, I would have never passed the assessment. Only then did Tang Xuan notice Tang Xuan. He scrutinized him from head to toe, his pupils flashing with astonishment. Ah, so you are the son of Tang Xiaoyao. Tang Xiaoyao, the former genius of the Tang family and also Tang Xuan's father. Greetings. Elder Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan slightly bowed, neither servile nor arrogant, exuding an air of dignity. Tang Xuan nodded. Excellent. You have not disgraced your father's name. You're here to select martial arts, I presume? Proceed to the highest level. That is where the divine techniques reside. With a grand gesture, Tang Xuan instructed without the need for inquiry. At Tang Xuan's level of cultivation, martial arts below the saint level hold little value. Thank you, elder. Tang Xuan nodded. Tang Xuan's words saved him a significant amount of time. Thus, Doing good deeds indeed brings its rewards. However, divine techniques are extraordinarily challenging to cultivate. Even an imperial son would require 3 to 5 years of arduous training to grasp the basics. I suggest, if you are not in a hurry, to first cultivate subdivine martial arts. This will enhance your combat powers swiftly. Tang Xuan added, considering Tang Xiaoxiao's regard. He couldn't be bothered to elaborate further. Come, my dear, I have already prepared manuals, elixirs, and matching martial arts for you. Tang Xuan affectionately ruffled Tang Xiaoxiao's hair. Tang Xuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. What treatment! It truly feels delightful to be escorted. Huh, thankfully, I have a system. The system is far more useful than any old grandfather. Tang Xuan shook his head and stepped toward the highest level of the martial arts pavilion. The space there was limited, with only 4 rows of bookshelves. Each shelf held hundreds of martial arts manuals. In front of one shelf sat a little girl. She was adorably cute, with rosy lips and white teeth. In her left hand, she held a martial arts manual, and in her right, a lollipop, fast asleep. Tang Xuan felt a stir within. Anyone who could reach the highest level of the martial arts pavilion must be of imperial son caliber. This little girl, at most 8 or 9 years old, had made it to the top. The Tang family indeed harbors hidden talents. Tang Xuan chose not to disturb the little girl, and instead began to browse the manuals. Void Battle Body, the Supreme Royal Slash, Pure Yang Palm. He quickly perused dozens of manuals, all subdivine martial arts, their power rivaling his Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder technique. With a 10,000-fold amplification, it could undoubtedly reach the divine level. However, Tang Xuan did not choose to learn any of them. What a joke! Why amplify subdivine martial arts when he had divine techniques at his disposal? Was he out of his mind? He thoroughly examined all 4 shelves of martial arts manuals. Eventually, he discovered a sword technique, the 3 Sovereigns Sealing Sword, divine level. A smile crept across Tang Xuan's face. This is the one. Chapter 87, The Astonished Tang Xuan. The human sovereign cultivates yin and yang. System. Amplify it by 10,000 times. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the super divine martial art, the 3 Sovereigns Sealing Sword. Holding the martial art amplified 10,000 times, Tang Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyfully towards the heavens. The divine martial art, after amplification, indeed transformed into a super divine martial art. Once successfully cultivated, it would provide him with yet another formidable trump card. He wasted no time and began to practice right there. Super divine martial arts. Had Tang Xuan possessed only the xianxiang sacred body, or even the 3 generations divine body, no matter how extraordinary his talent, he would struggle to make any progress without 3 to 5 months of hard work. But the origin body is different. Its most terrifying aspect lies in its ability to penetrate the essence of all things in the world. During the cultivation of martial arts, one can enter a state of enlightenment at any moment. In this state, both the speed of cultivation and comprehension of martial arts increase 100-fold. Coupled with his unparalleled talent, Tang Xuan quickly grasped a few fundamentals. The sound of footsteps approached. Tang Xuan ascended. He wondered how that young lad was faring in his cultivation and which subdivine martial art he had selected. Considering how well he had looked after Xiao, the old man felt he must offer some guidance. It was a way to repay a favor. Were it not for Tang Xuan awakening Tang Xiaoxiao's water and fire emperor body, she would never have been able to return to her roots. Now, not only had she returned, but she had also entered the ranks of imperial son candidates. Tang Xuan was quite pleased. He reached the highest level of the martial arts pavilion and saw Tang Xuan deep in cultivation. Ah, such a formidable sword intent. Has he been practicing sword techniques? How peculiar, thought Tang Xuan, momentarily taken aback. He was already aware of the battle between Tang Xuan and Tang Ao. At that time, Tang Xuan had decisively defeated Tang Ao using a set of supreme-level palm techniques, showcasing considerable power. It was evident that Tang Xuan was primarily a practitioner of palm techniques. Human energy is finite. Typically, one would choose a singular path in martial arts cultivation. For instance, a swordsman would solely focus on sword techniques and seldom divert attention to learning palm or knife techniques, and vice versa. Given Tang Xuan's formidable palm techniques, he must surely be dedicated to the path of palm martial arts. As the head of the martial arts pavilion, Tang Xuan was intimately familiar with the martial skills within. He had 2 objectives in coming here. Firstly, to assist Tang Xuan in selecting martial techniques, and secondly, to offer some guidance. However, he was taken aback to discover that Tang Xuan had forsaken his adept palm techniques in favor of swordsmanship. This aura emanates from the 3 sovereign divine swords. Tang Xuan sensed it and furrowed his brow even deeper. Not only had Tang Xuan learned sword techniques, but he had also disregarded his advice to study a set of divine-level sword techniques. Such youthful ambition. abandoning his familiar palm techniques to pursue swordsmanship. Alas, the youth of today certainly lacks discernment. Tang Xuan shook his head, a hint of disappointment gleaming in his eyes. It seems he will inevitably fail. I shall simply wait a while longer. After all, I owe a debt of gratitude to Xiao and cannot allow him to stray too far. Tang Xuan settled cross-legged. Anticipating Tang Xian's failure, the three sovereign divine swords, even among divine-level martial skills, were notoriously challenging to master. Their essence lies in harmonizing with nature, utilizing sword intent to manipulate natural realms, and the greater the number of natural realms, the stronger the power. Conversely, fewer realms yield weaker effects. Thus far, no one from the Tang family had ever truly mastered them, primarily due to the excessively stringent cultivation requirements. In Tang Xuan's estimation, Tang Xian would soon meet with failure. Just the first stance demands the integration of the 5 elemental realms. No matter how talented or powerful a martial artist is, gathering all 5 elemental realms is a mere fantasy. Just as Tang Xuan sighed, a powerful wave of sword intent surged forth from Tang Xian's body. The great perfection sword intent. Tang Xuan's pupils constricted slightly. So this young man possesses great perfection sword intent. No wonder he chose sword techniques. Yet alas, the minimum requirement for the 3 sovereign divine swords is the sword domain. Initially, Tang Xuan had selected this very tome, but ultimately abandoned it to pursue the myriad divine cataclysm. The great perfection sword intent enveloped the entire space of the martial arts pavilion. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xuan reached out and restrained the space, preventing Tang Xian's sword intent from causing too much commotion. He observed as Tang Xian's sword intent grew increasingly potent, even causing the space to emit a hissing sound. Such formidable sword intent. It surpassed even that of Tang Xuan's initial attempts. How has this boy cultivated so intensely? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. In the next instant, boom, 5 luminous orbs erupted from within Tang Xian, swirling around the great perfection sword intent. This is the 5 elemental realms. Tang Xuan sprang to his feet, his face a mask of shock. He could scarcely believe that Tang Xian possessed the 5 elemental realms. Furthermore, their depth and solidity had reached the great perfection stage. What manner of prodigy is this boy? Tang Xuan's lips trembled, breath quickening, as his very resolve felt on the brink of collapse. Great perfection sword intent. 5 elemental realms. To possess even one of these is to be considered a top-tier genius. Yet Tang Xian embodies them all, truly monstrous. Finally, Tang Xuan comprehended why Tang Xian could so effortlessly defeat Tang Xuan upon his return. How could a mere human compete with a monster? As the 5 elemental realms merged with the great perfection sword intent, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the void. The sword intent twisted and gradually transformed into an ethereal silhouette. Boom. The entire martial arts pavilion trembled, fortuitously, due to Tang Xuan's protective barrier. The impact did not obliterate the pavilion. However, this power is utterly absurd. This is not the kind of force expected from the 3 sovereign divine swords. What on earth has this boy been cultivating? Tang Xuan staggered back several paces, his face a portrait of disbelief. Crack. The sound of shattering echoed. Tang Xuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The protective shield he had conjured was developing cracks, despite having transcended the 5th realm of Tao. And though the shield was hastily formed, it should have been sufficient to withstand the full force of a Path Establishment Realm warrior's strike. Yet, Tang Xian had merely condensed a sword strike, and it shattered the barrier. Is he even human? The ethereal silhouette of the sword intent raised its hand slightly. The 5 elemental realms manifested at its palms, and then coalesced, forming the duality of yin and yang. The first stance of the 3 sovereign divine swords. Human sovereign refines yin and yang. The yin and yang shape at the silhouette's palms radiated a terrifying aura. Even someone as formidable as Tang Xuan was pale and trembling. What kind of monster is this, already at the threshold of mastery? The most challenging aspect of the 3 sovereign divine swords is to solidify the sovereign shadow and then infuse it with intent. Even Tang Xuan, who bore the sword god physique, had abandoned his efforts after a month of cultivation. To date, no one in the Tang family has successfully mastered the 3 sovereign divine swords. It is worth noting that those who remain in the Tang family are all top-tier geniuses, possessing numerous spiritual bodies, royal physiques, and even sacred physiques in abundance. Yet, compared to Tang Xian, they all seem like mere dregs. It is likely that even Tang Chi Tian cannot be compared with this boy. Indeed, he is truly the son of that person, remarkable in every respect. As Tang Xuan pondered, Tang Xian, eyes closed, slowly raised his right hand. Simultaneously, the shadow of the human sovereign mirrored his gesture. In an instant, the yin and yang of heaven and earth converged into a single sword. Tang Xuan's mouth fell agape. No way. In a flash, he summoned his spiritual energy, condensing a barrier of 300 layers. Each layer was sufficient to withstand the full force of a Path of Palm Realm expert strike. Simultaneously, he did not forget to carry away the slumbering little girl. The next moment, silence enveloped the world. Tang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. Human sovereign, refines yin and yang. With one sword strike, the highest level of the martial arts pavilion erupted. Amidst the explosion, Tang Xuan's startled cries mingled with the chaos. What the? Chapter 88, The Mysterious Girl. Tang Xiaoyu. What just happened? What the? The top level of the martial arts pavilion has exploded? Could it be that Elder Tang Xuan is throwing another tantrum? Tang Xiao has already returned. Why is he still so furious? Everyone knows Elder Tang Xuan has a peculiar temperament. He would not hesitate to destroy the martial arts pavilion. The disciples of the Tang family, who were cultivating within the martial arts pavilion, rushed out, their eyes wide in astonishment as they beheld the obliterated upper level of the pavilion, engaging in fervent discussion. Tang Xuan, hovering in the air, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Damn it, this was not my doing. I refused to take the blame. Due to the proximity of the explosion, he emerged covered in soot, half his beard singed, looking utterly disheveled. Huh, what's this? That little girl with the rosy lips and white teeth has awakened. Strangely, she bore not a single trace of the explosion upon her. Within such proximity, even Tang Xuan fell victim. This peculiar little girl cast her gaze upon Tang Xuan, and her eyes suddenly sparkled. Who? Tang Xuan slowly exhaled. The consumption of the three divine sword was beyond imagination. One strike nearly drained half of his spiritual energy. He opened his eyes. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Wasn't I inside the martial arts pavilion? You even remember you're in the martial arts pavilion. Tang Xuan roared. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Xuan was Xiao Zhao's benefactor, he would have already struck him down into a bloody pulp. Why did you unleash such power within the martial arts pavilion? Now look, it's blown up, it's blown up. Tang Xuan had never been this furious before. They were already so close, and with Tang Xuan caught off guard, he nearly met his demise. In comparison, the destruction of the martial arts pavilion seemed a trivial matter. The martial arts pavilion exploded? Did you do this? Tang Xuan was taken aback. Why would you blow up the martial arts pavilion? Tang Xuan's mind was racing with 1,000 furious thoughts. Yes, it was me. I was displeased, so I blew up the martial arts pavilion. Do you have a problem with that? Tang Xuan's expression became peculiar. The elder's character was indeed as strange as the rumors suggested. Tang Xuan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Fine, I'm to blame. From now on, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't come by. The martial arts techniques are gone. What is the point of learning anything now? He trembled as he pointed at Tang Xuan with his right hand, his left hand clutching his heart. If he said one more word, he feared it would be the end of him. Tang Xuan appeared utterly bewildered. What was wrong with him? Why was he trying to chase him away? What an odd person. Tang Xuan muttered under his breath, then bowed to take his leave. Since he had already grasped the three divine sword, it was not a significant issue to refrain from visiting the martial arts pavilion for the time being. Big brother, wait for me. A charming voice called out. Tang Xuan turned to see the little girl. Do you need something from me? The little girl scuttled up to Tang Xuan, her little nose twitching. You smell so nice. Can I follow you? Tang Xuan had no peculiar preferences. What was it to bring along a little girl? However, seeing the hopeful look in her eyes softened his heart. All right, you can follow, but you mustn't cause any trouble. No problem. You're really nice to me, big brother. Others hardly pay attention to me. The little girl spread her arms wide. By the way, big brother, what is your name? Tang Xuan, and you? Oh, I'm called Tang Xiaoyu. Tang Xuan stumbled slightly, nearly falling. He looked at the little girl with astonishment. Tang Xiaoyu, one of the 8 prodigies of the Tang family, the phantom divine body. Big brother, what's wrong? Noticing Tang Xuan's odd expression, Tang Xiaoyu asked curiously. Nothing. The corners of Tang Xuan's eyes twitched. He never anticipated that the Tang family's prodigy, Tang Xiaoyu, would turn out to be such a little lowly. As expected, when he brought Tang Xiaoyu back to the courtyard, Morong Yunshang and Mo Yuzhu regarded him with peculiar expressions. Don't look at me like that. Xiao is grounded by her grandfather, and she is Tang Xiaoyu. She wants to follow me. Tang Xuan explained with a wry smile. Tang Xiaoyu raised her little hand and cheerfully exclaimed, Hello everyone. I'm Tang Xiaoyu. I'm very well behaved. Her innocent cuteness instantly won Morong Yunshang's favor, and she immediately struck up a conversation with Tang Xiaoyu. Mo Yuzhu, however, with a serious expression, turned to Tang Xuan and said, Do you know who she is? Tang Xuan nodded yes. One of the 8 prodigies of the Tang family. Mo Yuzhu shook her head. No? You only know one aspect, not the other. She glanced at Tang Xiaoyu, lowering her voice. Do you know what her other nickname is? Tang Xuan shook his head. She is called the Broom Star. She brought misfortune upon her parents from the moment she was born. Anyone who comes into contact with her will suffer a great curse. None have met a good end. I was not aware of that. Tang Xian's face turned awkward. Therefore, you should distance yourself from her as soon as possible, or you will also encounter great misfortune. All right. Mo Yuzhu wouldn't harm him. It seemed that this Tang Jiuyu was indeed someone to avoid. Tang Xian walked over. Jiuyu, it's getting late. Shouldn't you head back? Big brother, are you trying to chase me away too? Tang Jiuyu's expression grew despondent. Tang Xian felt embarrassed. No, it's just that it really is getting late. Everyone should rest. Tang Jiuyu lowered her head and said, you don't have to hide it from me. You dislike me because I'm a broom star. I don't want this either. Since you don't like me, I'll just leave. After all, Jiuyu is a child that nobody loves. Her words struck a chord in Tang Xian's heart. He had once been unloved and unwanted. If you're not going back, then stay here. At those words, everyone's expression changed. Mo Yuzhu exclaimed, Xian. Tang Xian shook his head, gazing at Tang Jiuyu, and said calmly, what of the broom star? What of the great curse? I fear nothing. If the heavens dare to obstruct me, then I shall defy the heavens. Boom. As his words fell, an aura surged forth, soaring majestically skyward. His black hair billowed, and his eyes glared defiantly, as if he were the emperor of the heavens. In an instant, the heavens and earth roared, seemingly in response. Morong Yunxiang was astonished. Mo Yuzhu was stunned. Tang Jiuyu covered her little mouth with her hands, her face filled with disbelief. Defy the heavens. What a bold declaration. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been met with scorn. However, Morong Yunxiang, Mo Yuzhu, and Tang Jiuyu believed wholeheartedly that this person before them could indeed accomplish it. Jiuyu, you can stay here. Tang Xian waved his hand grandly. Sister Yuzhu, please take good care of her. I need to go and cultivate. Mo Yuzhu's eyes were filled with complexity, ultimately turning into a long sigh. All right. At this point, she had no choice but to comply. This father and son pair were truly identical, both recklessly bold. A month later, Tang Xian opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. His understanding of the three divine sword had deepened immensely. This super-god-level martial technique, the more he researched, the more it felt boundless like the ocean. Even with the origin body and a godlike talent, he could barely grasp the first form to a minor success. Yet, its power had already far exceeded the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder technique. Footsteps echoed. Tang Xuan appeared. Prepare yourself. Your Imperial Sun naming banquet will be held in half a month. Tang Xian's pupils constricted. The Imperial Sun naming banquet, inviting all major hidden families, clans, royal families, and dynasties to witness Tang Xian's elevation to the title of Imperial Sun. However, what does naming entail? It meant proving oneself worthy of the title of Imperial Sun through strength. At that time, Tang Xian would face numerous top-tier talents, many of whom were martial artists whose strength rivaled Tang Xuan's. Tang Xian smiled. Very well, being low-key is ultimately not my nature. Chapter 89. The Imperial Sun Naming Notice. The realm trembled. The Tang clan of the Imperial family. Streams of radiant light shot forth. The Tang clan's disciples, holding invitation cards, walked through the air. Their target, in the midst of adversity, all the foremost powers. What is this? The official proclamation of the Imperial Sun from the Tang family. Since the fall of the Tang family's great emperor, they have secluded themselves in self-cultivation and isolation. What does this signify? A declaration of war upon the world? Who is it this time that seeks to reclaim their name? Is it Tang Qitian or Tang Bingli? Or perhaps Tang Jimmy? Beyond these three, the rest are but inconsequential figures, easily vanquished. No, the one seeking to reclaim their name is not one of the 8 heroes of the Tang family, but rather a newly appointed Imperial Sun named Tang Xian. The previously tranquil realm of suffering has been set ablaze by a mere invitation. The word Imperial alone is enough to send shockwaves through the land. For these characters embody a power capable of shaking the very foundations of this realm of suffering. Soon, detailed information about Tang Xian emerged. He is the son of the Tang family's wandering marquis. After 5 years of wandering, he returns with a vengeance. What wandering? This is clearly a ploy orchestrated by the Tang family. What a clever scheme. Using the 8 heroes as pawns to divert our attention, while the true Imperial Sun remains hidden within the Tianshan sect. He comprehended the sword intent atop the Swordfall Mountain. With a single strike, he annihilated the 3,000 disciples of the Longhu Dao Academy and devastated the Beichen dynasty. His methods are exceedingly ruthless, reminiscent of his father's in his prime. How arrogant Tang Xiaoyao was, considering us beneath him. Can such a grudge simply be forgotten? Tang Xian's ambition to reclaim his name is nothing short of a fantasy. The dust-laden past has been unearthed, revealing once great families transformed into eternal imperial lineages, high-ranking dynasties. their strength incomparable to the present. The grudges of Tang Xiaoyao of the past, and the enmity of Tang Xuan in the present, have imbued the atmosphere of the realm of suffering with a strange fervor. The limitless Holy Land, the Xianxiao Palace, the Tian-Su dynasty. On this day, the realm of suffering trembled. Countless cloud vessels sliced through the sky like meteors, blotting out the sun, all heading towards the same destination. Such a magnificent sight left ordinary warriors and common folk in awe. Suddenly, a crimson cloud vessel streaked past the crowd. Oh, isn't that the cloud vessel of the Red Tower? Are they also heading to the Tang family? I recall their strength is not particularly formidable. Hee. Precisely because they are not strong, they must seek out a powerful ally. A warrior of the divine realm murmured. The Red Tower lacks for nothing. Filled with women of unparalleled beauty, what they seek is a robust figure to cling to. With Tang Xuan's momentum so formidable, and backed by the imperial Tang family, he is the perfect candidate. It becomes clear now. Slaying the Longhu Dao Academy and the Beichen dynasty, single-handedly confronting 16 formidable figures of the creation realm from the limitless Holy Land and Xianxiao Palace, coupled with his imperial lineage. Whoever marries Tang Xuan will see their worth skyrocket. There are those who wish to slay Tang Xuan, others who aim to defeat him for glory, some who wish to ally with him. Yet, among them all, the greatest number are the hidden prodigies. The Ao family, one of the illustrious families. Their heritage rivals that of the Tang family. A cloud vessel slowly ascended into the air. At the bow stood a youth of striking countenance, cold and resolute, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. To the youth's left, a figure knelt, arms raised, supporting a fearsome long blade. Though the blade remained sheathed, a fierce aura seeped through the cracks, exuding an overwhelming bloodlust. Tang Xuan, your arrogance stems from my cultivation of the blade demon domain, does it not? Now that my domain has reached a minor accomplishment, it is time to make my name known, and you shall serve as my stepping stone. Li Shu, announce our arrival upon reaching the destination. With that, Ao Wuxin turned and entered the cabin. A middle-aged steward slightly bowed, emanating a formidable aura of the Dao realm. Ao Wuxin, one of the imperial sons of the Ao family, possessing the blade demon divine body. In conjunction with the Ao family's legacy of the blade demon domain and the blade demon art, within the 5 realms of Dao, he is deemed invincible. Far from the Tang family, in Luchuan City, at the grandest tavern, a group of young talents engaged in merriment. Congratulations to the second prince for mastering the dragon sovereign art, achieving the dragon sovereign heaven domain, becoming the dragon among men. A jest, for this is the second prince. For an ordinary individual, passing the dragon sovereign trial would be impossible. Only a person of such exceptional talent as the second prince could breeze through. Now with his divine powers fully realized, the dragon's sovereign body embodies both offense and defense, impervious to all, unmatched in the world. Among the many prodigies sat a youth clad in a golden dragon robe, his brow arched with pride, his eyes gleaming with haughtiness, head held high, basking in the accolades around him. I have merely cultivated the dragon's sovereign heaven domain to a minor achievement, while my royal brother has already attained great success, even beginning to absorb dragon energy. The second prince, Long Qingyang, spoke nonchalantly. The surrounding prodigies gasped in astonishment once more. The Golden Dragon Dynasty. Among the 3,000 dynasties of the realm of suffering, it ranks within the top 10, known as the dynasty of 10,000 years. The former Beichen dynasty scarcely compared to even a finger of the Golden Dragon Dynasty. The disparity is vast. It is said that the founding emperor of the Golden Dragon Dynasty received the legacy of dragon blood. Hence, every generation of princes is imbued with dragon blood as well. The dragon soars beyond the 9 heavens, unbound by the cycle of heaven, an existence untouchable by all living beings. Even a trace of dragon blood is invincible among mortals. Once my royal brother fully merges with the dragon energy, awakening the might of dragon blood, there will be no rivals left in the realm of suffering. The more Long Qingyang spoke, the more pleased he became. The crowd continued to flatter him, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Just then, a sinister voice echoed. Unfortunately, with the new imperial son of the Tang family present, the ambition to dominate the realm of suffering seems rather naive. As these words fell, silence enveloped the tavern. The crowd parted, revealing a captivating woman swaying her hips as she approached. I am Lu Meyer of the Desu dynasty. Pleased to meet the second prince of the Golden Dragon. Long Qingyang's face darkened, remaining silent. The second prince appeared quite displeased. Lu Meyer smiled faintly. Indeed, the new imperial son of the Tang family has made a formidable return, even defeating the 5th imperial son, Tang Aoshi, with a single blow. Such might is rare in the world, perhaps even the Golden Dragon's first prince. Long Qingyang suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Ridiculous. A mere Tang Aoshi is unworthy to carry my royal brother's shoes. As for that new imperial son, Tang Xuan, he is even more of a joke. No need for my royal brother to intervene. I alone am sufficient to suppress him. Lu Meyer's eyes sparkled with allure. I believe the second prince will surely triumph over Tang Xuan. Coincidentally, I have quite a bit of information regarding Tang Xuan and would like to discuss it privately with the prince. Long Qingyang's gaze flickered as he regarded Lu Meyer's slender waist, a warmth blooming within him. Hee. Then let this prince taste what Tang Aoshi's woman is like. Lu Meyer's smile remained, yet her eyes were frosted with coldness. Tang Xuan, Tang Aoshi, I wish for your demise. The imperial Tang family, after enduring centuries of seclusion. At this moment, the mountain gates swing wide once more. In the next instant, countless flying beasts and luxurious cloud vessels surged forth, piercing the sky. The limitless Holy Land extends its congratulations on the new imperial son's proclamation, presenting 3 sacred treasures and 5,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. The Qianli sect congratulates the new imperial son's proclamation, offering 2 sacred treasures and a specialty item. The Red Tower congratulates the new imperial son's proclamation, presenting 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Within the wandering courtyard, Tang Xuan stood with his arms crossed behind him, gazing down from a lofty height at the vast cloud ship. The blood within him surged with fervor, yearning for a worthy adversary to engage in a duel of swords. The chill at such heights was overwhelming. Chapter 90, A Gathering of Talents. Who shall be named the strongest? The Tang family plaza was adorned with tables laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. As guests invited by the Tang family began to arrive in succession, they exuded an extraordinary presence. Here, only the most elite forces and the most exceptional geniuses convened. A mere stomp from any one of them could send tremors through the realm of suffering. Their gazes towards the Tang family were varied, some filled with admiration, others with disdain, and some tinged with hostility. Where is the newly appointed heir of the Tang family? His absence speaks volumes. It appears that the Tang family holds him in high regard, guarding him closely. No matter how well they protect him, today he shall face adversity. The infinite Holy Land will undoubtedly seek trouble with him. At 2 tables, a man and a woman sat. The man donned a black robe and a Taoist crown, his eyes burning like fierce flames, radiating an aura of danger. The woman, clad in flowing blue silk, concealed her enchanting figure, her striking green eyes possessing an unusual allure. They were Ning Xinjuan, the 3rd disciple of the infinite Holy Land, and Feng Wuxia, the millennial-old saintess. It is rumored that Ning Xinjuan has already transcended the initial Dao realm, wielding his Dao seals with unparalleled mastery, creating a millennial legend for the infinite Holy Land. Who would have thought he would emerge for Tang Xuan? The Millennia Palace Master is the elder sister of the Master of the Xianxiao Palace. With the destruction of the Xianxiao Palace, the Millennia Palace will surely not rest easily. Besides these 2, many others aspire to rise by stepping on Tang Xuan. Even the renowned madman, Ao Wuxin, the foremost talent of the Ao family, has graced the occasion with his presence. As various talents gathered, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. At this moment, the disciples of the Tang family began to emerge. One after another, onto the plaza. They radiated a formidable aura, standing tall with heads held high, their gazes unwavering. The expressions of numerous powerful figures in the plaza shifted subtly. The weakest among these Tang disciples was at the mastery realm, with several already at the initial Dao realm. Even the ordinary disciples exuded such prowess. Imagine the caliber of those in the heir's lineage. This is the profound foundation of an imperial clan. Beneath the radiance of top-tier geniuses lies an even greater number of exceptional talents. After the Tang disciples made their appearance, several formidable presences surged into the sky. Tang Tianhe, accompanied by 4 elders, floated gracefully into the plaza. All were formidable figures above the comprehension realm. Just their gazes were enough to stifle the breath of the onlookers. The atmosphere in the plaza became palpably tense. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the naming banquet for our newly appointed heir of the Tang family. Tang Tianhe smiled warmly, clasping his hands in greeting. The crowd reciprocated with bows. Tianhe, you are being overly courteous. It is our honor to attend the naming banquet of the Tang family heir. The heir's prolonged absence speaks volumes about his arrogance. A cold voice pierced the air, prompting everyone to turn and see Ning Xinjuan of the infinite Holy Land. Instantly, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with intrigue. Even before the banquet commenced, the tension was already palpable. Ning Xinjuan is a figure whose prowess is not inferior to that of the Tang family heir. Before Tang Tianhe could speak, a haughty voice resonated from the back mountains. What? Are you dissatisfied? As the words fell, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, transforming into countless long swords. The ethereal swords coalesced into a whirlwind, spiraling heavenward, their sharp intent too fierce to behold. Buzz! A ripple of energy spread outwards. As the spiritual swords morphed into a sword domain, the proud figure, arms crossed behind him, strode forth upon the swords. The vast sky trembled. The countenance of all present underwent a profound change. It was Tang Aoshi, the fifth heir of the Tang family, the reincarnation of the sword god. As Tang Aoshi descended gracefully, his eyes gleamed with a savage killing intent, locking directly onto Ning Xinjuan. Whenever my clan's disciple wishes to appear, he shall do so at his leisure. What business is it of yours? If you wish to wait, then remain silent. If not, feel free to leave. His unrelenting words incensed Ning Xinjuan, who slammed the table in fury. Arrogant. I heard you were defeated by that Tang Xuan in a single strike. It seems the fifth heir of the Tang family is not all that impressive. Tang Aoshi, far from angered, merely revealed a disdainful smile. Indeed, I may not be impressive, but I could easily overpower 10 or 8 of you. 16 formidable figures besieged my clan's disciple, yet he emerged unscathed. TSK, who do you think you are to come here seeking trouble? Ning Xinjuan's rage intensified. Is that so? Then I shall test the strength of the fifth heir of the Tang family. Tang Aoshi looked skyward. Do you possess the qualifications to challenge me? With a flick of his finger, Ning Xinjuan summoned dozens of seals in an instant. The speed and precision were astonishing. Very well, I shall defeat you first. Then Tang Xuan. All heirs of the Tang family shall bow before me. Just as he prepared to strike, a deep voice whispered in Ning Xinjuan's ear. What can a dead man defeat? Ning Xinjuan's pupils dilated in shock. The others gasped in astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, a pale-faced youth clad in black had appeared beside Ning Xinjuan. The boy's complexion was ashen, his eyes an eerie shade of white, exuding an aura that felt utterly lifeless. When did he arrive? And how did he approach Ning Xinjuan unnoticed? If this individual were to strike, Ning Xinjuan would already be dead. Among the crowd, Ao Wuxin clenched his fist, a flicker of apprehension evident in his gaze. If he was not mistaken, this was the third heir of the Tang family. The one possessing the annihilation divine body, Tang Jimmy. Tang Jimmy lowered his head, advancing step by step until he stood beside Tang Aoshi. The air around him, reminiscent of death itself, sent shivers down Tang Aoshi's spine. He would prefer to face Tang Qitian than to engage with Tang Jimmy. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ning Xinjuan's forehead. He had not sustained any injury. Tang Jimmy had not made a move, or rather, he deemed it beneath him to intervene. The crowd fell into silence. The heirs of the Tang family lived up to their reputation. They were perhaps even more formidable than the legend suggested. Do not be anxious. You may deal with Tang Xuan as you wish. I shall not intervene. If you cannot handle him, then he has no right to belong to the heir's lineage. Tang Jimmy spoke in a deep tone. Ning Xinjuan's teeth nearly shattered from the strain. The sensation of being disregarded drove him to madness. Yet, lacking the strength to retaliate, he could only endure. Tang Jimmy. Tang Aoshi. The dual heirs of the Tang family appeared, shaking the very foundations of the plaza. The expressions of all present grew tenser by fivefold. In this moment, they truly grasped the profound legacy of the imperial clan, the Tang family. What is legacy? It is the existence of unparalleled geniuses. Whether it be Tang Jimmy or Tang Aoshi, both are dragons among men. Tang Jimmy, a worthy opponent indeed. Among the crowd, Ao Wuxin's eyes sparkled with a fierce desire for battle. He was the true adversary I sought. As for Tang Xuan, he could never surpass Tang Jimmy. At this instant, the world fell into silence. A chill swept through the hearts of all present, including Tang Jimmy. They realized that their divine forms were trembling in anticipation of the celestial sovereign descending from the heavens. A mysterious, ethereal white light emanated forth, neither ostentatious nor violent, but rather serene and composed, casting a disdainful gaze upon the world. Amidst this radiant glow, a figure clad in white appeared, accompanied by a melodious voice that resonated through the air. What does it matter atop the peak? To overlook the vast sky is not a lofty feat. Chapter 91. A radiance that dwarfs all. The one who surveys the sky. Tang Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, treading upon the void. Enveloped in a mystical luminescence, his long black hair billowed, each strand radiating an incandescent brilliance, akin to an ethereal celestial being descending to the mortal realm. In that fleeting moment, the presence of all others was eclipsed, as if within the cosmos. Only that supreme figure remained, a visage transcending the mundane, adorned with an air of nonchalance. If the plaza was filled with mortals, then Tang Xuan was a deity among them, an entirely different echelon. How fascinating! In the pale gaze of Tang Jimmy, a rare glimmer of battle intent flickered. Even the illustrious Emperor Tang Qitian had not instilled such pressure within him. The likes of Ao Wuxin, Ning Daojun, and Feng Wuxia, extraordinary talents, were rendered inconsequential in the presence of such unmatched grace. All brilliance of genius was overshadowed. "How striking!" exclaimed a princess of a dynasty, her hands clasped in awe, crystalline tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, filled with infatuation. "Such beauty exists in this world. My heart is utterly captivated." Another sect's saintess joined in, her form trembling, blood boiling, legs fidgeting with excitement. As Tang Xuan touched down lightly, a subtle dusting of particles cascaded around him. In the next moment, whispers erupted. Is he truly the infamous Tang Xuan? Where lies his ferocity? Such an aura, unmatched by any. To stand at the peak signifies supremacy. What does it matter to gaze down upon the heavens? It implies he stands at a higher tier. Observing the masses contend for the top. Not vying for the first place, for it bears no significance. He believes himself insurmountable. What a remarkable son of the Tang family. As long as he remains, the term genius will become a mere jest. Tang Xuan's transcendent aura dimmed the brilliance of many geniuses, yet simultaneously ignited the flames of fury within others. They understood that without surpassing Tang Xuan, their aspirations would remain unfulfilled in this era, particularly for Ning Daojun, who had come with unwavering ambition, intent on defeating Tang Xuan. Yet, even before he could make his move, he found himself suppressed first by Tang Jimmy, and now by Tang Xuan. That fury had consumed all rationality. His momentum is impressive, but what of his true strength? Ning Daojun, the third disciple of the infinite sacred land. Please, make your move. His challenge drew the attention of all, devoid of any pleasantries, directly confronting Tang Xuan. Tang Aoshi scoffed. Scum, seeking death. Tang Jimmy's expression flickered with disdain. You wish to challenge me? Tang Xuan remained composed, hands still clasped behind his back. At that moment, Morong Yunchong, Mo Yuzhu, and Tang Juyo appeared behind him, each possessing unparalleled beauty that drew the gaze of all. Yet, in this moment, all attention belonged solely to Tang Xuan. Ning Daojun proclaimed loudly, "Do you dare to accept my challenge? If not, you may refuse." Though his words suggested refusal was an option, he was confident Tang Xuan would not decline. Today marked the battle for his recognition as a prince. To refuse would bring disgrace to the Tang family and himself. Third disciple, what of the first two? Let them join as well. Tang Xuan replied indifferently. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Such blatant mockery of Ning Daojun's overestimation of his abilities was unprecedented. Ha, why do we need them? I alone am sufficient. Ning Daojun laughed maniacally. Tang Xuan, say it plainly. Do you dare? Tang Xuan nodded. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. If you can make me move even half a step, I shall concede defeat. What say you? At this proclamation, a chorus of gasps echoed around them. Good heavens! The members of the Tang family are truly audacious. Ning Daojun was indeed a formidable individual, a peak genius capable of battling above his rank. Surely he could make an impact, even if he did not prevail. Such audacity. Half a step wager. The atmosphere of the plaza surged with excitement once more. You are far too arrogant. Ning Daojun ground his teeth. Tang Xuan shook his head. Arrogance and confidence are but a hair's breadth apart. If you feel inadequate, you may seek assistance. It matters not to me. Ning Daojun was nearly apoplectic. He was, after all, among the top geniuses of the infinite sacred land. Who would not envy and respect him? Except for Tang Xuan. He must perish. You seek your own demise. Ning Daojun bellowed, leaping into the air with a single bound. In the next instant, his domain activated. His hands moved with such speed that they blurred into afterimages, as though 1,000 hands were simultaneously forming seals. In the blink of an eye, thousands of spirit symbols surrounded him, each containing the power to obliterate a beginning realm powerhouse. His speed of formation was astonishing, truly befitting the third disciple of the infinite sacred land. Even against a seeker of the Tao, he could emerge victorious. The enhancement from his domain allowed him to consolidate the array of symbols, merging offense and defense into an unbeatable force. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Ning Daojun's face gleamed with triumph. Tang Xuan, what now? Do you still possess confidence? Tang Xuan chuckled softly. These trivial symbols are but a gentle breeze. How could they shake the heavens? With death imminent, you still dare to speak boldly. Prepare to perish. Ning Daojun, unable to contain himself, pointed, and thousands of spirit symbols cascaded down upon Tang Xuan like meteors falling from the sky. This strike, even a testament realm powerhouse, would surely fall. All eyes turned to Tang Xuan, eager to witness how this newly anointed prince of the Tang family would defend himself. Tang Xuan raised his right hand slightly. The energies of heaven and earth coalesced, forming a transparent sphere of light, with blue electric serpents dancing within, a supreme martial technique. 3 elements returning to origin. This technique's marvel lay in its ability to unify the 3 elements, capable of assaulting foes, while simultaneously forming a protective shield. Attack. Unbeatable in war. Defend. the world remains unmoved. The three elements returning to origin enveloped Tang Xuan, and in the next moment, the deluge of spirit symbols descended. Strangely, those symbols, imbued with the might of heaven and earth, did not explode. Instead, they were devoured by the three elements returning to origin until the last symbol vanished. Tang Xuan did not so much as lift the hem of his garment. His demeanor remained composed and unperturbed. An utter silence enveloped the entire arena. Whether young prodigies or seasoned veterans, every face was etched with profound astonishment. Ning Daojun stood in a state of utter disbelief, his heart trembling. Is your power truly limited to this? With a mere flick of his finger, Tang Xuan transformed the transparent shield once more into three portions of primordial energy, coalescing at his fingertips. Impossible, impossible! Ning Daojun shrieked in a frenzy, his voice brimming with shock, terror, and fury. He had been defeated. A voice from the crowd echoed, shattering Ning Daojun's resolve. No, I have not been defeated. Ning Daojun's eyes blazed crimson as he roared. Which fellow Taoist will lend me a hand? At that moment, Feng Wuxiao, the saintess of the Millennium Palace, rose to her feet. I shall assist you. Tang Xuan smiled and inquired. And you are? Feng Wuxiao retorted fiercely. I am Feng Wuxiao, the saintess of the Millennium Palace. I have come to avenge the blood debt of the Xianxiao Palace. Revenge? You seek your own demise. Return at once and seclude yourself for 100 years. Tang Xuan pointed a finger at Feng Wuxiao. Otherwise, I shall personally visit the Millennium Palace and obliterate you all. Chapter 92. The Imperial Son of the Tang Family. How terrifying. Feng Wuxiao's breath caught in her throat, and beads of sweat formed upon her flawless forehead. Tang Xuan's gaze was exceedingly calm, yet it exuded an aura reminiscent of the vast ocean. Beneath the surface roiled tumultuous waves. He cannot truly wish to annihilate the Millennium Palace, can he? No, he truly would. Feng Wuxiao hesitated. The cost of action was far too great. She could not bear the consequences of failure. Yet, with all eyes upon her, the words had already escaped her lips. If she were to retreat now, how could the Millennium Palace ever hold its head high again? Do not fear, he is merely trying to intimidate you. I refuse to believe he dares to act against the Millennium Palace. Should he do so, the Wuliang Holy Land will undoubtedly assist us. Ning Daojun bellowed wildly. Yet, Feng Wuxiao remained filled with doubt. Do you think that by retreating, he will let you off? Think of the Longhu Dao Academy. Think of the Beichen dynasty. See how they met their demise. Ning Daojun urged. Feng Wuxiao's delicate form trembled. Indeed, the Longhu Dao Academy and the Beichen dynasty were both annihilated over mere trifles, all thanks to Tang Xuan. A deadly grudge has been forged. Today, it is either his death or ours. Feng Wuxiao, act now. Ning Daojun commanded. With gritted silver teeth, Feng Wuxiao stepped forward, unleashing the wind manipulation domain in an instant. On the ground, Tang Aoshi shook his head. Foolish woman, courting death. Tang Jimmy even closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tang Xuan wore a smile upon his lips. Excellent. Ning Daojun shouted, producing a blue talisman from his bosom. Heavenly talisman of transformation. 9 heavens summoning thunder. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder roared. What? That talisman can actually summon the thunder of the 9 heavens. At the very least, it is of saintly grade. Good heavens. Ning Daojun is playing for keeps. Coupled with Feng Wuxiao, I refuse to believe Tang Xuan can remain so composed. After Ning Daojun exhausted all his strength, Feng Wuxiao too gathered her spiritual energy. Wind manipulation technique. She formed hand seals, and in an instant, a tempest arose. Countless small whirlwinds coalesced in the void. Simultaneously, the dense spiritual energy within 1,000 zhong was completely drawn away by the whirlwinds. Behold, the Millennium Palace's wind manipulation technique. It is said to be a saintly martial skill capable of manipulating spiritual energy. How ruthless. Feng Wuxiao absorbed all the spiritual energy within 1,000 zhong, rendering Tang Xuan powerless. Combined with Ning Daojun's thunderstrike, their chances of victory exceeded 70%. The two prodigies of the initiation stage joined forces, their might shaking the heavens and earth, instilling awe in all. Every onlooker was visibly stirred. With this move, could Tang Xuan remain unfazed? Ha ha. You will absorb not a shred of spiritual energy. Let us see how you will condense your shield. Ning Daojun laughed maniacally. He had long realized that Tang Xuan's 3 portions of primordial energy were based on the foundation of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, it was akin to losing one's roots, leaving him to rely solely on his own strength. Together, their combined power firmly surpassed Tang Xuan's. This strike shall spell his defeat. At the very least, it will force him back. Yet the earlier bravado had already been proclaimed. Retreating would still lead to defeat. 2 words surfaced in everyone's minds: absolute despair. Even figures like Tang Tian and others furrowed their brows, silently discontent with Tang Xian's excessive bravado, which would ultimately lead to self-destruction. Die! Ning Daojun seized with one hand. Crack! 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 The nine heavens thunder descended in an instant, absorbed by the thunder talisman. Zzzt. Zzzt. The ear-piercing sound of friction surged from the talisman. Ning Daojun summoned all his strength and struck down fiercely. The talisman swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into 100 zhang thunderball, plummeting from the sky. This is bad. We are all within the attack range. Damn it, Ning Daojun has lost his mind. Using such a powerful martial technique, the guests in the square erupted into chaos, retreating swiftly to avoid the aftermath. Feng Wuxia too pressed down with both hands. 18 whirlwinds encircling Tang Xuan, utterly suppressing his spiritual energy. Not a sliver of opportunity was granted. It was clear that the two prodigies had resolved to kill. Tang Xuan could no longer hope to defend with his 3 portions of primordial energy, unless he possessed a mightier martial skill. But without spiritual energy, what martial skill would be of any use? Is this truly your full strength? I am utterly disappointed. Tang Xuan gradually raised his palm, spiritual energy rippling within his palm. Useless. I shall never allow your spiritual energy to manifest. Feng Wuxia cried out, exerting all her might to manipulate the whirlwinds, fiercely suppressing the spiritual energy. Who said I intend to manifest my spiritual energy? Tang Xuan's eyes rolled back. He began to gather the profound sound of transformation. Absorb. From his palm emerged a black hole. The thunderball was swallowed whole by the void. Simultaneously, the 18 whirlwinds surrounding him were similarly drawn into the black hole. What? Impossible. Both Ning Daojun and Feng Wuxia were taken aback. Transform. Tang Xuan retracted his palm. The forces of the thunderball and the whirlwinds clashed within him. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been obliterated at this moment. However, under the suppression of the super divine origin body, the two tremendous forces were violently torn apart. One chi transforms into 900. The shattered energies reassembled anew. 2 human head-sized thunderballs emerged from Tang Xuan's fingertips. Their might increased 5-fold compared to Ning Daojun's thunderball. His indifferent gaze locked onto Ning Daojun and Feng Wuxia. Perish. With a flick of his finger, the blue thunderball soared into the air. The spectators felt a flash before their eyes, followed by a chorus of horrific screams. Ning Daojun and Feng Wuxia trembled violently, descending from the sky as blood poured from their mouths. Upon hitting the ground, they collapsed to their knees, their bones shattered. They could only manage to utter a single word. Ning Daojun and Feng Wuxia exploded on the spot. Boom. Blood poured like rain, and flesh scattered like waves, dispersing in all directions. Tang Tianhe reached out, and a protective aura enveloped the remnants, shielding them from defiling the ground during the naming banquet of the new imperial sun. The audience was left in shock. With a mere wave of his hand, Tang Xuan had slain 2 domain-level super geniuses without even shifting his stance. The Tang family's imperial son. Such terror, dominating the heavens. Who dares to contest? A chill gripped the hearts of all present. Everyone understood that the emergence of an unparalleled genius could elevate a family's prestige to unprecedented heights. The Tang family's 8 talents were already formidable. Yet now they had the even more powerful Tang Xuan. Even with the fall of the great emperor, the Tang family remains unassailable. An elder of the Pathmaster realm spoke solemnly. He was an elder of an ancient royal lineage, a status just beneath that of the imperial clan. Although they had not produced a great emperor, their strength was not inferior to that of an ordinary imperial family. The fact that he spoke thus highlighted the profound impact Tang Xuan had made. Even Elder Wei regarded him with such esteem. The new imperial son of the Tang family had reached the pinnacle of humanity, a representative from the Red Mansion side. Initially, we intended to court the imperial son, but it appears we are unworthy. The women of the Red Mansion, matched to the imperial son, would be an affront to him. Numerous geniuses were taken aback. While the Red Mansion might not possess supreme power, its women were renowned for their beauty and grace. It is known that every genius in the Bitter Realms would consider marrying a woman from the Red Mansion to be a mark of honor. Yet now, they proclaimed themselves unworthy, elevating Tang Xuan to a realm unmatched by others. At this moment, Tang Xuan spoke. Does the infinite sacred land or the millennial palace have any guidance? If so, send someone quickly to resolve it all at once to avoid further trouble. If there is nothing of substance, wait until my naming ceremony is complete, and I will address it personally. His words sent shivers down the spines of all present. Such ruthlessness. This was a declaration of absolute annihilation. Tang Aoshi sneered. This is how the Tang family operates. Chapter 93, Ancestors' Acknowledgement. An unexpected visitor. With a single strike, Tang Xuan vanquished the top disciple of the infinite sacred land, Ning Daojun, and the holy maiden of the millennial palace, Feng Wuxia. His prowess astounded the entire assembly, filling the eyes of many geniuses with awe. Tang Tianhe smiled slightly, his expression one of satisfaction. The imperial son of the Tang family ought to be thus. A minor unpleasantness, and I have caused you all to witness such a spectacle. Tang Tianhe spoke gently. A hush fell over the crowd. A mere minor unpleasantness? Was it not the slaughter of two top-tier geniuses? Had Ning Daojun and Feng Wuxiao remained alive, they would surely have been enraged. At least they belonged to the ranks of the Sacred Land's disciples and a sect's holy maiden. Yet, to the Tang family, it was merely a slight annoyance. No one dared to refute this, nor could they. Throughout, Tang Xuan had not moved an inch, employing merely one hand to decisively eliminate two formidable geniuses. His strength was unfathomable. Should nothing unforeseen occur, once Tang Xuan truly matured, he would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Tang family, ensuring their glory for millennia. Even if he did not ascend to become a great emperor, Tang Tianhe continued, from this moment forth, you are the true imperial son of the Tang family. We shall devote all our efforts to nurturing you. From now on, your sole task is to cultivate. The Tang family has been in silence for far too long. A smile crept upon Tang Xuan's lips. No worries. With me around, ascending to the throne is merely a matter of time. His clear voice resonated like thunder across the Tang family square. Everyone, including Tang Tianhe, bore expressions of solemnity, their demeanor grave. The imperial son of the Tang family bore a status akin to that of an emperor. Thus, his words carried immense weight. Such declarations must not be made lightly. Once uttered, they would invoke powerful karmic repercussions. If violated or unfulfilled, such karma could rebound with dire consequences. What a confident imperial son of the Tang family. Such ambition laid bare. It seemed he was determined to attain the position of the great emperor. Was this an early proclamation of the upcoming imperial battle? Countless powerful figures exchanged glances, contemplative. Wow, brother is so handsome. Tang Jiuyu's eyes widened in admiration. She felt an overwhelming charm radiating from Tang Xuan as he spoke. The sheer force of his presence was captivating. In Mo Yuju's eyes, a flicker of nostalgia and emotion emerged. Sister, brother-in-law, did you see? Your child is even more exceptional than you. Her fists clenched tightly. No matter what, even if it cost her life, she would protect her brother Xian. Meanwhile, Mu Rong Yunshang felt her heart flutter, a rush of warmth enveloping her. What woman does not wish for her man to be a paragon of heroism? A gentle breeze stirred, and as Tang Xuan's robe billowed, combined with his striking features, the atmosphere grew charged, rendering the world momentarily serene. At that moment, from the depths of the Tang family, an ancient voice resonated. Very well. Just those two words caused the countenance of every member of the Tang family to shift. It was the ancestor. The ancestor had spoken. Tang Tianhe trembled. The ancestral elder of the Tang family was the true pinnacle of their martial prowess. Such a figure would rarely make an appearance unless the family faced a significant crisis. Not only had he appeared, but he had also spoken 3 times within a fortnight. Twice regarding Tang Xuan. One instance was to announce his status as the imperial son, and the other was this commendation. Notably, even the first of the Tang family's 8 talents, Tang Qitian, had only received a single commendatory word from the ancestor. Yet for Tang Xuan, the term was very well. This indicated that Tang Xuan's significance had surpassed that of the first imperial son, Tang Qitian. Tang Tianhe inhaled deeply, bowing respectfully to Tang Xuan. I pay my respects to the imperial son. Despite his esteemed position as an elder, he could not be compared to the imperial son. Subsequently, all members of the Tang family bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the imperial son. Tang Aoshi followed suit. He was now the 6th imperial son. Seeing someone ranked above him necessitated a display of respect. Among the crowd, only Tang Jimmy remained unmoved. As the 3rd imperial son, his rank surpassed Tang Xuan's, and he was not required to bow. However, he spoke rarely. Congratulations. Just those 2 words carried a hint of combativeness. Geniuses are proud. Witnessing someone superior stirs an inextinguishable desire for battle within. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. No need for formality. I hope you will accept the position of the 4th imperial son. Tang Jimmy's eyes flickered, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. A public challenge? How intriguing. Truly, he was the son of the carefree marquis, exhibiting such audacity. Tang Xuan calmly replied, my father is my father, and I am myself. What he dares not do, I shall. What he cannot achieve, I will. This is who I am. Tang Jimmy was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered arrogance before, but never such unbridled confidence. Defeating such an opponent would be exhilarating. Ao Wuxin's gaze fell upon his blade, an enigmatic aura emanating from him. Just as he was about to take action, a voice resonated from the void above. Heh, your father is a failure. Even his own wife was taken from him, so it is destined that you too shall be a failure. Upon these words, The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Who dared to expose the wounds of the Tang family's heir on their own territory? The blood of Ning Daojun and Feng Wuxia had yet to cool. This was a rhythm that could only lead to death. Ao Wuxin furrowed his brows, dispersing the spiritual energy he had summoned once more. An open slap to the face. A fight to the death. The onlookers looked up, only to behold a golden chariot soaring through the sky. The chariot was crafted entirely from profound gold, shimmering with a mysterious brilliance under the light. The horses pulling the chariot were covered in scales, their eyes crackling with electricity, their breath like thunder. Indeed, they were the exceedingly rare dragon blood horses. Legend has it that in ancient times, a horse inadvertently became infused with dragon blood, transforming into a dragon blood horse, capable not only of traversing the heavens and earth, but also of unleashing the might of dragons to intimidate beasts. Such a remarkable creature was now employed to draw a chariot. The occupants of the chariot were either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble birth. Behind the chariot stood a flag, upon which was embroidered a 5-clawed golden dragon. That was the Golden Dragon Dynasty, a legacy spanning millennia. An elder of the Dao realm inhaled sharply. A dynasty that had endured for 10,000 years, possessing royal power. Should anyone manage to break through to the Emperor realm, they could instantly ascend to the imperial court. The Golden Dragon Dynasty was established even earlier than the Tang family. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the Tang family's heir would provoke such a formidable entity. Moreover, the tone of the Golden Dragon Prince clearly indicated that he bore ill intentions. Imperial family, dynasty. This was a battle of geniuses, a contest of heritage. It seemed today would offer no opportunity for me to intervene. Ao Wuxin leaned back slightly, uttering calmly. Tang Xuan appeared equally astonished. Be cautious, Xuan. Your father once defeated the previous emperor of the Golden Dragon Dynasty. Mo Yuebambu whispered. Ha, a defeated foe. How unfortunate. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. It turned out this so-called dynasty had already been soundly beaten by his father once. Today, he would ensure they were beaten again. The dragon blood chariot hovered in the air, gazing down upon the plaza with a condescending demeanor. Isn't the Tang family's heir said to be one of 8? Where are the others? Have them all come out. This prince will deal with them all at once to avoid any hassle. The venue fell silent. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Tang Jimmy's gray pupils. Ha! Quite audacious. But to act so recklessly on Tang family's territory, you are not worthy. Tang Aoshi, with an unyielding disposition, could hardly contain his fury, immediately pointing at the chariot. Show yourself and die. Chapter 94. The Rubbish of the Tang Family. The Treasure of Others. In response to Tang Aoshi's provocation, the Golden Dragon's second prince within the chariot remained composed. I have heard you were defeated by Tang Xuan in one move. It appears the so-called heir of the Tang family is nothing remarkable. A fallen imperial family that still dares to engage in this fictitious battle for the title of heir. It only serves to prove your decline. Very well, today this prince will personally end the myth of your imperial lineage. The arrogant words incited a furious response from the Tang family. At that moment, a group of talented martial artists soared into the air, encircling the chariot while loudly extolling its virtues. Second prince, you are invincible. The Tang family is no match for you. Indeed, this year's imperial position in the semi-emperor battle must belong to the second prince. Second prince, unrivaled in the world. Amidst the chorus of praise, the Golden Dragon's second prince grew increasingly pleased. As long as he could trample the Tang family underfoot today, his reputation would soar. Tang Xuan scanned the crowd, suddenly turning to inquire. Do any of you recognize these individuals? These are members of second-rate families from the Bitter Realm. The Tang family has records of them. Tang Xuan nodded. If you recognize them, then that simplifies things. I won't have to question each one. He then turned his gaze toward the many geniuses in the sky, a smile forming on his lips. This way, it will be quicker to kill. The numerous talented individuals were enraged. One of the martial artists from the Dao realm pointed at Tang Xuan and shouted, Humph, such arrogance. With the Golden Dragon's second prince here, what do you think you can do? Before he could finish his sentence, a sound akin to a sword's chime reverberated through the air. Ding! In that instant, it felt as though the heavens and earth had parted. The martial artist who had spoken appeared dazed. A line of blood manifested upon his neck. With a splatter, the sword's energy erupted, severing his head from his body, which fell to the ground. Heaven-slaying sword technique. One strike and death. Strangely, the martial artist's mouth continued to move. Kill us. Kill us. He managed to utter a few fragmented words before falling silent. How swift that sword. Swifter than death itself. Terrifying. All the geniuses felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. No one had seen how Tang Xuan had drawn his sword. Then, the man was dead. Aoshi, focus. Don't let a single one escape. Tang Xuan uttered calmly as he ascended into the air. Heh, what a bunch of fools, wasting their talents. A sinister smile crept across Tang Aoshi's lips. They had voluntarily come to the Tang family to meet their demise. Did they not realize how they had grown this way? The once arrogant geniuses now wore expressions of terror, retreating in haste. To kill in front of this prince, what audacity! Amidst the roars of anger, two figures burst forth from the dragon-blood chariot. One was clad in golden dragon armor, exuding a commanding presence, his gaze sharp. Yet, Tang Xuan's eyes were drawn to another figure, revealing a hint of astonishment. Lumiere! Tang Aoshi exclaimed. He had not anticipated that after being cast aside, Lumiere would seek out the golden dragon's second prince. Tang Aoshi, do not think that once I, Lumiere, have left you, no one would want me. The golden dragon's second prince is 100 times, 1,000 times better than you. He has shown me the joy of being a woman. He is so brave. Lumiere spoke with venom in her eyes, enunciating each word clearly. Wretched woman. Tang Aoshi's long black hair billowed as his spiritual energy began to boil. Lumiere had sowed discord. Though he had banished her, he had not pursued her further, granting her some measure of dignity. Yet now, Lumiere had the audacity to confront him alongside the golden dragon's second prince. After all, she had once been designated as his concubine, although they had never wed. She was, in name, already his. Now, Lumiere openly aligned herself with the golden dragon's second prince, striking at Tang Aoshi's pride and that of the Tang family. How would the martial artists of the bitter realm view him henceforth? Tang Aoshi was consumed with rage and indignation. At this moment, Tang Xuan spoke. Oh, so the trash that the Tang family discarded is so highly esteemed in the eyes of others. Aoshi, what do you say? With a casual remark, both individuals turned pale. The face of the golden dragon's second prince gradually flushed red, resembling liver, while Tang Aoshi erupted in laughter, a glint of gratitude in his eyes. Xuan is right. Is it that the Tang family's standards are too high, or are some people's standards simply too low? The gazes of the crowd shifted to something peculiar. The golden dragon's second prince bringing Lumiere here was clearly an act of humiliation towards Tang Xuan. The outcome not only failed to humiliate, but rather rendered him a mere scavenger. Had the golden dragon emperor known, he would have undoubtedly struck the second prince with a single blow. A prodigious warrior possesses his own pride. To accommodate a woman who has been cast aside is a humiliation indeed. In that moment, the glances cast upon the golden dragon's second prince were rife with disdain and contempt. The second prince felt as if he were pricked by thorns, utterly discomfort. Humph. A noble bird seeks a worthy perch. Only the strong deserve to possess beauty. Tang Aoshi, you cannot retain a woman, yet now you find yourself subjugated beneath this prince. The disparity of worth is evident. And you, Tang Xuan, are you merely skilled in empty rhetoric? You are no better. Lumiere said fiercely, the second prince speaks truth. How can the twinkling stars compete with the radiant moon? Eliminate them. Bolstered by her alliance with the golden dragon's second prince, she shed her previous timidity. Tang Aoshi retorted coldly, Lumiere, you seek death. He unleashed a surge of sword energy toward her. The sword god body, Tang Aoshi. I have long wished to test your mettle. The golden dragon's second prince raised his hand, golden energy coalescing into his palm, transforming into a three-zhong dragon claw. Boom. The claw crushed Tang Aoshi's sword energy effortlessly. Ha ha ha, splendid. Tang Aoshi laughed maniacally. The sword energy surged like a raging tide toward the golden dragon's second prince. A trivial skill, unworthy of consideration. The second prince scoffed, relying on the might of his dragon armor to confront the oncoming assault. Boom. The sword energy erupted in a series of blasts. The golden dragon's second prince laughed heartily, condensing his dragon claw once more to strike at Tang Aoshi. Humph. Tang Aoshi coldly huffed and unleashed an even greater torrent of sword energy. The azure sword energy danced through the air, resembling divine blades that tore asunder the very fabric of reality. Within 100-zhong radius, the world transformed into a realm of swords. Impressive. The thought manifests into sword energy. Ceaseless and relentless. Truly, he is the heir of the Tang family. The sword god body. Mastery of the sword in its utmost form. When cultivated to perfection. In a single thought, all things become blades, and no swordsman can withstand such prowess. At such a young age, he had already stabilized a minor sword domain. Truly formidable. Observing Tang Aoshi's display, the multitude of warriors in the square gasped in awe. Yet, the golden dragon's second prince maintained an air of haughty defiance. Even encircled by the sword formation, with a single step, he invoked the dragon's sovereign body. Awaken. Boom. A terrifying current of energy swept forth. Before Tang Aoshi's sword energy could draw near, it was completely obliterated. That was the ancestral divine body of the Golden Dragon Dynasty, the Dragon Sovereign Body. It was said that the founding emperor of the Golden Dragon Dynasty had bathed in dragon blood, endowing him with the power of the dragon. Once awakened, his form could transform into that of a dragon, impervious to blades and invulnerable to all forms of attack. When the Golden Dragon First Prince awakened his dragon's sovereign body, he single-handedly defeated the 10 great royal body princes, earning renown across the realm. To think the second prince had awakened as well. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the Golden Dragon's second prince extended his hand, gathering a formidable amount of spiritual energy within his palm. Roar! A Tenjiang Golden Dragon slowly took shape. Tang Xuan. With a single strike, I shall defeat you. Enraged, Tang Aoshi similarly amassed spiritual energy, his sword fan appearing behind him. It was none other than the 10,000 Gods Cataclysm. Chapter 95, The Fall of Tang Xuan. Ultimately, too naive. A mere sword domain, beneath the dragon's sovereign domain, is but dust. Watch as I shatter it. The Golden Dragon's second prince held his head high. With a single palm, the Tenjiang Golden Dragon roared forth. In the realm of the Taoist fifth stage, spiritual cultivation was no longer the primary concern. It was a contest of whose domain power prevailed. The Tenjiang Golden Dragon shimmered with radiant gold, akin to a true dragon descending from the heavens. A faint dragon might compel the heavens to submit. Dare to breach my sword domain. Bold indeed. Tang Aoshi cackled savagely, as his sword wings unfurled. The void shimmered with countless shooting stars, cleaving through the sky, traversing eons, and forming a tempest of sword energy. Boom! The sword energy collided with the Golden Dragon, resulting in a series of thunderous explosions. The terrifying shockwaves swept across the heavens and earth, causing the very ground to tremble. Ultimately, however, the Golden Dragon proved superior, piercing through the storm of swords and lunging toward Tang Aoshi. Tang Aoshi gripped the air, gathering 100 zhang sword radiance, and struck down fiercely. Amidst the explosive sounds, he was forced back 10 zhang, yet it was evident he was at a disadvantage. You are no match for me. Withdraw. Bring forth Tang Xuan, proclaimed the Golden Dragon's second prince with arrogance. But Tang Aoshi coldly replied, once more, I do not engage with defeated foes. The Golden Dragon's second prince, hands clasped behind his back, did not even spare a glance at Tang Aoshi. Tang Aoshi's anger flared. Calm yourself. Do you not see he is provoking you? A hand rested upon Tang Aoshi's shoulder. It was Tang Xuan. Your impulsive nature truly requires tempering. If you can maintain your composure, defeating him will be no challenge. Tang Aoshi inhaled deeply, and when he opened his eyes once more, tranquility enveloped him. He had momentarily fallen for the Golden Dragon's second prince's baiting tactics, almost leading to his downfall. Indeed, I understand. Tang Xuan nodded. Tang Aoshi's talent was undeniably formidable, complemented by a divine body. However, his character was excessively proud and prone to agitation. When confronted with overwhelming adversaries, victory would come easily. Yet, when facing opponents of equal strength, Tang Aoshi could easily lose control. So, this is the might of the Golden Dragon's second prince, while the Tang family's heir is but a jest. Lu Meyer declared triumphantly. The more the Tang family suffered, the more delighted she became, a twisted sense of vengeance. He has already been defeated, now it is your turn. The Golden Dragon's second prince pointed at Tang Xuan. Extending a single hand, boundless energy coalesced within his palm, exuding an even more ferocious aura. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? He still holds back. Such confidence. He dares to suppress his strength while battling Tang Aoshi. Clearly, the Golden Dragon's second prince's true target was Tang Xuan. It seemed the Tang family's heir had finally encountered a worthy opponent. In comparison to the Golden Dragon's second prince, Ning Daojun and Feng Wuxiao were nothing but jokes. Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the crowd. The pinnacle of the initial Dao realm. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. Indeed, this is my true strength. What you witnessed earlier was merely a warm-up. Now, allow me to showcase the true power of the Golden Dragon's second prince. With a roar, 100 zhang Golden Dragon erupted from his body, coiling into the sky. The Golden Dragon's second prince stood upon the dragon's head, radiating an overwhelming aura of terror as he charged toward Tang Xuan. With a punch, a burnt scent wafted through the air. Such ferocious power ignited the atmosphere itself. With this strike, even a fellow initial Dao realm powerhouse would be shattered to pieces. The might of this blow exceeded that which he had directed at Tang Aoshi by tenfold. The Golden Dragon's second prince's face twisted into a malevolent grin. His speed tripled. What? He even holds back his speed. How insidious. No, this is not insidious. It is a strategy. The crowd gasped anew. The Golden Dragon's second prince nearly teleported before Tang Xuan, striking him squarely in the chest. Boom. The heavens and earth erupted. The 100 zhang Golden Dragon engulfed Tang Xuan. Dust and debris filled the air. The very world trembled. The three lights vanished. Only a chilling wind remained. All present were left in stunned silence. There was no defense. Tang Xuan had absorbed the full brunt of the blow. At such a close proximity, such formidable power, one can only fear that even a peerless powerhouse like Tang Tianhe may meet a tragic end. No, it cannot be. Tang Tianhe's complexion turned ashen. Is it possible that Tang Xuan, having just been proclaimed the imperial son, is destined for demise? This is the heavens conspiring against the Tang family. Morong Yunshang, Mo Yuanju, and Tang Jiuyu also wore expressions of dread. Their bond with Tang Xuan is profound. Should anything befall him, the consequences would be unbearable. It is over. The pitiful Tang family. The golden dragon obscures the divine light. The imperial son of the Tang family fades into oblivion. This is the price of arrogance. The surrounding warriors wore grave expressions. On the Tang family's territory, before the eyes of the Tang clan, the imperial son was mercilessly struck down. From this day forth, the Tang family shall never rise again. All fortunes will be seized by the Golden Dragon Empire. Ha ha, I am the true imperial son. The second prince of the Golden Dragon pointed skyward, his face brimming with pride. Lu Meier trembled with excitement, secretly moistening herself. So powerful, so powerful. My choice was correct. The second prince of the Golden Dragon is indeed the pinnacle among men. As long as I secure him, everyone shall bow and kneel before Lu Meier in the future. Just as they reveled in their joy, a mocking voice emerged from the swirling dust. Is the dragon's sovereign body merely this? The smiles of the Golden Dragon's second prince and Lu Meier froze instantaneously. Morong Yunshang, Mo Yuanju, and the others transformed their worry into delight. This voice. It is Tang Xuan. As the dust settled, an otherworldly figure emerged, unparalleled in grace. Who else could it be but Tang Xuan? How is this possible? The crowd gasped in astonishment. To have been struck by such dragon might, even if not instantly obliterated, he should at least be grievously injured and bleeding. Yet Tang Xuan appeared indifferent, devoid of any signs of pain. His eyes, vast as the ocean, brimmed with mockery. To withstand such a powerful strike at such close range and remain unscathed, could he possibly be human? Is it conceivable that he is merely feigning indifference? While his insides lay shattered, what purpose would that serve? Does the second prince of the Golden Dragon not intend to strike again? The crowd erupted in chaos. The might of the Dragon clan is unrivaled across the realms. This is a universally acknowledged truth. Although the second prince of the Golden Dragon possesses only a trace of dragon blood, he is certainly not a mere mortal capable of enduring it. Impossible, impossible. The second prince screamed in a frenzy. He summoned his dragon power once more. Crack. Boom. An even more ferocious dragon aura surged forth. The second prince leapt high into the air, launching a strike at Tang Xuan. This blow was thrice as powerful as the last. It was the absolute limit of the second prince's capabilities. No human could possibly withstand it. I refuse to believe it. Are you truly a deity descended to earth? The second prince's eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild, as he succumbed to madness. How tragic. Tang Xuan raised his hand. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped the second prince directly. What? Before astonishment could fully register on their faces, the golden dragon erupted. Crack. In a crisp sound, the second prince's arm shattered into dust. With a tearing motion, Tang Xuan ripped the mangled arm apart, blood spraying and bones scattering. Ack! The second prince emitted a wretched scream, clutching his severed arm, his complexion pale and trembling. The entire Tang family fell into a stunned silence. A genius at the initial stage of the Dao realm swallowed hard. My heavens, could he truly be a god? Chapter 96. Long Qingyang's Fury. Is living not sufficient? With a single palm, he crushed the arm of the second prince of the Golden Dragon Empire. Tang Xuan's ferocity stunned the entire assembly. Gulp. Tang Aoshi swallowed hard. The true fiend. Earlier, he had felt some resentment after being defeated by Tang Xuan. But now, he was utterly convinced. Long Qingyang's strength was indeed on par with his own. Yet in Tang Xuan's hands, he was utterly powerless. Phew, my husband is unharmed. What a relief. Morong Yunshang exhaled deeply. She had truly been terrified. What if Tang Xuan had been harmed? Would she not have become a widow? Being a widow is one thing. But what if certain functionalities were ruined? That would be a fate worse than death. Tang Xuan stood with one hand behind his back, his demeanor calm. His gaze fixed on Lu Meier. Who was the joke you mentioned earlier? You. Lu Meier nearly exploded with rage. Her delicate face turned as red as a liver. She never imagined Long Qingyang would be defeated so miserably. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a chilling laugh escaped Long Qingyang's lips. The crowd was taken aback. What is wrong with him? Has he been driven mad? Despite his severed arm, he can still laugh. It seems he has truly lost his mind. The imperial son of the Tang family is terrifying. With him present, no genius can hope to rise. Whispers filled the air, and without exception, everyone began to doubt Long Qingyang's chances. Very well, very well. Long Qingyang straightened his posture, his face contorted with malice. It appears you still possess a hidden card. Tang Xuan, casting aside the severed arm, spoke indifferently. He did not believe that someone like Long Qingyang would go mad simply from losing an arm. That would be absurd. If that were the case, he would hardly be worthy of being the second prince of the Golden Dragon Empire. Clearly, he had revealed overwhelming power, yet he could still laugh. That only indicated he had a trump card to turn the tide. You are the first person capable of pushing this prince to such an extent. But if you think this means you can defeat me, then you are sorely mistaken. After Long Qingyang spoke, a low growl erupted from his throat. Boom. A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from his body. Crack, crack. Before the astonished gazes of the crowd, the flesh of Long Qingyang's severed arm began to writhe, ultimately transforming into a dragon claw covered in scales. This is dragon transformation. It is said that those who inherit dragon blood can not only vastly enhance their physical strength, but can also transform their bodies into dragon form, significantly boosting their defenses. However, this comes at the cost of completely depleting their dragon blood, rendering them mere mortals. Long Qingyang is prepared to fight to the death. Tang Xuan realized. The dragon blood has erupted. What is the necessity of this? He shook his head slightly, a look of regret on his face, and added, "Is living not sufficient?" These words ignited Long Qingyang's fury completely. "I refuse to believe you are truly a god." In a roar, the dragon claw struck out. The terrifying blood energy coalesced into a light red mist, enveloping the dragon arm and amplifying its might. Roar! Long Qingyang transformed into a divine dragon, descending upon the earth to subdue all. The dragon's sovereign domain. In an instant, Tang Xuan felt as though he were ensnared within a 100-foot radius of dragon claws. There was no escape. Even the spiritual energy was extinguished. The oppressive dragon aura bore down on Tang Xuan like a mountain. Even the many geniuses standing at a distance, breathless and struggling to move, the scene unfolded with an air of intensity. How formidable! Is this truly the extent of Long Qingyang's prowess? No. At the very least, he has entered the realm of great achievement. A prodigy from the initiation realm exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment. The crowd was equally bewildered, having presumed Long Qingyang was destined to lose. Yet, in a fit of rage, he had shattered the limitations of his realm and ascended to greatness. The realm of great achievement is indeed the only one capable of suppressing the world. Tang Xuan could no longer be underestimated. The once skeptical gazes transformed anew. The Jinlong dynasty's enduring prestige was not without justification. Indeed, Tang Xuan nodded, a glimmer of battle intent igniting in his eyes. The Dragon Mastery realm was undeniably powerful. However, his origin realm surpassed it. It mattered not if Long Qingyang merely inherited a trace of dragon blood. Even a true divine dragon would struggle to surpass him. Tang Xuan intended to test the limits of his physical strength. He inhaled deeply and clenched his fist. Suddenly, a shift in momentum occurred. The air around them warped slightly. In that fleeting moment, they perceived an imposing figure standing tall, with one foot on the earth and the other reaching for the heavens. What martial technique is this? It seems to influence our very souls. No, it is not a technique, but sheer, unadulterated power. His strength is so overwhelming that it seems to distort the void itself. How could this be? I have never heard of a physique that could overshadow the Dragon Mastery divine body. Even the Qi Tian divine body of the first son of the empire, Tang Qitian, would not dare to claim such supremacy. Could it be that this new imperial scion's physique has transcended the divine body itself? Transcended the divine body. What sort of physique is that? The crowd was left in utter disbelief. It is universally acknowledged that the divine body is the most powerful existence. Is it possible that there exists a physique even stronger? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xuan soared into the air, then unleashed a punch. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed repeatedly. Wherever the origin realm passed, the Dragon Mastery realm crumbled. What kind of realm is this? My heavens. It has directly torn apart the great achievement of the Dragon Mastery realm. How is this conceivable? Could it be that the scion of the Tang family is indeed a divine being descended from the heavens? Witnessing such a domineering realm, everyone stared wide-eyed, filled with incredulity. As they beheld their own realm shatter, Long Qingyang felt his heart wrenching in despair. Could he truly face defeat once more? Impossible. He could never accept it. Ignite my soul. Slay my enemies. Boom. Long Qingyang ignited in flames, consuming himself entirely. This was a desperate gambit. While it could grant immense power in a fleeting moment, once his soul was wholly expended, regardless of cultivation, he would become a living corpse, forever unable to awaken. A warrior would never resort to such a measure unless absolutely necessary. But once invoked, there was only one path: to annihilate the foe. Roar. Countless scales enveloped Long Qingyang's body and visage. He had fully unleashed his potential. With this strike, regardless of the outcome, he would perish. Yet, if he could destroy Tang Xuan, it would all be worthwhile. Danger. Elders, act swiftly to seal him. Otherwise, the Tang family square shall be undone. Tang Tianha bellowed. In unison, the 5 elders acted, binding the Tang family square with their spiritual energy. Almost simultaneously, the golden dragon and Tang Xuan collided with tremendous force. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. Then, the void erupted. Boom. A colossal black hole materialized. The light within 1,000 zhang radius was devoured by the black abyss. The 10,000 zhang space trembled violently, and the earth 100,000 zhang away became riddled with spiderweb-like fissures. It was as if 2 titanic celestial bodies collided. Blue electric serpents rampaged, obliterating everything within sight. Thankfully, the protection of the 5 elders safeguarded the Tang family from catastrophe. Even so, the numerous powerful figures present felt as though their very souls had been dislodged, lightheaded and nauseous. The tremors persisted for a full half-hour before reluctantly subsiding. As the crowd regained their focus, they stood in stunned silence. There stood Tang Xuan, one hand casually resting behind him, his demeanor remarkably composed. Meanwhile, his right hand gripped Long Qingyang's throat. The once magnificent second prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty now lay broken, his bones shattered, flesh torn, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His eyes rolled back in defeat. Tang Xuan sighed. Is living not preferable? Chapter 97. This is the Tang family. 2 blades to slay the imperial contender. Long Qingyang has fallen, and in such an overwhelming fashion. The might of the Tang family scion is terrifying. Elders from various factions felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. With Tang Xuan present, the talents of the bitter realm would endure immense suffering. Do you have any final words? Tang Xuan inquired casually. At these words, everyone inhaled sharply. The Tang family scion was poised to slay Long Qingyang. My heavens! This would ignite a fatal conflict between the Tang family and the Golden Dragon dynasty. Remain calm. We must remain calm. No matter what. Long Qingyang is still the second prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty, an heir of dragon blood. He has cultivated the dragon mastery realm to great achievement and is the younger brother of the first prodigy, Long Qingyang. Should Tang Xuan dare to publicly execute Long Qingyang, the Golden Dragon dynasty would undoubtedly retaliate. The Tang family would surely face dire consequences. Tang Tianha felt the sweat bead on his forehead. Ever since the fall of the Tang family's great emperor, the ancestors had commanded a complete withdrawal from the conflicts of the bitter realm, aiming to alleviate external pressures and grant the Tang family a sliver of respite. Yet, he never anticipated Tang Xuan's methods would be so ruthless. If Long Qingyang were to die, it would spell disaster. Enough. Scion, show mercy where you can. Tang Tianha sighed, attempting to counsel him. Show mercy? Apologies, elder. But that word does not exist in my lexicon. Tang Xuan shook his head defiantly. This man has come to provoke. If I spare him, others will think the Tang family is easy prey. Tang Tianha was taken aback, his mouth agape, speechless. Tang Xuan's gaze turned icy, his hand poised to exert force. Just then, the heavens roiled with turbulence, golden rays of light bursting forth, a thunderous dragon's roar echoing through the sky. Release Long Qingyang. I shall spare your life. The voice was deep and commanding, reminiscent of a celestial deity, instilling fear in the very fabric of existence. An overwhelming dragon's might descended. The crowd in the Tang family square trembled, unable to stand upright. Many others collapsed to their knees. Amidst the cries, an enormous dragon claw, 1,000 zhang in length, emerged from the clouds. In terms of both the density of spiritual energy and the size of the claw, it far surpassed Long Qingyang's. The dragon claw tore through the air, visible ripples in the void expanding outward. Tang Tianha's expression shifted drastically as he gasped in shock. An imperial contender. Above the 5 realms of the Taoist is the imperial realm. In heaven and on earth, the emperor reigns supreme. It can be asserted that the imperial realm is the pinnacle of human power, unparalleled and unmatched. Once, the Tang family ascended to their current illustrious status precisely because they produced a great emperor. Even after the emperor's demise, no one dared to provoke them. Such is the majesty of the emperor, an absolute dignity that must not be insulted, regardless of how powerful the royal family may be. As long as no one ascends to the throne of the emperor, they will always be at a disadvantage. Though a quasi-emperor is not a true emperor, their might is beyond the comparison of mere mortals. The dragon's claw, even before it descends, exerts a pressure that shakes the heavens and the earth. Even the likes of Tang Tian, a formidable figure in the realm of enlightenment, find themselves immobilized. Lu Meyer is ecstatic. Ha! Tang Xuan, your end is nigh. Even the most exceptional talents are accompanied by their protectors. This quasi-emperor of the Golden Dragon dynasty must surely be the protector of Long Qingyang. He should have intervened when Long Qingyang faced danger, yet he could not have anticipated the staggering defeat Long Qingyang would suffer while unleashing dragon blood and igniting his soul. In a moment of shock, a grave mistake is made. This has already cost him face. If Tang Xuan were to kill Long Qingyang now, how could this quasi-emperor hold his head high again? Do you think the Tang family is so easily bullied? Tang Xuan, with an air of indifference, remains unfazed before the 1,000-foot dragon claw. You may have bested me, but you too shall perish, ha ha. Long Qingyang's eyes blaze with resentment and a thirst for vengeance. With the appearance of the quasi-emperor protector, Tang Xuan's demise seems assured. Heh! Seeing Long Qingyang's eyes regain their vigor, Tang Xuan cannot help but chuckle. A quasi-emperor. And what of it? Even if a true emperor were to arrive, they could not shield you. Do you think I would grant you the chance to escape and seek revenge? Tang Xuan's gaze is filled with mockery. What? Are you afraid? Or perhaps you lack the courage? Long Qingyang employs a tactic of provocation, believing Tang Xuan's arrogance would lead him to fall into a trap. No, I simply detest trouble. Tang Xuan shakes his head. What? Long Qingyang's complexion pales. Has Tang Xuan truly lost his mind? Is he genuinely prepared to wage war against the Golden Dragon Dynasty? You young one, dare to strike, and you shall die. The quasi-emperor in the clouds cries out, his voice tinged with fury. Yet, despite the pressure from the quasi-emperor, Tang Xuan's murderous intent remains unwavering. How dare he show such blatant disrespect? Tang Xuan slowly raises his head, a contemptuous expression gracing his features. Remember, this is the Tang family. I, Tang Xuan, conduct my affairs without needing your interference. With that declaration, under the gaze of the crowd, he clenches his right hand. Amidst the piercing screams and Long Qingyang's incredulous stare, he is crushed. Blood rains down like a torrential downpour. The second prince of the Golden Dragon Dynasty, Long Qingyang, has utterly fallen. Tang Xuan reaches out, and a spatial ring falls into his palm. You young fool, you seek death. The sight of Long Qingyang being obliterated before him is a slap to the face for the quasi-emperor. Enraged, the quasi-emperor's dragon claw increases in power several-fold, crashing down. The mere shockwave from the claw's edge is enough to obliterate an enlightened realm expert. The entire Tang family trembles. Once the claw descends, Tang Xuan will have no chance of survival. Yet he remains with his hands behind his back, bearing an expression of calm indifference. At that moment, from the clouds comes a thunderous voice. When did a mere quasi-emperor dare to shout in my Tang family? The mountains behind the Tang family explode. A towering blade of light shoots into the sky, piercing through the clouds, leaving a ghastly scar across the horizon. It seems as if even the heavens are about to fall. The stars tremble in awe. Boom. The blade descends, and screams erupt. The 1,000-foot dragon claw is cleaved in two. Dragon blood sprays like rain. With a single stroke, the quasi-emperor's arm is severed. Such terrifying power sends chills down the spines of all who witness. The celestial blade of star destruction. It appears as though the very firmament has been cleaved apart. How formidable! Tang Xuan's pupils constrict. This blade emanates a sense of power that surpasses even the 3 divine swords. Undoubtedly, it is a super-divine technique. The Star Destruction sword art pales in comparison to this blade. The celestial blade of star destruction. It is the 8th ancestor who has made his move. Tang Tian exclaims in astonishment. You are the human Rakshasa, Tang Xuan. The quasi-emperor of the Golden Dragon Dynasty seems to recognize the identity of the blade's wielder. He is a madman who single-handedly vanquished the forces of the bitter realm. It has been a century since I last emerged, and yet someone still remembers that name. Very well, prepare for your demise. The ancestor's voice resonates with a ghostly calm. What? You want me to take my own life? The quasi-emperor's face is one of disbelief. After all, he is a quasi-emperor. Even if he cannot win, escaping should not pose a problem. Do you not fear the retaliation from the Golden Dragon Dynasty? The quasi-emperor shouts. The emperor's words ring true. The Tang family need not concern themselves with anything. Another blade of light pierces the heavens. Boom. The clouds shatter. A colossal dragon is bisected, which then transforms into an aged man in a gray robe, his face etched with disbelief. With a crack, his body splits in two. The quasi-emperor has fallen, and a mournful wail rises from countless specters. The warriors in the plaza remain silent, no one daring to speak. In their hearts, only one thought prevails. The Tang family, once arrogant and invincible, has returned. Chapter 98. The Four Corners Stir. Tang Xuan is under scrutiny. The world falls silent. The entire Tang family plaza is engulfed in a profound stillness. It is essential to note that those who received invitations to attend are powers of considerable repute in the bitter realm, such as royal families and esteemed dynasties. Within their ranks, they do not lack quasi-emperors. These beings exist high above, akin to true deities. Yet, even such exalted figures have been brutally slain before their very eyes. The Tang family's eighth ancestor, the human Rakshasa, Tang Xuan, reached the quasi-emperor realm a century ago. Now, after a century of seclusion, his cultivation must have ascended to unfathomable heights. One can only speculate whether he has attained the yin-yang stage, the qianquan stage, the life-death stage, or perhaps even the legendary half-step to emperor. Regardless of his current level, he is undoubtedly an entity beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. After all, the former emperor of the Tang family swept through the entire bitter realm, leaving no one capable of forcing him to unleash a second strike. Tales of the Tang family's storied past resurface, and the elders of various factions grow increasingly awestruck. The long duration of seclusion has caused many to forget the former glory of the Tang family. Even if the emperor has fallen, it is not a force that ordinary powers can shake. The foundation brought forth by the emperor is unfathomable. The banquet for the rightful heir concludes here. Do any of you have objections? The voice of the eighth ancestor, Tang Xuan, reverberates once more. All the elders of various factions bow in deference. We dare not. With a single strike, he annihilated Ning Daojun and Feng Wuxia, tearing apart the mighty Long Qingyang, the master of the great dragon domain. In the younger generation, who among them can rival Tang Xuan? Let alone the presence of the old pervert Tang Xuan, who steadfastly protects his own. Who would dare seek out trouble? Very well. Since that is the case, Tianhe, see our guests off. Tang Xuan, come to the secret realm and meet me. After dropping this remark, Tang Xuan fell silent. Yes. Eighth ancestor. Tang Xuan slightly bowed. He had initially thought that the Tang family had but one venerable elder. It now appeared there was a multitude. Moreover, their strength was extraordinarily formidable. Particularly that technique, the fallen heaven star cleaving art, was nothing short of terrifying. If one could obtain some valuable treasure and amplify it 1,000-fold, it would be beyond imagination. Your Highness, what shall we do with her? Tang Aoshi approached, his gaze fixed upon a trembling woman. Lu Meyer had completely collapsed to the ground, a puddle forming beneath her in her fright. She had been brimming with confidence, convinced that Long Qingyang would surely slay Tang Xuan and Tang Aoshi to avenge her. Yet, Long Qingyang had been effortlessly crushed by Tang Xuan. It felt as if she were in a dream. Such detritus, what use is there in keeping her? Aoshi, you take care of it. Tang Xuan dismissed Lu Meyer with a casual remark, not even deigning to regard her. You wretched creature. Tang Aoshi seethed with rage. He had intended to show her some mercy, yet Lu Meyer's thirst for vengeance was so profound. If she were released, who knew what chaos she might unleash? Aoshi, considering that I once served you, spare my life. I have seen the error of my ways. Lu Meyer wailed, repeatedly knocking her head against the ground until it bled. As long as you do not kill me, I am willing to serve as your slave. A flicker of disdain crossed Tang Aoshi's eyes. Do you even deserve that? In a flash of sword light, Lu Meyer's cries were abruptly silenced as her head fell, lifeless. Thus, all those who had come to provoke the Tang family met their end. Not a single one remained. The elders of the various factions felt a chill in their hearts. The Tang family was indeed ruthless. Following this battle, all understood that the name of Emperor Tang Xuan would explode into prominence throughout the bitter realm. At this moment, within the imperial palace of the Golden Dragon Dynasty, a golden light surged into the sky. All living beings within 100,000 miles were struck by an overwhelming pressure. Calm down, Fifth. A steady voice echoed. Soon, the golden light vanished without a trace, and tranquility returned. How can I calm down? Old Ninth has been slain, and one of the most exceptional heirs of my Golden Dragon bloodline has also been killed. This grudge is irreconcilable. I did not expect that the human rascal, Tang Xuan, that madman, is still alive. Fifth, this individual is too powerful to provoke. Second, what do you suggest we do? Should the Golden Dragon Dynasty simply endure this humiliation? We have been trampled upon. Rest assured, Jin Yang's Dragon Emperor aura has been completely absorbed. Once he merges it with the essences of past Dragon Emperors, coupled with his perfected Dragon Mastery domain, slaying Tang Xuan will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Is it truly that simple? That lad has Tang Xuan standing behind him. As long as we do not act, the younger generation's battles absolutely forbid the elders from intervening. How could Tang Xuan, with such arrogance, possibly make a move? All right. Jin Yang, you must annihilate all of those so-called 8 talents of the Tang family. Avenge our grievances. At this moment, a proud voice arose. Rest assured, Your Excellency the 5th Prince. Once I have completed the merging of the Dragon Emperor aura, killing Tang Xuan will be as simple as slaughtering a pig. The 5th Prince laughed maniacally. Excellent. Once the 8 talents of the Tang family fall, the Tang family will be devoid of hope. Let us see how they dare to contend with us. Elsewhere, aboard a cloud vessel, Ao Wuxin wore a cold expression. I never expected the new emperor of the Tang family to possess such strength. I had underestimated him. Behind him, A middle-aged steward breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were substitutes like Long Qingyang, Ning Daojun, and Feng Wuxia, or else. Ao Wuxin's expression shifted. Or else what? Do you believe I would perish at the hands of that youth? The middle-aged steward trembled, realizing he had misspoken. I dare not, Your Highness. Please forgive me. Ao Wuxin snorted coldly, gazing up at the sky. It appears that to defeat that youth, I must resort to my trump cards. Such a prospect is far from advantageous. However, it matters not. My demon blade technique is only a step away from completion. The moment it is finalized will be when he tastes defeat and despair. Ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the void. Achoo. Within the secret realm of the Tang family, Tang Xuan sneezed. Who is discussing me behind my back? Across from him sat an elderly man with youthful features and white hair. Surrounding the elder's form were ever-shifting shadows of yin and yang, the rotation of the cosmos, and the cycles of life and death. Facing him, Tang Xuan felt as though he were confronting an entire world, a presence of unimaginable strength. This elder was none other than the Tang family's eighth ancestor, the human rascal, Tang Xuan. Regret? I apologize, but the words regret do not exist in my vocabulary. I have killed, and I will not look back. Tang Xuan smirked. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. The Golden Dragon dynasty is not as simple as you imagine. Several old-timers possess considerable strength. They may not dare to provoke me, yet they will undoubtedly act against you. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. I pity them, for they have chosen an opponent they can never hope to defeat. Tang Xuan suddenly burst into laughter. Very well, very well. Truly, you are the son of Tang Xiaoyao. Such arrogance runs in the blood. I like it. Amidst the laughter, a luminous sphere appeared before Tang Xuan, an insignia. This is the key to the reverse sea ruins. Within it lies the hidden treasures left behind by the quasi-emperors, which could greatly enhance your strength. Tang Xuan gazed down at the insignia, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. I am far more intrigued by the eighth ancestor's fallen heaven star cleaving art. Chapter 99, The Essence of the Blade. It does not seem insurmountable. Regarding the fallen heaven star cleaving art, Tang Xuan had a vivid recollection. 1 strike to shatter the dragon's might. 2 strikes to cleave the quasi-emperor. Such martial prowess. How could one not be tempted? You wish to learn the fallen heaven star cleaving art? Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. If the eighth ancestor does not wish to teach, then so be it. Tang Xuan smiled slightly. Such a supreme technique must undoubtedly be one of your life-preserving trump cards. Anyone would hesitate to teach it easily. Although I am of the Tang family, I have only just returned to the clan, and I am not well acquainted with the eighth ancestor. What reason would you have to instruct me? In truth, he had merely said it casually, without harboring much hope. However, Tang Xuan pondered for a moment, seriously contemplating. Teaching you is not out of the question, but there are several challenges you must overcome on your own. Tang Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that he truly intends to teach me? This martial skill is undoubtedly comparable in might to the 3 divine sword techniques. Should I master it, it would mean acquiring yet another life-saving trump card. No one would disdain a card that is too hot to handle. As far as I know, you are pursuing the dual cultivation of sword and martial arts, correct? Tang Xuan fixed his gaze on Tang Xuan. As a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, he was well aware of Tang Xuan's sword intent eruption that shattered the pinnacle of the martial arts pavilion with a single strike. Indeed, Tang Xuan nodded affirmatively. Tang Xuan continued, my fallen heaven star slashing technique is driven by the blade's momentum, and merely to grasp the fundamentals requires a consummate mastery of the blade's force. I fear you. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Tang Xuan lacked blade intent. Without even an understanding of blade intent, no matter how exceptional his talent, it would be utterly impossible for him to cultivate the fallen heaven star slashing technique. Therefore, my refusal to teach you is not out of selfishness, but rather a desire not to hinder your cultivation. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. The martial path requires unwavering focus, a relentless advance, and even ordinary geniuses can only cultivate a single path. As for talents like you, though 2 paths may slightly divide your attention, I believe you can manage. However, 3 paths? That is simply unattainable. 3 paths cannot be sustained, even by the most extraordinary geniuses. At least, that is how Tang Xuan perceives it, for there has been no precedent throughout history. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment. He understood that Tang Xuan's refusal stemmed from concern. But was Tang Xuan an ordinary individual? Blade intent. It wasn't insurmountable. A confident smile graced Tang Xuan's lips. I wish to request the 8th ancestor's assistance. I wonder if he would acquiesce. Tang Xuan smiled slightly. Speak freely of your needs. He had a very favorable impression of Tang Xuan. Firstly, he was a member of the Tang family and the son of Tang Xiaoyao. Secondly, today, Tang Xuan had showcased his strength, greatly enhancing the Tang family's reputation. Such a remarkably talented disciple could not be neglected. The typical ridicule and scorn simply could not arise. Tang Xuan articulated each word with clarity. I wish to ask the eighth ancestor to release his blade intent so that I may comprehend it. Ah, Tang Xuan was taken aback. What was this? To have someone release their blade intent for him to comprehend? That was rather childish, was it not? It shouldn't take up too much of the eighth ancestor's time. Tang Xuan contemplated, at most, just one day? One day? To comprehend blade intent? Are you serious? Tang Xuan's expression turned peculiarly strange. Even the most gifted prodigy would not dare to claim they could grasp blade intent in a day. This was not something one could simply wish to comprehend at will. The realm of martial intent is unlike the realm of nature. It emphasizes compatibility. Some individuals are born with a sword body, making their learning of sword techniques rapid. But if they were to learn blade techniques, they might perform even worse than an average martial artist. It could take years, even decades, to achieve entry-level understanding. It is a harsh reality that is unrelated to effort. Tang Xuan's ability to reveal his talent in the duality of sword and martial arts already marked him as a prodigious genius. Now, he was reaching for the domain of blade arts. This was no longer arrogance. It was ignorance. Tang Xuan's expression darkened. I can release my blade intent. But is such a waste of time truly worthwhile? His words were already quite polite. Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly cast aside by Tang Xuan. Did he have the leisure to squander a day accompanying you? Yet today, Tang Xuan's brilliance had indeed astonished him, granting him a measure of tolerance. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. I still prefer the fallen heaven star slashing technique. It possesses such grandeur. Besides, the eighth ancestor surely wishes for this technique to flourish. Very well. Tang Xuan nodded helplessly. His pupils flickered slightly. Boom. The air pressure within a Tinjong radius suddenly plunged. Tang Xuan's muscles tensed instantaneously, a profound sense of danger coursing through his being. Though it was merely the most rudimentary blade intent, its depth was astonishing. It was hard to fathom that anyone could possess blade intent of such strength. Compared to his own consummate sword momentum, it was equally formidable. Tang Xuan had secluded himself for a century, even if he merely wielded the power of blade intent. Few in the harsh world could contend with him. If you cannot withstand it, feel free to speak. Tang Xuan said indifferently. He intentionally aimed to impart a lesson to Tang Xuan, thus releasing a blade intent near the limit of what Tang Xuan could endure. Haha, this is truly exhilarating. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. He activated his origin body, allowing the blade intent to permeate his entire being. The fierce blade intent rampaged through his meridians, waves of tearing pain assailing him relentlessly. Yet Tang Xuan maintained an expression of calm. Not only did he not resist the onslaught of blade intent, but he also absorbed it with greater ferocity. After enduring the initial wave of blade intent, a portion of it slowly dissolved within him. This is the terrifying capability of the origin body, able to encompass all. After absorbing Tang Xuan's blade intent, Tang Xuan then formally began to comprehend blade intent. This was significantly swifter than his experience atop the fallen sword mountain. After all, the sword intent there was merely a remnant. Now, however, Tang Xuan's blade intent was complete, allowing for a far more rapid comprehension. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light flickered at Tang Xuan's fingertips. Tang Xuan's pupils constricted. Could it be? That is blade intent. A trace of astonishment crossed his aged face. He comprehended blade intent in just 3 hours? It must be noted that it had taken him a full month to grasp the embryonic form of blade intent. Yet now, Tang Xuan had condensed its embryonic form in a mere 3 hours. What a jest! Could it be that he had already comprehended blade intent long ago? Tang Xuan pondered. And this was the only explanation that could remotely make sense. Following this, the blade intent at Tang Xuan's fingertips grew increasingly formidable. Blade intent embryonic form. Blade intent minor success. Blade intent major success. Blade intent pinnacle. Condense. With a resonant sound, blade intent transformed into blade momentum. Boom. A thunderous blast erupted. The fierce wind howled. Tang Xuan's long hair whipped violently, and within his eyes, there now resided a divine blade capable of cleaving heaven and earth. Blade momentum. Tang Xuan sprang to his feet in astonishment. In less than 8 hours, Tang Xuan had condensed blade momentum. How could this be possible? A full day and night. When dawn broke anew, Tang Xuan's aura had unmistakably reached the pinnacle of blade momentum. Tang Xuan's expression had become exceedingly peculiar. Was he even human? Were it not for the fact that Tang Xuan was a bona fide member of the Tang family, Tang Xuan might have suspected he was dealing with a monster. His father had not been this monstrous in his youth. How had such a child come into being? Tang Xuan felt a tinge of envy. If only he had such an extraordinarily talented grandson, he would likely wake up laughing in his dreams. When conversing with other elders, his voice would rise by 8 octaves. Even during meals, he would insist on a minimum of 8 dishes. Finally, it has been condensed. It doesn't seem to have been too difficult. Tang Xuan opened his eyes and smiled slightly. Tang Xuan. This is the manual for the Fallen Heaven Star slashing technique. You may take your leave. Tang Xuan, with an unusual expression, tossed a manual towards him and waved his hand dismissively, seemingly displaying a hint of impatience. I've delayed the old ancestor's time. Tang Xuan takes his leave. He carefully stored away the manual for the celestial slashing star technique and exited the secret realm. After a brief moment, Tang Xuan's body suddenly slumped. Phew. Thankfully that lad has left. Otherwise, my Tao heart would have shattered. The blow was too disheartening. In the realm of martial arts, one could only dread the comparisons. With the same manual, while he took a year to master it, others seemed to succeed with mere casual swings. Such a vast disparity could easily lead anyone into despair. Tang Xuan spent an entire year perfecting the blade intent, and an additional 3 years achieving the great perfection of blade force. In total, it took him 4 years, an extraordinary feat. It is worth noting that back at the Falling Sword Mountain, some martial artists spent 3 to 5 years in arduous meditation, barely improving by a fraction, and that was with sword intent. To cultivate sword force truly takes a lifetime. For years, before any martial artist, Tang Xuan held an unwavering confidence. He had always prided himself on this. Yet, within a mere day, his pride was utterly shattered. Ironically, the one who shattered it was the newly appointed heir of the Tang family. What a misfortune. Tang Xuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After all, Tang Xian's growth would greatly benefit the Tang family. But what about his own situation? He would be mired in this gloom for at least 3 months. However, what Tang Xuan did not anticipate was that an even greater blow was soon to come. Half a month later, a resounding crash echoed as a 100-foot blade aura cleaved through the heavens. The clouds were instantly torn asunder, resembling a celestial descent. The blade aura struck the earth, causing a cataclysmic rupture, a chasm stretching 10,000 feet deep. The Tang family members were all astonished. This technique was the celestial slashing star technique of the 8th ancestor. Oddly enough, hadn't the 8th ancestor already cultivated to a 100-foot blade aura? Why was the blade aura just 100 feet this time? It was rumored that the 8th ancestor had bestowed the celestial slashing star technique upon the heir, Tang Xuan. Could this strike have been executed by him? Such an extraordinary martial art could hardly be mastered in just half a month. Surely, the 8th ancestor must have deliberately compressed the blade intent. Yes, that must be it. No matter how gifted Tang Xuan is, it is inconceivable that he could learn the celestial slashing star technique in such a short time. This sentiment was indeed valid. After all, it was the 8th ancestor's ultimate technique. If it could be learned so easily, how could the 8th ancestor maintain his dignity? Inside the secret realm, Tang Xuan wore a dazed expression, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This is truly challenging. Although I have managed to gather the blade aura, there remain numerous issues to resolve. Tang Xuan sighed deeply. After half a month of relentless training, he had even set aside his cultivation of spiritual energy. It was exceedingly demanding. This was not due to arrogance on Tang Xuan's part. Rather, his previous experiences with martial techniques had typically seen him grasp them within 3 days. Even the 3 sovereign divine swords had not posed such a challenge. Yet, the celestial slashing star technique had taken a full half month. Half a month. Was that not daunting enough? You. Tang Xuan swayed, golden stars flickering before his eyes. Can one even be human? Ancestor, are you unwell? Tang Xuan, noticing the change in Tang Xuan's complexion, immediately inquired with concern. It's nothing. Just a bit of discomfort due to age. I'm fine now. Tang Xuan desperately suppressed his astonishment, forcing out a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Are you able to leave? Being in the presence of Tang Xuan was a constant source of pressure. It was unbearable. After correcting Tang Xuan's misunderstandings, Tang Xuan used the pretense of seclusion to send him away. Thank you for your guidance, ancestor. Farewell. Just as he was about to depart, Tang Xuan called out to him. This martial technique was obtained from the celestial slashing dynasty. If you have further queries, you may seek answers there. It is the source of the celestial slashing techniques and must possess unique insights. The celestial slashing dynasty. Tang Xuan nodded, committing it to memory. During this period, aside from honing his martial skills, he had also perused many of the Tang family's extensive collection of tomes. Being part of an imperial lineage, their library was undoubtedly rich. Tang Xuan, with an exceptional memory, gained considerable understanding of various dynasties within the bitter domain. The Celestial Slashing Dynasty. A premier dynasty with a history spanning 10,000 years. Just like families, dynasties also have hierarchies. For instance, the North Star Dynasty and the Purple Radiance Dynasty are among the most basic, yet they have endured for centuries. Above them are the Thousand-Year Dynasties. possessing a degree of heritage and strength. Following the 1,000-year dynasties are the 10,000-year dynasties, whose foundations rival those of the top royal families. Above the 10,000-year dynasties lies the imperial dynasties, akin to imperial families, governed by a great emperor. In the bitter domain, there are but a handful of imperial dynasties. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Xuan. Ancestor, since the celestial slashing techniques are so formidable, they must surely be a closely guarded secret of the celestial slashing dynasty. They likely wouldn't agree to share it lightly, would they? Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Do the Tang family members require their consent to visit the celestial slashing dynasty? Tang Xuan remarked, goodness, this old man truly is quite domineering. It's no wonder they are all from the Tang family, accustomed to such arrogance. However, Tang Xuan remained unperturbed. After all, he had only just begun to grasp the celestial slashing star technique and needed to cultivate it to perfection before contemplating further actions. His own strength also required continuous enhancement. Presently, the most critical matter was the legacy of the reverse sea. There lay treasures from quasi-emperors. It was only now that Tang Xuan realized the imperial law of the primordial emperor he purchased from the Tiandi pavilion was, in fact, a quasi-emperor level technique. Not a true emperor's skill. Achieving the status of an emperor is exceedingly arduous. After comprehending the Tao, one must subsequently break through to the quasi-emperor realm. However, at that stage, one would only become a beginner quasi-emperor. Following that, one must traverse through the yin-yang stage, the qianxiaaudiobooks stage, the life-death stage, and the reincarnation stage. At that point, one could be referred to as half a step to sealing an emperor. As for truly sealing an emperor, one must endure numerous terrifying trials. Those who become emperors are invariably extraordinary figures, unmatched throughout the ages. With the 10,000-fold amplification system at his disposal, Tang Xuan believed that the imperial throne would undoubtedly be his in the future. During this time, he remained diligently within the Tang family, focusing on his cultivation. He also elevated his realm to the pinnacle of the seeking Tao stage. The remainder of his time was devoted to contemplating the 3 sovereign divine swords and the celestial slashing star technique. Within the safety of the Tang family, under the watchful protection of his ancestors, his training was exceptionally secure. Before long, news of the impending opening of the reverse sea legacy arrived, and Tang Xuan was fully prepared. At this moment, a remarkable transformation occurred on his status panel. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, super divine body. Origin, sealed state. Talent, soul power, 40 million miles of soul. Cultivation, pinnacle of seeking Tao. Technique, primordial emperor's law. Martial techniques, celestial thunder 5 lightning method, achieved lesser divine rank. 3 deities sealing god sword, achieved minor divine rank. Meteor slashing star formula, entry level half-step Tao realm. Intent, peak minor achievement in the origin domain. Pet, sacred beast white tiger, level 5. Spouse, Murong Yunshang, purple radiance imperial divine body. The meteor slashing star formula, originally a technique of the super divine level, has transformed into a half-step Tao realm technique after a myriad of enhancements. Its power now exponentially greater than before. Not only has Tang Xuan's own strength surged, but the bloodline of the sacred beast white tiger has also awakened to the 5th level, rivaling that of a beginning Tao realm warrior. Similarly, Murong Yunshang has reached the beginning Tao realm, bolstered by the purple radiance imperial divine body and the potent elixirs. Her prowess has advanced remarkably. Occasionally, Tang Xiaoxiao returns, but her visits are brief due to Tang Xuan's watchful eye. Nevertheless, according to Tang Xuan's observations, Tang Xiaoxiao's foundation has solidified at least 3-fold compared to before, indicating Tang Xuan's considerable efforts. When the time comes for her to unleash her potential, Tang Xiaoxiao will undoubtedly astonish all. On this day, Tang Xiaoshu rushed in, his first words proclaiming, "The reverse sea ruins have opened." Chapter 101, The Emergence of the Ruins. It appears rather ordinary. Has it truly begun? Tang Xuan raised his head with an air of indifference. Tang Xiaoshu, astonished, exclaimed, "Aren't you surprised? We've waited so long for the opening of the ruins." Within the reverse sea ruins lie countless treasures, which could greatly enhance one's strength. Who could remain unmoved? Since the reverse sea ruins were destined to open, why express surprise? Tang Xuan set down the tome in his hands, his tone ever more nonchalant. The demeanor of the imperial prince is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary men. Tang Xiaoshu said with admiration. Not to mention the astonishing cultivation, but this calm disposition, how many can rival it? By the way, Elder Tianhe has instructed us to prepare. We shall depart in an hour. As you know, with the ruins opening, those who secure the first move will obtain the most treasures. Tang Xiaoshu said with enthusiasm. Are you also going? Tang Xuan was taken aback. Indeed, every one of the 8 great imperial princes possesses a key to the reverse sea ruins. Tang Xiaoshu was momentarily stunned. However, Due to separate arrangements made by Tang Qitian and Tang Bingli, only you, I, and Jiu Yu will attend this time. It has been reported that many millennia-old dynasties and royal families will dispatch their most exceptional talents to participate. These prodigies are not of the same ilk as Ning Daojun or Feng Wuxia. At the very least, they are on the same level as Long Qingyang. Tang Xian shook his head. Oh, it seems the reverse sea ruins are quite ordinary after all. Tang Aoshu then recalled that Long Qingyang had been easily dispatched with a single punch by Tang Xian. Indeed, quite ordinary. He stammered. Ahem. Although the strength of those attending may seem lesser in your eyes, it doesn't imply that the reverse sea ruins are subpar, does it? How many can match your extraordinary prowess? Well, that is true. Let us go. Tang Xian finished the last page of the tome, closed it, and rose. Aren't you going to prepare? Tang Aoshu was taken aback. He had begun preparing 10 days in advance for the reverse sea ruins, clothing, elixirs, and items for various scenarios, filling his spatial ring to nearly capacity. What is there to prepare? Tang Xian chuckled. To him, it was merely a brief excursion. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Tang Aoshu could no longer tolerate it. In Tang Xian's presence, he felt perpetually overshadowed. Golden Dragon Dynasty. Imperial City. Suddenly, a colossal golden dragon soared into the sky, piercing the clouds. The golden radiance illuminated the entire Golden Dragon Dynasty. Concurrently, countless phantoms swirled around the golden dragon. The overwhelming dragons might instantly stir the powerful figures of the Golden Dragon Dynasty, who ascended into the air to witness the spectacle. It succeeded. It has finally succeeded. An initial stage quasi-emperor wept tears of joy, trembling all over. Ha ha ha. The dragon's aura has completely fused. This is a sign that our Golden Dragon Dynasty is on the path to becoming an empire. Amidst the laughter, an elder appeared. The powerful figures of the Golden Dragon Dynasty bowed in respect, recognizing him as a venerable elder of the dynasty, whose cultivation was unfathomable. Rumored to have reached the late stage of the Qianxian realm, on the brink of transcending the life and death stage. Greetings, Elder Long. The elder nodded. His eyes filled with excitement as he gazed at the towering golden dragon. The dragon roared in the void, circling the Golden Dragon Dynasty 9 times before transforming into a human figure, clad in golden dragon armor, with flowing black hair and a body aglow with golden light. His gaze was domineering. He descended before Elder Long, slightly bowing. Long Jinyang pays respects to Elder Long. Upon raising his head, the young man bore scales on his face, a phenomenon only seen during dragon transformation. He was the most talented individual of the Golden Dragon Dynasty, Long Jinyang. Having fully absorbed the ancestral dragon's aura, his strength had reached a terrifying level. The dragon blood within him had also been fully activated, and coupled with his extraordinary talent and dragon god body, he was unparalleled among the youths of the entire realm. Very well, very well. Elder Long's face radiated satisfaction. You have completely fused with the dragon's aura. Once you use the dragon blood to refine your body and replace your bones with dragon bones, you will truly reach the pinnacle. Go forth. The reverse sea ruins have opened. I have foreseen the presence of a true dragon's corpse within. Should you obtain it, you shall be invincible. The words invincible sent a shiver among the surrounding powerhouses. What a bold proclamation. Elder Long's status ensured he would not speak lightly, since he claimed it. It must be true. Understood, Elder Long. Long Jinyang's eyes burned with ambition for power. Ah, there is one more trivial matter I need you to handle, Elder Long said. Long Jinyang's expression turned serious. Please, Elder Long, speak. I want you to kill someone. A fierce glint flashed in Elder Long's eyes. Your brother, Long Qingyang, was slain by the newly appointed imperial prince of the Tang family, and even a quasi-emperor of the imperial tomb fell alongside him. Therefore, I want you to tear Tang Xian to shreds. However, be cautious, that Tang Xian possesses certain peculiarities. His strength is astonishing. Long Jinyang smiled confidently. Strong? Even better. I have merged with the dragon's aura and require a worthy opponent. Let him experience the might of the dragon god. Now he had combined the divine body, dragon's aura, and perfected domain within himself. He was truly a genius among geniuses. Long Jinyang could hardly fathom who among the younger generation could rival him. Tang Xian, your fate is sealed. Very well, go. Elder Long nodded. Long Jinyang immediately turned and departed. Watching his soaring figure, Elder Long's gaze flickered. What a pity. Long Jinyang ultimately falls short of perfection. Otherwise, even 10 Tang Xians would be doomed. Once, the Golden Dragon Dynasty boasted a prodigious genius who cultivated the dragon's sovereign body to its zenith. Alas, she has been missing for an extended period. Along with the dragon pearl, the sole object capable of perfecting the dragon's sovereign body. Sigh, if that maiden were still among us, the Tang family would be inconsequential. Without doubt, the emergence of the reverse sea relics has stirred the winds and clouds from all directions. Countless dynasties, families, and formidable factions have dispatched their elite warriors. Above the bitter realm, various cloud ships and flying beasts appear with alarming frequency. Their singular objective, reverse Sea City. Oh, the Qingyuan beast. Has even the reclusive Qing family emerged? Naturally, the reverse sea relics are of immense significance. It's not just the hidden Qing family that has come forth. Even the Golden Dragon dynasty and the Blade Demon Ao family, esteemed powerhouses, have sent their champions. By the way, it is rumored that the newly appointed heir of the Tang family will also make an appearance. Ah, he has arrived. Others will be left with nothing but scraps, for that fellow is notorious. During the naming banquet, he directly tore apart the second prince of the Golden Dragon. Sigh. The reverse sea relics. It promises to be a fierce contest of dragons and tigers. Various factions congregate, engaging in idle chatter about one another's circumstances. Among the names most frequently mentioned is none other than Tang Xuan, the heir of the Tang family. At that very moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens, and a tempest erupted. Numerous cloud ships were caught off guard and were sent reeling backward. Warriors aboard the cloud ships nearly tumbled off. Just as the crowd contemplated voicing their grievances, a colossal cloud ship, 1,000 feet long, tore through the air with blinding speed. At the bow of the vessel, a single character was inscribed, Chu. Those familiar gasped in astonishment. The Chu family, one of the timeless royal clans, who would have thought they would also arrive? It is said that the Chu family was once an imperial lineage, but their emperor was slain by the Tang family's sovereign, reducing them to a royal clan. They have secluded themselves for 300 years. Who could have predicted their presence here? Clearly, the allure of the reverse sea relics is far greater than anticipated. On the cloud ship stood a young man clad in black, exuding an air of coldness. The treasures of the reverse sea, they belong to no one but me. Chu Yuan. Chapter 102, Before Reverse Sea City. Who shall reign supreme? The Chu family's cloud ship. Chu Yuan stood, proud and solitary, hands clasped behind his back, radiating an unparalleled aura. His countenance, as resolute as stone, drew envious and admiring gazes from countless onlookers. Such formidable presence, truly befitting a descendant of the former imperial lineage. It is rumored that Chu Yuan possesses a natural divine body, and, due to his seclusion and cultivation, did not participate in the naming battle of the Tang family's heir. Now that he has emerged, it seems the Tang heir has met his match. Surrounding Reverse Sea City, countless warriors whispered among themselves. Ever since the appearance of the Chu family's cloud ship, no one dared to enter the gates of Reverse Sea City. It was evident. Chu Yuan remained still. No one dared to make a move. Anyone who dared to step into Reverse Sea City before Chu Yuan would be opposing the Chu family and challenging Chu Yuan himself. No one would be foolish enough to do so. The warriors around, regardless of their origins, bore expressions tinged with trepidation. No one wished to attract the attention of the Chu family. Swarm of ants. Steward, enter. Chu Yuan spoke coldly. Just as the Chu family's cloud ship was about to enter Reverse Sea City, a voice thundered from the heavens. You are unworthy to enter this gate. As the words fell, the clouds parted, revealing another colossal cloud ship of equal stature racing toward the Chu family's vessel. This ship was straight and imposing, resembling a menacing long knife, emanating an oppressive aura. At the bow of the ship was an engraving of a long knife, still stained with fresh blood. The Blade Demon Ao family. It is Ao Wuxin who has arrived. Indeed, the reverse sea relics have drawn the Blade Demon Ao family. They are on par with the imperial lineage, a timeless royal family. Ao Wuxin is renowned as the unparalleled genius of the Ao family. Amidst the reverent gazes of the crowd, Ao Wuxin crossed his arms and approached the front of his cloud ship. Before I enter the city, it would be prudent for no one to go ahead. His words dripped with provocation. Chu Yuan, a man of immense pride, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, I Chu Yuan intend to enter the city. Who can stop me? As his words echoed, the void around them twisted abruptly. Domain. Activate. The Chu family's abyssal domain is said to engulf one in an abyss, obliterating their very soul. Allow me to experience it firsthand. Ao Wuxin, undeterred, also activated his domain. A spectral figure emerged, resembling a ghost or demon, wielding a bloodied long knife that radiated endless malevolence. Boom. The two domains clashed violently, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, the winds and clouds to tear apart. The overwhelming aura swept through the multitude of warriors standing before Reverse Sea City, sending many flying. Some unfortunate souls spewed blood, their faces painted with horror. How terrifying. They are extraordinary. Ordinary warriors possess no qualification to even approach. The one who first enters the city will seize the initiative within the reverse sea relics. Chu Yuan's domain transformed into an unfathomable abyss, seeking to devour Ao Wuxin. Ao Wuxin's domain, shrouded in demonic power, cleaved the sky with a single stroke. The two engaged in a stalemate. At that moment, the void underwent a sudden anomaly. A golden dragon descended from the heavens, landing squarely in the center of the clash between the two domains. This was the locus of their concentrated power. Warriors below the initial Tao realm had no qualification to approach, while those in the Law realm would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The colossal golden dragon shimmered and transformed into a figure, provoking gasps of astonishment from the surrounding warriors. They could hardly believe their eyes. Someone could withstand the onslaught of two great domains simultaneously. Chu Yuan and Ao Wuxin both furrowed their brows in unison. What do two mere ants have to quarrel about? In heaven and earth, only I, Long Jinyong, reign supreme. As his words fell, the figure revealed itself. Clad in golden dragon armor, with hair billowing like the wind, his disdainful gaze concealed profound arrogance. Long Jinyong, the grand prince of the golden dragon dynasty. He has come as well? My heavens, this truly is a battle of dragons and tigers, standing amidst the dual domains. Long Jinyong remained unfazed by the terrifying pressure that bore down upon him, striding toward the city gate. Chu Yuan smiled with a hint of malice. Your Highness, the Grand Prince, you are rather eager. His aura suddenly surged several-fold, as the abyssal domain emanated a powerful pull, attempting to ensnare Long Jinyong's form. Insolence. Long Jinyong's face darkened with fury, and a golden dragon surged from within him. The domain promptly activated. In an instant, 100-foot radius transformed into a realm of gold. The golden dragon soared, tearing through the power of the abyssal domain. You overreach yourself. With the pressure lightning. Long Jinyong smirked dismissively. Yet before he could take a step, the blade demon blocked his path, delivering a fierce strike upon the golden dragon's form. Clang. Sparks erupted. The golden dragon was forced back several feet. This is not the golden dragon dynasty. Ao Wuxin declared coldly. You two may join forces, but this prince fears nothing. Long Jinyong laughed heartily, urging the dragon's sovereign domain once more. Chu Yuan and Ao Wuxin, unwilling to be outdone, similarly amplified their domain powers. Boom, boom, boom. The three great domains collided in a frenzy, summoning thunder and fire, shaking the vast heavens. All the warriors retreated again and again, fearful of being struck by the aftermath. Such terrifying residual energy. Just a single domain possesses the power to annihilate those at the Tao realm. Now, with three domains in play, it is likely that none below the quasi-emperor level can withstand it. Unless the three of them determine a victor, anyone who dares to advance shall surely perish. As the battle reached its zenith, a cloud vessel floated gracefully into view. An ordinary-looking craft, yet no one dared to underestimate it. For inscribed upon the bow was a character that read Tang. In the Bitter Realm, countless warriors bear the surname Tang. Yet only one family possesses the audacity to boldly etch the character upon their vessel, the Imperial Tang clan, and they have finally arrived. Oh, does this mean we shall glimpse the new Tang clan heir? It is said that the new heir is not only immensely powerful, but also extraordinarily handsome. Hee. Following the naming war, Tang Xuan's reputation has resounded throughout the Bitter Realm. All eyes were drawn to the Tang clan's cloud vessel. At the bow, Tang Xuan stood resplendent in white, his garments billowing in the gentle breeze, a figure both tall and proud. His unparalleled visage left all in awe, especially the serene smile gracing his lips, which sent countless female warriors into a frenzy, yearning to possess him. How striking. The Tang clan heir is even more handsome than rumored. My heart has withered. How shall I face other men henceforth? I swear, even if I must resort to underhanded means, I shall claim his body. To bear his divine seed would make even eternal damnation worthwhile. Merely his appearance. Tang Xuan's extraordinary grace overshadowed everything else. In an instant, the fierce battle among the three mightiest warriors lost its allure. Long Jinyong, Ao Wuxin, and Chu Yuan simultaneously sensed the shift and halted. Tang Xuan, you have finally arrived. Oh, so he is the new heir of the Tang clan? He possesses a decent appearance, but good looks do not equate to strength. His power must have grown. The three powerful figures harbored their own thoughts. In that fleeting moment, the area before the gates of Reverse Sea City fell into a profound silence. The only sound was the gentle breeze caressing the air, as if a celestial being had descended. Damn it, I shall never stand beside him again. Tang Aoshi muttered bitterly, feeling overshadowed in his presence. With him around, we might as well be invisible. He is, after all, the Tang clan heir, a genius among geniuses. Yet now, all of his splendor has been eclipsed by Tang Xuan. Tens of thousands of warriors stood transfixed, not a single gaze lingering on him. Such a blow to the spirit. Alas, what can we do when our brother is so handsome? Tang Jiuyu spread his hands, wearing an expression of acceptance. Handsome. That is justice. Mo Zhu bit her crimson lip, her heart racing uncontrollably. The more she interacted with Tang Xuan, the more she found herself ensnared. The Tang clan's cloud vessel continued its course unimpeded towards the gates of Reverse Sea City. 3 overlapping domains. An obstruction. Chapter 103. As a member of the Tang clan. Why must we be modest? As the Tang clan's cloud vessel approached, Long Jinyang, Ao Wuxin, and Chu Yuan narrowed their eyes in unison. To seek entry under the deadly embrace of our 3 domains, such audacity. The heir of the Tang clan is indeed as arrogant as the rumors suggest, seeking death. At this moment, their 3 domains intertwined, generating a fearsome and bizarre power. Do not even mention those at the 5th realm of the Tao. Even a nascent quasi-emperor would likely be obliterated into dust. This is not good. Young master, halt immediately. Tang Aoshi cried out in alarm. Why? Tang Xuan smiled lightly. Can you not see the 3 domains ahead? Tang Aoshi was rendered speechless. The interwoven domains twisted even the void itself. The power was such that merely witnessing it with the naked eye signified its formidable nature. Tang Aoshi knew that even if he activated the Sword God domain, he could never breach it. Both Long Jinyang and Ao Wuxin, as well as Chu Yuan, were all top-tier geniuses far beyond him. And then? Tang Xuan countered with a question. Tang Aoshi nearly spat blood in frustration. And then what? Charge through. None would survive. The entire vessel would be obliterated. Young master, it would be prudent to pause until the 3 of them separate. They are not allies. The best strategy is to strike when divided. Tang Aoshi finally managed to regain his composure. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, what is the Tang clan? Tang Aoshi was caught off guard by the question and paused. The Tang clan is an imperial lineage. Tang Xuan nodded. Since we are of the imperial lineage, it is others who must yield to us. Why should we halt and wait? Tang Aoshi forced a smile. My lord, though that may be true, when venturing into the world, with so many powerful figures around, it is best to maintain a low profile. Tang Xuan shook his head. You are mistaken. He lifted his gaze to the 3 figures blocking their path and spoke softly. To be low-key is also an imperial trait. To be high-profile is likewise an imperial trait. Since everyone knows we are of the imperial lineage, why should we be modest? Unless you lack the confidence to uphold the Tang clan's prestige. Tang Aoshi was shaken to his core. He understood. Tang Xuan was absolutely correct. From the moment of his birth, he bore the mark of the imperial Tang clan. Regardless of whether he chose to be low-key or high-profile, others would always regard him with peculiar eyes. If that is the case, a true man stands between heaven and earth. Why not engage in a grand battle? With this shift in mindset, Tang Aoshi's aura transformed dramatically. He bowed deeply to Tang Xuan's retreating figure. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Tang Xuan nodded lightly. Beside them, Mo Zhu inhaled sharply. Merely through a few words, he had enlightened the heir of the Tang lineage, Tang Aoshi. Such a broad-mindedness and such spirit. Who in this world could rival him? With this guidance, Tang Aoshi's mindset was elevated, and his cultivation would undoubtedly take a significant leap forward. This was something even Tang Xiaoyao had never accomplished. Soon, the Tang clan's cloud vessel reached the edge of the 3 overlapping domains, still showing no sign of stopping. The surrounding warriors changed their expressions. No way. Could it be that the Tang clan heir intends to force his way through? Has he lost his mind? That is a trifold domain. To face 3 alone. Such confidence is unprecedented. If he succeeds, the Tang clan heir's reputation shall ascend to new heights, leaving no other talent in the bitter realm to contend with. Moreover, the dignity of Long Jinyang, Ao Wuxin, and Chu Yuan would be utterly diminished. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the Tang clan's cloud vessel slowly entered the trifold domain. The 3 formidable warriors' expressions shifted instantly. Such audacity, such arrogance. Do they look down upon us? Long Jinyang snorted coldly, taking the initiative to attack. The dragon's sovereign domain erupted. In an instant, golden light trembled the heavens, and a colossal golden dragon manifested, charging toward the Tang clan's vessel with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, Ao Wuxin and Chu Yuan both unleashed their powers. Beneath the Tang clan's vessel, the image of an abyss emerged, a 10,000 zhang deep chasm filled with ghostly whales and ominous winds, resembling a hellish realm. Above the Tang clan's vessel, the shadow of the blade demon appeared, wielding dual blades, descending with fierce intent. The piercing blade light stained the sky a blood-red hue, and from the 1,000 zhang blade light erupted torrents of magma-like crimson energy. In the face of 3 formidable realms simultaneously converging, who could contend with such power? In an instant, Tang Xuan found himself ensnared in a seemingly fatal predicament. Yet, undeterred by the encroaching threat, his expression remained impassive. With a single step, he activated the Origin Realm. A resplendent rainbow materialized above his head, enveloping an area of 100 feet. The onlookers were taken aback. What manner of realm is this? How exquisite. It can summon a rainbow. But can it withstand the onslaught of 3 realms? A sinister grin spread across Long Jinyang's face. A facade of grandeur. Today, the scion of the Tang family shall meet his demise here. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the dragon realm, the blade demon realm, and the abyss realm struck with unyielding force against the rainbow. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Contrary to all expectations, the anticipated explosive impact did not occur. The strength of the 3 realms dissipated like raindrops in the ocean, vanishing without a trace. What is happening? The power of the realms has been disassembled. How can this be? Including Long Jinyang, Ao Wuxin, and Chu Yuan, all the martial artists stood dumbfounded, their faces etched with disbelief. They never imagined that Tang Xian's realm possessed the ability to disintegrate. What kind of realm is this? The disintegration realm? Impossible. The disintegration realm can only break down nascent realms. Long Jinyang and the others had already reached a consummate stage. Their realms were inseparable from their essence, rendering them impervious to disintegration. It was evident that a profound secret lay within the scion of the Tang family. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Jiaji's cloud vessel leisurely approached the gates of Reverse Sea City. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Tang Xian, with a sword aimed at the heavens. Why should I feel ashamed of being a hero? He proclaimed with a laugh, steering the cloud vessel into the city gates. The moment he vanished, chaos erupted before the gates of Reverse Sea City. My heavens, did you hear what the scion of the Tang family just said? Exclaimed one. Incredible. With a sword aimed at the heavens, why should I feel ashamed of being a hero? Why must I be born into this world? Isn't this a humiliation for all heroes? How audacious. Long Jinyang, Ao Wuxin, and Chu Yuan, all prodigies of their time, found themselves outmatched by an unreasonable anomaly. If the scion of the Tang family does not fall, they would never rise again. The more Tang Xian exuded nonchalance, the more uncomfortable they felt. Each of them was a top-tier genius with immense pride. Yet today, despite their combined strength, they were thwarted by Tang Xian, regardless of any justification. Their dignity had been utterly obliterated. And there, before the gates of Reverse Sea City, under the gaze of thousands of martial artists, they could not afford to lose their composure. How could they express their anger? Would it not be a show of impotent fury? Could they still hold their heads high afterward? Tang Xian, I, Long Jinyang, swear to be your enemy. With that, Long Jinyang transformed into a streak of light. Rushing into Reverse Sea City, Ao Wuxin and Chu Yuan, their faces grim, followed suit, piloting their cloud vessels into the city. The Reverse Sea ruins had yet to truly awaken, yet the legend of the scion had already taken root. Before the gates of Reverse Sea City, one man shattered 3 realms. Chapter 104, Arrogance. The unruly young master of the deafing ancient academy. Regardless of any legend, time ultimately diminishes all tales. Though Tang Xian had triumphed over 3 realms, the spectators understood that such a confrontation did not represent the full strength of the martial artists involved, especially for beings of the caliber of Long Jinyang, Ao Wuxin, and Chu Yuan. To suggest they lacked any trump cards would be folly. Days had passed since Tang Xian entered the city, yet the Reverse Sea ruins had not yet truly opened. Many powerful figures from esteemed families and grand dynasties were still arriving, some of whom rivaled the Tang family and the Golden Dragon dynasty. It was evident that everyone wished to partake in the treasures of the Reverse Sea ruins, which promised both bountiful rewards and opportunities for cultivating talented youths. Xian, you've been here for several days without venturing out. Constantly training will only harm your health. Mous Bamboo offered Tang Xian a cup of tea, gently wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Sister Yuez, I have little interest in wandering about. Cultivating is far more engaging. Tang Xian replied with a smile after sipping his tea. You are just like your father, a true training fanatic. Mous playfully chided. Since entering Reverse Sea City, Tang Xian had devoted himself to rigorous training. Tang Aoshi had similarly experienced a breakthrough in his mindset and had entered seclusion. As for the young girl, Tang Juyo, she spent her days eating and sleeping, lacking any semblance of decorum. The pressure is immense. Tang Xian sighed. With so many talented individuals watching me, if I do not strive, how can I possibly surpass them? Mous looked on, speechless, while others trained out of fear of being surpassed. Tang Xian trained merely for the thrill of overshadowing others. What a wicked thing. Since you prefer to stay in, I shall take on the task. The market near Reverse Sea City, adjacent to the ruins, still harbors many treasures. Perhaps something will prove useful for you. Mous said with a charming smile. Then I must trouble you, Sister Yuez. Tang Xian nodded in agreement, adding, it's truly wonderful to have your company. His words were laden with affection. Mous's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lightly scolded him. You flirt. Be careful. Yin Shang might get jealous. In truth, Her heart had long been entrusted to Tang Xuan. Though she was slightly older, it was trivial compared to the long lifespan of martial artists. Mous's demeanor was fierce toward adversaries, yet she was as gentle as water toward Tang Xuan. Who could resist such an alluring elder sister? Upon exiting the inn, Mous inquired about the market's location and set off in that direction. The market of Reverse Sea City was bustling with activity. As the number of visitors swelled, all manner of peculiar wares were available for sale. After surveying the area, Mous quickly spotted something of great value: realm stones. These were remarkably unique stones, seemingly unremarkable on the outside, yet containing pure domain power within. They could be absorbed by any martial artist to enhance their realm strength. The piece Mous discovered was the size of a human head, brimming with potent realm energy. Perfect. Just what Xian needs, she exclaimed. Though realm stones were expensive, Mous was unconcerned. Tang Xuan had provided her with a spatial ring containing millions of low-grade spirit crystals. What could she not afford? Just as Mous prepared to pay for the realm stone, danger loomed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fine needles, arranged in a formation, pinned the realm stone in place. A flash of anger flickered in Mous's eyes. Had she not advanced in cultivation and been quick to withdraw her hand, she might have been injured. Who dares to launch a surprise attack? A dark-clad youth with a grim expression approached, his fingertips deftly wielding several fine needles, identical to those that had just assailed Mous. Leave the realm stone behind, and you may depart. Mous raised her elegant brows. Huh, such arrogance. Who do you think you are? She addressed Tang Xuan with a gentle demeanor, yet displayed unwavering strength against her adversaries. TSK, an aging beauty, yet undeniably exquisite. Surely, young Master Su will fancy you. Bring the domain stone and accompany me. The young man in black surveyed Mous from head to toe, letting out a whistle, his eyes gleaming with wicked intent. Humph. Mous scoffed coldly, grasping the domain stone and turning to leave. Were it not for the complex factions within Reverse Sea City, she would have dealt with him immediately. Had he uttered his first word, she would have already taken his life. Oh, you possess quite the temper. A woman with allure. The young man in black raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. He darted forward, blocking her path once more. Step aside, or do not blame me for my rudeness. Mou's patience wore thin, her fury reaching its zenith. Do you know who I am? The young man in black sneered. I care not who you are. Get out of my way. Pointing a finger, Mous summoned her holy sword, its radiance transforming into layers of shimmering light as it cleaved towards the young man. Caught off guard by the ferocity of her assault, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. You seek death, he shouted, unleashing dozens of fine needles. Mous laughed coldly. A mere parlor trick. Having fully recovered and even advanced a half-step into the Dao realm, she knew she was beyond his reach. With a surge of sword energy, she shattered the needles and struck the young man squarely in the chest. Ack! He howled, blood spurting as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Mous pointed her sword at him. Had I exerted just 3 more points of strength, you would already be dead. You will not escape young Master Su's wrath. The young man spat, clutching his chest, his expression venomous. Humph. Even if young Master Su were here, the outcome would be the same. Mous sheathed her sword and was about to step away when a fierce palm struck from behind. A chill coursed through her. She summoned her spirit energy, unleashing the maximum sword light. Boom. A deafening explosion ensued. The holy sword in her hand shattered, and she coughed up blood, the domain stone slipping from her grasp into the hands of her assailant. You have the audacity to harm this young master. A refined young man emerged, holding a folding fan, stepping forth with measured grace. Clad in a blue scholar's robe and adorned with a square cap, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance. With the words De Feng inscribed upon his chest, Mou's complexion shifted dramatically. You are the prodigy of De Feng Ancient Academy. The blue-clad scholar smiled. A keen eye? I am Su, the 5th prodigy of De Feng Ancient Academy. Mous fell silent. De Feng Ancient Academy, a sect that inherits Confucianism and Taoism. It holds a transcendent position even in the bitter realm. Though seemingly unremarkable, its depth and strength rival that of the most prestigious eternal dynasties and imperial families, standing shoulder to shoulder with imperial clans. You are the woman who trails behind Tang family's young master. Su seemed to recognize Mous. This time, I shall spare you. Go back and convey a message to Tang Xuan. Those who encounter my De Feng Ancient Academy members in the Reverse Sea ruins should avoid us, lest we be troubled. The 2nd prodigy shall arrive shortly. Until then, behave yourselves. We depart. With that, Su gracefully waved his fan, clutching the domain stone, and strode away with an air of superiority. The young man in black hurried to follow. Uffed. Mous coughed up another mouthful of blood. Su's palm had been particularly ruthless, reopening her previously healed wounds. Damn it. Defeng Ancient Academy. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze turned steely. She feared not Defeng Ancient Academy, but wished to avoid bringing more trouble to Tang Xuan. After all, he already had enough enemies. Chapter 105. A Gentleman's Revenge. Immediate Retribution. Xian, I have returned. Mo Yuzhu adjusted her attire, a faint smile gracing her lips. Tang Xuan nodded, but suddenly furrowed his brow. He stepped closer to Mo Yuzhu, his gaze intense. Standing half a head taller than her and exuding the aura of an origin supergod body, he enveloped her in a potent masculine presence. Xian, what's wrong? Mo Yuzhu's eyes flickered, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed, her voice trembling slightly. No man had ever been this close to her, and her slight affection for Tang Xuan left her momentarily dazed. Yuzhu, you're hiding something from me. Tang Xuan spoke gently. No. Mo Yuzhu was taken aback. Is that so? Then what is this? Tang Xuan shook his head, gently brushing his fingertips against the corner of her mouth. A streak of crimson appeared on his fingertip. Mo Yuzhu's face instantly paled. It's just a minor mishap. Tang Xuan remained silent, his gaze intensifying. Realizing her heart trembled under his scrutiny, she reluctantly divulged the truth. The Defeng Ancient Academy possesses formidable strength. Backed by a superpower, it is unwise to offend them. As for the domain stone, I will find another. Reverse Sea City is vast, and surely there are more. Sigh. Tang Xuan sighed deeply. He suddenly turned and said, let us go. What? Mo Yuzhu was startled. I've said it before. Whoever harms Yuzhu, I shall tear them asunder. Tang Xuan declared with fierce conviction. Formidable strength? Backing? What a joke. The saying that a gentleman's revenge is best served 10 years later does not hold true for Tang Xuan. If vengeance is to be sought, it must be immediate and ruthless. He possessed the strength to do so. There was no room for restraint. They had already stolen the domain stone, which had irked him greatly. Now, they had injured Mo Yuzhu, directly striking Tang Xuan's reverse scale. Mo Yuzhu was the first to bring warmth into his life, and she had long since been regarded as family. To see family harmed was intolerable. Come, Yuzhu. Tang Xuan took Mo Yuzhu's delicate hand and soared into the air, heading towards the location where Defeng Ancient Academy was stationed. Currently, Reverse Sea City was a hub of hundreds of factions, each vying for territory. In such a situation of scarcity, the larger the fist, the more land one could claim. The weak were left to sleep on the streets. The residents of Defeng Ancient Academy had once belonged to an eternal royal family. In less than 2 hours, that royal family had vacated the estate, yielding it to Defeng Ancient Academy. Within the expansive estate, numerous scholars were engaged in reciting poetry and cultivating spirit energy. The gates were unguarded, for there was no need. No one dared to cause trouble in front of Defeng Ancient Academy, unless they were madmen. Every scholar from Defeng Ancient Academy wore an expression of unwavering confidence. At that moment, boom, a tremendous shockwave shattered the grand doors, sending countless debris crashing down upon the scholars. Taken by surprise, they were struck head-on. While no one was injured, they were left covered in dust. Damn it! Who dares to be ignorant of this place? How audacious! Kill him! The multitude of scholars were instantly incensed. Who has harmed Sister Yuzhu? Step forth and face your demise. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust, as Tang Xuan entered with Mo Yuzhu, exuding an air of arrogance. A scholar of the Imperial Law Realm pointed at Tang Xuan and shouted, "Ha! What Sister Yuzhu? What Sister Yuzhu? What do you amount to?" Daring to, before he could finish, 3 strands of sword energy pierced through him. Gush! 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 Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the scholar met his end. A slight disagreement led to murder. The fierce and decisive attitude startled and angered the other scholars. How audacious! To openly slay a member of the Defeng Academy. Kill him. He must not be allowed to live. Slay the man, and let the woman remain for our amusement and penance. Amidst the chaotic cries, the scholars unleashed their spiritual energy, all reaching the pinnacle of the Imperial Law Realm. Among them, for had even awakened the Emperor's body and reached the initiation realm. In an instant, various formidable techniques of the Confucian school transformed into streams of light, all directed at Tang Xuan. A terrifying wave of energy enveloped a 100-foot radius, alarming the martial artists of Reverse Sea City. What is happening? Someone is brazenly challenging the Defeng Academy. Are they seeking death? Wait, that fellow seems to be Tang Xuan, the newly appointed imperial son of the Tang family. Has the Defeng Academy gone mad? How dare they provoke that harbinger of death? It is said that the 5th talent of the Defeng Academy has injured Mo Yuzhu, inciting Tang Xuan's wrath. A furious rage for a beauty. The Tang family's imperial son is indeed imposing. The entire Reverse Sea City was set ablaze with excitement. On one side stood the formidable Defeng Academy, comparable to the top imperial families. On the other, the newly appointed imperial son of the Tang family at the city gate, capable of breaking through 3 realms alone. Both sides wielded immense power. When 2 tigers contend, one is bound to be injured. Countless figures gathered atop the Defeng Academy mansion, spectating the unparalleled battle. At this moment, the formidable techniques of the scholars were closing in on Tang Xuan. The fierce fluctuations caused the ground to crack. This strike, it was enough to annihilate any Taoist of the 5th realm. Such a powerful assault sent shivers through the onlookers in the sky. What a formidable attack. Of course, every scholar of the Defeng Academy possessed the ability to fight beyond their level. Those in the Imperial Law realm could even unleash the offensive power of the Initiation realm. Terrifying. Under such an assault, even Tang Xuan would likely have to retreat. This was a genuine battle, devoid of any pretense. The tactics employed at the city gate would surely falter here. Observing the myriad streams of light surrounding him, Tang Xuan merely smiled nonchalantly. Absorb. His palm once again manifested a black hole. A powerful suction drew in all the streams of light and techniques. Boom. The black hole expanded several times, reaching 10 feet, hovering above Tang Xuan's head, transforming one into 900. With a gentle squeeze of his right hand, the black hole erupted. The energy rained down like a torrential downpour. The scholars were taken aback, hastily retreating to defend themselves. Yet the energy seemed unstoppable. In an instant, explosions erupted continuously, dust and smoke swirling. Amidst the splattering blood, anguished wails echoed. With one strike, dozens of imperial law scholars from the Defeng Academy fell into a pool of blood. Their bodies lay in tatters upon the ground, crying out in agony. With just one move, the Defeng Academy faced utter defeat. The martial artists observing from the void gasped in shock. How ruthlessly savage. This imperial son of the Tang family is truly terrifying. So many joined forces, yet he vanquished them effortlessly. It seems the Defeng Academy has truly encountered a formidable opponent. However, to exhaust such power before the reverse sea ruins open is indeed unwise. Many martial artists expressed admiration, shock, and mockery. Just then, a furious roar resounded. Who dares to cause trouble before the Defeng Academy? Die! A shadow shot forth from deep within the mansion. In midair, the figure raised both hands, unleashing countless fine needles. The needles fell like a rain of flowers, impossible to defend against. Yet it was futile. Tang Xuan had already perfected his cultivation, creating a protective shield around his body. As the needles approached within 3 feet of him, they shattered into dust. The shadow descended. It was the young man in black who had previously mocked Mo Yuzhu. He gazed at the fallen scholars, his expression a mixture of shock and fury. Who on earth are you? Tang Xuan replied indifferently. You must be one of those who attempted to seize Sister Yuzhu's possessions. Then prepare to meet your end. Chapter 106. Invincible. More terrifying than rumored. The word death escaped his lips. The 3 supreme sword energies erupted in an instant. For Tang Xuan now, the holy grade martial techniques could be unleashed at will, each perfected to great completion. He remained still, his feet unmoving. The 3 strands of sword energy formed a triangular formation and surged forth. The young man in black was taken aback. He had naturally heard of Tang Xuan's notorious reputation. Initially, he had dismissed it. Most rumors are exaggerated and should not be wholly trusted. What do you mean, breaking through 3 realms alone? It's utterly laughable. Yet now, as Tang Xuan made his move, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. In a flash of lightning, the young man in black found himself bereft of any chance to react. Gush, gush, gush. As the remnants of the sword energy flickered in his eyes, blood erupted forth. His chest, his dantian, his legs, all shattered by the sword energy. The young man in black collapsed to his knees. He was not dead. He still clung to a breath of life. This was intentional on Tang Xuan's part. Sometimes, living is the truest form of suffering. With limbs severed and dantian shattered, even healing would render him a cripple. In the world of martial artists, lacking cultivation is worse than death, especially in a place like the Defeng Academy, which would never support a cripple. You've ruined me. You've ruined me. The young man in black howled in despair, a plea for death in his voice. Tang Xuan replied coolly, You are not yet worthy to die at my hands. Repent well. Some actions, once taken, require the courage to face death. No, I refuse to become a cripple. Kill me quickly. The young man in black was terrified. At this juncture, he would rather die than become a cripple. Yet no matter how he screamed, Tang Xuan remained unmoved. The young man in black, hoarse from his cries, ultimately broke down in tears. He regretted it. Why did he attempt to seize the domain stone? Why did he provoke such a top-tier harbinger of death? How infuriating. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from deep within the mansion, followed by a resounding crash. Half the mansion collapsed. A terrifying surge of energy swept through like a tidal wave. layer upon layer, relentlessly sweeping outward. At the center of the energy flow stood young Master Su, cradling the domain stone, his expression grim. Ecstatic at having obtained the domain stone, he immediately prepared to absorb it to enhance his strength. This domain stone was sufficient to elevate his domain to its peak. By then, even if Tang Xuan came knocking, he would not care at all. Who could have anticipated that Tang Xuan would arrive so swiftly? By the time young Master Su finally comprehended the situation, the Confucian scholars of Defing ancient courtyard, along with his own attendants, had already been utterly vanquished. Tang Xuan, what do you mean by this? Young Master Su was enveloped in an astonishing aura, his visage marred by fury. Tang Xuan responded with an air of nonchalance. Who granted you the audacity to harm this emperor's son? These few simple words resonated with overwhelming authority. The heart of Mo Yuanzhu began to race uncontrollably, while the female warriors observing the confrontation gazed upon him with starry-eyed admiration. Who wouldn't desire a man of such valor? Young Master Su, in an even greater rage, retorted. For the sake of a mere realm stone, you would dare to turn against Defing ancient courtyard? Are you not afraid of igniting an imperial war? An imperial war. Such a conflict among the imperial clans had occurred several times in the Bitter Realm, each time resulting in a landscape strewn with corpses and rivers flowing with blood. These battles rendered vast expanses of land into desolation, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was thrown into chaos, transforming into zones of death. Thus, many factions had agreed that unless absolutely necessary, an imperial war should not be initiated, for none could bear the consequences it would bring. Weren't you also fearful of instigating an imperial war when you harmed Sister Yuanzhu over a realm stone? Tang Xuan remarked coldly. You are allowed to act as you please. Yet I am not permitted to retaliate? What audacity! Young Master Su was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated Tang Xuan's temperament to be so fierce, and a pang of regret stirred within him. However, being a proud individual, it was inconceivable for him to beg for mercy or apologize. Very well. I shall simply pay double, no, tenfold the spirit stones to acquire this realm stone. While young Master Su's words remained fiery, he had evidently softened. Tang Xuan chuckled in disbelief. Do you truly think I lack spirit stones? Moreover, my temperament is rather irascible and my patience thin. Therefore, spirit stones are unnecessary. Instead, kneel and apologize to Sister Yuanzhu. Then take your own life. In your next life, strive to be a better person. Young Master Su's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? For me to kneel? You must be dreaming. Tang Xuan nodded. Then what is there left to discuss? Let us reveal our true capabilities. Enraged, young Master Su swiftly stored the realm stone into his spatial ring and unfurled his folding fan. Boom. Countless black tornadoes materialized out of thin air, their formidable pull attempting to tear Tang Xuan apart. Though it was merely a casual strike, it was sufficient to annihilate an ordinary seeker of the Tao. The prodigy of Defing ancient courtyard was indeed deserving of his reputation. The spectators were left astonished. 3 parts returning essence. With a single hand movement, Tang Xuan conjured a water sphere, which then multiplied, shattering the black tornadoes. Faced with this unexpected counter, young Master Su remained undaunted. With a forceful stomp, he ascended into the air, manifesting the power of the realm beneath his feet. Book of the classic of poetry, open. In an instant, the void distorted, transforming into a colossal book that encircled Tang Xuan and Mo Yuanzhu. Mo Yuanzhu felt dizzy and breathless, her complexion changing drastically. So powerful. Be careful, Brother Xuan. Tang Xuan projected a sliver of his consciousness to protect Mo Yuanzhu, smiling gently. No need to worry. Such a trivial realm cannot shake me. Such arrogance. Prepare to experience the might of my classic of poetry realm. Young Master Su's hands moved, and the immense book slowly turned a page. Boom. In that moment, a colossal pressure descended from the heavens, the seemingly weightless page akin to mountains collapsing, threatening to crush Tang Xuan into dust. Do you comprehend the mysteries within this book? My classic of poetry realm can harness the strength of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Even a seeker of the Tao would find it impossible to resist, and would be annihilated instantly. Young Master Su proclaimed triumphantly, pressing down with fervor as he channeled his spiritual energy, intent on obliterating Tang Xuan. Such petty skills. Tang Xuan scoffed, hands clasped behind his back, resolutely advancing against the pressure of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Each step he took echoed like the awakening of an ancient demon, terrifically imposing. The weight of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks could not impede his progress. What? Impossible. Young Master Su's expression turned to one of horror as he gazed upon Tang Xuan, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock. It was common knowledge that even the weakest of the 3 mountains weighed billions of pounds, while the strongest reached a staggering 30 trillion pounds. Together, they could crush even a nascent emperor into dust. Yet, Tang Xuan stood immovable as a mountain. Was he a monster? Young Master Su trembled, his complexion paling. In that moment, he grasped the veracity of the rumors. They had not exaggerated Tang Xuan's capabilities. Rather, they had underestimated him. For Tang Xuan was far more terrifying than the tale suggested. Not only him. The multitude of warriors observing from the sky also wore expressions of shock. Brother Xuan, truly invincible, Mo Yuanju marveled. She found herself no longer angry, but rather filled with a sense of sorrow. Pitying young Master Su for having entangled himself with such a formidable entity, destined for a grim fate. Tang Xuan approached young Master Su and delivered a powerful punch. Young Master Su's pupils constricted as he raised his hand to defend. Boom. In the massive explosion, young Master Su was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing through countless stone formations and buildings. The entire Reverse Sea City fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 107. The Final Struggle. The Indestructible Wood Spirit Royal Body. As stones tumbled, young Master Su, in a woeful state, struggled to his feet, his pristine scholar's robes stained with glaring blood. His headscarf lay torn, hair disheveled, and one side of his face was completely shattered, rendering his visage grotesque. One punch had defeated the fifth prodigy of Defring Ancient Courtyard. Was this real? Until now? It seemed no one had managed to compel Tang Xuan to unleash a second strike. Was the gap truly this vast? After all, young Master Su was renowned as a genius. It appeared that Defring Ancient Courtyard was not as formidable as rumored. Could it be that it was not young Master Su who was weak, but rather Tang Xuan who was too strong? The crowd of warriors was once again left in awe. You dare to mar my face? I will kill you. With his realm rendered ineffective and his face ruined, young Master Su was utterly enraged. He clenched his fists, awakening his royal body. Boom. A surge of air erupted, green energy bursting forth from within young Master Su, piercing the clouds and stirring up the skies. In an instant, the vast heavens were tinged with a delicate green hue. The shattered bones of his face visibly reformed, while the surrounding flora released green luminescence, merging into his being. Absorbing the essence of the plants, young Master Su's aura surged, now nearing the pinnacle of the seeking Tao realm. Wait, this is the indestructible Wood Spirit Royal Body. Mo Yuanju exclaimed in surprise. The indestructible Wood Spirit Royal Body is a natural constitution capable of absorbing the essence of the world's trees. Not only can it enhance strength, but it also bestows upon the individual a formidable capacity for recovery. Even if one were to suffer the loss of limbs, they could regenerate in an instant. Hiss. Who would have thought that Lord Su would possess the indestructible Wood Spirit Emperor Body? As long as he remains alive, the Emperor Body can continuously heal, arguably surpassing even some sacred bodies in power. Naturally, with merely the Emperor Body, he can secure a place among the prodigies of the Defring Ancient Academy. Lord Su undoubtedly possesses exceptional talents. Humph. So what if he has the indestructible Wood Spirit Emperor Body? Was he not easily overthrown by the Tang family's young sovereign? Although Lord Su unleashed the power of the Emperor Body, the terrifying might of Tang Xuan compelled a significant number of onlookers to side with him. You are the first to force me to unleash my full strength. Lord Su once again activated the realm of the Book of Songs, summoning the might of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks to suppress Tang Xuan. It is futile. Tang Xuan's black hair billowed, his hands clasped behind his back, completely disregarding the pressures of the Book of Songs realm. He need not even invoke his domain. His origin super divine body alone was sufficient to withstand it. Ha ha. The foundation of the Defring Ancient Academy is beyond your comprehension. Essence of devotion, unity of heaven and earth. With one hand pointing to the heavens, he manipulated the celestial spiritual energy. With the other, he absorbed the earthly spiritual energy. The 2 streams of energy coalesced, transforming into 2 colossal hands that grasped Tang Xuan, aiming to crush him to dust. Lord Su was engulfed in white spiritual energy, the power of his domain expanding to its maximum. This was his strongest strike. Before this young sovereign of the empire, even heaven and earth must submit. How could they dare to challenge me? Tang Xuan grasped the divine-grade longsword in one hand. In the next moment, an ethereal figure of a revered being manifested behind him. As the figure appeared, the world trembled. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended upon Reverse Sea City. All martial artists felt an oppressive weight in their hearts, struggling to breathe. Such terrifying pressure. This aura is certainly extraordinary. Even divine-level martial arts could not possibly generate such pressure. Could it be? Could it be super divine-level martial arts? This is bad. Retreat quickly. Many martial artists' expressions changed drastically, retreating frantically. The fire at the city gates endangers the fish in the moat. Super divine-level martial arts. The mere aftershocks could tear apart existences at the 5th realm of Tao, let alone when wielded by the hands of the notorious Tang Xuan. At the moment, many martial artists retreated 1,000 paces, Tang Xuan swung his sword down. 3 divine sealing swords. The revered being refines yin and yang. The dual energies of yin and yang intertwined and revolved, forming an image of boundless Tao might. Lord Su's domain was the first to suffer, instantly shattering. PFF. Before the first drop of blood could escape, the sword light had already descended. Crack. The conjoined spiritual energies of heaven and earth were forcibly severed with overwhelming force. The sword light passed through him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless explosions erupted within Lord Su's body. Flesh and blood burst forth uncontrollably. Even the indestructible wood spirit emperor body found it difficult to recuperate in that instant. Yet, this was not the end. Tang Xuan's figure flashed, descending from the sky. As he planted his foot squarely on Lord Su's chest, the two descended like meteors, crashing into the earth. PFF, PFF, PFF. Blood gushed from Lord Su's mouth, as if it were free. His body bent like a bow. The earth, unable to bear such overwhelming force, sank by 100 zhang. The entire estate of the Defing Ancient Academy was reduced to ashes. At the bottom of the crater, Lord Su was drenched in blood, his body convulsing, his gaze becoming increasingly disoriented. Tang Xuan stood with one foot on his chest, hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. His garments remained pristine, exuding an ethereal quality. Silence enveloped Reverse C. The fifth prodigy of the Defing Ancient Academy had been trampled beneath the foot of the Tang family's young sovereign. Is Lord Su truly weak? The perfected realm of the Book of Songs. The indestructible wood spirit emperor body. Divine-level deaf and Confucian martial arts. Across all of Reverse C City, scarcely a handful could rival him. Yet, this top-tier powerhouse was defeated with such disparity. Tang Xuan had merely unleashed a punch and a sword strike. His domain? Useless. His divine body? Ineffective as well. Release me, release me. I will not let this go. The Defing Ancient Academy will not let this go. Lord Su cried out. His mouth filled with blood. Still clinging to bravado? Tang Xuan shook his head, pressing down with his toe. Rumble. The earth sank another 100 zhang. Lord Su's ribs shattered. Bone fragments embedding deeply into his flesh, overwhelming pain engulfing him, rendering him speechless. Are you about to say that a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years? Tang Xuan gazed at Lord Su, perceiving the turmoil within his heart. Even now, you are no match for me. In 10 years, the gap will only widen. Furthermore, as a defeated foe, I have lost all interest in battling you, for you are unworthy. His heart-piercing words left Lord Su's face flushed, trembling uncontrollably. From body to spirit, he was utterly crushed by Tang Xuan. You. Lord Su trembled, uttering a single word. Crack. Tang Xuan abruptly broke his finger, mercilessly removing the spatial ring. That is mine. Lord Su protested. All his life's savings were contained within that spatial ring. Now, it belongs to me. Tang Xuan sneered. With a flick of his mind, he forcibly shattered the spiritual imprint of the spatial ring. PFF, PFF, PFF. Lord Su coughed up blood once more. Oh, and your indestructible wood spirit emperor body. I have an interest in that as well. Tang Xuan pressed his hand atop Lord Su's dantian. The indestructible wood spirit emperor body possesses extraordinary recovery abilities, rivaling that of sacred bodies. Coupled with his own augmentation, it could significantly enhance sustainability. Boom. In an instant, Lord Su's indestructible wood spirit emperor body was completely drained. Lord Su's eyes glazed over, taking his last breath, regret lingering in the corners of his eyes. Why did I provoke Tang Xuan? Sister Yuzhu, have you vented your grievances? Tang Xuan smiled. Thank you, Brother Xuan. I feel relieved. Mo Yuzhu replied with a radiant smile. Let us return. There is nothing more here. Tang Xuan took Mo Yuzhu's hand, soaring into the sky, leaving a throng of martial artists with cold hearts. Now they were utterly certain. Tang Xuan must not be provoked. Chapter 108. Treasures must be taken. Tang Xuan must die. The news of the fifth prodigy of the Defing Ancient Academy being subdued spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the entire Reverse C City. The reputation of the newly appointed young sovereign of the Tang family, Tang Xuan, was thrust once more into the limelight. Now, whenever Tang Xuan's name was mentioned, the tone of many martial artists carried an added note of reverence. Strength is eternally the best means of earning respect. And Tang Xuan's myriad of legends continued to be written. The naming banquet, a single punch shattering the Golden Dragon's second prince. In Reverse C City, a lone individual dismantled 3 realms, forcefully subduing Lord Su. Not a trace of ostentation. Each encounter was a straightforward, overwhelming defeat of the enemy. If the first occurrence was a coincidence, then the second was an inevitability. At this moment, within a mansion in Reverse C City, martial artists from various factions congregated in a hall. They conversed loudly, the atmosphere exceedingly harmonious. Chu Yuan, occupying the position of honor. Young Master Chu. With the opening of the Reverse C ruins, The treasures within are surely yours to claim. Haha. Young Master Chu is indeed the most gifted prodigy of the royal Chu family. The treasures of the Reverse Sea ruins are but a trifle for him. As young Master Chu feasts, we shall happily follow behind to savor the remnants. Many young talents wore sycophantic smiles, incessantly flattering Chu Yuan. Even among powers, there exists a hierarchy. The Chu family, once an imperial clan, maintains intricate ties with numerous top-tier forces. Though now relegated to a royal status, they are far from insignificant. Not to mention, Chu Yuan is also one of the disciples of the Shura sect. The Shura sect, seemingly obscure, is known to true great powers as a sect of profound heritage, rivaling even the imperial clans. Though its disciples are few, each possesses terrifying combat prowess. As Chu Yuan raised his cup to drink, he revealed his right arm, upon which a peculiar pattern was conspicuously etched. The Shura battle mark, crafted from the blood of an emperor, harbors the might of an emperor within. An emperor, indeed, can forge an imperial clan. Within the Shura sect, only the most core disciples possess the Shura battle mark, which grows alongside its host. This is one of Chu Yuan's sources of confidence. As long as he bears the Shura battle mark, he is assured of acquiring the greatest treasures. At that moment, someone spoke up. However, a multitude of formidable individuals had gathered in Reverse Sea City, particularly the Grand Prince of the Golden Dragon Dynasty, Long Jinyang, who has reportedly integrated Dragon Qi, making him exceptionally powerful. Yes, and let us not forget the Blade Demon Ao family Sao Wuxin, whose strength is formidable as well. Dissent arose immediately. Haha. Compared to young Master Chu, those two are but mere ants. The earlier speaker appeared somewhat disgruntled. What of the Tang family's imperial son? The mention of the Tang family's imperial son silenced the bustling banquet in an instant. Chu Yuan's hand, which held the cup, trembled slightly. An invisible pressure enveloped the entire room. Merely uttering the name was enough to instill a sense of oppression among the crowd. Many recalled how Tang Xuan single-handedly shattered 3 realms and struck fear into the hearts of geniuses. That awe-inspiring figure had long been etched into the minds of many. The Tang family's imperial son. Humph. Chu Yuan let out a heavy snort. He entered the Reverse Sea ruins with full confidence, not only to seize the treasures, but also to make a name for himself. Yet now, the world only knows of the Tang family's imperial son, oblivious to the existence of Shura Chu Yuan. What a disgrace. The treasures must be claimed, and Tang Xuan must perish. Young Master Chu. Who is this Tang family's imperial son? Suddenly, a gentle voice arose from beside Chu Yuan. A woman clad in white palace attire sat upright, her exquisite eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Just a fellow I intend to eliminate. He is hardly worthy of your attention. Chu Yuan smiled. The woman sitting beside him undoubtedly held an extraordinary status. The princess of the Fallen Heaven dynasty, Yu Qinghuan, the possessor of the 7-star holy body, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the seeking Dao realm. Chu Yuan had pursued her for quite some time. Once I acquire the treasures, I shall go to the Fallen Heaven dynasty to propose to you, with the grandest wedding to bring you into my life. Yu Qinghuan furrowed her brow slightly. Let us discuss this matter later. Upon entering the city, I have heard many speak of the Tang family's imperial son. Is he truly that formidable? Chu Yuan's lips twitched. To speak of another man before him, had it been anyone else, he would have slapped them across the face already. Yet, relying on the might of the Fallen Heaven dynasty, he could only swallow his anger. His resentment towards Tang Xuan grew deeper. He is somewhat stronger than ordinary martial artists. But before me, he is nothing. Chu Yuan responded coldly. Yu Qinghuan's gaze flickered once more. Is that so? Yet I have heard that even with your collaboration with Long Jinyang and Ao Wuxin, you could not deter the Tang family's imperial son. I did not even exert my full strength. It was entirely Long Jinyang and Ao Wuxin who held me back. Otherwise, Tang Xuan would have certainly perished. Oh, so his name is Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan must die. Inside the Tang family's residence, Tang Xuan leisurely sipped tea. Opposite him sat a somewhat anxious Tang Tianhe. He was already aware of Tang Xuan's defeat of the young Master of the Void. However, he dared not voice any dissent, for before departing, Tang Juechen had issued a stern command. Whatever Tang Xuan does, he must be supported unconditionally. Otherwise, do not return. After years in the Tang family, this was the first time Tang Tianhe had heard such an absolute order. According to various factions' calculations, the Reverse Sea ruins would officially commence in 3 days. Tang Tianhe smiled. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, many imperial clans, royal families, and powerful dynasties have convened. We shall suppress the periphery while the younger generation ventures forth for treasure, leaving their fates to the heavens. Tang Xuan smiled indifferently. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. Can the heavens obstruct my quest for treasures? Tang Tianhe remarked. This tone is rather arrogant. Yet, He found it unexpectedly pleasing to the ear. The Tang family should indeed be like this. 3 days later, 3,000 miles outside Reverse Sea City, on a desolate mountain, the void twisted. Boom. A terrifying aura swept forth, and in an instant, the vast land was turned to ash. Waves of water rippled outwards, revealing a massive ruin that flickered into view. A colossal roar emanated from within. The Reverse Sea ruins have finally opened. Quickly notify the talents to prepare. Warn them to be cautious. I sense unusual fluctuations in the ruin's aura. In the void, several enigmatic elders stood side by side, silently observing the emergence of the Reverse Sea ruins. They were all peak experts of the Seeking Dao realm, with a few having even reached the threshold of half-step quasi-emperors. Tang Tianha was among them, fixated on the Reverse Sea ruins, sensing an aura that sent shivers down his spine. Haha, are there any ruins that are not dangerous? If the Tang family fears and acts like a turtle, I shall not mock you. A half-step quasi-emperor coldly scoffed. Tang Tianha retorted with a cold smile. I am concerned for your Golden Dragon dynasty. If Long Jinyang falls, then the lineage of this generation will be severed. This half-step quasi-emperor was a powerful figure from the Golden Dragon dynasty, here to protect Long Jinyang. His expression darkened, and he coldly huffed. There is no need for debate. Let the younger generation showcase their skills and see who prevails. The elder of the Blade Demon Ao family spoke indifferently. The news spread back, and Reverse Sea City erupted in excitement. Tang Xian's lips curled into a smile. Is it finally time to begin? Chapter 109, Forgotten. Just a dead person. Countless figures soared from Reverse Sea City towards the ruins, prepared long in advance. Chu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a confident smile gracing his lips. The treasure of the Reverse Sea belongs solely to me, and in this moment, the name of the Azura Chu Yuan shall shine forth. With that declaration, he soared towards the ruins, accompanied by Princess Yu Qinghuan of the Falling Sky and numerous followers. Meanwhile, Long Jinyang donned his golden dragon armor, exuding an overwhelming aura. The warriors of his dynasty knelt behind him, their expressions solemn. The dragon bones of the Reverse Sea must not be tainted by any other. Those who follow me shall thrive, while those who oppose me shall perish. Attack. With that, he ascended into the heavens, leaving a trail of golden light in his wake, akin to a divine dragon piercing the sky. The warriors of the Golden Dragon dynasty followed closely behind. To the west of Reverse Sea City, a black blade light cleaved through the air. It was none other than Ao Wuxin, the blade demon of the Ao family. As the top powers took flight, second-tier forces also began to ascend into the sky. In an instant, various streams of light transformed into meteors, rushing towards the Reverse Sea ruins. Your Highness, it is time for us to depart. Tang Aoshi observed the figures above with a hint of urgency in his eyes. Strike first, and victory is yours. Delay, and you will suffer the consequences. In the quest for treasures, speed is of the essence. Yet, Tang Xian remained unhurried, having lost the advantage. Aoshi, your temperament lacks composure, Tang Xian remarked as he emerged, holding the hand of Tang Jiuyu. Behind him loomed a gigantic white tiger, the golden striped white tiger, which he had brought along. At this moment, it had awakened its 5th tier of divine beast bloodline, greatly enhancing its power, reaching the threshold of the half-step beginning realm. Tang Xian intended for the golden striped white tiger to devour more demon beasts to augment its strength, for it was the first merit bearer to accompany him, and he could not bear to abandon it. Moreover, the golden striped white tiger possessed a unique treasure-seeking ability, particularly useful within the Reverse Sea ruins. Almost there. Let us proceed. Tang Xian mounted the golden striped white tiger alongside Tang Jiuyu and Mo Yuzhu. The unfortunate Tang Aoshi could only follow behind. By the time they reached the Reverse Sea ruins, the area was already teeming with people. The surrounding warriors parted ways upon seeing Tang Xian, for his reputation had soared to such heights in recent times that none dared obstruct his path. After all, the body of young Master Su had yet to grow cold. Soon, Tang Xian found himself in the front row, where he encountered Chu Yuan of the Chu family, Long Jinyang of the Golden Dragon dynasty, Ao Wuxin of the Blade Demon family, and several unfamiliar faces. Among them was a girl in white, observing Tang Xian with curiosity, and a scholar clad in scholarly robes, bearing a long sword on his back. Upon spotting Tang Xian, his expression shifted to one of malevolence. You are Tang Xian? Tang Xian frowned. And you are? Humph. Do you not recall young Master Su of Defing Ancient Academy? The scholar declared sternly. Tang Xian shook his head. I do not remember. The scholar gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he enunciated each word. I am the second genius of Defing Ancient Academy. Young Master Shu, the elder brother of young Master Su. Tang Xian feigned indifference. I do not recall. Just a dead man. Do you have something to discuss? His apathetic demeanor and contemptuous gaze incited the scholar's wrath. I have come to avenge my brother. With a swift motion of his palm, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced, ready to unleash a formidable strike. Your opponent is me. Tang Aoshi interjected, appearing in front of Tang Xuan in a flash. You are unworthy to challenge my clan's younger brother. Aoshi, do not court death. It is you who shall find yourself in peril. Tang Aoshi's imposing demeanor remained unwavering. The atmosphere between the two parties became tense, as the surrounding warriors did not intervene, but instead watched the conflict with amusement. When two tigers contend, one is bound to be injured. The more adversaries vying for the secret treasure, the better. At that moment, a voice rang out. Young Master Shu, remain calm. The greater scheme must take precedence. The speaker donned scholarly robes, but appeared considerably older, his hair and beard flecked with gray. Yet, his gaze remained sharp and his demeanor elegant, revealing him as a learned scholar. He was the teacher sent by Defeng Ancient Academy to protect young Master Shu. Young Master Shu snorted coldly, dissipating the spiritual energy in his hand. While he could disregard the words of others, he had to heed his teacher. I will settle the score with you after we exit the ruins. Tang Aoshi laughed heartily. You must first manage to exit the ruins. Suppressing his anger, young Master Shu turned his head away. Just then, the tremors of the reverse sea ruins intensified. Powerful gusts of wind swept across the area, causing the warriors standing outside the ruins to stagger back, breathless. Only Tang Xuan, Long Jinyang, and other extraordinary talents remained unfazed, their expressions as calm as the stillness of a mountain. The disparity in strength was starkly evident at that moment. Finally, the tremors of the reverse sea ruins ceased. The entire structure emanated a peculiar radiance. The spatial stabilization is complete. We may enter, Tang Tian declared solemnly. The many warriors perked up, and those harboring ulterior motives were the first to dash forward. Strike first, and victory is yours. Curiously, neither Tang Xuan nor Long Jinyang made a move. As the warriors approached the reverse sea ruins, a colossal, beastly roar echoed. A horde of crimson giant wolves, each adorned with wings, surged forth from the ruins, numbering in the tens of thousands. It was the bloodthirsty winged wolf. Some warriors recognized the giant wolves and gasped in shock. What? The ancient beast? The bloodthirsty winged wolf was thought to be extinct. Why are they here? It was said that the bloodthirsty winged wolf, with its wings, possessed incredible speed, and an adult winged wolf could rival a human in the seeking Dao realm. Not good. Retreat. The first warriors to charge forward turned pale, scrambling to escape. But it was too late. The bloodthirsty winged wolves transformed into streaks of crimson light, weaving through the void, with a series of gruesome sounds. The dozens of warriors at the Law Master realm were reduced to nothing but shattered remnants of flesh. Such a horrifying scene left everyone dumbfounded, trembling in fear. How terrifying are the bloodthirsty winged wolves! My heavens, with so many of them blocking the entrance to the ruins, who can enter? Even the Tang family's esteemed sons may struggle to gain entry. Amidst the murmurs, Long Jinyang, Chu Yuan, Ao Wuxin, and the others exchanged grave glances. Even for them, without employing their trump cards, breaching the wolf pack would not be an easy task. At that moment, Tang Xuan leapt down from the back of the golden-striped white tiger. With his hands clasped behind him, he strode forward. The gazes of numerous warriors instantly converged upon him. It is the Tang family's esteemed son. Surely, he does not intend to face so many bloodthirsty winged wolves alone. Has he overestimated his own confidence? The bloodthirsty winged wolves are merciless. Once they charge, no one can withstand their onslaught. Long Jinyang, however, smirked slightly. Excellent. Let him expend some of his strength first. Ao Wuxin, Chu Yuan, and young Master Shu shared the same sentiment, remaining silent yet amused. The bloodthirsty winged wolves, having caught the scent of living beings, fixated their bloodshot eyes on Tang Xuan and charged forth. A tempest raged. Crimson light surged chaotically through the void, causing cold sweat to trickle down the brows of the onlookers. Under such a formidable assault, even an elder at the threshold of the quasi-emperor realm would likely meet their demise. Tang Xuan, a reckless endeavor. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The frenzied bloodwing wolves, in a state of wild charge, abruptly halted in their tracks. They lowered their forelimbs to the ground and knelt in reverence. Tang Xuan, unperturbed, strode forward with the air of a celestial sovereign, accompanied by Tang Aoshi and others, directly through the throng of bloodwing wolves. The aura of 40 million souls loomed over them, casting an imposing presence that rendered the atmosphere utterly silent. Chapter 110. The Wolves Kneel. The divine might of the imperial sun. Was the Tang family's heir a deity descended from the heavens? What have I just witnessed? The bloodwing wolves are all kneeling. These are ancient beasts. After a brief silence, the entrance of the reverse sea ruins erupted with commotion. The faces of all present were etched with shock and disbelief. Even if Tang Xuan had unleashed a devastating strike to annihilate all the Bloodwing wolves, it could not have evoked such magnitude of astonishment. It transcended the realm of humanity, reaching a level akin to that of the divine. Long Jinyang, Ao Wuxin, Chu Yuan, and young Master Shu appeared as if they had swallowed something foul. Initially, they intended to deplete Tang Xuan's strength using the Bloodwing wolves. Who could have anticipated that the Bloodwing wolves would all kneel? Thus, Tang Xuan had passed the trial effortlessly. Not only did he seize the initiative, but he also thrust the dilemma of dealing with the Bloodwing wolves upon them. Now they had become mere accomplices to highlight Tang Xuan's prowess. Moreover, while they contended with the Bloodwing wolves, Tang Xuan had ample time to gather treasures. What a loss. Tang Tianha chuckled. Gentlemen, I apologize, but our Tang family has taken the lead. It's simply unavoidable. We are just that exceptional. Those surrounding them, protectors of the path, grimaced, their minds already cursing Tang Tianha and his ancestors for generations. Could he not refrain from his arrogance? One protector of the Enlightenment realm's gaze shifted, and he broke into a smile. Truly, the heir of the Tang family was remarkable. Merely this presence and strength already eclipsed all others. It seems that in the battle for the imperial throne, who else could rival him? Elder Tianha, my Wang family has a daughter of fair beauty. I wonder if any of the Tang heirs would fancy her. I could arrange for her to be sent over at any moment. Upon his statement, several other protectors chimed in. Offer treasures. Send beauties. Their obsequiousness evoked disdain from the onlookers. Utilizing treasures to intimidate the wolf pack, such petty tricks cannot deceive me. It is far too premature to ingratiate yourselves. Remarked a cold voice from a powerful figure of the Golden Dragon dynasty, laden with envy and resentment. The Blade Demon Ao family and the esteemed instructors of the Defeng Academy also joined in the ridicule. Tang Tianha, stroking his long beard, chuckled without a hint of anger. If you can do better, then step forth. Your bitterness only serves to highlight your ineptitude. As they beheld the unparalleled figure at the entrance of the ruins, the princess of the Fallen Heaven dynasty, Yu Qinghuan, blinked in awe. He is so impressive and truly handsome. This comment shattered the last vestige of pride within Chu Yuan. The woman he admired openly praised another man before his very eyes. Who could endure such humiliation? Humph, a mere Bloodwing wolf. I could easily subdue it. With that, he charged forward. The once kneeling Bloodwing wolves all raised their heads, emitting low, rumbling growls. Chu Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. When Tang Xuan approached, the Bloodwing wolves knelt. Yet upon his own approach, they went berserk. His face reddened in fury. You beasts, get out of my way. In a fit of rage, Chu Yuan activated the Shura battle rune, a terrifying three-headed, eight-armed Shura materializing behind him. Boom. With a single punch, a torrent of black energy erupted forth, obliterating the Bloodwing wolves with ease. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Yuan resembled a demonic deity, his right fist raining down blows. In mere moments, he had slaughtered at least 100 Bloodwing wolves, carving a path through the chaos. The spectators marveled at his might. Incredible. No wonder he is the foremost talent of the Chu family. The Bloodwing wolves stand no chance. Is that the Shura battle rune of the Shura sect? It is said to be drawn from the blood of a great emperor, containing a fragment of imperial might. Furthermore, Chu Yuan has yet to unleash his abyssal domain. Should he do so, his power would ascend even further. Though there were many gasps of admiration, they paled in comparison to the awe inspired by Tang Xuan. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as all turned to witness Long Jinyang soaring through the air, riding upon a colossal golden dragon. The nearby Bloodwing wolves were mercilessly crushed, their bodies splintering, blood spraying forth. Ao Wuxin, wielding a long blade, advanced with measured steps, instantly slaying any Bloodwing wolf that dared approach him. Numerous top-tier talents began to unveil their prowess. At the entrance of the Reverse Sea ruins, Tang Xuan smiled, observing the carnage wrought by his companions. Their strength was commendable. They must be laden with treasures. Tang Aoshi urged, Imperial son, let us hasten to seek treasures. No need for haste. Tang Xuan shook his head. With just our small number, how much can we find? It would be wiser to let them do the labor while we wait for the spoils. Tang Aoshi's eyes sparkled. So the Imperial son intends for them to toil while we remain as the hidden hawks. Precisely. Tang Xuan turned his gaze toward the Reverse Sea ruins, where astonishing fluctuations emanated from the depths. He could sense that something profoundly enigmatic lay within. Just as he spoke, a towering shadow erupted from the depths of the Reverse Sea ruins. It was a terrifying giant ape, standing 10 zhang tall. Its skin bore an eerie dark blue hue, and its massive limbs bulged with explosive strength, eyes gleaming with ferocity. Mo Yuanju gasped, an ancient beast. The Diamond War Ape. Tang Aoshi's expression shifted. The Diamond War Ape. Its skin is as hard as steel, and its strength is immense. A fully grown war ape can effortlessly slay any warrior below the quasi-emperor realm. This one exudes an aura of ferocity. It may not be easily overcome, even by those at the initial quasi-emperor stage. Tang Xuan, at the pinnacle of the seeking Tao realm, is 3 great realms beneath it. Roaring, the diamond war ape pounded its chest and unleashed a punch. The fist, larger than Tang Xuan's body, created a violent gust. Even someone as formidable as Tang Aoshi stumbled back 3 steps, breathless. Mo Yuanju's face turned pale, stars dancing before her eyes. Outside the reverse sea ruins, numerous protectors stood before a mirrored stone, which reflected the scene of Tang Xuan and the diamond war ape. Oh, it is the diamond war ape. I never anticipated such an ancient beast would exist within the reverse sea ruins. The diamond war ape possessed a resilient intellect. Impervious to the influence of soul power, any attempt to intimidate it with soul force would likely prove futile. It seems the Tang family heir has encountered a predicament. The formidable warriors of the Golden Dragon dynasty's inner court began to mock in a sardonic manner. However, Tang Xuan maintained a calm demeanor. The diamond war ape had merely achieved the initial stage of a quasi-emperor through sheer brute strength. Even a true initial stage quasi-emperor would be incapable of contending with Tang Xuan. In the face of the ape's ferocious strikes, Tang Xuan also clenched his fist. A thunderous roar resonated within him, akin to the chaos of the universe awakening anew. When it comes to strength, the origin body would undoubtedly prevail. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake, shockwaves radiating outward in visible ripples. Before the astonished eyes of many, the diamond war ape staggered back several steps, letting out a series of furious roars. Not bad in strength. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. He had exerted 8/10 of his power with that punch, a force that ordinary quasi-emperors could not withstand. Yet, this diamond war ape managed to endure it. With a roar of rage, the diamond war ape, thoroughly provoked, pounded its chest, unleashing a surge of dark energy from within. Its aura swelled several-fold, and its pupils transformed into a vicious crimson hue. Another punch was thrown. Come on. Tang Xuan's combat spirit ignited, and he retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. The heavens and earth erupted. Numerous martial artists felt a buzzing in their ears, as if water were dripping down. When they reached out to wipe their ears, they found their hands covered in blood, having sustained injuries to their eardrums. In a heart-wrenching scream, the diamond war ape's right arm shattered inch by inch. All the elders were once again rendered speechless. Too brutal. With its right arm destroyed, the diamond war ape let out a howl of anguish. Without hesitation, it turned to flee. Did you think this prince would let you go? Tang Xuan waved his sleeve. Heaven-slaying sword technique. With a piercing sound, the diamond war ape's head fell to the ground, blood spraying like rain and painting the surrounding area crimson. As the blood drained away, the massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, splattering blood and mud everywhere. Tang Xuan reached out with one hand, and beneath the corpse of the diamond war ape, a magical array suddenly emerged. Fiery flames surged, consuming the diamond war ape's body. Soon after, a fist-sized blood crystal flew forth from the inferno. White tiger, open wide. Tang Xuan commanded. All right, boss. The golden-patterned white tiger leaped up and devoured the blood crystal of the diamond war ape, its aura surging several degrees. The technique Tang Xuan employed was the refining method from the primordial emperor's law, capable of distilling the essence of all things. While the primordial quasi-emperor might not be overly strong in combat, he excelled in a myriad of disciplines such as alchemy, weapon forging, and formations, having achieved a commendable level in each. After a 10,000-fold amplification, it reached an astonishing realm, perfectly compensating for Tang Xuan's lack of diverse knowledge. Though harnessing these varied skills required immense soul power, his soul power had already reached a staggering 40 million miles. With a mere gesture, he refined the essence of the diamond war ape's blood. However, this delay allowed Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan, among others, to forcefully break through the bloodthirsty winged wolf's ranks. Humph, what a foolish endeavor to waste time at the entrance. Chu Yuan scoffed, enveloped in a terrifying aura of slaughter, darting into the reverse sea ruins first. Roaring, Long Jinyang, stepping upon the illusory image of the golden dragon, swept past Tang Xuan, casting a derisive glance. Who doesn't know that in treasure hunting, time is of the essence? Tang Xuan, however, took his time refining the essence of the demon beast, a truly brainless act. The heir of the Tang family possesses quite the confidence. A slight smile graced the lips of the powerful figures from the Golden Dragon dynasty's inner court. While appearing to commend him, it was, in fact, a mockery. Though Tang Tianhe did not comprehend Tang Xuan's actions, he chose to unconditionally trust him. Treasure hunting was not a race. Merely running fast did not guarantee one would obtain the treasures. Such naivete was laughable. The Chu family expert coldly laughed. Elder Tianhe speaks truthfully. But there is an old adage, strike first to gain the advantage, strike second to suffer the consequences. As the elders exchanged barbs, Ao Wuxin and Shu Guangzi led the charge, breaking through the wolf pack and entering the reverse sea ruins. Ironically, Tang Xuan, the first to breach the wolf pack, became the last. He smiled faintly, unfazed, and beckoned to Tang Aoshi and the others. Next, as you proceed in this manner after a moment of soul power transmission, Tang Aoshi, Tang Jiuyu, Mo Yuzhu, and the golden-patterned white tiger continuously nodded before abandoning Tang Xuan and plunging into the reverse sea ruins. As Tang Xuan gazed upon the vast expanse of the reverse sea ruins, a confident smile graced his lips. Treasure hunting was both perilous and exhausting. Such endeavors were evidently not suited for him. Engaging in underhanded tactics was far more gratifying. With a hearty laugh, he waved his sleeve and vanished into the reverse sea ruins. Although the bloodthirsty winged wolves were formidable, numerous talented martial artists were no less impressive. After the initial shock, these warriors quickly banded together, slaying all the bloodthirsty winged wolves. All who ventured into the reverse sea ruins were top talents from the Bitter Realm. After sacrificing a few unfortunate souls, many talented martial artists also entered the reverse sea ruins. Roar! Upon entering the reverse sea ruins, a horde of ancient beasts surged forth. Each possessed immense strength, cloaked in dark energy, their combat prowess terrifyingly high. The talented martial artists steeled themselves, engaging in fierce battles with the ancient beasts. One must understand that ancient beasts were treasures in themselves. Even if no other treasures were found, the corpses of these ancient beasts were worth the effort. However, these ancient beasts were overwhelmingly powerful, the weakest among them comparable to warriors of the Path to Divinity realm. In no time, countless Bitter Realm warriors perished. Tang Xuan walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining unperturbed. Whenever an ancient beast approached, he would dispatch it with a single punch and refine its essence. The fates of others were of no concern to him. He was no saint, burdened with the need to intervene in every matter. Such an endeavor would surely lead to exhaustion. Moreover, fortune and misfortune were often predetermined. Even if he wished to assist, how much could he truly manage? Would others be grateful? That would be nothing short of absurd. What is this after refining a Gale lion? Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. He opened his right hand to reveal a swirling mass of black energy. Such a sinister aura. This ruin seems far from the safety it appears to offer. Tang Xuan slightly raised his head. His vast soul power had already enveloped the entire reverse sea ruins, keeping track of Chu Yuan, Long Jinyang, and the others' movements. Yet, even with such formidable soul power, he still could not probe the deeper mysteries of the reverse sea ruins. It was as if a barrier concealed the depths from his perception. Although Tang Xuan could forcibly breach it, he feared alarming any hidden threats. After all, the area was rife with spiritual herbs and treasures. To forego them would be a regrettable loss. Indeed, the reverse sea ruins were abundant with exceedingly rare spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs, all of royal quality or higher, with numerous holy grade items among them. Given the richness of the outer layers, one could only imagine the treasures within. Under Tang Xuan's watchful gaze, Long Jinyang, Ao Wuxin, Chu Yuan, and Shu Gongzi divided into 4 directions and advanced. They showed no interest in the spiritual herbs lining the roadside. Upon entering the inverse sea ruins, they quickened their pace, racing towards a certain destination. As expected, these fellows have hidden cards. Tang Xuan's lips curled into a smile. Each of them was backed by formidable powers and possessed unique insights into the inverse sea ruins. They would undoubtedly rush to seize the most valuable treasures first. Since they were working so hard, Tang Xuan had no qualms about assisting them in bearing some of the burden. Qinghuan, according to family intelligence, there lies a palace to the west of the inverse sea ruins, which houses a complete dragon corpse. If I can obtain it, my strength will surely see a significant enhancement. Chu Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Beside him was the Long Princess of the Yuntian dynasty, Yu Qinghuan. The others had already set off to gather spiritual herbs and collect treasures. The two of them had more pressing matters to attend to. Dragons, one of the divine races, a treasure trove in itself, not to mention the secret martial techniques contained within dragon crystals. Bathing in dragon blood can greatly enhance a warrior's physical prowess. The flesh is edible and can also be refined into divine artifacts. Once obtained, Chu Yuan would undoubtedly elevate his strength in a short span. At that point, surpassing Tang Xuan would not merely be a dream. After dispatching some ancient beasts, the two arrived at a nearly collapsed ancient palace. In the center of the palace lay a colossal dragon corpse, stretching 100 feet long. Even after countless years, the dragon corpse exuded a vigorous vitality, imposing an overwhelming pressure that instinctively compelled one to kneel in reverence. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is a dragon corpse, and a complete one at that. Ha ha, I've struck gold. Chu Yuan danced with joy. As long as he could completely consume the dragon corpse, his power would surely increase dramatically. By then, what would Tang Xuan amount to? This young master shall dominate the world and become an existence revered by all. Just as he prepared to claim the dragon corpse, a dark voice echoed from behind. Leave now, and this prince shall spare your life. Chapter 112, The Complete Dragon Corpse. A shadow of fear in his heart. Chu Yuan spun around in shock. Before him stood Long Jinyang, arms crossed behind him, gazing down coldly. You, the first prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty. Chu Yuan's heart sank slightly. Other treasures might be forgivable, but a treasure like the dragon corpse was most perilous to be discovered by others. No one could resist the temptation that a dragon corpse presents. Long Jinyang's gaze was fixed solely on the dragon corpse, entirely disregarding Chu Yuan. Once I devour the power of the dragon corpse, my dragon sovereignty domain will reach perfection, and my physical form will ascend to its pinnacle, leaving me with no fears. Therefore, it must not be allowed. Long Jinyang glanced at Chu Yuan and Yu Qinghuan. Are you not leaving yet? Heh, what arrogant words. Long Jinyang, who do you think you are to command this young master? Chu Yuan retorted, anger morphing into a mocking smile. A hint of derision appeared on Long Jinyang's face. Do you think you are the Tang family's young emperor? You'd be wise to leave quietly, lest this prince be compelled to act. The consequences would be painful. Not mentioning Tang Xuan would be better. Just the mention of Tang Xuan set Chu Yuan's heart ablaze with anguish. Tang Xuan, again, what is he? This young master merely lacks the time to deal with him. Otherwise, he would have been crushed long ago. Long Jinyang sneered. Your words may be bold, but unfortunately, you lack the strength of the Tang family's young emperor. You should refrain from embarrassing yourself. His incessant references to Tang Xuan filled Chu Yuan with fury. Very well. I shall first eliminate you, then Tang Xuan. Anyone who disrespects this young master must perish. With a powerful step, he activated the abyss domain. Simultaneously, he clenched his right fist, unleashing a surge of killing intent from the Azura battle pattern. Die! His heavy fist tore through the air, emitting a piercing howl. The surrounding rubble was stirred by the force, shattering to pieces. Long Jinyang chuckled coldly. In terms of strength, he regarded no one but Tang Xuan as a threat. With a swift motion, he raised his right palm, gathering golden dragon energy into a dragon claw that collided fiercely with Chu Yuan. Crack! Boom! As their fists and palms met, the already dilapidated palace crumbled, raising clouds of dust. Thud! In the midst of the dust, two figures were thrown back, neither yielding an inch. Oh, your strength is quite impressive. Long Jinyang remarked with mild surprise. Chu Yuan grinned savagely. How about now? Do you still claim I am inferior to Tang Xuan? Long Jinyang shook his head. Your strength is commendable. But compared to the overwhelming power of the Tang family's young emperor, you are but a firefly against the bright moon. You are not worthy of my full attention. Seeking death. The sharp words pierced Chu Yuan's heart, igniting his fury. He activated the abyss domain beneath his feet, channeling the Azura battle pattern, unleashing the secret technique of the Chu family. The furious winds of his fists tore through the sky, sweeping across all directions. The vast ground was ravaged, marked with spiderweb-like cracks. Though he stood at the pinnacle of the Seeking Dao realm, his combat prowess was not inferior to that of the Palm Dao realm. However, Long Jinyang was no weakling either. His dragon armor was a treasure in itself, completely disregarding the residual shockwaves as he executed the dragon sovereignty secret technique. Roar! A golden dragon phantom swirled around Long Jinyang, striking fiercely at Chu Yuan. Long Jinyang transformed one hand into a dragon claw, each strike aimed at Chu Yuan's vital points. In a flash, the two were locked in a battle of equals. As time ticked away, a sense of urgency arose in both their hearts. If they could not quickly acquire the dragon corpse, it would spell disaster should Tang Xuan arrive. Tang Xuan loomed over the two talented individuals like an imposing mountain, weighing heavily on their minds. Chu Yuan's eyes flickered, and a plan formed. Qinghuan, hold him off for me. I'll go for the dragon corpse. Yu Qinghuan beside him frowned slightly. By nature, she detested conflict, and her presence here was merely due to Chu Yuan's invitation, while she was amenable to other matters. The thought of engaging in battle left her reluctant. Qinghuan, my heartfelt intentions are as bright as the sun and moon. Once I obtain the dragon corpse, I can openly go to the Yuntian dynasty to marry you. I hope you can assist me this once. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Chu Yuan had indeed treated her well. With a swift motion, Yu Qinghuan grasped a fearsome long knife that fell into her hand. Boom! The blade's radiance pierced the air, its energy solidifying like a mountain. Long Jinyang's pupils constricted as he braced himself with a claw. The force exploded, causing his right arm to tingle slightly. Such formidable strength. Yu Qinghuan seemed delicate, yet her strikes were exceptionally fierce. Long Jinyang found himself momentarily unable to break through her blade's perimeter. Ha ha ha, the dragon corpse is mine. Chu Yuan laughed heartily, reaching out towards the dragon corpse. Just at that moment, a streak of sword light sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. A rain of sword beams surged forth. The fierce momentum sent chills down Chu Yuan's spine. With a swift motion, he activated the Abyss Domain to shield himself, absorbing all the sword energy. Who dares? Show yourself. Heh, this dragon corpse does not belong to the Chu family. A cold voice rang out. A figure of unparalleled distinction stepped forth, surrounded by menacing sword energy. His gaze laced with a hint of arrogance. It was none other than the Tang family's young emperor, Tang Aoshi. It is you, Tang Aoshi. How could this be? Chu Yuan exclaimed, a flicker of panic suddenly flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly scanned the surroundings. Could it be that Tang Xuan has arrived? Long Jinyang and Yu Qinghuan were also struck by a wave of shock, ceasing their battle and fixating their gazes upon Tang Aoshi. The emperor's son, with his extraordinary foresight, had long anticipated that they would undoubtedly devise a method to locate the treasured relic. Hence he instructed me to follow them closely, and indeed, I have caught a significant prize. Tang Aoshi was filled with admiration. Initially, when Tang Xuan had asked him to trail them, he had been somewhat reluctant. After all, he was also a member of the emperor's lineage. What was it to follow others in secrecy? Yet now, confronted with the sight of a complete dragon corpse, Tang Aoshi was utterly convinced. How infuriating! Tang Xuan. Once again, it is Tang Xuan. Chu Yuan's forehead throbbed with rage, his face flushed with anger. Long Jinyang, too, gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They had all been outmaneuvered by Tang Xuan. It was not that he was indifferent to the treasures. Rather, he had orchestrated their search so that he could seize them for himself. They would bear the risks, while Tang Xuan could simply wait and reap the rewards. This was not merely an insult. It was as if Chu Yuan and Long Jinyang were being toyed with at his whims. Long Jinyang, Chu Yuan's chest heaved, as if he were on the brink of madness. At this juncture, let us first eliminate our common foe, and then seize the dragon corpse. What do you think? Long Jinyang was equally enraged, to the point of bloodshed. The dragon corpse was of immense importance to him, even more so than to others. For he was a descendant of dragon blood. If he could consume the dragon corpse, he could rectify his deficiencies, and a bright future would await. Thus, Long Jinyang was determined to claim the dragon corpse at all costs. However, even with his confidence, it was implausible for him to seize the dragon corpse from the hands of Tang Aoshi, Chu Yuan, and Yu Qinghuan, three formidable adversaries of equal standing. He hesitated not for a moment. Very well, let us unite. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chu Yuan turned to Yu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, that Tang family scion is ruthless and tyrannical. If he discovers us, none of us shall survive, and even the Yuntian dynasty may be in jeopardy. I hope you can assist me once more. Yu Qinghuan nodded solemnly. She had witnessed Tang Xuan's terrifying prowess and harbored concerns about potential retaliation against the Yuntian dynasty. Seeing that Long Jinyang and Yu Qinghuan had agreed to join forces, Chu Yuan sighed in relief. The Tang family scion is indeed a master of schemes. Alas, heaven's designs cannot rival human calculations. Tang Aoshi smiled confidently. Do you take me for dead? Chapter 113. Perseverance. I am no navigator. Do you think yourself not dead? Chu Yuan sneered, taking the initiative to strike. Xuanzhong hand. The power of the Shura battle pattern converged within the abyssal domain, unleashing a dual vortex of energy. This dual vortex was not a mere fusion of rotations. One spun clockwise while the other spun counterclockwise. They intersected, generating an overwhelming force of pull. Should one be struck, even a peak Enlightenment realm powerhouse would be torn asunder. It was utterly terrifying. This technique was Chu Yuan's ultimate move, one he had not deployed even against Long Jinyang. Now, filled with murderous intent, he unleashed his most formidable attack. Simultaneously, Long Jinyang grasped with one hand, golden dragon energy coalescing. Violent dragon roar. The dragon energy transformed into a dragon silhouette, descending from the heavens. Yu Qinghuan brandished her longsword, flames igniting fiercely along the blade. Evil descent, shattering the void. Crack, crack, crack. The searing blade light, imbued with unparalleled might, merged with the two geniuses' ultimate techniques, shaking the heavens and earth. Within a radius of 10,000 feet, the ground fractured, and debris flew as if the apocalypse had descended. Faced with the combined assault of three, Tang Aoshi's expression grew grave. He, too, was the scion of the Tang family. A naturally gifted body, destined to be the child of fortune bathed in glory. Though he yielded to Tang Xuan, his pride only swelled further. How could he disappoint Tang Xuan, who entrusted him with such a significant task? Myriad God's Tribulation. Tang Aoshi stomped one foot, conjuring countless spiritual energy swords. This was the sword god domain. Return of the myriad swords, transforming into sword wings. He pointed with both hands. The sword light blanketed the sky, akin to a deluge bursting forth, summoning a storm of blades. Boom, boom, boom. The four ultimate techniques collided violently. After a brief silence, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The terrifying shockwave swept forth like a mountain howling and a sea surging. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to ashes. Tang Aoshi staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his expression was one of unbridled arrogance. Facing three adversaries of equal strength, sustaining only slight injuries was already a remarkable feat. Your combined power is merely this. You cannot even subdue me. So what right have you to confront my clan brother? This proclamation was akin to throwing fuel on a fire, driving Chu Yuan and Long Jinyang into a frenzy. A body on the brink of death could only rely on words. By the time Tang Xuan arrives, all that shall remain is a shattered corpse. Kill, kill, kill. The three masters surged forth with renewed vigor, unleashing even stronger attacks. Sword God Body. Activate. Tang Aoshi bellowed coldly. The surrounding void drew in spiritual energy, transforming into an endless array of spiritual swords, relentlessly countering. He had unleashed his full potential. In that instant, he seemed like an unparalleled sword drawn from its sheath, capable of cleaving the heavens themselves. Under Tang Xuan's guidance, Tang Aoshi had diligently practiced for a long time, finally advancing the sword god domain to perfection. At this moment, his soul consciousness spread through the void, manifesting as countless spiritual swords. With a mere thought, the sword energy surged forth. Attack. Attack with a terrifying ferocity. Defend. Defend without a single flaw. The three formidable beings found themselves momentarily unable to contend with Tang Aoshi. Yu Qinghuan was somewhat indifferent. However, Chu Yuan and Long Jinyang grew increasingly alarmed with each exchange. One Tang Xuan was already terrifying enough. Now, with Tang Aoshi's prowess, if they continued to allow them to grow, would there be any hope for their own survival? We can no longer hold back. We must eliminate him with all our strength. Chu Yuan roared. He suddenly retreated several steps, grasping his right wrist with his left hand. Wailing echoed within the Shura battle pattern, heralding the full activation of the battle pattern. Simultaneously, the abyssal domain expanded to its limits, voraciously devouring surrounding spiritual energy. Suppressing the sword god domain. Shura cracking fist. A punch was hurled forth. The black fist light shattered the void, though not particularly swift. Tang Aoshi felt as if he were locked within the fist's trajectory, unable to evade. Alarm surged within him. Just as he prepared to defend, two more astonishing fluctuations erupted beside him. Destructive Dragon Blast. Long Jinyang radiated with dazzling golden light. In an instant, he transformed into a golden dragon, plummeting from the sky. Before his palm even landed, the earth had already sunk by 100 feet. The overwhelming pressure shattered the spiritual swords into fragments. Yu Qinghuan hesitated momentarily. Though she bore no grudge against Tang Aoshi, they were now adversaries. Showing mercy to one's enemy was akin to cruelty to oneself. She raised her longsword high, flames swirling ferociously around the blade, the air crackling explosively. Void cleaving, earth burning technique. Chu Yuan's expression twisted with malice as he gazed at Tang Aoshi. Enveloped by the ultimate techniques. Humph, the three of us will unleash our full power. Do not think it mere bravado. Even the likes of Tang Xuan would be reduced to mere fragments. A heavy weight settled in Tang Aoshi's heart. Chu Yuan's words were not exaggerated. Each of the three was a peerless genius, capable of battling above their level as easily as one would breathe. In the event they revealed their trump cards, even a nascent emperor would be at risk. Though Tang Xuan was formidable, he would likely sustain grave injuries under such an assault. It was now or never. Tang Aoshi steeled himself, pointing his finger at his brow. A myriad of sword energies coalesced around him, signaling the impending execution of the second style of the 10,000 Gods Calamity. However, he had not yet completed the technique, uncertain of the repercussions it would invoke. Yet, to honor Tang Xuan's trust, he had no choice but to fight. In that moment of peril, a figure flickered like a fleeting shadow, positioning itself before Tang Aoshi just before the ultimate strike could land. The individual raised a single palm, defiantly confronting the terrifying assault of the three. Boom! The heavens trembled and the earth shattered. Chu Yuan, Long Jinyang, and Yu Qinghuan felt an oppressive weight in their chests, stumbling backward. Ha ha ha, the Tang family's crown prince is about to lose one of his own. Chu Yuan cackled, his face alight with triumph. From within the billowing dust, a calm voice emerged. A commendable plan. Alas, reality can be rather unforgiving. The voice resonated like thunder. Chu Yuan, Long Jinyang and Yu Qinghuan's eyes widened simultaneously, filled with disbelief and a tinge of fear. As the dust settled, a figure clad in white emerged. Graceful as the wind, ethereal as a celestial being. With a visage strikingly handsome, it bore a hint of disdain and indifference. It was none other than Tang Xuan. "Forgive me, but you know I am not adept at finding my way," Tang Xuan said, tilting his head slightly and offering a smile to Tang Aoshi. "Phew." Tang Aoshi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His clan brother certainly had a knack for jest. Tang Xuan turned his gaze toward the intact dragon corpse. Despite the cataclysmic battle that had unfolded moments ago, the dragon's remains remained undamaged. Indeed, it was worthy of being a divine artifact of the world. What a remarkable find. An intact dragon corpse possesses immense value. He nodded, satisfaction evident upon his face. "Had you not guided me here, I might have never discovered such a treasure in this secluded corner. My thanks." Chu Yuan and Long Jinyang's faces flushed crimson. Every word from Tang Xuan felt like a slap to their faces. So, he had deliberately lagged behind to have us seek treasure for him. Chu Yuan shrieked in realization. "Not too foolish after all." Tang Xuan chuckled. "Ah, I will kill you," Chu Yuan bellowed, unleashing his full strength. His heart shattered as he directly obliterated the Shura battle mark, the ultimate life-preserving technique of the Shura sect. In times of peril, one could shatter the Shura battle mark to gain over 5 times the normal attack power. Boom. The black abyssal energy surged back. Chu Yuan appeared as a reincarnated demon god, radiating a terrifying aura as he charged toward Tang Xuan. Though he struck alone, his might exceeded that of the previous trio's combined efforts. "Tang Xuan, you shall perish." In the face of Chu Yuan's lethal assault, a glimmer of pity flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. "How tragic. You are but a stepping stone upon this prince's path." As his words fell, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens and earth. Human sovereign, refine yin and yang. Chapter 114, Raising Pigs. Poor geniuses. With a single stroke, the human sovereign descended, wielding unmatchable power to cleave the demon god asunder. "Ah!" A wretched scream erupted as Chu Yuan was sent flying. Blood gushed from his mouth, revealing a massive sword gash across his chest, through which his heart could be seen pulsating. With resounding thuds, flesh split open, and bones shattered beyond count. With just one strike, utter defeat. Stand tall when struck. A stepping stone should remain humble. Tang Xuan held his sword with one hand, resembling an immortal descended from the heavens. He remained perfectly still, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Aoshi, retrieve his spatial ring." "Yes, your highness." Tang Aoshi approached Chu Yuan with a grin. Ignoring Chu Yuan any further, Tang Xuan turned his attention to Long Jinyang. "Will you willingly hand over your spatial ring? Or shall I be compelled to take it by force?" "I hope for the former, as I detest complications." His casual words deepened Long Jinyang's flush. He was the Grand Prince of the Golden Dragon Dynasty, a paragon of genius imbued with dragon energy and the divine body of the dragon. He had always towered above others. Never had he been so openly disdained. In previous times, he would have already crushed his opponent with a single strike. Yet, he faced the Tang family's crown prince, who emanated an aura of celestial grace. Gazing upon that invincible figure, a flicker of fear ignited within Long Jinyang's heart. A sentiment he could scarcely comprehend. It seems you are reluctant to comply. In that case, I shall have to make things troublesome." Tang Xuan observed the dazed Long Jinyang, a slight smile gracing his lips. With a subtle bend of his right hand, countless orbs of water coalesced. 3 points of returning essence. Virum. An overwhelming wave of energy radiated through the void. Long Jinyang's complexion shifted drastically as he stumbled backward, hastily channeling his energy. Frenzied dragon palm. He thrust both palms forward, attempting to counter Tang Xuan's formidable technique. However, the 3 points of returning essence harmonized strength and gentleness. At the moment they collided, the air split, the force slamming into Long Jinyang's chest. With a resounding crash, Long Jinyang was sent hurtling back several dozen yards, blood spewing from his mouth. Had he not been clad in the protective dragon armor of the Golden Dragon Dynasty, he would have perished, or at the very least, been gravely injured. Tang Xuan remarked coolly, "Why bother? You cannot defeat me." Humiliation, fury, fear, and resentment coursed through Long Jinyang, causing him to tremble. His complexion oscillating between blue and red. Once, before the Golden Dragon Imperial Palace, he had boldly proclaimed his intent to slay Tang Xuan and avenge Long Jinyang. Yet now, he barely had the courage to strike. To return in such disgrace would undoubtedly shatter Long Jinyang's resolve, leaving him with no future to speak of. "Tang Xuan, you have forced my hand." In a fit of rage, Long Jinyang stomped his foot, causing the ground to rupture violently, sending waves of mud soaring. A brilliant golden light enveloped him as a phantom golden dragon roared behind him. Dragon sovereignty, divine dragon body, divine dragon technique. A triad. Simultaneously, Long Jinyang produced a thumb-sized piece of dragon marrow and swallowed it whole. That was dragon marrow. Tang Xian's gaze flickered. Dragon marrow, the essence within a dragon's bones, contained powerful life energy and dragon strength. Even a mere morsel would extend one's lifespan by a century and dramatically enhance one's physique. Now, Long Jinyang had consumed it whole, clearly intending to gamble everything. Roar. Pain etched across Long Jinyang's face as the power of the dragon marrow overwhelmed him. Far beyond human tolerance. His skin turned a dark purple, a sign of his bloodline tearing apart. Simultaneously, countless dragon scales emerged on his body, the marrow's power initiating a transformation within him. Long Jinyang's arms crossed over his chest, and the world trembled in response. The power surged directly to the pinnacle of the Tao of proving, and it was still escalating. The earth trembled violently under the immense pressure, unable to withstand the overwhelming might. Even someone as formidable as Tang Aoshi turned pale beneath this divine aura. Emperor's son, be cautious. Long Jinyang spat blood, his expression twisted with malevolence. Is caution sufficient? Tang Xian, your path as the Emperor's son ends here. With a booming laugh, he clasped his hands together, summoning a golden dragon head, the wrath of the rampant dragon. With a thunderous roar, Long Jinyang transformed into a pillar of light, soaring skyward. As the light dissipated, 100-foot golden dragon manifested, its divine presence shaking the heavens and earth, its disdainful gaze surveying the ants below. The might of this strike surpassed even Chu Yuan's. This was already Long Jinyang's limit. Below the threshold of the quasi-emperor, his demise was inevitable. Faced with such a formidable attack, Tang Xian remained unperturbed. With a flick of his right hand, his long sword vanished, replaced by a divine blade. This is my first time employing this technique. You should feel honored. The divine blade was raised high, igniting spontaneously into a blazing inferno. Yuqing Huan's expression abruptly shifted, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is this?" Crack. The earth shattered as Tang Xian soared into the air. The raging flames absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, transforming into a 1,000-foot flame blade. Falling star slash. With a single downward stroke, the golden dragon was instantly shattered. Amidst heart-wrenching cries, Long Jinyang was sent flying backward, half of his body cleaved asunder. The national protective armor of the Golden Dragon dynasty crumbled before the blade's radiance like mere paper. Had it not been for the protective force of the dragon's essence, such wounds would have claimed his life long ago. His face was a mask of terror as he forced his final reserves of power, transforming into light and fleeing. Yet, Tang Xian did not pursue, not because he was incapable of killing Long Jinyang, but because he had no desire to do so. He had come to a realization. Some prodigies could be nurtured like livestock, allowing them to gather treasures and then deliver them all to himself, saving him the trouble of searching one by one. Delightfully, he reached out and grasped Long Jinyang's spatial ring. Feeling its weight, he knew it contained a trove of riches. Emperor's son here. Tang Aoshi had also snatched Chu Yuan's spatial ring, grinning widely as he handed it to Tang Xian. 2 unparalleled prodigy spatial rings, along with a complete dragon corpse. Tang Xian had struck gold. Tang Aoshi was utterly in awe. What you just used, was it the falling star slash? At this moment, Yuqing Huan suddenly spoke up. Tang Xian nodded. Indeed. Yuqing Huan extended a hand. Please return it to us. Tang Xian regarded her with a peculiar expression. Was this woman lacking in intellect? And why should I? This is a secret martial art of the Falling Star dynasty. It must not be shared. Your unauthorized acquisition is a grave offense. I implore you to return it. Before Tang Xian could respond, Tang Aoshi burst into laughter, amused by her audacity. You lost it, yet you demand its return? What confidence you have? Tang Xian also nodded. What if I refuse? Yuqing Huan's brows knitted in concern. You are being utterly unreasonable. This is clearly the property of the Falling Star dynasty, yet you refuse to return it. Before she could finish, Tang Xian's expression darkened, and his soul power erupted. Yuqing Huan felt an immense pressure crash down upon her, causing her to spew blood and collapse to her knees. Blood stained her white dress, her hair disheveled. Looking utterly defeated, Tang Xian, you beast, do not lay a finger on Qing Huan. If you are a man, confront me instead. Seeing the lady humiliated, Chu Yuan roared in outrage. Tang Xian chuckled, bemused. Oh, it seems you still fail to comprehend your situation. He focused his gaze, unleashing a wave of soul power that struck Chu Yuan's chest. With a resounding crash, Chu Yuan was sent flying once more, carving a 3-zhang deep trench in the earth. Already heavily wounded, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Tang family's emperor's son, you have gone too far. How can you be so tyrannical? Yuqing Huan gritted her teeth. her eyes filled with fury and resentment. Tang Xuan raised his head slightly. Apologies, but I am indeed this tyrannical. Chapter 115. Maid. Remember your place. Tang Xuan. Yu Qinghuan's fair face flushed crimson. As the eldest princess of the Falling Star dynasty, her status was extraordinarily exalted. Yet now, she found herself kneeling in humiliation before Tang Xuan. How disgraceful. Yu Qinghuan harbored an intense hatred towards Tang Xuan. She desperately gathered her spiritual energy, attempting to break free. Alas, under the overwhelming pressure of Tang Xuan's vast soul power, all her struggles proved futile. Humiliation, fury, despair. Tears streamed down Yu Qinghuan's cheeks. Let me go, you beast. Tang Xuan sneered. Still not compliant? The sight of the weeping beauty was tragically beautiful. However, Tang Xuan was not one to be swayed by such emotions. His eyes remained calm, even hinting at amusement. Tang Aoshi, observing from the side, secretly marveled at Tang Xuan's ruthlessness. Yu Qinghuan was stunningly beautiful, with a noble demeanor and an outstanding background. Even Tang Aoshi felt a twinge of admiration. Yet Tang Xuan showed no mercy as he suppressed her, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that pleas for mercy were in vain, Yu Qinghuan once again invoked her royal status. I am the eldest princess of the Falling Star dynasty. You cannot treat me this way. Observing Yu Qinghuan's emotional unraveling, Tang Xuan simply replied with a single word. Oh, a casual utterance. Yet it pierced Yu Qinghuan's pride like a dagger. The Falling Star dynasty? Who were you trying to intimidate? Who was Tang Xuan now? The absolute core of the Tang family's emperor's son lineage, a being poised to become a great emperor. He was the object of the Tang family's protection. To put it bluntly, anyone who dared to harm Tang Xuan would find themselves visited by the Tang family's most formidable warriors. Not to mention, Tang Xuan possessed a tenfold amplification system. His strength visibly soared. Did he still care for anyone else? Threats and pleas for mercy were useless. Yu Qinghuan was utterly despondent. With her forehead touching the ground, she spoke in a weak and feeble voice. What do you want from me? Indeed, Yu Qinghuan's pride had been completely shattered. She finally understood one thing. Before Tang Xuan, she lacked even the qualification for an equal conversation. Submit or die? The choice was hers. Tang Xuan nodded. The true secrets of the Falling Star / were recorded within the Falling Star dynasty. He felt a stir of interest. Furthermore, if Tang Xuan wished to ascend to the imperial throne, a loyal cadre was essential. Thus, he was consciously seeking to recruit certain individuals, such as Tang Aoshi and Tang Jiuyu. The Falling Star dynasty was a top-tier dynasty. If he could win them over, it would be an immense boon. Of course, it was still too early to speak of recruitment. He first needed to secure Yu Qinghuan. Submit. What do you intend to do? In the depths of Yu Qinghuan's eyes, a glimmer of vigilance surfaced. Could it be that this disciple of the Tang family was coveting her body? How absurd. The imperial princess already has a wife. Tang Xuan discerned Yu Qinghuan's thoughts at a glance. With her intentions laid bare, Yu Qinghuan, humiliated, felt a surge of defiance and fury. After all, she was the grand princess of the dynasty. With beauty, stature, and position to boast of, how many men had endeavored to catch even a glimpse of her? Yet, Tang Xuan seemed to disregard her completely. What an affront. To serve as a mere maid. Perhaps she could barely come to terms with that. Tang Xuan's mere words nearly drove Yu Qinghuan to the brink of bloodshed. To subdue her merely to serve as a maid? Tang Xuan, you must not go too far. If this were to spread, the entire Yuntian dynasty would become the subject of mockery. A princess reduced to the status of a servant. Surely the ancestors of the Yuntian dynasty would rise in fury from their graves. Do you have room for negotiation? Patience is finite. Consider your options in 3 breaths. Tang Xuan spoke coldly. 1, 2. In the blink of an eye, 2 breaths had passed. Simultaneously, Tang Xuan raised his hand. Yu Qinghuan's heart shattered. Before Tang Xuan, she was utterly powerless. I agree, she gasped, her body going limp as her strength ebbed away. Swear it, Tang Xuan commanded. Yu Qinghuan feebly raised her hand. I, the grand princess of the Yuntian dynasty, Yu Qinghuan, vow to serve Lord Tang Xuan of the Tang family with unwavering loyalty for all eternity. Should I betray this oath, may the heavens punish me. The oath of a warrior was not a mere formality. It invoked the very laws of heaven, leaving an indelible mark. Should she violate it, divine retribution would ensue. After swearing, Yu Qinghuan fixed a venomous glare at Tang Xuan and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Smack. Tang Xuan swiftly delivered a slap, causing one side of Yu Qinghuan's delicate face to swell. It seems you still need to acclimate to your new role. Address me as master. Yes, master, Yu Qinghuan replied, her voice trembling. Now, that's the right attitude. Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction before collecting the dragon corpse and departing with Tang Aoshi. He did not allow Yu Qinghuan to accompany them, for it was not yet time to return to the Yuntian dynasty. Once all matters were concluded, there would be time enough. After all, Yu Qinghuan had already been subdued. Whenever they chose to go, it would suffice. There were other matters to attend to. The prodigies entering the reverse sea ruins were not limited to Chu Yuan and Long Jinyang. As Tang Xian's figure receded, Yu Qinghuan felt her knees buckle, collapsing to the ground, her gaze growing hollow. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a staggering figure reappeared. It was Chu Yuan, battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight to behold. Cough. Where's the Tang family's young master? He rasped, his chest crushed, and agony coursing through him with every movement. Yet, physical pain paled in comparison to the humiliation he had endured. Not only had he been shamed, but even his spatial ring had been stolen. He has gone. Yu Qinghuan replied weakly. Gone. Humph. I shall not let him escape unscathed. Qinghuan, believe me. I will take revenge and trample the Tang family's young master beneath my feet. Chu Yuan clenched his fists, trembling with rage, his eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Qinghuan's eyes. Previously, she had regarded Chu Yuan as a vibrant and resolute young warrior, yet now he seemed reduced to impotent rage. Would he truly be able to bring down Tang Xian? Given 2 millennia, could he achieve it? Focus on your recovery. I must take my leave. Yu Qinghuan rose to her feet. Her physical injuries were not severe. It was the psychological blow that weighed heavily upon her. Qinghuan, don't go. Chu Yuan called out. I need you now. Yu Qinghuan shook her head. There is no one here. I am of no use. And besides, all treasures are gone. Remaining here is meaningless. She turned to leave, glancing back at Chu Yuan. By the way, here is a piece of advice. Do not provoke the Tang family's young master again. It will only lead to greater humiliation. With that, Yu Qinghuan vanished in a flash, leaving Chu Yuan in stunned silence. What? Even you look down on me? What do I lack compared to Tang Xian? How infuriating. Tang Xian. Chu Yuan, swear I will kill you. I will kill you. His anguished cries echoed in the wind. Chu Yuan's eyes widened, the corners tearing from the intensity of his emotions. Yu Qinghuan's words had become the last straw that broke his resolve. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared around his neck. Chu Yuan shuddered, cautiously pulling out a necklace. His expression calming. Senior, have you awakened? At that moment, atop a high mountain, Xiaoguzi stood coldly, suddenly extracting a measuring ruler from his bosom and chanting incantations. As the spell took effect, unusual fluctuations emanated from the depths of the reverse sea ruins, accompanied by surging waves of black energy. Roar. Chapter 116, Anomalies. The mysterious black spell seal. The eerie black energy spread across the ground, accompanied by terrifying roars. Xiaoguzi retracted the ruler, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Go ahead and fight. Go ahead and scramble. The true treasures will belong to me, Xiaoguzi. Ha! Amidst his maniacal laughter, he plunged into the swirling black energy, striding forth with confidence, surrounded by strange shadows that seemed oblivious to his presence. Upon traversing through the black mist, Xiaoguzi arrived at the heart of the ruins, where a colossal ancient black stone hall loomed before him. He did not rush to enter but instead extended his hand. Zzz. As his fingertip touched a certain spot, electric currents flickered, creating ripples that spread through the void. Indeed, it's here. Xiaoguzi once more drew forth the mysterious measuring ruler and made a swift motion. The barrier opened a crack, allowing him to slip inside, after which the barrier sealed once more, restoring tranquility. Suddenly, a small figure appeared. Brother was right. Following him has indeed led to a discovery. Hee. Tang Jiuyu revealed an innocent smile, stepping forward. Upon reaching the barrier, her form became ethereal, and without a sound, she passed through it. The black energy surged swiftly, enveloping the entire reverse sea ruins in mere moments. Numerous treasure-seeking warriors stood bewildered. What is this mist? How strange. I can't see anything. Wait, there seems to be something in the mist. A martial artist of the Law Master realm was looking around when suddenly, a large hand emerged from the black fog, seizing his head and dragging him into the depths of the shadow. A crunching sound followed, abruptly silencing his terrified screams. The crowd was left in shock. In the next moment, countless bizarre monsters surged forth, unleashing a rampant slaughter. These creatures were the malevolent beasts from the ruins of the reversed sea. Yet their bodies were tattered and torn, with many areas exposing their ghastly white bones, remnants of long-dead corpses. Strangely, these cadavers were adorned with sinister patterns. Caught off guard, numerous warriors suffered devastating casualties. Although some strong individuals fought valiantly in retaliation, their attacks proved utterly ineffective against these uncanny monstrosities. Outside the ruins of the reversed sea, Tang Tian furrowed his brow. Something is amiss. The ruins have changed. Quickly, we must evacuate. The powerful members of the Golden Dragon Dynasty's inner court immediately retorted, scoffing. What ruins are devoid of danger? Such cowardice will never lead to treasure. The Chu family's quasi-imperial experts joined in, mocking, huh? You intend to drive everyone out to monopolize the ruins? What a clever scheme. Tang Tian's expression darkened. Humph, a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Since you are indifferent, then let it be. Within the depths of the ruins of the reversed sea, Mous Bamboo rode upon the back of a golden-striped white tiger, diligently scavenging for spirit herbs and ores. The ground was littered with rare medicinal plants and extinct minerals. Whenever a beast attacked, the golden-striped white tiger would counter. It had consumed the blood crystal of the diamond war ape, magnified 1,000-fold, resulting in a significant surge in its power. The golden patterns on its body shimmered with a faint glow. Coupled with the pressure of a sacred beast, dealing with the monsters within the ruins was effortless. Even when some warriors sought trouble, they were swiftly dispatched by the golden-striped white tiger. The over 20 spatial rings in Mous's possession were trophies of their plunder. Just as they reveled in their bounty, a wave of black mist enveloped them. Mous suddenly sensed an overwhelming feeling of danger. Be careful. Before she could finish her warning, several cadaverous beasts emerged from the black fog, their bodies twisted with eerie patterns, exuding an aura of terror. Look out. Mous swung her sword. Her original holy class long sword had been shattered, but Tang Xuan had provided her with a divine class sword. As she wielded it, blades of wind manifested. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light and wind blades tore into the beastly corpses, ripping apart large swathes of flesh. However, the corpses seemed oblivious, continuing their frenzied assault. Behold the might of Tiger Lord. The golden-striped white tiger opened its mouth, condensing a sharp golden energy sphere, obliterating one of the corpses into dust. Ha ha ha! What trash dares to be arrogant before Tiger Lord? Just as it reveled in its triumph, from the shattered corpse emerged a black mark that merged into a nearby beast. The creature howled, causing the surrounding beasts to disintegrate. From the resulting dust, black marks also soared forth, all consumed by that singular beast. Crack, crack, crack. The beast's body writhed, transforming into a grotesque creature with 3 heads, 4 arms, and 2 long tails. Roar. The monster unleashed a thunderous roar, its sound waves tearing through the earth, akin to a hurricane of 10 levels. The terrifying aura left the golden-striped white tiger pale with fear. Goodness, how despicable, it can even fuse. Mous gasped for breath, her body tense. By her estimation, this beast's power was likely approaching the level of a quasi-imperial being, a force far beyond their capacity to contend with. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The golden-striped white tiger turned and fled with Mous. The 3-headed monster soared through the air, blocking their escape with astonishing speed, like a bolt of black lightning. My heavens! The golden-striped white tiger nearly lost control of its bowels in terror. This creature was far too fearsome. Mous's complexion turned ashen, a chill creeping into her heart. The monster's eyes glinted with malice as all 4 arms gathered terrifying energy spheres, ready to obliterate Mous and the golden-striped white tiger. In that moment of crisis, a figure tore through the air. With a wave of the hand, the sky darkened, and a 10-zhang-wide thunderous torrent descended, engulfing the 3-headed monster. Boom. The thunder crashed to the ground, shattering the creature and fracturing the earth beneath. Heavenly Thunder 5 Lightning Technique. It's the boss. The golden-striped white tiger exclaimed in delight. Are you all right? Tang Xuan inquired with a smile. Mous shook her head. It seems something strange is afoot, murmured Tang Ao. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, from the shattered monster's body, a black curse mark shot forth, darting away. Trying to escape. Tang Xuan sneered, reaching out. Boundless soul power descended, forming a cage that captured the black curse mark. Even after being struck by the Heavenly Thunder 5 Lightning Technique, it remained intact. This black curse mark is peculiar. Squeak. Squeak. The black curse mark writhed in Tang Xuan's grasp, sensing danger. Impudent. Tang Xuan's expression darkened as he squeezed. Bang. The black curse mark exploded. Oddly, as it vanished, the surrounding mist dissipated simultaneously. Xuan, what on earth is this? Mous inquired curiously. I do not know, Tang Xuan replied, shaking his head. He too had never encountered such an unusual black curse mark. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, he had sensed that the mark brimmed with malevolence, brutality, and boundless terror. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xuan closed his eyes. His soul power enveloped the entire ruins of the reversed sea. The entirety of the ruins was shrouded in this black mist, where countless beastly corpses were engaged in rampant slaughter. The source of the black mist emanated from deep within the ruins of the reversed sea. Simultaneously, a faint transmission of soul power reached him. It was Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan opened his eyes, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Someone is up to no good, seeking to seize treasures amid the chaos. Let us go. It is time to reap the rewards. Chapter 117, 9-Headed Beast. Domain Breakthrough. Within the ruins of the reversed sea, boom, amidst the clouds of dust, Ao Wuxin staggered backward. Before he could steady himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! He wielded a blade in his right hand, while clutching a piece of black stone in his left. The demon stone. This was precisely the purpose of his expedition into the ruins of the reversed sea. It contained natural demonic energy potent enough to elevate his demon blade domain to its pinnacle. This should have been a joyous occasion. Who could have anticipated that a nine-headed monster would suddenly emerge from the black mist? Its power reached quasi-imperial levels. Although Ao Wuxin possessed a perfected demon blade domain, he still found himself at an absolute disadvantage against a quasi-imperial powerhouse. Even more terrifying was the fact that this nine-headed monster was impervious to blades and spears, withstanding the onslaught of Ao Wuxin's blade aura with its flesh. Caught off guard, Ao Wuxin suffered grievous injuries. Roar! The nine-headed beast opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of multicolored energy flows and spheres: wind, fire, water, earth, light, and darkness. 9 different elemental forces intertwining. Even with Ao Wuxin's strength, he could not withstand such an assault. Demon Blade Domain. He dared not hesitate, quickly activating the Demon Blade Domain. As the domain manifested, the space within 100 zhang transformed into a realm of darkness. Amidst the surging demonic energy, a dark magic blade gradually took shape. With a forceful strike, Ao Wuxin wielded the blade, cleaving downward. Boom! The 9 elemental forces erupted in response. Yet, the overwhelming pressure still sent Ao Wuxin staggering back several tens of feet. Once more sustaining injury. Cursed be it. The power of this beast has surpassed what this realm can withstand. What has transpired in the Abyssal Sea ruins? This is dire. The strange occurrences within the Abyssal Sea ruins instilled a sense of retreat in Ao Wuxin. Just as he contemplated withdrawal, his body suddenly felt as though it had sunk. Looking down, he discovered that his shadow had become ensnared by a fine thread. The power of shadows. This is bad. He never anticipated that this beast possessed such a chilling shadow force. Once ensnared by the shadow power, one would be immobilized, unable to move. Fortunately, Ao Wuxin was a top-tier genius, remaining composed despite the shock. He immediately unleashed all his spiritual energy, raising the magic blade high and executing a lethal strike. The 6 techniques of the magic blade. Divine slashing desolation. Boom. The power of the blade surged forth instantaneously. Ao Wuxin's long black hair whipped around him, his eyes turning pitch black. An indescribable terror emanated from the blade's domain. Flash. With a thunderous roar, Ao Wuxin brought the blade down. Crack, crack, crack. The black blade light surged in the wind, expanding to 100 feet, striking fiercely against the 9-headed beast. Snap. A crisp sound of shattering bones echoed. The beast's head, as hard as dark iron, was severed halfway. So tough. Ao Wuxin gasped in shock. His full-strength strike had merely managed to sever half of its head. Too powerful. He realized the gravity of the situation. Seizing the moment while the beast's strength waned, he summoned all his might to break free from the binding of the shadow and turned to flee. However, at that very moment, the 9-headed beast opened its mouth once more. This time, it did not unleash beams of light, but instead fused elemental forces to form a black sphere of energy. Boom. The sphere hurtled toward Ao Wuxin. The hair on the back of his neck bristled. His body was forcefully pinned to the ground by an overwhelming pressure, rendering him unable to take flight. He understood that he must withstand this blow or face certain death. Once more, he concentrated the magic blade's light and struck down heavily. Boom. A colossal roar erupted. The earth was torn apart for 100 feet. Ao Wuxin was thrown high into the air, crashing down to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth. The magic blade fell beside him. He was utterly drained of strength to continue fighting. Am I to perish here? As the 9-headed beast drew ever closer, a wave of despair washed over Ao Wuxin. His extraordinary talent should not lead to his demise in this place. Alas, let it be swift. The 9-headed beast seemed to comprehend Ao Wuxin's words, opening its mouth to unleash streams of colorful light once more. Ao Wuxin closed his eyes, bracing for the agony of being torn apart. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by. The anticipated pain did not come. Ao Wuxin opened his eyes in astonishment to witness an astonishing sight. There stood Tang Xuan, arms crossed behind his back, shielding him. The elemental forces the beast had unleashed had vanished into thin air. The scion of the Tang family. A complex light flickered in Ao Wuxin's eyes. Ever since the naming battle, he had regarded Tang Xuan as the opponent he must surpass. Yet now, he was being saved by him. Ao Wuxin felt a twinge of discomfort. You saved me. I shall not be grateful. He spoke. Tang Xuan tilted his head slightly. Do not misconstrue. I am merely intrigued by this beast. Saving you is merely incidental. Ao Wuxin's face flushed crimson in an instant. All this time, Tang Xuan had not regarded him at all. Humph. This beast has reached quasi-emperor level, wielding 9 elemental powers. There is no way you can contend. Ao Wuxin rose to his feet and retrieved a potion to consume. Regardless, Tang Xuan had indeed saved him. He could not repay kindness with enmity. Though proud, Ao Wuxin had principles. If we join forces, perhaps we might have a chance of victory. Tang Xuan chuckled. There is no need for such complications. I alone am sufficient. Ao Wuxin snorted coldly. Arrogant, you shall soon learn the severity of the situation. As his words fell, the 9-headed beast opened its mouth again. Streams of light converged. This is bad. It is about to attack again. Retreat quickly, do not engage directly. Ao Wuxin exclaimed in alarm. He had learned from experience. It was fortunate that he was a top-tier genius. Had he been slightly less capable, he would have been obliterated. Yet Tang Xuan remained composed, his black hair billowing, his gaze disdainful. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the 9 elemental forces descended like a torrential storm, engulfing Tang Xuan. Ao Wuxin's expression darkened. Such hubris. It seems the previous victory has led this scion of the Tang family to become complacent. He knew that only through his utmost efforts, bolstered by the magic blade's domain, could he shatter the assault of the 9 elemental forces. How much stronger could Tang Xuan truly be? Would this strike not leave him shattered and grievously wounded? Just as Ao Wuxin shook his head in disbelief, a faint glow began to radiate. He beheld with astonishment as Tang Xuan floated in midair, ripples emanating from beneath his feet. An astonishing sight unfolded before him. The 9 elemental forces had vanished without a trace. What? What is happening? What is this domain? Ao Wuxin gasped in shock, his face a picture of disbelief. A domain capable of devouring elemental forces. This was a sight he had never witnessed before. Pure elemental energy, splendid, just what I need to enhance my domain. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. His origin domain required vast amounts of elemental power. This beast was truly a fortuitous occurrence. As the elemental forces proved ineffective, the 9-headed beast began to coalesce another black sphere of energy. Ao Wuxin's expression changed dramatically. He had just been injured by this very attack. Retreat. This is a fused elemental assault. No one below Quasi-Emperor can withstand it. Tang Xuan smiled calmly. No worries. Ao Wuxin was nearly driven mad. Boom. The 9-headed beast tossed its head, and the fused elemental sphere came crashing down. Tang Xuan's pupils narrowed slightly. Absorb. The origin domain activated, consuming the fused elemental sphere once more. System. Amplify my power 1,000-fold. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000-fold elemental power. The elemental power of the 9-headed beast had reached quasi-emperor level. With 1,000-fold amplification, its strength was formidable. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. The origin domain beneath his feet surged wildly. 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, the domain reached its zenith. The power of origin swept across the heavens and the earth, causing the 9-headed beast's body to tremble and ultimately shatter. The dark curse mark had yet to escape, only to be crushed by the power of origin. Ao Wuxin stood frozen in place, utterly dazed. Chapter 118. The Final Treasure. Tang Jiuyu achieves merit. The 9-headed beast that almost killed him. Not even a strand of Tang Xuan's hair had been touched. He has already been slain. A profound sense of disparity washed over Ao Wuxin's heart. The gap is insurmountable. They exist on entirely different planes. Even more terrifying is the fact that Tang Xuan has harnessed the power of the 9-headed beast to elevate his domain. The boss has broken through again. A resonant roar echoed forth. Shortly thereafter, Tang Aoshi, Mo-Uezhu, and the golden-striped white tiger made their appearances. Moreover, it was a breakthrough in their domain. Hiss. Tang Aoshi's eyes were filled with profound astonishment. For a peerless genius, a breakthrough in cultivation is akin to a daily necessity. Yet, a breakthrough in one's domain is a formidable challenge. After years of seclusion, he had barely managed to solidify a minor domain. Yet Tang Xuan had achieved great mastery. The golden-striped white tiger scoffed, "What a joke. Our boss is a person of remarkable stature, destined to dominate an era. Is a domain breakthrough really that astonishing?" Mo-Uezhu cast a glance at the nearby Ao Wuxin and immediately furrowed her brow. "It's you." Ao Wuxin opened his mouth, but remained silent. He had thoroughly abandoned any desire to battle Tang Xuan, for he had come to a profound understanding. It would only lead to his own humiliation. Sighing, he approached Tang Xuan and bowed deeply. "Thank you, noble son, for your rescue. From now on, should you have any need of Ao Wuxin, I shall plunge into fire and water without hesitation." Tang Xuan smiled. "You are being overly courteous." Ao Wuxin shook his head. "No, the debt of saving my life is immense. This is not mere politeness, but a heartfelt declaration. Farewell." Tang Xuan, curious, asked. You are leaving? Aren't you going to search for the treasures of the reverse sea? No. Ao Wuxin replied with a bitter smile. I am already injured. And the reverse sea ruins have undergone strange changes. To be greedy now would only invite disaster. I am not foolish enough to take that risk. Besides, I have already acquired the magic stone, my objective has been achieved, so what use is there in lingering? This revelation caused Tang Xuan to regard Ao Wuxin with increased admiration. Few possess the ability to quell their greed for treasures. And Ao Wuxin's gratitude and sense of duty make him a worthy ally. Contemplating this, Tang Xuan retrieved a pill and handed it to him. The reverse sea ruins are currently teeming with monsters, and you are injured. It is rather perilous. Take this pill. Ao Wuxin initially intended to refuse, but upon glimpsing the pill, he gasped in astonishment. A divine-grade elixir. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted it and consumed it. After all, he had already been thoroughly shaken. What was one more blow? I shall take my leave. Ao Wuxin nodded to Tang Aoshi and Mouzhu before vanishing in a flash of light. Xian, it seems you have tamed another genius. Mouzhu remarked with a smile. Tang Aoshi sighed. Ao Wuxin is the foremost talent of the Ao family. His standards are exceedingly high. I once crossed blades with him and still fell short. The golden-striped white tiger chuckled. What does it matter how talented he is? Before our boss, he is but a younger brother. Tang Aoshi laughed in disbelief. It's not just Ao Wuxin. I fear that the geniuses of this generation, upon encountering Tang Xuan, will all become younger brothers. All right, let us continue our journey. Tang Xuan smiled. In truth, he had not deliberately come to rescue Ao Wuxin. He merely sensed an immense surge of elemental fluctuations, prompting him to turn around. After all, enhancing the origin domain requires a vast amount of elemental power. The nine-headed beast barely reached the quasi-emperor level, coupled with a 10,000-fold amplification, which indeed allowed the origin domain to break through to great mastery. The power of a fully realized domain is magnitudes greater, unveiling numerous mysteries that Tang Xuan must explore gradually. At the deepest depths of the reverse sea ruins, the black mist thickened. A mere half-zhang ahead, visibility was nearly non-existent. Footsteps echoed, and a faint white light dispersed the black fog. Shuzi, holding a ruler, advanced slowly. Those fools outside must be entangled with the corpse beasts by now. The greatest treasure of the reverse sea ruins will soon be claimed by me, Shuzi. Ha! Lost in his own triumph, Shuzi laughed maniacally. Among the many who entered the ruins, he alone understood the true origins of the reverse sea ruins. That quasi-emperor had comprehended the yin and yang, reaching a state of merging with the cosmos, capable of defeating four opponents of equal strength. After finding no rivals in the bitter realm, that esteemed figure ventured to other domains, only to return severely injured and ultimately succumb in the reverse sea ruins. It is said he returned from another domain bearing a treasure capable of shaking the very fabric of existence. Whoever obtains it shall have the chance to ascend as an emperor. The ruler in my hand is that esteemed figure's artifact. Gripping the ruler tightly, Shuzi's excitement grew ever more intense. For this moment, he had even emptied his coffers, trading numerous treasures in his quest for the ultimate treasure of the reverse sea ruins. In his hubris, Shuzi failed to notice a small, ghostly figure trailing behind him. After walking for roughly the duration of an incense stick, he finally reached the innermost sanctum of the reverse sea ruins. At the center of a colossal platform stood a massive altar, exuding an ancient aura. The altar was divided into 3 tiers, adorned with numerous peculiar bronze statues at its corners. At the highest point of the altar rested a black coffin, from which tendrils of black mist perpetually emanated. I found it, ha ha ha, I found it. Shuzi could no longer contain his elation and burst into raucous laughter. The sound waves reverberated, sending dust cascading down. After careful planning, he could finally obtain the ultimate treasure. Alas, if the virtual son had not been slain by the Tang family's noble son, it would have been even easier. No matter, once I acquire the ultimate secret treasure, I will ensure that the Tang family's noble son suffers a most torturous fate. Shuzi's expression twisted with malice as he spoke. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a calm voice echoed from the passageway. There is no need for such trouble. If you wish to torment me, then show me your true abilities. Shuzi's triumphant demeanor instantly froze. He slowly turned around, his face a mask of horror. Why is he here? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shuzi's hands began to tremble. When had this person followed him? How had he crossed the barrier to arrive here? Why had he sensed nothing? A myriad of questions left Shuzi in a state of panic. Footsteps echoed as Tang Xuan emerged from the passage. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of composure, his gaze as unfathomable as the vast ocean. Following him were Tang Aoshi, Mouzhu, and the golden-striped white tiger surrounding Shuzi. You. How is this possible? Shuzi stammered, his voice hoarse and muted, stripped of its earlier arrogance. It's me. A clear, youthful voice chimed in. Then, a ghostly figure appeared beside Tang Xuan, transforming into a little girl clad in black. Tang Jiuyo declared proudly, Brother, am I impressive? Tang Xuan smiled, ruffling Tang Jiuyo's little head. Indeed, little Jiuyo is the most impressive. You executed the task splendidly. Hee. Tang Jiuyo stuck out her tongue and made a face at the scholar. You big fool, I've been following you for so long, and you haven't even noticed. The scholar glared at Tang Jiuyo, nearly spitting blood in anger. Tang family's imperial sun sequence. The phantom divine body. Tang Jiuyo. The phantom divine body can disregard any barrier or protective shield. While it may not directly enhance combat prowess, it is unparalleled in terms of tracking. His own arrogance had led to a moment of carelessness, ultimately resulting in his exposure. Taking a deep breath, the scholar composed himself. Tang Xuan, it seems you are not particularly fearful. Should I be afraid? The scholar cast a scornful glance at Tang Xuan and the others. I did not wish to kill you now, Tang Xuan, but since you have come to me, do not blame me for being ruthless. Tang Xuan scoffed, such arrogance. Let me tell you, Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan joined forces and were defeated by the imperial sun. The scholar's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to a placid state. Defeating two useless individuals is hardly comparable to me. Such confidence. It appears your hidden cards have bolstered your bravado. Tang Xuan smiled slightly, then extended a finger, beckoning at the scholar. Come, display your confidence before this imperial sun. The scholar's lips twitched. As the second most talented individual of Defing Ancient Academy, he had never been belittled in such a manner. Tang Xuan gazed down at him, akin to a deity observing an insignificant insect flailing about. Come at me together. I fear you not. The scholar gritted his teeth. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, while I have no qualms about overwhelming you with numbers. It is unnecessary for me to go to such lengths against you. The scholar sneered. I have no qualms about ambushing you either. Tang Xuan shook his head. Sure. Sister Yuzhu, you two step back. Mo Yuzhu cautioned. Be careful. Remain vigilant for any tricks. The group retreated 100 feet, positioning themselves at the cave's entrance. Should the scholar attempt to flee, they would be there to intercept him. Today marks the day of the fall of the Tang family's imperial sun. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from the scholar's body, and a gentle scholarly aura began to emanate from his feet. This was the sign of his domain activation. His domain, like that of Su Gongzi, was also the domain of the Book of Songs. However, its might was incomparable. If Su Gongzi's domain was a mountain, then the scholar's domain was a mountain range. The immense pressure descended upon Tang Xuan's body in crushing waves. Impressive, but ultimately futile against me. Tang Xuan's black hair billowed, and white spiritual energy surged like an ocean, forming a tempest that shielded his form. Sword control technique. With a thought, a storm of sword energy erupted from the sea of spiritual energy, hurtling towards the scholar. Having reached this stage, the power of the sword control technique had been developed to its utmost limit. Yet, bolstered by Tang Xuan's soul power, it was enough to astonish any martial artist of the fifth realm. The scholar's lips curled in disdain, yet his gaze grew solemn. Although they had not directly clashed before, the terrifying might of Tang Xuan's one thought conquers 10,000 wolves, and a single punch shatters the war ape remained vivid in his memory. Coupled with Tang Xuan's claim that Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan had also been defeated, it was clear that Tang Xuan loomed like a celestial being over them all. Facing this assault, the scholar dared not be careless. Gripping his measuring ruler tightly with his right hand, he retrieved a long knife with his left. The knife and ruler intersected in a cross, slashing outward. Boom. The cross-shaped aura seemed indomitable, completely obliterating the sword energy storm. Interesting. Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes as he focused on the measuring ruler and long knife. Imperial Bone Divine Weapons. These so-called Imperial Bone Divine Weapons were forged using the bones of true emperors, ground into powder and infused into divine weapons, thus becoming Imperial Bone Divine Weapons. Although they may not reach the legendary level, they were still significantly superior to ordinary divine weapons. The scholar possessed not only one, but two Imperial Bone Divine Weapons. Are you surprised, Tang Xuan? The foundation of Defing Ancient Academy is beyond your comprehension. Having torn through the sword control technique, the scholar's confidence surged. He held his head high, eyes gleaming with provocation. As a top-tier genius and master with two Imperial Bone Divine Weapons, he believed he could stand against even an initial-stage quasi-emperor. How could I possibly lose? Is two Imperial Bone Divine Weapons truly sufficient? Tang Xuan grasped forward, gathering air currents into a luminous sphere that shot towards the scholar. As I said, any martial technique before me is rendered useless. Shatter for me. With unyielding confidence, The scholar swung both imperial bone divine weapons fiercely. The cross-shaped radiance once again tore through the luminous sphere. However, the sphere fragmented but did not dissipate. The shattered sphere curved in a trajectory and crashed violently into the scholar's chest. Ah! The scholar let out a cry of agony, sent flying several dozen feet. Blood spewing from his mouth. Physical injury was inconsequential. The true wound lay within his heart. What is happening? I wield 2 imperial bone divine weapons, and yet am still no match for Tang Xuan. A wave of confusion washed over the scholar, leaving him questioning his very existence. Just moments ago, he was brimming with confidence, convinced of his invincibility, only to be wounded by Tang Xuan the next instant. What was he truly worth? Gripping the 2 imperial bone divine weapons, the scholar trembled uncontrollably. It's just a light injury. Tang Xuan uttered words that cut deeper. The scholar felt his rage nearing its boiling point. What utter disdain! Tang Xuan, do not belittle others. Tang Xuan was taken aback. I do not look down upon you. The scholar had genuinely misunderstood him. What he meant was regarding the imperial bone divine weapons. With his current cultivation, even unleashing a third of the returning origin energy would utterly shatter anything beneath a holy weapon. Even ordinary divine weapons would be reduced to fragments. Yet, the imperial bone divine weapons remained as smooth as a mirror, wholly unharmed. With a tenfold amplification, they were perfectly suited for him. Tang Xuan too felt troubled. His rapidly escalating power left him with few usable weapons, as they could not withstand his own might. Although he possessed many enhanced divine weapons, their essence remained that of holy weapons, and using one would inevitably damage it. Imperial bone divine weapons, however, were different. With the bones of a true emperor, they could readily withstand Tang Xuan's strength. The scholar's chest heaved, a lump of blood lodged in his throat. He was on the verge of exploding with fury. Do not speak to me with such an air of superiority. The power of imperial bone divine weapons far exceeds your imagination. With a thunderous roar, the scholar unleashed all his spiritual energy. In an instant, mysterious patterns materialized upon the imperial bone divine weapons. These patterns absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, emanating an imperial might that daunted all who beheld it. Kill! The scholar stomped forward, channeling earth-shattering power as he charged at Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan stood with one hand behind his back, facing the oncoming assault with only his right hand. Palm, fist, finger. He wielded them with effortless grace, showcasing his unparalleled might. Even the most rudimentary martial techniques in his hands radiated power capable of shaking quasi-emperors. Tang Xuan watched in awe, his face filled with admiration. Incredible! The esteemed lord of the empire is truly remarkable. I never imagined that such rudimentary martial techniques could wield such formidable power. Mo Yuzhu smiled softly. Although Xiandi has yet to step into the realm of the emperor, his aura undoubtedly rivals that of imperial might. The golden-striped white tiger lay on the ground, muttering, "What a fuss!" It was the first to follow Tang Xuan and naturally understood his extraordinary abilities, not to mention merely condensing imperial might. Even if Tang Xuan were to ascend to the throne of the emperor immediately, it would not surprise it in the slightest. Just basic skills. Boom. Dust and debris erupted. The anguished cries reverberated through the void. Young Master Shu was once again sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. His left arm had already gone limp. The divine weapon of the emperor fell into Tang Xuan's hands. Mine, my divine weapon of the emperor. Return it to me. Young Master Shu let out a chilling wail. Alas, another one driven mad. Tang Xuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had withdrawn in time. Otherwise, he would have ended up like young Master Shu and the others. His Tao heart shattered, rendered a madman. I will kill you. Young Master Shu's Tao heart shattered, his sanity spiraling into madness. He retracted the ruler and took out another item. In an instant, the pressure of the emperor descended. Tang Xuan was taken aback. The legendary emperor's weapon. Chapter 120. The embryo of the emperor's weapon. Young Master Shu's despair. With a ghastly expression, young Master Shu's chest heaved. The resentment in his eyes seemed poised to devour all in its path. Tang Xuan, you are indeed formidable. You have forced me to reveal this item. Now you shall die? Tang Xuan paid no heed to young Master Shu, his gaze fixed intently upon the disc in his hands. The legendary emperor's weapon. This was the first time he had encountered a true emperor's weapon. The so-called emperor's weapon refers to the arms and treasures of the emperor, truly imbued with the essence of the emperor, not merely those items of quasi-emperor caliber. Soon after, Tang Xuan's brow furrowed once more. He could sense a terrifying power contained within the disc in young Master Shu's hands. Yet, it did not seem as formidable as he had imagined. Xiandi, be careful. That is the embryo of an emperor's weapon. At the cave's entrance, Mo Yuzhu shouted. Tang Xuan came to a sudden realization. No wonder he sensed something amiss. It was merely an embryo of an emperor's weapon, not yet fully transformed into a true emperor's weapon. It is called the embryo of an emperor's weapon. It can unleash attacks close to the might of an emperor. What a pity! If it were a true emperor's weapon, it might have posed some threat to me. Tang Xuan shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. As an embryo of an emperor's weapon, it still did not count as a genuine emperor's weapon. Fortunately, he possessed the 10,000-fold amplification system, which alleviated his disappointment somewhat. Young Master Shu was on the verge of exploding with rage. This embryo of an emperor's weapon was secretly bestowed upon him by his uncle and was one of the treasures of the Defing Ancient Academy. With dedicated cultivation, it could transform into a true emperor's weapon within a century. However, even if it was not a true emperor's weapon, it could easily annihilate a quasi-emperor. Seeking death. Xianxia disc. Kill for me. Young Master Shu, in a fit of rage, waved the disc in his hand. Behold, atop and beneath the disc were pillars the size of a thumb. Once infused with spiritual energy, they radiated a dual-colored light of black and white. In an instant, the essence of Supreme Yang and Supreme Yin surged forth from the disc, intertwining and spiraling through the air. A terrifying aura bore down upon them. The force of Yin and Yang, birthed from chaos, is the most primal power, possessing boundless might. Tang Xuan felt his body tense, suppressed by the overwhelming force. He lifted his gaze slightly. The powers of Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang enveloped him, and soon, the forces began to whirl rapidly, akin to a millstone, grinding away at his body and soul. Tang family's lord of the empire. You are now enveloped by the power of Yin and Yang. You are doomed. Young Master Shu, having successfully ensnared his opponent, laughed heartily, his face brimming with vengeful delight. As Tang Xuan appeared to be trapped, Tang Ao Shi, Mou Zhu, and Tang Jiuyu's expressions changed dramatically. This is bad. The lord of the empire is in danger. We underestimated young Master Shu's capabilities. The merging of Yin and Yang forces could even overwhelm a nascent quasi-emperor. Only one who comprehended the realm of Yin and Yang might withstand it. Their words reached Tang Xuan's ears, stirring something within him. The quasi-emperor realm is a significant stage. One must comprehend Yin and Yang, transform into the cosmos, struggle between life and death, and then enter reincarnation to attain the imperial position. Each step must be taken with utmost caution. If he could grasp the power of Yin and Yang ahead of time, it would greatly assist his breakthrough to quasi-emperor. With this thought, Tang Xuan withdrew the power of the falling sky and star-slashing technique, standing firm with his hands behind his back. Very well. Have you given up the struggle? Young Master Shu's confidence soared. Indeed, under the power of Yin and Yang, you are but an insignificant insect. Come to your demise. He poured all his spiritual energy into the Yin-Yang Qi disc. The Yin and Yang forces above Tang Xuan's head transformed into dual-colored beams, crashing down with immense force. Boom! The heavens and earth shattered. The entire reverse sea ruins trembled in response. The power of an emperor's weapon is fearsome indeed, even as an embryo. It is beyond the endurance of mere mortal flesh. This is bad. Mou Zhu and the others were taken aback, attempting to rush forward to assist. However, the Yin and Yang forces swept through, causing them to spit blood, rendering them unable to approach. Young Master Shu was no exception, blood gushing forth. The emperor's weapon was simply beyond his current capabilities to wield. Forcing the eruption left him grievously injured. Yet he cared not. As long as he could annihilate Tang Xuan, everything would be worth it. I have slain the lord of the empire. I have killed the Tang family's lord of the empire. I, young Master Shu, am the true first genius. Young Master Shu raised the Yin-Yang Qi disc high, his laughter echoing. He was elated. Even Tang Xuan had been subdued by him. Who in the world could stand against him now? Though wielding the embryo of an emperor's weapon had injured him, it was all worth it. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a water orb shot forth from the dust. Boom! Young Master Shu was caught off guard, sent flying, his ribs cracking under the impact. The Yin-Yang Qi disc fell from his grasp, clattering to the ground. How is this possible? He stared wide-eyed, watching the celestial figure emerge from the haze. Disbelief etched across his face. Within him, an overwhelming fear took root. Tang Xuan, he did not perish. Having withstood an attack from the emperor-level Yin-Yang forces, he emerged unscathed. That last strike, not bad. A smile graced Tang Xuan's face. Beneath his feet, the realm now harbored the essence of Yin and Yang. The origin realm could accommodate the powers of heaven and earth. The Yin and Yang essence, birthed from the cosmos, could hardly harm him. With a wave of his hand, Tang Xuan retrieved the Yin-Yang Qi disc. Return it to me. That is a treasure of my Defing Ancient Academy. Young Master Shu lay on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, his expression a mix of fear and rage. The Yin-Yang Qi disc was one of the Academy's paramount treasures, absolutely irreplaceable. If it were lost, he would undoubtedly face death upon his return. Tang Xuan smiled slightly. Now, it belongs to me. He clenched his hand. With a crack, the balance of yin and yang shattered. The embryo of a legendary imperial weapon was destroyed. The dual pearls of yin and yang fell into Tang Xuan's hands. This was the true essence of the imperial weapon. The disc was merely a medium. No. Master Shu let out a heart-wrenching wail. He was filled with anger. He was engulfed in fear. More than anything, he felt utterly powerless. Initially, he believed he could certainly triumph over Tang Xuan. Yet the harsh reality was unforgiving. The chasm between him and Tang Xuan was as vast as the heavens and the earth. What of the second-rate talents from the deafening ancient academy? What of the unparalleled prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty? What of the invincible holy son of the eternal imperial lineage? In the presence of Tang Xuan, they were all but nothing. Defeated with overwhelming force, he had even lost the imperial weapon embryo, leaving Master Shu with nothing but his undergarments. No, without the imperial weapon, returning would lead to my demise. Tang Xuan, even if I transform into a demon, you must perish. At worst, we shall perish together. Master Shu's hands plunged into the earth, clenching fiercely. His face was etched with resentment as he turned to face the altar. That was his last resort. He was willing to fight. Master Shu suddenly surged upward, charging towards the altar. Tang Ao Shi, Mo Yuzhu, and the others instantly changed their expressions. Not good. He intends to seize the treasure. Tang Xuan smiled indifferently. He cannot seize it. He spoke, yet made no move to stop Master Shu. For he sensed an astonishing dark power emanating from the black coffin. Within that power, there was an unusual fluctuation. Master Shu, protected by the imperial weapon embryo, undoubtedly sought something extraordinary. It would be wiser to wait until he opened the coffin before making his move. After all, should any danger arise, Master Shu would bear it first. Tang Xuan considered himself a good person. One must always allow others a glimmer of hope, mustn't they? Chapter 121, The Ultimate Treasure. The corpse of the Death Emperor. Master Shu stood upon the altar, seemingly regaining a measure of confidence. Tang Xuan, you are indeed formidable. You even thwarted the imperial weapon embryo. But do you think it will be so easy to kill me? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Having said that, he once again brandished the ruler, striking fiercely against the black coffin. Boom. The black coffin trembled violently. The lid emitted a cracking sound. Simultaneously, sounds of shattering emanated from within the coffin. A tremendous roar followed suit. The black mist seeping through the cracks surged ominously. Tang Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing Master Shu. He showed no intention of intervening. Master Shu struck repeatedly, expecting Tang Xuan to stop him. His eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Tang Xuan's intentions. Why do you not act? Tang Xuan chuckled softly. Why should I intervene? Since your purpose for being here is this black coffin, I wish to see what treasures it conceals. Should danger arise, I can make a timely escape. Master Shu staggered, stars dancing before his eyes, and blood spewed forth. He was nearly fainting from rage. So, Tang Xuan intended to use him as a pawn. The danger was his, while the benefits would belong to Tang Xuan. Such injustice. Fine, fine. Just watch closely. Master Shu roared in fury. He was livid. Tang Xuan, no matter how cunning you are, you must be getting carried away. The ruler in my hand is the true trump card. Cursing inwardly, Master Shu raised the ruler high and brought it crashing down upon the black coffin. The already shattered black coffin was utterly obliterated. Boom. The black mist surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping everything away. Master Shu was caught off guard, hurled backward. Crashing into the wall, Tang Xuan's eyes flickered, and a wall of energy materialized, blocking the dark mist. The mist erupted in 3 waves before gradually subsiding. However, a terrifying aura of malice began to seep forth. Crackle, crackle. Harsh electricity coursed through the mist. It was as if a divine entity was awakening. The overwhelming pressure caused even Tang Xuan to frown. Master Shu lay on the ground, a look of trepidation in his eyes. He was uncertain of the consequences of forcibly releasing that entity, but it was undoubtedly ominous, oppressive, stifling. A heavy silence. Tang Ao Shi and the others felt their bodies tense, as if their hearts were gripped in a vice, making it difficult to breathe. The pressure was too intense. At that moment, a foot slowly emerged from the black mist. As it touched the ground, cracks appeared in the earth, and the soil surged like waves, unable to withstand the ominous force. Then, a figure of blue-black hue stepped forth, moving with deliberate slowness. The person's complexion was ashen, twisting the once handsome visage into something grotesque and sinister. In those hollow eyes, it seemed as if the blood sea of hell swirled, infused with a murderous intent. The space around the figure twisted continuously, as if embodying the essence of life and death. The Death Emperor. Mo Yuzhu's pupils constricted sharply. Tang Ao sure, and the others were equally astonished. Ha ha ha, you are all doomed. You are all doomed. He is none other than the former top-tier powerhouse. Yuru Wuxiao Mu Qingqiu. Master Shu laughed maniacally. Tang Xian's gaze flickered. Yuru Wuxiao Mu Qingqiu, once a pinnacle figure of the Confucian sect. He had broken through to the initial stage of the Death Emperor at the tender age of 20, creating numerous legends. The title of Yuru held significance akin to that of the Imperial Sun. Yet, there was a slight distinction. The Imperial Sun represented the future, a potential candidate for the title of Great Emperor. The title Yuru, however, indicated one who had already brushed against the threshold of the Great Emperor. They were not to be compared. Alas, the esteemed Yuru has fallen to such a state. The Confucian sect places great importance on appearance. Yet now, the once top-tier powerhouse, Yuru Wuxiao Mu Qingqiu, appeared neither human nor ghost. Truly a lamentable sight. As if he understood Tang Xian's words, Yuru Wuxiao Mu Qingqiu spread his arms wide and unleashed a thunderous roar. Roar! The sound waves shot into the heavens, instantly piercing the clouds and stirring the winds. The entire reverse sea ruins trembled violently. The black mist creatures also raised their heads to howl, their power multiplying exponentially. The treasure-hunting martial artists within the ruins felt their hearts quiver in terror and fled in panic. Outside the reverse sea ruins, numerous elder guardians and powerful beings sat in the void, quietly awaiting developments. Suddenly, the ruins shook, and countless martial artists burst forth in a frenzied escape. Huh. Something is off. This black mist is extraordinarily strange. Tang Tianhe furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition rising within him. The black mist obscured the sun, rendering them unable to discern the situation inside. Hee, Tang Tianhe, if you are concerned, you may also enter to rescue that imperial son of the Tang family. After all, if he falls, the Tang family may never lift its head again. A powerful figure from the Golden Dragon dynasty chuckled, though a hint of worry flickered in his heart. Nevertheless, with Long Jinyang possessing treasures like the dragon armor and dragon essence, he could escape unscathed even in perilous times. Mere danger cannot shake the illustrious Tang family. I express my concern for you. There are only 2 princes in the Golden Dragon dynasty. If they were to perish, would that not spell the end of their lineage? Tang Tianhe is not one to be trifled with, and he promptly retorted with scorn. Ha! The first prince is to die? What a farce. Perhaps he has already returned with the head of the Tang family's illustrious figure. The powerful warriors from the Golden Dragon dynasty erupted into laughter. At that moment, from the mouth of the abyssal sea ruins, a disheveled figure burst forth. This individual was drenched in blood, half of his body missing, hair disarrayed, and his face etched with terror. It was none other than the first prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty, Long Jinyang. The crowd was momentarily struck dumb. Isn't that the first prince of the Golden Dragon dynasty? How has he been so grievously injured? Such horrific wounds. Who could have inflicted them? Could he have encountered an insurmountable entity? The prodigies entering the abyssal sea ruins rarely come alone. Most are accompanied by others, which is quite natural. Treasures tempt the heart. The entrance is a veritable death trap. Are incidents of murder and treasure theft not common? Thus, the entrance to the abyssal sea ruins was teeming with warriors from various factions. Everyone recognized Long Jinyang, and the whispers began to swirl. The first prince. A piercing wail escaped the lips of a powerful warrior from the Golden Dragon dynasty as he rushed forward. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in horror. The dragon armor on Long Jinyang was riddled with cracks, his aura diminished to an extreme, and more than half of his meridians destroyed. What on earth happened? Who did this? Where are the treasures? The powerful warrior from the Golden Dragon dynasty trembled, his face a mask of dread. They had arrived brimming with confidence, vowing to seize the dragon corpse and ascend to the pinnacle. Now, not only was the pinnacle unreachable, but survival itself was in jeopardy. Yes, it was the Tang family's illustrious figure. Long Jinyang weakly uttered. He took me unawares, launching a sneak attack and grievously wounding me. He made off with the dragon corpse. The warrior from the Golden Dragon dynasty suddenly turned, casting a venomous glare at Tang Tianhe. Despicable. The Tang family must provide an explanation to the Golden Dragon dynasty. The onlookers' expressions became increasingly animated. Although the strong are revered and treasure theft is not illegal, the warriors of significant factions still possess a modicum of dignity. To sneak attack and injure is the most dishonorable act. Just as Tang Tianhe was about to speak, another figure burst forth from the entrance. Young master, a formidable warrior from the Chu family rushed over. Chu Yuan appeared in far better condition than Long Jinyang, at least emerging on his own. However, the ethereal aura he exuded indicated he too had sustained severe injuries. Tang Xian, you despicable wretch. I shall not let you escape. Chu Yuan roared. The crowd was aghast. How could it be Tang Xian again? Chapter 122. Whoever disrespects the illustrious figure shall face death. Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan were universally recognized as the most promising talents to obtain the treasures. Yet now, both emerged severely wounded, and the key perpetrator was Tang Xuan. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The Tang family's illustrious figure has gone too far. Tang Tianhe, today my Chu family will not let this go. An elder from the Chu family directly confronted Tang Tianhe. Count me in. The powerful warrior from the Golden Dragon dynasty similarly released his aura. Although Tang Tianhe felt perplexed, he was not intimidated. Treasures have no owner. If you lack the capability to protect them, do not blame my family's illustrious figure. How absurd. If you wish to fight, then come. The Tang family fears no one. The powerful warrior from the Golden Dragon dynasty nodded. Very well, then I shall kill you first. Then Tang Xuan. He unleashed his peak comprehension realm power. The elder from the Chu family did likewise. Yes, kill him first. When that little wretch Tang Xuan emerges, we shall eliminate him together and reclaim the treasures. Subsequently, the warriors from the two great factions surrounded the Tang family, sealing off all escape routes. Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of vengeance. Tang Xuan, do not revel too soon. When you emerge, it shall be your death. No matter how strong Tang Xuan is, he cannot possibly contend against these half-step imperial powerhouses. Just as a great battle was on the verge of igniting, another figure leapt forth from the ruins. It was Ao Wuxin from the Ao family. Hiss, how is he injured as well? Could it be that the Tang family's illustrious figure is behind this too? An elder from the Ao family hurriedly rushed over to shield Ao Wuxin. Young Master Wuxin, are you all right? Ao Wuxin waved his hand. I am fine. Upon seeing Ao Wuxin, Chu Yuan's eyes brightened. Wuxin, since you have emerged, why not join forces with us to utterly annihilate the Tang family? The Ao family is also a top-tier royal lineage, deeply rooted in power. Furthermore, Ao Wuxin has long held a grudge against Tang Xuan. It would be a perfect opportunity to combine forces and eliminate the Tang family. Ao Wuxin's expression darkened. Long Jinyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tang Xuan has acquired many treasures. As long as we join forces to eliminate him, we can share the spoils equally. As long as Tang Xuan lives, we cannot rise to prominence. Before he could finish his sentence, Ao Wuxin suddenly drew his blade and pressed it against Long Jinyang's throat. The sudden shift in circumstances shocked everyone. What on earth is happening? Why did Ao Wuxin suddenly turn on Long Jinyang? Could it be that Long Jinyang has offended Ao Wuxin? Who knows? The crowd was astounded. The elder from the Chu family was equally taken aback. Wuxin you. Ao Wuxin coldly regarded Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan. Shut your mouths. The Tang family's illustrious figure is not someone you may speak of. If you dare insult him again, I shall slay you on the spot. The faces of Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan instantly flushed crimson, akin to liver. Ao Wuxin you. Do you fear the Tang family's illustrious figure and wish to become a lapdog? Ao Wuxin sneered, narrow-minded fools. You presume to frame the illustrious figure. How naive. With a simple wave of his hand, the warriors of the Ao family understood the command. Anyone who dares to harm the Tang family shall be considered an enemy of the Ao family. Kill without mercy. Although the elder from the Ao family and numerous warriors were perplexed, Ao Wuxin, being the illustrious figure of the Ao family, commanded obedience. Yes, with a resounding chorus. The warriors of the Ao family drew their weapons, aiming them at the Golden Dragon dynasty and the Chu family. Ao Wuxin stepped forward to stand before Tang Tianhe. Bowing deeply, Elder Tianhe, the illustrious figure is my savior. As long as I am present, no one shall lay a finger on the Tang family. Upon hearing this, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. My heavens, did you hear what Ao Wuxin just said? The Tang family's illustrious figure is his savior. How curious. If the Tang family's illustrious figure saved Ao Wuxin, why would he then ambush Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan? Some truths are best left unspoken. Understanding is sufficient. In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards the Golden Dragon dynasty and the Chu family turned peculiar. The situation was crystal clear. Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan, unable to defeat Tang Xuan, had deliberately framed him for ambushing and stealing treasures. Their dignity was utterly shattered. Tang Tianhe burst into hearty laughter. His mocking gaze fixed upon the powerful warriors of the Golden Dragon dynasty and the elder of the Chu family. So all this time, it was the thief who cried thief. TSK, how unfortunate for you to be a dynasty and royal family, yet unable to handle this. You ought to return and practice more. Challenging the illustrious figure is nothing but self-humiliation. Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan trembled with rage. Tang Xuan, no matter what, you shall die. At this moment, in the deepest recesses of the abyssal sea ruins, a tense atmosphere pervaded. The life and death stage of the quasi-emperor, Yu Ru, was devoid of flaws as he gazed longingly at Mu Qingqiu. The corpse had transformed. Following a furious roar, its hollow gaze fixated upon Tang Xuan and his companions, sending shivers down their spines. The chilling sound of golden-patterned white tiger teeth clashing echoed ominously. This creature appeared exceedingly formidable. Tang Aoshi was drenched in cold sweat. It was not just fearsome, it was utterly terrifying. Though his spirit had been extinguished, his physical form was undeniably that of a life-and-death stage quasi-emperor. There was no way we could prevail. Mo Yuezhu cautioned, "Do not move. Our auras have already been locked onto. The moment we make a move, we will be subjected to a frenzied onslaught." The scholar, who lay on the ground, gripped his ruler tightly, fear etched across his face. If the ruler were to fail, he would meet his doom as well. Mu Qingqiu's gaze fell upon the ruler, and in that instant, the focus of the space momentarily flickered before shifting away. It was indeed effective. This ruler was, in fact, a treasure left behind by Mu Qingqiu, imbued with his essence. Even in death, one can recognize their own possessions. The corpse of a life-and-death stage quasi-emperor. I wonder how much of its power remains. Come. Tang Xuan's voice resonated through the void, clear and commanding. Tang Aoshi nearly leapt into the air in fright. "Your Highness, are you mad? Provoking a life-and-death quasi-emperor." The scholar echoed his disbelief. By all accounts, Tang Xuan should have been trembling in fear, desperately seeking an escape. What compelled him to initiate a provocation? Surely he did not believe he could suppress a life-and-death quasi-emperor through sheer strength. Such a notion was utterly unrealistic. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xuan clenched his fists, unleashing the might of the origin body. In an instant, the ground beneath him sank Tenzhong, and the white waves of energy materialized, warping the surrounding void. For the first time, Tang Xuan had unleashed the true power of his origin body, roaring in defiance. The corpse of Mu Qingqiu displayed a hint of trepidation. The origin represented the primordial power of all things, possessing an overwhelming aura that could instill fear. Suddenly, an immense surge of demonic energy erupted from Mu Qingqiu's corpse, awakening its primal instincts, resulting in a thunderous roar that broke free from Tang Xuan's suppression. In the blink of an eye, the corpse appeared before Tang Xuan, delivering a devastating punch. As the fist struck, the earth was uprooted for several zhang, unleashing a tempestuous gale. With a sickening sound, Tang Aoshi, Tang Juyo, and Mo Yuezhu were all forced to spit blood on the spot. Such terrifying power. Was this the might of a life-and-death stage quasi-emperor? It was overwhelmingly strong, transcending the realm of humanity. A life-and-death stage quasi-emperor had ascended to a level beyond the ordinary, beyond the reach of mere mortals. "Be careful, Xian," Mo Yuezhu cried out, unwilling to see Tang Xuan harmed even at the cost of her own life. Yet, facing the strike of a life-and-death quasi-emperor, Tang Xuan's spirit soared, his battle intent surging. "Come at me," he welcomed, returning the blow with a punch of his own. In that instant, the heavens and earth shattered, the area within 1,000 zhang disintegrating into nothingness. Chapter 123. A Clash with the Life-and-Death Quasi-Emperor. Are we still human? The terrifying shockwave swept through the air, causing Tang Aoshi's complexion to pale. "This is bad." Full defensive stance. He stomped his foot, activating the sword god domain, channeling his spiritual energy into layers of sword barriers. The golden-patterned white tiger unleashed a low growl, absorbing the earth's essence, merging the power of the sacred beast with sharp metal energy to form a second shield. Tang Juyo and Mo Yuezhu each summoned their own powers, establishing a third layer of protection. Almost instantaneously, the shockwave reached them. Boom. Amidst the cataclysmic explosion, Tang Aoshi's face turned pale. The sword barrier barely held for half a breath before shattering. The sword god domain howled in agony, fracturing under the pressure. With the domain breached, Tang Aoshi coughed up blood, his eyes filled with horror. This force was enough to tear apart even a beginning-stage quasi-emperor. Truly terrifying. The shockwave smashed against the sharp metal shield next, which, being the source of all metal artifacts, possessed both rigidity and flexibility. In terms of defense, it was only second to the Earth's might. Alas, it proved futile against absolute power. With a resounding explosion, the sharp metal shield crumbled. The shockwave then struck the third layer of protection. Mo Yuezhu and Tang Juyo strained to hold their ground. Fortunately, with the two layers of shields absorbing some of the force, they managed to withstand the onslaught, though drenched in cold sweat. A single shockwave had nearly obliterated the four formidable beings. Meanwhile, the scholar was pressed against the mountain wall, deeply embedded within it. The ruler in his hand flickered with fluctuating light. He felt as if he were being torn apart, blood spurting from his mouth. This was the power of a life-and-death stage quasi-emperor? No. Yuru had already perished, his spiritual energy dissipated. What remained was merely the strength of his physical form. The sheer might of that physical strength had nearly torn them asunder. Had he still possessed his spiritual energy, who could have withstood him? Mo Yuezhu, Tang Aoshi, and Tang Jiuyo exchanged glances, panic evident on their faces. Could Tang Xian truly withstand such an existence? Especially for Mo Yuezhu, her feelings towards Tang Xian were complex, marked by a sisterly promise and a hint of romantic tension. If anything were to befall him, she felt she could not endure it. Yet the enemy was too formidable, so powerful that she could do nothing but watch helplessly. Ha ha ha, Tang Xian, I refuse to believe you are a god. You cannot escape death. The scholar emerged from the mountainside, his face twisted in a snarl. As the dust cleared, two figures became visible, standing firm as mountains, their fists poised against one another. Tang Xian remained composed, clad in white as snow, though his gaze bore in newfound gravity. He was unscathed. Conversely, Mu Qingqiu's corpse had also sustained no injuries. The resilience of a life-and-death stage quasi-emperor's body was no less formidable than his own origin super-god body. It was important to note that Mu Qingqiu had perished long ago, his body eroded by the passage of time, significantly weaker than in his prime. Yet even so, it was not something mortals could withstand. Xian, are you all right? Mo Yuezhu trembled, her concern palpable. Tang Xian smiled faintly. I am fine, Sister Yuezhu. Please retreat for now. This foe is mine to handle. Bravo, leader. Unrivaled. The golden-patterned white tiger, ever the loyal companion, immediately cheered. Tang Aoshi and Tang Jiuyo looked on with admiration. To confront a life-and-death stage quasi-emperor head-on, such mightiness was unmatched among the younger generation. Perhaps only Tang Qitian, the foremost of the Tang clan, could even hope to rival him. How could this be possible? The scholarly young master stood there, his eyes vacant and his body trembling uncontrollably. He found it hard to believe what lay before him. Was it truly so exaggerated? Was Tang Xian genuinely a human? To confront a quasi-emperor of the life and death stage with the power of the seeking the Tao realm was an inconceivable chasm of disparity. Wasn't it promised that he would be obliterated in a single punch? What on earth was happening now? The young master felt the throbbing of his temples. He was on the verge of madness. Could it be that even the quasi-emperor of the life and death stage could not vanquish Tang Xian? If he were to survive, the young prodigies of this era would surely fall into despair. The young master pondered that even if he were to double his cultivation, he would still be utterly incapable of contending with a quasi-emperor of the life and death stage. No, this is dire. His lips quivered as a sense of foreboding arose within him. What if, by any chance, Tang Xian were to eliminate the life and death stage quasi-emperor Mu Qingqiu? His own fate would be sealed. In an instant, the scholarly young master felt an urge to turn and flee. Yet he remained still, his gaze fixated upon the black coffin. If his instincts were correct, the quasi-emperor's treasure must be contained within. Seize the artifact and flee post-haste. With this thought, he began to stealthily maneuver along the mountainside, attempting to circumvent and claim the treasure. The moment he moved, Tang Xian immediately sensed it. Huh? You wish to claim the treasure? It won't be so simple. Oh sure, Sister Yuezhu, Jiuyu, Xiaobai, apprehend him. Brother Xian, what about you? Mo Yuezhu inquired with concern. I, of course, intend to enjoy a good bout. Tang Xian replied, raising an eyebrow. Since his debut, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent. It was only fitting to relish this opportunity. The crowd gasped, listen, is this even human speech? That is the existence of a quasi-emperor of the life and death stage. With a mere flick of the wrist, he could annihilate them thousands upon thousands of times. Yet, in Tang Xian's words, it was merely a matter of strength. The crowd fell into silence. Roar. The scornful taunts ignited Mu Qingqiu's battle instincts. As a quasi-emperor of the life and death stage, how could he be insulted? With arms crossed over his chest, a torrent of black demonic energy surged forth, augmenting his might further. The terrifying aura swept across like a mountain's roar or a tsunami, rendering anyone at the initiation stage utterly unworthy to approach. Even Tang Tian, who had reached the pinnacle of the enlightenment stage, a half-step quasi-emperor, could only evade its sharpness. 3 points returning energy. Tang Xian raised his palm, condensing a water sphere and launching it. Mu Qingqiu's corpse let out an enraged howl. Extending his left palm to forcibly grasp the water sphere formed from the 3 points returning energy. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the water sphere was crushed. The violent blast tore through Mu Qingqiu's left hand, yet he felt no pain. His right fist, filled with murderous intent, lunged at Tang Xian. Tang Xian stamped his foot, activating the origin domain. The fully realized origin domain morphed to manifest all things, incessantly wearing down Mu Qingqiu's strength. By the time he lunged before him, Mu Qingqiu's power had diminished to nearly nothing. Heavenly slashing sword technique. A sword aura that could cleave heaven and earth struck fiercely at Mu Qingqiu's chest. Flesh was split open, revealing stark white bones. Simultaneously, Mu Qingqiu was forced back several steps. Roar! Roar! The repeated setbacks further provoked the quasi-emperor's ferocity. Mu Qingqiu howled at the heavens, his power surging once more. This is troublesome. Tang Xuan squinted slightly. He finally grasped the disparity between himself and a quasi-emperor. It was noteworthy that Mu Qingqiu was devoid of a domain, spiritual energy, or martial techniques, relying solely on raw physical strength. Compared to his peak, he was merely a fraction, at most 1 in 10,000. What would a true quasi-emperor of the life and death stage be like? Perhaps akin to the 8th ancestor, Tang Xuan, who could annihilate an initiation stage quasi-emperor with a mere wave of his hand. This would truly serve to motivate me to continue breaking through. Tang Xuan's spirit soared, his entire being trembling with celestial vigor as he took the initiative to attack. Boom, boom, boom. One man and one corpse soared from the ground to the sky, then crashed back down. The entire reverse sea ruins lay in tatters. Chapter 124, The Crowd in Shock. The seal loosens. Boom, boom, boom. The reverse sea ruins crumbled wildly. Many powerful beings stationed outside the ruins were rendered aghast by the terrifying spectacle. What on earth transpired within the reverse sea ruins? Judging by the fluctuations, it seemed to be a battle between quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperor? What nonsense. We are stationed here. How could a quasi-emperor have entered? Is there a possibility, just a possibility, that it relates to the Tang family's heir? Nonsense. Are you suggesting that the Tang family's heir possesses quasi-emperor cultivation? Utterly absurd. Then explain to me how this terrifying wave of energy is manifesting. The crowd murmured, whispering among themselves. The faces of the many protectors of the Tao showed various expressions. Tang Tian furrowed his brow. With such a terrifying wave, may the heir not come to harm. Tang Xuan was the heir appointed by the 8th ancestor, Tang Xuan, representing the hopes of the Tang family. If anything were to happen to him, surely Tang Xuan would go berserk. The Golden Dragon Dynasty's inner court experts and the elders of the Chu family wore sinister expressions. He must die? Tang Xuan absolutely must die. Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan cursed him 1,000 times in their minds. Within the reverse sea ruins, the scholarly young master stumbled before the black coffin, peering inside. He beheld a black wooden box resting within. The box appeared unremarkable, yet the young master's eyes blazed with fervor. A treasure. It must contain a treasure. Just as he reached out to grasp it, a sword light surged toward him with unparalleled speed. You dare touch the heir's possessions? Put it down. Tang Aoshi roared, the sword energy shooting forth incessantly. The treasure belongs to me. No one shall take it. The scholarly young master swung his ruler, shattering the sword energy. After all, it was the Emperor Bone divine weapon, and its might remained formidable. If Tang Xuan is to be slain by the quasi-emperor, shouldn't you be collecting his corpse? The young master shouted. Tang Aoshi laughed heartily. Fool, do you think the heir is just anyone? What of the quasi-emperor? I have 1,000-fold faith in his victory. The scholarly young master gritted his teeth, retorting, humph. Naive. You underestimate the power of the life and death stage quasi-emperor far too much. Once he dispatches Tang Xuan, you shall meet the same fate. Mo Yuzhu sneered. Brother Xuan has created countless miracles along his journey. Even if the quasi-emperor is strong, he will find a way to counter him. The golden-striped white tiger boldly proclaimed. If the boss loses, I'll use my head as your chamber pot. Tang Jiuyu softly added, brother will surely win. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 formidable experts, the scholarly young master dared not make a move, grinding his teeth in anticipation. Tang Aoshi and the others, wary of the Emperor Bone divine weapon in the young master's possession, refrained from excessive pressure. That ruler was connected to Mu Qingqiu. If the young master were to act out of desperation and employ some secret technique to provoke the corpse of Mu Qingqiu, it would spell trouble. Maintaining the status quo was the wisest course. After Tang Xuan dealt with Mu Qingqiu, he could then turn his attention to young Master Shu without haste. Thunder rumbled. Another collision sent the clouds racing. Dark clouds gathered as blue lightning serpents struck down incessantly. In the vast expanse of the sky, 2 figures stood defiantly. The onlookers at the periphery of the ruins of Reverse Sea were immediately stirred. They raised their heads to gaze. It was a sight they could hardly bear. To their horror, it was the death and life quasi-emperor. Good heavens, could it be that I am not mistaken? Within the ruins of Reverse Sea, there stood a quasi-emperor of the death and life tier. How could this be possible? It's over, with the appearance of the death and life quasi-emperor. None of us can withstand it. As they witnessed the emergence of the death and life quasi-emperor, all were left in shock. This was an existence beyond comprehension. Many martial artists turned to flee on the spot, yet some remained. Wait, that death and life quasi-emperor appears to be nothing but a corpse. A corpse? How could a corpse move? Has there been a transformation? Are you fools? Even with a transformation, it is still the death and life quasi-emperor. No one can possibly stand against it. Oh, look quickly. There is someone opposing the corpse of the death and life quasi-emperor. Due to the angle, it was only now that they noticed someone confronting the corpse. As they discerned the individual facing off, a profound silence engulfed the outer ruins. It was Tang, the son of the Tang family. Insanity. Insanity. The Tang family's son battling the death and life quasi-emperor. How could this be possible? Preposterous. Utterly ludicrous. All the martial artists stood frozen in shock and disbelief. Even the half-step quasi-emperor protectors were equally astonished. Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan were particularly stricken with despair, their legs growing weak. They had initially planned to cultivate fiercely, waiting for the day their strength was sufficient to seek revenge. Yet, Tang Xuan had already reached a realm capable of contending with the death and life quasi-emperor. This was a crushing blow to their spirits. Could that truly be the son of the Tang family? A half-step quasi-emperor protector murmured. Having reached the half-step quasi-emperor level, one's life experiences must be incredibly rich. Yet, even so, he could hardly fathom the situation. It transcended all understanding. Tang Tianhe stroked his dark beard, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I dare say, apart from my family's son, there is no one else capable of contending with the death and life quasi-emperor. He intentionally emphasized my family's, drawing countless envious and resentful gazes. Why had such a genius not emerged from their own family or dynasty? Oh, I wonder if the Tang family's son might be interested in acquiring additional maidens or concubines. My Li family's young lady is quite cultured and well-mannered. While I do not dare to aspire to a primary wife, a maid would suffice. Why not await a time when the young lord is free to visit my Zhao family, where beauty abounds for your choosing? Can we form a queue? No need to fight. In an instant, numerous factions vied to curry favor, leaving onlookers green with envy. Yet, what could be done? Everyone understood. A top-tier genius could elevate a family to terrifying heights. Should Tang Xuan ascend to the emperor's stage, it would ensure the Tang family's prestige remained untarnished for centuries. Not to mention, the original 8 heroes of the Tang family were already formidable. Just then, a chilling voice emerged. You are too early in your triumph. In the face of the death and life quasi-emperor, the Tang family's son is doomed. The crowd turned to see that the speaker was a formidable figure from the Golden Dragon dynasty. His face bore a mocking grin. Do you still not comprehend the prowess of the death and life quasi-emperor? An elder from the Chu family chimed in. Even if all your family's ancestors banded together, they could not withstand the death and life quasi-emperor. His words brought a sobering calm to the crowd. Indeed, that is the death and life quasi-emperor. Although Tang Xuan faced the death and life quasi-emperor, it did not mean he could survive the encounter. Even Tang Tianhe displayed a hint of tension. He gazed into the void. The protectors sought by the ancestors for the young lord must be on their way. As the Tang family's heir, how could he lack a protector? To be selected as Tang Xuan's protector, one must possess formidable strength. Even if they could not rival the death and life quasi-emperor, they should be able to escort Tang Xuan to safety. Tang Tianhe's heart gradually settled. Rather than instilling fear, perhaps it would be better for you to face the death and life quasi-emperor yourselves. Not having fainted from terror already speaks to your resilience. Meanwhile, my Tang family's son can face it all with composure. Who else could achieve that? The crowd nodded in silent agreement. Regardless of victory or defeat, merely confronting the challenge was already a mark of greatness. In the vast sky, Tang Xuan felt his spiritual power igniting. A force akin to a roaring tsunami coursing through his veins, demanding release. The power of the Origin's super divine body surged to its zenith for the first time. At that moment, the divine body began to undergo a transformation. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering echoed. A mysterious force emerged from his dantian. The seal of the divine body. It has loosened. The power, pushed to its limits, finally stimulated the seal of the Origin's super divine body. Tang Xuan's pupils constricted. Break from me. After waiting so long for the opportunity to loosen the seal, he would not let it slip away. The Origin's super divine body ignited. The first layer of the seal instantly shattered. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled. Time, space, seemed to freeze in that moment. Everything fell into a profound silence. The essence of heaven and earth pervaded the surroundings. The Origin domain beneath Tang Xuan's feet released a mysterious radiance. Above the realm of intent was power. Power refined to its pinnacle transformed into a domain. The domain merged into the extreme Origin. To ascend to the emperor level, one must traverse the cycles of yin and yang, life and death, and then condense the extreme Origin, thus sealing the emperor. This implies that the extreme Origin is one of the essential conditions for sealing the emperor. Countless extraordinary martial artists have failed to break through to the emperor level due to their inability to condense the extreme Origin, ultimately fading into obscurity. But now, Tang Xuan, merely at the pinnacle of the seeking Tao stage, had already grasped a glimmer of the form of the extreme origin. Though it was faint, he seized upon that feeling. This feeling was crucial, for it resembled a seed, taking root within the martial artist's heart. It would require immense resources and time to nurture that seed until it fully sprouted. Yet, Tang Xuan required none of that. System, grant me a 10,000-fold amplification. He chose the simplest and most direct approach. First, condense the extreme origin. In an instant, the origin domain released an endless stream of mysterious light, transforming into a soaring pillar of light, enveloping Tang Xuan within. The origin domain expanded continuously. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles. In the void, countless Tao patterns emerged. At that moment, the wind stilled and the clouds paused, as the golden crow's light once again descended, illuminating Tang Xuan. The heavens and earth praised his prowess. The first layer of the seal of the origin's super-divine body was finally shattered completely. Within his dantian, a mysterious force swirled continuously, coalescing into the initial extreme origin. The origin domain surged once more, reaching its pinnacle. The realm of the ultimate origin and the domain shimmer in mutual brilliance, instilling awe throughout eternity. The onlookers above, rendered utterly speechless, find themselves in disbelief at the enormity of a domain spanning 100,000 miles. To merely witness such a phenomenon is beyond comprehension. Even hearing of it is unheard of. For an ordinary genius, a domain of 100 feet is already a remarkable feat, while 1,000 feet is reserved for the most exceptional talents. 10,000 feet belongs to the realm of legends. And yet, a domain of 100,000 miles. Such a sight is unprecedented and unheard of. Once more, the majestic might of the Tang family's scion profoundly astonishes the crowd. It is precisely for this reason that no one notices that Tang Xuan has also gathered the ultimate origin. Had they known, it would surely have caused an uproar. The ultimate origin. Such a power can only be harnessed by those on the brink of becoming emperors. It epitomizes the pinnacle of human achievement. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. With a singular breakthrough, Tang Xuan feels an unparalleled sense of elation. He beckons towards the lifeless body of Mu Qingqiu, daringly provoking the quasi-emperor. A hushed silence envelopes the arena. Roar. Stimulated by the challenge, Mu Qingqiu surges with renewed strength, hurling himself towards Tang Xuan. With one hand behind his back, Tang Xuan raises his palm to defend. Boom. The heavens and earth erupt, a cloud of dust ascending. Tang Xuan stands unmoving like a mountain, while Mu Qingqiu's corpse is catapulted 1,000 feet away, shattering several mountain peaks in the process. Roar. Mu Qingqiu bellows in fury, his demonic energy escalating even further. Tang Xuan smiles faintly, stepping forward with a single foot, vanishing into thin air. Boom. Mu Qingqiu is once again sent flying 1,000 feet. Before he can recover, Tang Xuan is upon him, delivering a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The once mighty quasi-emperor of life and death is reduced to a mere plaything. Bouncing through the air like a ball, even the body of the quasi-emperor showing visible cracks. A deity, he is not merely human, he is divine. This cannot be real. Who just claimed that the Tang family's scion could not defeat the corpse of the quasi-emperor of life and death. Step forward and face the consequences. In the aftermath of overwhelming shock, the spectators grow remarkably quiet. Some have even begun to mock the powerful figures of the Golden Dragon dynasty and the elders of the Chu family. Anger, coldness, trembling. The two formidable quasi-emperors stand in astonishment, quickly replaced by a profound sense of dread. They realize that even if they joined forces, slaying Tang Xuan would be an unattainable feat. This scion of the Tang family is on an irreversible path to ascendancy. After condensing the ultimate origin, Tang Xuan feels an entirely new sensation. It is as if the heavens and earth themselves conspire to aid him. With a mere thought, the surrounding spiritual energy and elemental forces rush to coalesce around him, amplifying his prowess. Breakthrough. With each punch he unleashes, his momentum surges. The realm of proving the Tao. A breakthrough. Subsequently, the second layer of proving the Tao. The fifth layer of proving the Tao. The eighth layer of proving the Tao. The pinnacle of proving the Tao. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the zenith of the realm of proving the Tao. The power of origin purifies all things in the world. With each punch Tang Xuan delivers, Mu Qingqiu's demonic energy dissipates by several degrees. Gradually, his blood-red eyes transform into a pitch-black void. Within this emptiness, a flicker of soul fire ignites. Suddenly, Mu Qingqiu's body halts, standing motionless. Moments later, a feeble soul thought emerges. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping me reclaim my true self. Tang Xuan, with a flicker of thought, appears before Mu Qingqiu. Oh, has the senior regained his senses? He had long sensed the lingering trace of Mu Qingqiu's soul thought. Had it not been to draw out this remnant, Tang Xuan would have obliterated him long ago. Had Mu Qingqiu been in his prime, he might have posed a challenge. Now, as nothing but a shattered shell, he is devoid of any means of resistance. For now, I am but a flickering candle, nearing extinction. Mu Qingqiu speaks slowly. With each word, his body disintegrates further. In truth, his physical form had long succumbed to decay. It was only the lingering demonic energy that had bound his body, preventing its collapse. Now that the demonic energy is purified by the power of origin, his body naturally crumbles. Who has wrought such suffering upon you, senior? Tang Xuan inquires with genuine curiosity. What kind of being could inflict such harm upon a quasi-emperor of life and death? The outer realms, darkness, the great calamity of the heavens and earth. Irreversible. Mu Qingqiu speaks in fragmented sentences. He gazes at Tang Xuan, his pupils flickering with the flame of the soul. A treasure lies within the black coffin. A gift for you, dear friend. I have one favor to ask. Tang Xuan nods. Please, senior, go on. I have a lineage in the outer realms, if possible. I implore you to look after them. Mu Qingqiu hesitates for a moment. Without a second thought, Tang Xuan readily agrees. Very well, I promise you. Mu Qingqiu relinquishes his final shred of attachment. His expression lightens considerably as he bows deeply to Tang Xuan. Thank you, dear friend. As he speaks, Mu Qingqiu's body reaches its limit, disintegrating into ash and vanishing into the sky. This scene is witnessed by all the spectators. Every onlooker gasps in shock. Am I seeing things? Did I truly witness the quasi-emperor of life and death bowing to the scion of the Tang family? Curse it, it's too far away. What transpired? What did they say? Could it be that the Tang family's scion is truly a divine being descended from the heavens? Even the quasi-emperor of life and death bows before him. The crowd's chatter intensifies. The powerful figures of the Golden Dragon dynasty and the elders of the Chu family break into a cold sweat. They cast furious glares at Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan. Were it not for their esteemed status, they would have likely been struck down long ago. You two fools, what kind of trouble have you brought upon us? 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for your sins. On the altar, the scholar's teeth clatter incessantly. The quasi-emperor of life and death cannot stop Tang Xuan. What do we do? His eyes flicker as he seizes the black wooden box amidst the distraction of the crowd, retrieving a talisman with his left hand. It is a spatial teleportation talisman. This is bad. Tang Aoshi exclaims in shock, drawing his sword in an instant. Ha! Too late. The treasure is mine. The scholar laughs heartily, tearing the spatial teleportation talisman, his body twisting and vanishing in an instant. Damn it! Tang Aoshi roars in fury. He never imagined that in the end, the scholar would reap the rewards. In the void, Tang Xuan's soul thought stirs. Can you escape? Chapter 126. A lack of martial virtue. The melody cuts the half-step quasi-emperor. The scholar moves with incredible speed, enhanced by the spatial teleportation talisman. In the blink of an eye, he covers millions of miles. However, at this moment, Tang Xuan's soul power has reached an astounding 50 million miles. A mere million miles is nothing. How can he hope to escape? The sovereign cultivates yin and yang. The three divine swords of sealing gods carve a radiant arc through the void. It shoots forth like a lightning bolt. Ahead, the scholar strides confidently, reveling in his success. Ha! Tang Xuan, you may be formidable, but alas, the final treasure belongs to me, the scholar. Once I return to assimilate the treasure, I shall come for you. In the moment of his arrogance, the scholar suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of danger. He glances back, his body tensing in an instant. A supreme sword light approaches at tenfold speed. In the blink of an eye, it is upon him. Not good. At this moment, the scholar's body is still enveloped in the protection of the spatial teleportation talisman. It is utterly impossible to retaliate, nor can one employ any treasures or martial techniques. The moment one attempts to do so, the power of the spatial teleportation talisman will instantly dissipate. Without the means to teleport, Tang Xuan will undoubtedly pursue and eliminate me. The mere thought of Tang Xuan's invincible demeanor fills Shaguzi with waves of despair. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely invoked forbidden arts. Burn the soul. Infuse the spatial teleportation talisman. Charge forth. Instantly, his speed surged fivefold. Alas, the sword light still outpaced him by 5 times. With a soft thud, a mist of blood wafted into the void. A severed arm fell from the sky. Before it could touch the ground, it was whisked away by a mysterious soul force, vanishing without a trace. Ah! A chilling scream reverberated through the void. Tang Xuan, I shall loathe you for eternity. At this moment, that severed arm materialized before Tang Xuan, clutching a mysterious wooden box, with a spatial ring still adorning its finger. After all of Shuguzi's schemes, he ended up with empty hands, as one arm had been severed. Yet, The spoils were not insignificant. 3 spatial rings belonging to Long Jinyang, Shaguzi, and Chu Yuan, a complete dragon corpse, a mysterious wooden box, and an enhancement of power. It was more than mere fulfillment. It was as if fate itself conspired against him. Tang Tianhe waved his hand grandly. Ladies and gentlemen, the reverse sea ruins have been utterly destroyed, and any treasures are likely buried deep below, difficult to retrieve. If anyone is inclined to delve underground, feel free to remain. The Tang family must take their leave. No sooner had he spoken than 3 furious roars erupted simultaneously. You shall not depart. Leave all your treasures behind. Slay them all. Amidst the uproar, the formidable members of the Golden Dragon dynasty, the elders of the Chu family, and the protectors of the Defing Ancient Academy surged forward, encircling Tang Tianhe and his companions. Heh, I have amassed quite a collection of treasures already. Do you wish to offer more? A smirk played on Tang Xian's lips. Do not expect to leave without relinquishing your treasures. The powerful figure from the Golden Dragon dynasty spoke in a grave tone. The complete dragon corpse is the only treasure that can allow Long Jinyang to fuse. It must not be taken away. Had it been any other family, the Golden Dragon dynasty would have long since resorted to violence. What? Unable to seize treasures, and now resorting to despicable tactics? Tang Tianhe mocked. Others shook their heads in disapproval. The Golden Dragon dynasty's actions were indeed unbecoming. Tang Xian smiled nonchalantly. If you desire the complete dragon corpse, let Long Jinyang come and seize it himself. If he can manage to take it, it shall rightfully be his. With that, his gaze fell upon Long Jinyang. Long Jinyang trembled, his eyes flickering, bowing his head in silence. What a jest! He had nearly been beaten into submission. Even if he were granted tenfold courage now, he would not dare to advance. Huh, you lack the courage to fight, yet you still covet the dragon corpse? Tang Aoshi said sarcastically. The Golden Dragon dynasty wielded immense authority. A mere shift of their lips commanded obedience for the offering of treasures. Have you all heard? It would be wise to conceal your treasures, lest the Golden Dragon dynasty sets its sights upon them. They will surely seize them. As these words fell, the expressions of the protectors from surrounding factions shifted dramatically. They began to retreat, pulling their respective geniuses backward, while their gazes toward the Golden Dragon dynasty, the Chu family, and the Defing Ancient Academy grew increasingly wary. Nonsense, sheer folly. The powerful figure from the Golden Dragon dynasty trembled with rage. At this moment, an elder from the Chu family coldly remarked, Gentlemen, there is no need for further discussion. Today, Tang Xian shall meet his end. The protector from the Defing Ancient Academy, a half-step quasi-emperor, echoed this sentiment. The 3 formidable beings simultaneously summoned their spiritual energies. The treasures were of utmost importance. They were willing to sever ties with the Tang family to seize them. Once Tang Xian and his companions returned to their clan, attempting to act against them would be as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Tang Xian's lips curled into a smile. Though a half-step quasi-emperor was immensely powerful, he was not insurmountable. Just as he was about to make his move, a faint melody resonated through the void. Ding! Like pearls cascading onto a jade plate. The sound was crisp and resonant. A visible ripple spread through the air, heading toward the 3 quasi-emperors. Who dares? The 3 quasi-emperors, esteemed figures, immediately sensed the melody. The powerful figure from the Golden Dragon dynasty coalesced golden dragon heads with his hands. The elder from the Chu family summoned sword light, and the protector from the Defing Ancient Academy inscribed a character in gold. The 3 techniques converged. Their combined might could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Even Tang Xian felt the gravity of the situation. The trio's collaboration rivaled that of a true first-stage quasi-emperor. Yet, the ripples of the melody, though seemingly gentle, possessed an indomitable strength. The golden dragon shattered. The sword light collapsed. The golden character exploded. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of the explosive sounds, the pupils of the 3 quasi-emperors contracted sharply. Before they could react, their bodies began to grow cold. Pop, pop, pop. With 3 soft sounds, heads flew from shoulders, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. The quasi-emperors had fallen. The shocking scene rendered the entire assembly silent. Survivors such as Long Jinyang and Chu Yuan fled without a backward glance. With the protectors slain, who would dare remain? After the melody had dispatched the 3 quasi-emperors, it fell silent once more. Tang Xian merely sensed the presence of someone nearby, only for them to vanish again. The speed was so swift that he could not even register it. This was the first time he encountered someone who could disregard his soul power control. Oh, they've truly arrived. Tang Tianhe suddenly chuckled. Tang Aoshi, intrigued, inquired, Elder, is it a powerful figure from our Tang family? No. Tang Tianhe shook his head, turning to Tang Xian. It is a protector summoned by the 8th ancestor. My protector? Tang Xian was taken aback. He had no need for a protector. Tang Tianhe nodded. Indeed, this individual possesses extraordinary strength and is of equal standing to our Tang family. With this person guarding you, no one above the quasi-emperor level would dare make a move. It was an unwritten rule that unparalleled geniuses had protectors. The implication was clear. The younger generation may clash as they wish, but should they act without honor, the protector would intervene. Given Tang Xuan's cultivation, he need not worry about threats below the quasi-emperor level. There was no danger whatsoever. However, the realm above was an entirely different existence, one that even Tang Xuan could not contend with. Thus, the need for a protector to shield him in the shadows was paramount. The individual who had just obliterated 3 half-step quasi-emperors must have been there to greet him. Tang Tianhe stroked his dark beard, a broad smile on his face. Tang Aoshi and the others were left speechless. Good heavens! A mere greeting resulted in the annihilation of 3 half-step quasi-emperors. How utterly domineering. Tang Tianhe's voice was not soft, and those from surrounding factions heard him distinctly. Their expressions shifted subtly. Protectors vary in strength. The mightier the genius, the more formidable the protector. Tang Xuan shone so brightly. How could his protector possibly be lacking? Thus, anyone daring to act in the shadows must consider their own life. Alas, the momentum of the Tang family's imperial scion has become an unstoppable force. At this moment, he rises like a celestial dragon, adorned with fortune, embodying the essence of the progeny of heaven and earth. Upon his return, he shall promptly present a lavish gift to the Tang family. From now on, one must cultivate goodwill towards the Tang family's imperial scion and avoid offending him at all costs. Chapter 127. Treasures abound. The supreme law emerges. The bitter realm stirs once more. The once desolate gates of the Tang family have, within mere days, been trampled upon numerous times. Surrounding them are a myriad of dynasties and powerhouses. They stand amidst the chill of the wind, clutching their gifts, shivering from the cold. Their bodies may be frozen, yet their gazes burn with fervor. All they desire is to catch a glimpse of the Tang family's imperial scion. Awaiting their families is the promise of ascendance. In the skies above, opulent cloud vessels traverse back and forth. These are the conveyances of ancient dynasties and royal lineages. Yet, regardless of who enters the Tang family, all display the utmost reverence, scarcely daring to breathe. All disciples of the Tang family stand a bit taller, their chests puffed out. The sole reason for such a phenomenon is clear. The imperial Tang family has re-emerged with unparalleled might. The legacy of the Sea of Reversal. The return of the imperial scion. Draped in white, ethereal and extraordinary, he commands the world with a single palm. Male cultivators idolize him, while female cultivators erupt in ecstatic cries. As for the treasures, Tang Xuan has consumed 90% of them. Does it truly matter? The world is inherently ruled by the strong. Treasures rightfully belong to those with the ability to wield them, especially for one of Tang Xuan's caliber. The Liu family has presented 50,000 low-grade spirit crystals, a sacred treasure, and 10 beauties. The White Horse dynasty has contributed 80,000 low-grade spirit crystals, 100 heavenly treasures, and a princess. The Nangong family has offered 5,000 medium-grade spirit crystals, 2 sacred treasures, and the family head's daughter. A plethora of gift lists has been laid before Tang Xuan. Yet, he hardly glances at them. What is this? A lack of interest? The 8th ancestor, Tang Xuan, raised an eyebrow with great intrigue, secretly admiring the young man. A youth, renowned across the realm, basking in the adulation of the masses. Any normal individual would be overwhelmed or even lost in such acclaim. Yet, Tang Xuan remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. These treasures and spirit crystals are merely the fruits of my own prowess. Why should I be astonished? My interest lies in the protector. He fixed his gaze upon Tang Xuan, eager to uncover the secrets surrounding that enigmatic guardian. Ah, you wish to inquire about the protector? The 8th ancestor chuckled, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Since it is your protector, the secrets are yours to unearth. Tang Xuan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. 3 words surfaced in his mind. Old fox. Since he could not extract any hints from Tang Xuan, he decided to shift his focus. He directly inquired about the training methods for the meteoric star severing technique. This martial skill had already propelled him to the threshold of half-step Tao realm existence. The move transcends the divine level, reaching a new echelon. Even with Tang Xuan's unparalleled talent, mastering it proves to be quite challenging. Of course, the might of the meteoric star severing technique is indeed formidable. With the protective dragon armor, absorbing dragon chi, and consuming dragon marrow, Long Jinyang's strength rivals that of a nascent emperor. Yet, beneath the meteoric star severing technique, he stands utterly defenseless. It can be said that this technique is the strongest among all of Tang Xuan's martial skills. Based on his estimations, should he attain mastery in this technique, he could contend against a Yinyang nascent emperor. As for a Qianquan nascent emperor, even if he were to falter, defeat should not befall him. It is noteworthy that there exists a gap of 4 or 5 great realms between Tang Xuan and the Qianqian nascent emperor. Tang Xuan harbors immense satisfaction and admiration for Tang Xuan, promptly sharing all his insights without reservation. Tang Xuan committed them to memory, intending to ponder them at a later time. I shall take half of the spirit crystals and treasures for myself, leaving the other half for the Tang family. As for the beauties, they may return. If any Tang family disciple finds favor in them, they may accept. With that, Tang Xuan departed without ceremony. Tang Xuan was left speechless. After all, he was a revered elder of the Tang family, a powerhouse. Countless Tang family disciples longed for a chance to meet him. Yet Tang Xuan came and went freely, as if it were his own backyard. This lad, haha, Tang Xuan chuckled in exasperation. At that moment, an aged voice resonated softly. Old Aide, was it worth using that favor to exchange for a protector? Tang Xuan stroked his white beard. Whether it is worth it. You have all witnessed, have you not? Qi Tian may not be pleased. The elderly voice remarked. Tang Xuan fell silent for a moment before responding. Let it be. I wish to see Qi Tian's expression upon failure. Haha, upon returning to his courtyard, Tang Xuan commenced his retreat. What is termed as retreat is, in fact, a meticulous inventory of his spoils. This hall is simply too bountiful. A plethora of celestial materials and ancient divine artifacts. As for the spirit crystals, he scarcely even glanced at them. The first item Tang Xuan retrieved was the black box left behind by Yuru Wuxia, a protection from a fallen quasi-emperor. The treasures within this box are undoubtedly earth-shattering. Upon opening it, 3 treasures revealed themselves before Tang Xuan's eyes. A crystal radiating mysterious luminescence, a scroll of scriptures. And lastly, an ancient bronze command token. What is this? Tang Xuan's primary interest lay with the crystal. He released a wisp of soul consciousness, merging it into the crystal. Boom. In the next moment, light flooded the heavens and earth. Even with Tang Xuan's preparation, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a mysterious realm. Before him stood a colossal figure, arms raised to the heavens, feet planted firmly on the earth. The overwhelming, oceanic surge of terrifying vitality left him breathless. In the presence of this giant, Tang Xuan felt as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. A gasp escaped his lips, for he realized he could not gaze directly at the giant. A mere glance caused his blood to churn, as though he might shatter into pieces. Power. Absolute power. An unmatched force beneath heaven and earth. The supreme law. Tang Xuan slowly uttered those 4 words. It is said that between heaven and earth, there exist 10 supreme laws. Power, time, space, chaos, immortal path, demonic path, life, 5 elements, yin-yang, and destruction. These 10 supreme laws belong to the evolution of the heavenly Tao and represent the most primordial forces of existence. Countless legends surround the 10 supreme laws. Yet one truth remains unchanged. Those who master any of these supreme laws become invincible under heaven. Each supreme law epitomizes a pinnacle. Those who attain a supreme law are invariably luminaries throughout the annals of history. Tang Xuan steadied his mind, relaxed his spirit, and turned his gaze back to the colossal figure. If he was not mistaken, this should be the evolution of the law of power. Supreme strength. When one possesses absolute power, time and space can be shattered. The immortal path and demonic path would be obliterated. Life and the 5 elements would cease to exist. Yin-yang and destruction would be rendered null. It is undoubtedly the supreme law. However, what perplexed Tang Xuan was the palpable sense that the law embodied by this giant was incomplete. With a flicker of his divine consciousness, Tang Xuan withdrew from the enigmatic space and scrutinized the crystal intently. To his astonishment, he discovered that the lower end of the crystal was shattered. This indicated that it was merely one fragment of the complete crystal of the law of power. No wonder he sensed its incompleteness. Yuru Wuxiao Mu Qingqiu had alluded to the outer realms before his demise, suggesting that the other crystals resided within the bloodline he had left behind. Such diligence for the sake of posterity. At this moment, Tang Xuan finally comprehended why Yuru Wuxiao Mu Qingqiu had entrusted him with such a task. Even the most extraordinary beings cannot stave off the decline of future generations. Alas, since he had promised, he would make a visit when time allowed. Fate would surely lend a hand. For now, he would begin to contemplate. Grasping the power crystal, Tang Xuan commenced his meditation. Should he merge with the power crystal, his physical form would ascend to an unimaginable pinnacle. Chapter 128. Sparing no effort. The flames of revenge from Chu Yuan. In Reverse Sea City. Yu Qinghuan leaned weakly against the window, her gaze somewhat vacant. Qinghuan. Amidst urgent calls, Chu Yuan burst through the door. Upon seeing Yu Qinghuan, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you hiding here? It took me a while to find you. Yu Qinghuan furrowed her brow, observing Chu Yuan's disheveled appearance. The striking visage of the Tang family's divine son inadvertently flashed through her mind. The disparity was too great. Although she had reluctantly become Tang Xian's maid, one could not deny the exceptional nature of Tang Xian. He was handsome. His prowess was formidable. His background was unparalleled. Across the entire realm of suffering, it was indeed rare to find a young man who could rival him. Upon careful reflection, being a maid was not such a loss after all. Qinghuan, I know you are worried about me. Seeing Qinghuan's furrowed brow, Chu Yuan mistakenly assumed she was concerned for him. A flicker of emotion and excitement passing through his eyes. Rest assured, a momentary setback will only make me stronger. I will surely slay the one who insulted you. The Tang family's divine son. Enough. Hearing Chu Yuan repeatedly mention Tang Xian, Qinghuan instinctively shouted in anger, startled by her own outburst. Why did she feel enraged upon hearing someone insult Tang Xian? Was she destined to be a maid by nature? Just then, an immense pressure descended. Chu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. It was a being of quasi-emperor level. A figure materialized, adorned in palace attire. Princess Qinghuan, may we return? Qinghuan gently replied, Nanny. The newcomer was her wet nurse, who had accompanied her since childhood and served as her protector. Her original name had been abandoned upon entering the palace, and now she was known as Lady Shi. Your Majesty is quite displeased with your unauthorized departure from the palace. Though Lady Shi's words were reproachful, her gaze betrayed concern. Enough play. It is time to return. His Majesty has issued an imperial decree to convene the Ascension battle to select the most outstanding suitor for you. I have heard that young Master Qianxiang will be returning as well. He is a pinnacle existence in the realm of suffering. Upon hearing the name young Master Qianxiang, Chu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Was he not the undefeated young Master Qianxiang? Lady Shi cast a glance his way, her brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, it is he. Qinghuan's face contorted in distaste. That man is exceedingly lecherous. I dislike him immensely. Besides, does he not have numerous concubines? Why must he seek me? Lady Shi chuckled. It simply indicates that the princess possesses more allure than those concubines. He is far too old. Qinghuan shook her head. Lady Shi sighed. Though he may be a bit older, young Master Qianxiang indeed possesses genuine talent. None of the so-called geniuses in the realm of suffering can hold a candle to him. By the way, when I entered the city earlier, I heard mention of the imperial Tang family, suggesting that a remarkable young man has emerged. Known as the Tang family's divine son, the emperor holds him in high regard and has even sent invitations. Qinghuan froze. Had an invitation been sent to Tang Xian? If he were to appear, what would she do? After all, she had sworn a venomous oath. Whenever Tang Xian was mentioned, Chu Yuan's heart felt as though it were being pricked by needles. What is the Tang family's divine son? I will surely slay him. He is unworthy to marry Qinghuan. Lady Shi's expression turned icy. The pressure erupted instantaneously. Chu Yuan let out a wail, sent sprawling, blood spewing forth. You dare to kidnap the princess. I have yet to settle the score with you. Were it not for the face of the Chu family's ancestors, you would not be alive to speak with me. Lying on the ground, Chu Yuan coughed blood, his eyes filled with resentment. His protector had been slain, leaving him akin to a helpless insect, utterly incapable of resistance. Qinghuan sighed. Young Master Chu, I warned you in the ruins of Reverse Sea not to provoke the Tang family's divine son. Enough, enough. You may leave. We need not meet again. Chu Yuan was taken aback. Had he lost his treasures, his protector, and now was he to lose Qinghuan as well? Begone. Did you not hear what the princess said? Lady Shi spoke coldly. You. Chu Yuan trembled with rage. With no other option, he turned to leave. Just a few steps away, Lady Shi's voice echoed. A destitute royal scion. How dare you pursue the princess? What a farce. Only the most illustrious individuals among the imperial clan are worthy of marrying her. In this light, the Tang family's divine son appears to be the best choice. Chu Yuan stood outside the door, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Tang Xian, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Senior, I seek vengeance. I crave power. At this moment, an ancient voice resonated. Do you not regret? Chu Yuan gritted his teeth and declared, I do not regret. He was once a lofty genius, basking in the adoration of the masses. And now? He had become a mere stepping stone in the illustrious exploits of the Tang family's divine son. He had lost his status, his glory, and now he was bereft of his protector. Even the woman he cherished was slipping away. The present Chu Yuan could be described as having nothing. Even if I grant you an opportunity, you may not be able to defeat the Tang family's divine son. He is simply too formidable. The ancient voice paused. To contend with the quasi-emperor's corpse is no trivial matter. Even a century may not suffice to reach that level. It was not that Chu Yuan lacked excellence. Rather, Tang Xian was too monstrous. I do not care. I shall pay any price. I must grow stronger. Chu Yuan bellowed hoarsely. Power is everything. He was determined to reclaim all that belonged to him. Very well. I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. The ancient voice intoned. Have you heard of the reincarnation of the emperor? Reincarnation of the Emperor? I do not know. Chu Yuan shook his head. The ancient voice chuckled. The Emperor is not truly immortal. Should he fail to transcend the trials of extraordinary ascension, he will enter a period of decline. Some emperors, in order to sustain their cultivation and fortune, choose to undergo dissolution and reincarnation, with their souls seeking suitable vessels for fusion. During the fusion, they are unguarded. And I know of a sealed location. Within lies the genuine legacy of the great emperor, should you obtain it. Conquering the Tang family scion may not be beyond your reach. Chu Yuan grinned wickedly. Splendid, absolutely splendid. The aged voice continued. However, I must caution you. Should you rouse the reincarnation of the great emperor, it could spell disaster. Although the reincarnation cannot unleash true imperial might, it is far from a foe you can contend with. Such a scenario may incite a bloodbath. Chu Yuan's heart soared. As long as he could triumph over the Tang family, he would embrace madness if necessary. What of awakening the reincarnation of the great emperor? What of bloodshed? Does it concern him? At the Defeng Ancient Academy, numerous instructors beheld the bookish young gentleman, now reduced to a mere arm and barely breathing. Their faces were etched with outrage. The Tang family has gone too far, inflicting such grievous harm upon the young scholar. Humph, a clan without an emperor. How could our Defeng Ancient Academy be perturbed? Such actions are a clear provocation to our institution. We must not let this go unpunished. Let us march to the Tang family and eradicate them entirely. Just as the assembly seethed with righteous indignation, a resounding voice echoed. The foremost talent has arrived. A fragrant breeze wafted, flowers strewn in her path, as an ethereal figure descended gracefully. It was a stunning beauty. The instructors of Defeng Ancient Academy straightened. Bowing in unison, we pay our respects to the foremost talent. The enchanting maiden nodded gently. Zhao Changxi greets all esteemed instructors. She then continued, leave the matter concerning the Tang family scion to me. I hope to take it seriously. It has been long since I encountered an adversary worthy of my efforts. Chapter 129, A Storm Brews. The dynasty begins to falter. The Golden Dragon Dynasty. A profound silence reigned. Long Jinyong knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Beside him stood several dozen inner palace powerhouses at the half-step quasi-emperor level. Their gazes filled with helplessness and confusion. Jinyong, you have greatly disappointed me. The Golden Dragon Emperor sighed heavily. Long Jinyong shuddered, his complexion turning an even paler shade. Father, please allow me to explain. The Tang family scion possesses overwhelming strength. I even resorted to using dragon essence, yet he easily shattered it. Next time, I assure you, I shall emerge victorious. He fervently struck his head to the ground, drawing blood. The Golden Dragon Emperor observed his son's pitiful state, rendered speechless. In truth, he too struggled to comprehend how Long Jinyong could have lost. It was utterly inconceivable. The Imperial Dragon Armor, the Dragon Chi of the Imperial Tomb, the indestructible Dragon Essence. The combination of these three should allow even a quasi-emperor to retreat unscathed. Yet now, the Dragon Armor lay shattered, utterly ruined. The Dragon Chi had dissipated entirely, leaving not a trace. The Dragon Essence was also lost. Long Jinyong was now akin to a cripple. How could the Golden Dragon Dynasty afford to nurture a cripple? At that moment, a figure flashed, and the 5 emperors appeared. We pay our respects to the 5 emperors. The Golden Dragon Emperor rose, bowing in deference. Even he had to bow his head before the 5 emperors. Long Jinyong has failed in his duties, ruining my Golden Dragon's efforts, banished to the cold palace. With no regard for his fate. Upon hearing these words, Long Jinyong's eyes glazed over, utterly collapsing. The words of the 5 emperors were law. Even the Golden Dragon Emperor could not defy them. Long Jinyong was dragged away by the palace powerhouses. As for what would come next, no one cared any longer. It would undoubtedly be a grim fate. My lords of the 5 emperors, with Qingyong dead and Jinyong reduced to a waste, who shall inherit the Golden Dragon Dynasty? The Golden Dragon Emperor inquired cautiously. The 5 emperors waved their hands. No matter, I had intended to discuss this matter with you later. But it seems I must address it sooner. Do you recall the hostage, Long Yaoyang? The Golden Dragon Emperor's pupils constricted. The 5 emperors meant to say, in truth. The Golden Dragon Emperor has 3 sons. However, the 3rd son, Long Yaoyang, was taken away by the 5 emperors at birth, and his whereabouts are unknown. Yaoyang has not only awakened the dragon's sovereign body, but has also awakened another divine physique. What a dual divine body! The Golden Dragon Emperor and the others gasped in astonishment. The 5 emperors wore a look of pride. Indeed, a dual divine body. Its power rivals that of a super divine body. He is the true future of my Golden Dragon Dynasty. The eldest has already foretold that our dynasty possesses the momentum of 2 dragons soaring to the heavens. How could a mere Tang family hope to obstruct us? Hiss. The Golden Dragon Emperor and the others inhaled sharply, their worries transforming into elation. Ha! When Long Yaoyang returns, the first to face his wrath shall be that Tang family scion. Humph! Not just the Tang family scion. Anyone who insults my Golden Dragon dynasty shall meet their demise. The ascension of the Golden Dragon is unstoppable. For eternity. During the time Tang Xuan was in seclusion, the turbulent winds stirred within the bitter realm. The fallen Heaven Emperor publicly selected a consort for the crown princess. This move attracted countless talents. Whoever could marry Yu Qinghuan would rise to greatness. Even if the hope was slim, it ultimately provided everyone with an opportunity to strive. Additionally, there were reports of a terrifying phenomenon above the imperial palace of the Golden Dragon dynasty, where 9 dragons appeared to pull a chariot. Rumors spread that deities had descended upon the Golden Dragon dynasty. Those who had previously viewed the Golden Dragon dynasty with disdain began to reassess their stance. Meanwhile, as the bitter realm quaked, the Xiao dynasty encountered its own turmoil. Reporting to the emperor, the Moonwheel dynasty suddenly declared war on the Starshine dynasty while mobilizing the military forces of the entire nation. The scouts knelt in submission. What? How could this be? The Xiao emperor's pupils narrowed sharply. The Moonwheel and Starshine dynasties, like the Xiao dynasty, belong to ancient royal families. Though their strength is not overwhelming, their deep-rooted heritage makes them difficult to shake. The 3 dynasties have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. Why would they choose to engage in battle at this moment? The Xiao emperor's brow furrowed deeply. Unless some irreconcilable conflict has arisen, it would be impossible for the 2 dynasties to clash. Especially the Moonwheel dynasty, whose actions are particularly perplexing. They have mobilized their entire military. This indicates preparations for a decisive battle. Should another dynasty seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, the Moonwheel dynasty would be annihilated. Strange. So very strange. Intensify reconnaissance. I want to know all actions of the 2 dynasties. The Xiao emperor issued orders. Also, summon Yunxiang back. Firstly, I miss her, and secondly, I can leverage the reputation of the Tang family scion to instill fear in the 2 dynasties. If war is to be waged, let it not ignite within the borders of my Xiao dynasty. The scouts bowed and then departed. In the Tang family's secret chamber, Tang Xuan remained in seclusion. The difficulty of merging the power crystal exceeded his expectations. A month had passed, and he had only managed to integrate a fragment of the power loss. Although it was merely a fragment, his physical strength had multiplied several times over. The Origin's super divine body resembled a vast ocean. However, Tang Xuan could only unleash a fraction of its potential. Now, with the enhancement of the power loss, he could truly manifest the power of the Origin super divine body. Tang Xuan even felt that if he were to unleash his full strength in a single punch, he could shatter the heavens. Of course, these were merely illusions brought about by the enhancement of power. Nevertheless, it was still astonishing. In addition to the power loss, Tang Xuan was also comprehending the Origin domain. At this moment, his domain had reached its zenith. The next step is to merge the domain with the extreme element. Additionally, he must comprehend the celestial star-slaying technique. Tang Xuan scarcely had any time for sleep. Fortunately, his soul power was astonishing, barely allowing him to endure. Yet, it was still too slow. Tang Xuan sighed deeply towards the heavens. Thankfully, there was no one around. Otherwise, he feared he might spew forth a mouthful of old blood. Not to mention the profound difficulty of grasping the laws of power. For others, even a mere thread of understanding could take 3 to 5 years. This was merely the beginning. As for the extreme origin, that was something even Tang Tianhe dared not contemplate. He was merely a half-step towards becoming a quasi-emperor. While Tang Xuan was still at the realm of enlightenment, the disparity was 2 significant realms apart. The celestial star-slaying technique was also Tang Xuan's ultimate trump card, a martial skill cultivated over decades. Each of these aspects alone could drive a super genius to madness. Yet Tang Xuan was attempting to master all 3 simultaneously. The difficulty of ascending to such heights was an affront to him. It was akin to a descent into hellish trials. Feeling exhausted, he thought to take a moment to relax. Tang Xuan stretched lazily. While cultivation was indeed vital, one could not solely indulge in relentless training. A balance between relaxation and diligence was the true path. At his level of cultivation, it was wisdom and understanding that mattered. Mere arduous training held little significance. With that, he opened the door to his secret chamber and stepped outside. At that moment, Tang Aoshi, Tang Jiuyou, Murong Yunxiang, and Mo Yuanzhu were gathered together, engaged in conversation. The golden-striped white tiger was sound asleep. Ah, everyone is here, Tang Xuan remarked with a smile. The others were momentarily startled. They had failed to sense Tang Xuan's approach. This implied that if Tang Xuan were an enemy, they would have already perished. My lord, Murong Yunxiang approached him. Lord Emperor, you have once again become even more formidable. Tang Aoshi gaped, a look of defeat on his face. Compared to a month ago, Tang Xuan's aura had become even more terrifying and ethereal. He seemed to be enveloped in mist, utterly elusive. The last person to give Tang Aoshi such a sensation was the 8th ancestor, Tang Xuan. Could it be that Tang Xuan had reached the same level as Tang Xuan? Upon this thought, Tang Aoshi was taken aback himself. This was utterly absurd. Hee, brother. You smell even more delightful. Tang Xuan wrinkled her nose. The Origin's super divine body automatically absorbed the power of heaven and earth, enhancing Tang Xuan's ghostly divine body as well. My lord, I have something important to discuss with you. I wish to return to the Xiao dynasty. My father mentioned that the Moon Wheel and Starshine dynasties have suddenly gone to war, and the situation is unclear. Tang Xuan nodded, saying, very well. Let the golden-striped white tiger accompany you back. If there is truly a situation, inform me. I shall intervene. Thank you, my lord. Morong Yinchong beamed with a smile. Tang Xuan intervening. That settles it. Chapter 130. The Ancient Palace of the Emperor Luan. The Emperor Dragon Armor. After sending off Morong Yinchong, Tang Xuan sought out Tang Xuan once more. He directly presented the ancient bronze token from the black wooden box. What is this? The 8th ancestor Tang Xuan's eyelid twitched. Had it been anyone else speaking to him in such a manner, they would have been swiftly silenced. However, Tang Xuan was the hope of the Tang family's future emperor. Even in anger, he could only endure. When Tang Xuan beheld the patterns on the token, his expression suddenly shifted. I never imagined the legends to be true. This must have been obtained from the reverse sea ruins. In response to Tang Xuan's query, Tang Xuan did not conceal the truth. Indeed, Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed, and his expression grew solemn. This token is highly likely connected to ancient legends. Tang Xuan was also slightly taken aback. Ancient legends. They represent fortune, but also foreboding, and are steeped in terror. They are even considered taboo. Anything associated with these 4 words embodies the inconceivable. Many cultivators, upon hearing of ancient legends, would go to great lengths to avoid them. Oh, I never expected this token to be linked to ancient legends. I wonder which legend it pertains to. Tang Xuan could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Tang Xuan frowned slightly. Do you truly wish to know? This may not necessarily be a good thing. Tang Xuan laughed, saying, my curiosity prevails. Very well. You will learn eventually. If I am not mistaken, this token is related to the ancient legend of the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan. Tang Xuan's smile faltered, and his pupils flickered. The ancient palace of the Emperor Luan. It is the most astonishing ancient palace in the annals of ancient legends. No one knows the location of the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan, nor does anyone know what lies within. For those who entered the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan, 8 or 9 out of 10 have perished, often in horrific circumstances. Yet countless warriors still yearn to enter. The reason is singular. Those who emerge alive from the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan all attain the status of emperor. Although they all claim to have lost their memories, they can still glean from fragments that within the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan lie treasures surpassing the emperor level. It is precisely this that attracts so many warriors. Tang Xuan's eyes ignited with fervor. If he could obtain treasures from the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan, to reverse and amplify them 1,000-fold would be sheer ecstasy. Upon perceiving the intensity in Tang Xuan's gaze, Tang Xuan was startled. Young emperor, heed my counsel. The ancient palace of the Emperor Luan is not to be trifled with. You possess extraordinary talent, and with the full support of the Tang family resources, ascending to emperor is not a daunting task. If curiosity leads to premature demise, do you truly believe that is wise? At this moment, Tang Xuan regarded Tang Xuan as even more precious than Tang Qitian. He was a being to be cherished as if he were a treasure that could shatter if mishandled. Any misstep could lead to disaster. After all, countless prodigies had met untimely ends. Regardless of their exceptional talents, the path of growth remains exceedingly fragile. Tang Xuan did not believe Tang Xuan could emerge alive from the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan. Rest assured, 8th ancestor, I am well aware of my own heart. Tang Xuan carefully stored the token of the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan. Even if I wished to go, without knowledge of its location, how could I, right? Tang Xuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the appearance of the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan is entirely random, both in time and location. Without prior knowledge, it is indeed impossible to go. Even if the ancient palace of the Emperor Luan were to appear, Tang Xuan might not have time to venture forth. I shall take my leave. Tang Xuan clapped his hands and prepared to depart. Tang Xuan, displeased, remarked, Young emperor, do I have a thorn in your side? Why this hurried comings and goings? Tang Xuan chuckled. What else should I do? I have already mastered the celestial star-slaying technique. Should I remain here idly? Tang Xuan was left speechless, watching as Tang Xuan exited. Once outside, Tang Xuan once again plunged himself into the secret chamber. He continued his seclusion. However, He did not rush into cultivation. Instead, he took out the complete dragon corpse. Primordial refining array. Tang Xuan gestured with his fingers, setting up the refining array. With the soul transforming into fire, ignite. He pointed. An immense soul power transformed into roaring flames, igniting vigorously. Given time, he ought to procure a heavenly flame of utmost purity. Otherwise, relying on soul power as a substitute would yield imperfect results. Using soul power to ignite fire was, in fact, a compromise. Not everyone could achieve this feat. Even the most powerful soul-refining craftsmen would hesitate to employ such methods. Yet who could deny that Tang Xuan was a prodigy with 50 million miles of soul power? With a crackle, the dragon hide was torn asunder. Tang Xuan, with deft fingers manipulating the incantations, utilized dragon tendons as thread and dragon hide as material, crafting several exquisite dragon garments. The dragon hide, renowned for its resilience, combined with arcane methods and dragon tendons, was more than sufficient to withstand any assault from beings below the quasi-emperor level. Although he possessed the origin super-divine body, far surpassing the defenses of dragon hide, he recognized that his companions, such as Murong Yunshang and Mo Yuanzhu, were temporarily unable to match his prowess and thus required protection. The flesh of the dragon was imbued with potent life essence. Tang Xuan activated the primordial refining array, transforming this life essence into elixirs for future consumption. Subsequently, he refined the dragon bones, extracting all the dragon marrow. The colossal dragon carcass was transmuted into 3 treasures: dragon hide armor, dragon essence pills, and dragon marrow. System. Amplify by 10,000 times. With the treasures prepared, the next step was, of course, amplification. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Super Divine level dragon armor, Super Divine level blood dragon pill, and Super Divine level dragon marrow. In an instant, the chamber was illuminated with radiant light. Countless ethereal dragon phantoms danced upon the dragon garments, dragon pills, and dragon marrow. Tang Xuan smiled faintly, flipping his hand to reveal a tome. The title inscribed upon it read, The Dragon's Sovereign Divine Art. This tome was the national martial technique of the Golden Dragon Dynasty. Upon cultivation, it would invoke dragon chi for self-protection and could resist any toxins or illusions, representing an exceptionally advanced body refinement method. However, the cultivation requirements were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, one must cultivate dragon chi within their body. The rarity of dragon chi had already thwarted countless martial artists. The human body is frail, and reckless absorption could lead to catastrophic explosions. Secondly, one's innate talent must reach an extraordinary level. Without such talent, even 100 years of cultivation would yield no success. Given these formidable conditions, it was no wonder that despite the Golden Dragon Dynasty's utmost efforts, only 2 individuals, Long Jinyang and Long Qingyang, had been nurtured. However, for Tang Xuan, this posed no obstacle. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 10,000-fold amplified super divine level blood dragon pill. Boom. In an instant, the heavens stirred, dark clouds rolled, thunder cracked, and the roar of dragons echoed for miles. Countless descendants of the Tang family were startled, gazing blankly at the skies. Why do I hear the roar of dragons? Is a dragon clan visiting the Tang family? Impossible. The dragon clan has been silent for ages. They cannot possibly appear. Fools, can't you see? Beneath those dark clouds lies the secret chamber of the young master. Then there's no need to worry, since it's the young master making a move. It's quite normal. The Tang family members, after briefly observing, returned to their own affairs. Any peculiar occurrences surrounding Tang Xuan were considered perfectly ordinary, were they not? Within the secret chamber, boundless dragon chi coalesced around his form, enveloping him in a shroud of mist. Within this mist, ethereal dragon phantoms flickered. Dragon's sovereign divine art. Condense. Tang Xuan bellowed. The mist within the chamber converged upon him, while the dragon phantoms transformed into a stream of light, entering his right arm. Soon, the image of a divine dragon emerged upon his skin. In just a few hours, Tang Xuan completed the cultivation of the dragon's sovereign divine art, and its power surged 1,000-fold. Excellent. Since you have chosen to follow me, from this moment forth, I shall name you the Imperial Dragon Armor. Tang Xuan gradually rose, now adorned in a resplendent golden dragon armor, an awe-inspiring sight, resembling a dragon deity. Chapter 131. A significant advancement in cultivation. The mysterious young master emerges. The dragon's sovereign divine art is a complete martial technique capable of manipulating the dragon chi within, allowing for myriad transformations. What Tang Xuan had condensed was the dragon chi armor, among other manifestations like the dragon chi sword, each possessing boundless might. Yet, Long Jinyang's insufficient aptitude prevented him from unleashing the true potential of the dragon's sovereign divine art. Indeed, not just Long Jinyang, but across the entire Golden Dragon dynasty. None had managed to harness its true power. This could not be attributed to their lack of effort. The dragon's sovereign divine art originated from the dragon clan, a comprehension beyond the grasp of ordinary humans. Had it been otherwise, the Golden Dragon dynasty would not have exerted such effort to have Long Jinyang fuse with dragon remains. Now, it had fortuitously benefited Tang Xuan. After ingesting the 10,000-fold amplified dragon blood essence, and with the enhancement of the Origin's super divine body, cultivating the dragon's sovereign divine art was merely a matter of course. Tang Xuan even casually amplified it further by 10,000 times. With the current resilience of his imperial dragon armor, even a quasi-emperor at the Yin-Yang stage would struggle to unsettle him. It was likely that even the first ancestor of the Golden Dragon dynasty could not have anticipated the dragon's sovereign divine art's strength reaching such heights. Excellent. Another card to play for my survival. A smile crept across Tang Xuan's lips. He reopened the interface, witnessing a significant increase in his attributes. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, super divine body, origin, first layer. Aptitude, soul power, 50 million miles of soul. Cultivation, pinnacle of the Tao attainment realm. Techniques, primordial emperor method. Dragon's sovereign divine art. Martial skills, heavenly gang 5 thunder method, subdivine level perfection. 3 sovereigns sealing god sword, super divine level perfection. Falling star slashing technique, half-step Tao realm entry. Imperial dragon armor, half-step Tao realm prototype. Intent, pinnacle of origin domain. Extreme element, prototype. Law of power. Pet, sacred beast white tiger, 7th layer. Spouse, Murong Yunshang, purple radiant emperor divine body. Observing the changes on the interface, Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength, he was capable of engaging in battle with a quasi-emperor of the Yin-Yang stage. Even if he encountered a quasi-emperor of the Qianquan stage, he could at least ensure his own safety. However, against a quasi-emperor of the life and death stage, he would struggle, as his foundations were still somewhat shallow. Fortunately, this was not a significant issue. As long as he continued to cultivate methodically, he would progress. Tang Xuan once again closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend his cultivation. Just as he entered seclusion, a significant event transpired. Before the imperial palace of the Moon Wheel dynasty, the stellar emperor knelt on the ground, clutching a broken sword. His hair disheveled, drenched in blood. He was of the Tao attainment realm. Among all the dynasty emperors, though not of the highest caliber, he was still formidable. Yet, he had failed to withstand even a single strike, suffering severe injuries. The assailants stood behind him. 8 individuals, each at the pinnacle of the Tao attainment realm. They had stormed into the stellar imperial city, decimating 3,000 stellar iron cavalry, severely injuring all the inner court elites, and forcibly capturing the stellar emperor. Remarkably, none of them had suffered injuries. Stellar Emperor, do you have anything to say? The Moon Wheel Emperor sneered. Cough, I never anticipated you would enlist such formidable experts. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Do as you will, but I implore you to spare the citizens of the Stellar Dynasty. At this juncture, the Stellar Emperor understood his fate was sealed. Instead of executing the Stellar Emperor immediately, the Moon Wheel Emperor coolly replied, no need to be so anxious. If my young master wished to kill you, you wouldn't even have the privilege to speak. The Stellar Emperor was taken aback. Young master? What young master? Could it be that the Moon Wheel Emperor has someone backing him? Do not be surprised. The 8 individuals behind you are merely the most ordinary subordinates of the young master. The Moon Wheel Emperor continued, such subordinates, my lord, number at least 100. What? The Starry Radiance Emperor's face was one of astonishment. Such formidable masters were merely ordinary subordinates. How terrifying must the young lord mentioned by the Moon Wheel Emperor be? Moreover, to maintain such a multitude of followers, his background must be extraordinary. Observing the shock etched on the Starry Radiance Emperor's face, the Moon Wheel Emperor chuckled. My lord has presented you with 2 choices. One leads to life, the other to death. The Starry Radiance Emperor paused in silence, then inquired. What is the path to life? Hee. Surrender the national treasure, then take a blood oath to serve the young lord and become his slave. The Moon Wheel Emperor stated nonchalantly. The Starry Radiance Emperor's visage turned ashen. The national treasure not only symbolized the fortunes of the Starry Radiance dynasty, but was also intertwined with a legendary tale. To relinquish the national treasure was akin to surrendering the very fate of the Starry Radiance dynasty. The thought of becoming a slave was an unbearable humiliation. If ordinary warriors could scarcely accept such a fate, how could an emperor of his stature? Yet, refusal meant certain death. Reluctantly, the Starry Radiance Emperor acquiesced and surrendered the national treasure. With the treasure in hand, the Moon Wheel Emperor entered the Moon Wheel Palace. There, he beheld his beloved dancer, gracefully swaying as she performed a mesmerizing dance. Meanwhile, the most beautiful empress and concubines, in disarray, knelt on the ground, presenting fruits to a man. In the face of such humiliation, the Moon Wheel Emperor maintained a calm demeanor, for the man was far too terrifying. "Young lord, I have procured what you desired." The Moon Wheel Emperor knelt, a sycophantic expression upon his face, presenting the national treasure of the Starry Radiance dynasty. It was a fragment of ancient bronze, inscribed with enigmatic patterns, resembling a shard of a map. "Well done." The man spoke, his voice imbued with an unassailable authority. His hands were indulging in the Moon Wheel Empress, eliciting soft gasps from her. The Moon Wheel Emperor's hands clenched momentarily before relaxing. "I have acquired 2 of the 3 fragments. Only the piece belonging to the Xiao dynasty remains. Do you have 2 days to procure it?" A look of hesitation crossed the Moon Wheel Emperor's face. "My lord, I fear. I do not take kindly to questions." The man's expression darkened slightly. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing the Moon Wheel Emperor to gasp for breath. Terrified, his face turned pale as he repeatedly bowed his head. "Please forgive me, my lord. It is not suspicion from a petty man, but the Xiao princess is the wife of the Tang family's imperial son." "The Tang family's imperial son?" The man scoffed. "Is he the recently renowned genius warrior?" In recent times, Tang Xian's reputation has become exceedingly loud. Even a pig would be deafened by it, let alone him. "I have heard the Xiao princess, Murong Yunshang, is hailed as the first beauty and is already married. Ha ha, I find myself quite enamored. Bring her along." The mysterious man reclined against the dragon throne, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. However, the Tang family's imperial son, the Moon Wheel Emperor, hesitated. "The fate of the Baichen dynasty is still fresh in my memory. Tang Xian and Murong Yunshang single-handedly toppled the Baichen dynasty and even destroyed the Qianxiao palace. What are you afraid of? If the Tang family's imperial son does not come, then all is well. If he does, I shall personally defeat him. And let the little beauty witness her husband prostrating at my feet." The mysterious man waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, yes, my lord is unrivaled in the world. How could the insignificant Tang family's imperial son be your match?" The Moon Wheel Emperor's face was adorned with obsequiousness. "Then proceed. I do not wish to wait any longer." The mysterious man seized the Moon Wheel Empress and engaged in unspeakable acts. Watching his empress being defiled, the Moon Wheel Emperor's heart bled. "Serve my lord loyally, and you shall become the ruler of the 3 kingdoms." The mysterious man said with a sidelong glance. "These small nations hold no interest for me." "Yes, thank you, my lord." The Moon Wheel Emperor's despair transformed into elation in an instant. Once he became the ruler of the 3 kingdoms, would he not find an even better empress? As the Moon Wheel Emperor departed, the mysterious man released the barely conscious Moon Wheel Empress, his expression contemplative. According to ancient texts, once the 3 map fragments were gathered, the time and place for the next emergence of the Imperial Yuan ancient palace would be revealed. At that moment, I shall monopolize the opportunity and ascend to emperor with a single step. As for the fallen heavenly princess, Yu Qinghuan, she too shall be mine. Haraha. Chapter 132, The Pattern Unfolds. Where there is slaughter, let there be slaughter. In the imperial city of the Xiao dynasty, roar, golden light tore through the clouds. A massive golden-striped white tiger descended gracefully, astonishing the entire city. What manner of tiger is this, emanating such a terrifying aura? It is a sacred beast, I recognize it. That is the pet of the Tang family's imperial son, the golden-striped white tiger. Upon the tiger's back sat the Xiao princess, returning triumphantly. Long live the princess. The warriors and citizens of the Xiao dynasty welcomed the princess's return with fervent admiration. Upon hearing the commotion, the Xiao emperor abandoned his tasks and soared into the air to greet her. "Father, I have returned." Murong Yunshang leaped down from the tiger's back, her face alight with excitement. "Good to have you back." The Xiao emperor laughed heartily. "Prepare a feast. I shall drink with the princess today. No matter how pressing the matter, do not disturb me." At that moment, a scout, covered in blood, flew in. "Report. The Moon Wheel dynasty and the Starry Radiance dynasty have mobilized their entire forces to attack our Xiao dynasty. 17 major cities have already fallen, and they are advancing towards the imperial city." Instantly, the jubilant atmosphere turned tense. Shock and gravity appeared on the Xiao emperor's face, mirrored by his ministers. The 2 great dynasties were mobilizing for a decisive battle. The Xiao dynasty had previously ranked at the bottom among the 3 kingdoms. After annexing the lands of the Baichen dynasty, it was now on par with the Moon Wheel and Starry Radiance dynasties. However, facing the onslaught of both great dynasties simultaneously was untenable. Murong Yunshang's charming face hardened. What audacity! Do they not know that the Xiao dynasty is my husband's domain? Yet, the Xiao emperor's expression grew even more grave. Strange, logically speaking, those 2 old men should not be ignorant of the imperial son's existence. If they are aware and still dare to attack, then it is likely. His words trailed off, But the implication was clear to all. Either the two emperors had lost their minds, or someone was supporting them from behind, and that person did not fear Tang Xuan. Regardless, encroaching upon my husband's territory is unacceptable. Issue a decree. No resistance is permitted in any city of the Xiao dynasty. Allow their coalition to pass. Morong Yunshang's face was frigid as she directly commanded. Given the assault of the two great dynasties, ordinary cities could not withstand the onslaught. It was better to let them enter. Very well, let us see what those two old men truly intend to do. The Xiao emperor nodded. With Morong Yunshang and the golden-striped white tiger present, he had no fear of the two dynasties' assault. In the Tang family's imperial clan, Tang Aoshi, Tang Jiuyu, and Mo Yuanzhu were engaged in discussions about martial arts. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth from within the chamber. Soon after, the heavens were illuminated by a dazzling light. Amidst the radiance, a magnificent golden dragon ascended to the skies, shaking the cosmos and stirring the winds and clouds. The dragon gradually diminished in size, transforming into a figure of resplendent golden brilliance, descending from above. Tang Aoshi, Tang Jiuyu, and Mo Yuzhu gazed in awe at this figure. The divine being had descended to the mortal realm. Such an overwhelming presence. Tang Aoshi lowered his head, feeling his hands tremble slightly. It was a fear that emanated from deep within. He felt like an insignificant ant in the presence of a supreme deity. After cultivating the laws of power, Tang Xuan's aura had become even more formidable. The sheer force that approached was staggering. A mere glance was sufficient to intimidate any martial artist. Even a first-tier quasi-emperor would hesitate to meet his gaze. Wow, Big Brother has gotten even stronger. Tang Jiuyu blinked her large eyes, her face filled with admiration. Xian brother. Mo Yuzhu's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with unbridled emotion. Alas, Tang Aoshi sighed despondently. Just earlier, he had contemplated fervently training to catch up to the steps of the divine sun, and now, he found himself lacking even the courage to act. He too was a natural divine body, a top-tier genius with exceptional talent. He would have dared to draw his sword against Tang Qitian. Yet before Tang Xuan, he faltered. Tang Xuan slowly descended before the three, exuding an air of calm indifference. His garments billowed gracefully, framing his transcendent beauty, adorned with a confident smile. Should he walk out like this, the women of the Tang family would likely swoon and faint. So handsome, so powerful, so wealthy. All the qualities of a tall, rich, and handsome man were embodied in one individual. Who could possibly resist? Unless she were not a woman. I greet the divine sun, Tang Aoshi said respectfully. Tang Xuan smiled. With a wave of his hand, 3 pieces of dragon armor and 3 dragon essences appeared in his palm. Each of you shall receive a share of the dragon armor and dragon essence, which will significantly enhance your constitution. However, with your current strength, do not absorb the dragon essence too quickly. Tang Aoshi was so startled, he trembled all over. Dragon armor, dragon essence. My heavens, I cannot. Dragon armor and dragon essence were top-tier divine artifacts. Not even the entire imperial families of the Bitter Realm could collectively present such treasures. Yet Tang Xuan casually produced them to bestow upon everyone. Tang Aoshi's heart raced with trepidation. Take them. We are kin. There is no need for pretense. Yes. Thank you, divine son. Tang Aoshi accepted the dragon armor and dragon essence, filled with immense gratitude. Tang Jiuyu, with her youthful innocence, and Mo Yuzhu, who had long considered herself Tang Xuan's, displayed no exaggerated emotions. With the dragon essence, even if Tang Qitian dared to disrespect the divine son, I would not hesitate to confront him. Tang Aoshi clenched his fists, his eyes alight with excitement and battle intent. Tang Xuan smiled, but then his gaze swept across, and his brows furrowed. Is Yunshang not back yet? He immediately focused his divine sense towards the Xiao dynasty. Moments later, Tang Xuan opened his eyes, a cold glimmer flashing within his pupils. Xian brother, what is it? Mo Yuzhu inquired, noticing the shift in Tang Xuan's demeanor. Someone is tired of living, daring to attack the Xiao dynasty. Tang Xuan said calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Aoshi and Mo Yuzhu's expressions changed instantaneously. What? Who possesses such audacity? I shall slay him. Xian brother, we cannot let them off lightly. A cold smile crept across Tang Xuan's lips. Of course. Morong Yunshang is married to me. The Xiao dynasty is my territory. How can I tolerate such affront? Before departing, Tang Xuan felt it necessary to inform Tang Xuan. In the past, he would have simply walked away without a second thought, but now, being part of a family, he could not act with such freedom. Upon hearing the news, Tang Xuan's brows furrowed deeply. It seems the name of the imperial family Tang has become somewhat tarnished. He produced a command token. The prestige of the Tang family is forged in blood. I shall grant you 500 Shura guards. Leave not a single one breathing. Tang Xuan was taken aback. Shuraguards, the battle-hardened warriors of the Tang family. They possess no emotions. Once they enter combat, they will not cease until every enemy is annihilated. Each Shuraguard wields the formidable might of a Taoist at the 5th level. When the Tang family rose to prominence, the mere mention of the Shuraguards could silence even the loudest cries of children and still the heavens. In the Tang family, only the ancestral elders possessed the authority to deploy them. Tang Xuan spoke with fierce determination. As the imperial son of the Tang family, one cannot be without followers. From this day forth, these 500 Shuraguards shall heed your command. Be bold. If a slaughter is necessary, then slaughter. Expand your horizons. Do not be petty. Tang Xuan, oh dear, this ancestral elder, despite his age of several hundred years, still possesses such fiery temper. Understood. Tang Xuan accepted the Shura token and departed from the 8th ancestor hall. Moments later, 500 figures appeared before him. 500 Shuraguards. Chapter 133. The Return of the Heart. The Shuraguards submit. Shuraguard Tang Xuan, I greet the divine son. The captain of the Shuraguards approached Tang Xuan and knelt on one knee. A dense aura of bloodlust enveloped the air. The weapons and armor of the 500 Shuraguards shimmered with a faint purplish-red hue, the color of having soaked in blood. Tang Xuan's divine sense swept over, and he assessed the conditions of the 500 Shuraguards. The captain, Tang Xuan, was at the Seeking Dao realm, while the rest were at the Initial Dao realm. Tang Xuan's brows furrowed slightly. Divine son, what is the matter? Tang Aosher asked curiously. Is there something wrong with the Shuraguards? They are weak. Tang Xuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, both Tang Xuan and the 500 Shuraguards simultaneously changed their expressions, rage igniting in their eyes. Who were they? The invincible and unconquerable blood guards of the Shura. They had followed the Tang family through countless bloody battles. It could be said that each Shuraguard was an elite among elites, while their individual cultivation might not be exceptionally strong. In the heat of battle as a collective force, they were unstoppable. For Tang Xuan to deem the Shuraguards weak was a grievous insult. Were he not the imperial son of the Tang family, Tang Xuan might have already turned hostile. Divine Lord, if you look down upon the Shuraguards, then we need not follow you, Tang Xuan said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Aosher's expression changed. Impudent. Tang Xuan, how dare you speak to the divine son in such a manner? You have rebelled. In the face of Tang Aosher's reprimand, Tang Xuan remained composed. The Shuraguards held absolute loyalty to the Tang family. If the divine son was displeased, they would not hesitate to face annihilation. Heads may roll, and blood may flow, but the honor of the Shuraguards shall not be tarnished. His resolute declaration caused Tang Xuan to regard him with newfound respect. You misunderstand. I harbor no disdain for you. Tang Xuan nodded, the defiance in his eyes lessening somewhat. Each Shuraguard was proud. They were all collateral descendants of the Tang family. Due to various circumstances, they had no choice but to join the Shuraguards. Yet in their hearts, they still regarded themselves as members of the Tang family, resolutely refusing to accept even the slightest taint upon their honor. Not even from the imperial son. Tang Xuan spoke with a calm demeanor, declaring, what this imperial son desires is not a band of wounded warriors, but the pinnacle of the Shuraguards. Remove your weapons and armor. Tang Xuan and the 500 Shuraguards' pupils constricted sharply. Remove their armor? Impossible. The Shuraguards would never shed their armor. Tang Xuan's expression darkened. Do you not comprehend the commands of this imperial son? Tang Xuan bowed deeply. I dare not. However, to remove our armor would be a grave insult to the Shuraguards. We cannot accept it. Tang Xuan replied coolly. Why must you not remove your armor? Are you content to wear it for a lifetime? Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by an unseen force. The other Shuraguards felt similarly. Tang Xuan continued. You are also of the Tang family, not mere emotionless killing machines. This imperial son does not require machines. I need brothers, comrades. Those who can fight alongside me. Tang Xuan trembled, his blood surging with fervor, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. All this time, they had enveloped themselves in their sturdy armor, merely following orders. No one had ever regarded them as human. Tang Xuan had fought for other imperial sons before, but they were treated like mere commodities, used and discarded, indifferent to their lives or deaths. Yet now, Tang Xuan proclaimed that they were also members of the Tang family. What was this? It was the acknowledgement they had long yearned for. That surge of emotion touched the last remaining softness within them. Tang Xuan knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Shuraguards, remove your armor. For the first time, 500 Shuraguards laid down their weapons and shed their armor. What was revealed was a body marred by countless scars. Gasp. Even someone like Tang Aosher could not help but inhale sharply. He found it hard to believe how one could endure such extensive injuries. The pain was unfathomable. These wounds incessantly tormented the spirits of the Shuraguards. Tang Jiuyu and Mo Yuzhu closed their eyes, unable to bear the cruelty. The imperial family was merciless. There existed no status, nor any semblance of human rights. The accolades belonged to others, while the suffering was their own. This was the essence of the Shura guards. How could such a scarred body fight for this imperial son? Tang Xuan remarked, I fear many of you find it difficult even to stand. Tang Xuan's face flushed crimson. The 500 Shura guards remained silent. This was not the fault of Tang Xuan, for no one had ever cared for the Shura guards. They were mere machines of slaughter. Every imperial family required such instruments. To put it plainly, the Shura guards were merely sacrificial pawns of battle. Tang Xuan reached into his possession and produced a vial of elixir, tossing it to Tang Xuan. You have 3 hours. This imperial son demands to see a peak Shura guard. Tang Xuan, astonished, caught the elixir and uncorked the vial. Boom. In an instant, a radiant explosion of colors surged skyward, releasing a rich aroma of the elixir. Divine-grade elixir. Tang Xuan's hand trembled, nearly losing his grip. Usually, when they were injured, they would sprinkle a packet of medicinal powder on their wounds. They had never even consumed a heavenly-grade elixir, yet now they were being bestowed with a divine-grade one. With a thud, Tang Xuan dropped to his other knee. Tang Xuan and the 500 Shura guards pay their respects to the master, no longer an imperial son. Without a trace of hesitation, only the master. While the Shura guards recuperated, Tang Xuan amplified their weapons and armor 1,000-fold. Although these weapons were crafted by skilled artisans, they had been battered from years of warfare and were in dire condition. Now, they returned to their peak state, advancing from earthly to sacred level. Each weapon now glimmered with a faint aura of sacred treasures. The armor not only became significantly lighter, but also had its defensive capabilities enhanced 1,000-fold. After 3 hours, a brand new Shura guard was born. Tang Xuan, wielding a sacred-grade battle knife, closely followed behind Tang Xuan. Let us depart. Tang Xuan boarded the war chariot. Boom. A crimson light surged upwards, transforming into a sea of blood, vanishing into the clouds. Before the 8 ancestors' hall, Tang Xuan gazed thoughtfully at the fading blood trail, remaining silent. Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated. He truly is exceptional. The same voice, now devoid of skepticism, bore a hint of admiration. Tang Xuan smiled. How could I be mistaken in my choice? The ancient voice paused momentarily before speaking slowly. Look beneath your feet. Are you treading in dog excrement? Ha! Tang Xuan laughed heartily. Now you old fellows should believe in him. He can indeed revive the illustrious legacy of the Tang family. Indeed, the ancient voice affirmed. Perhaps we have indeed underestimated the Shura guards. It is said that the imperial family is heartless. Yet the blood flowing through their veins is also that of the Tang family. Tang Xuan nodded. That lad has brought something different to the Tang family. Is it not a problem to elevate his rank further? The ancient voice replied, no problem at all. From this moment forth, he shall be placed in the supreme sequence. At this moment, outside the imperial city of the Xiao dynasty, an air of ominousness pervaded. The Xiao emperor and Murong Yunshang stood side by side. The golden-striped white tiger stood watch beside them. Behind them, an army of 100,000 Xiao troops stood ready. Boom. The sound of distant thunder echoed. On the horizon, 2 waves surged forth. Murong Yunshang's charming gaze turned icy. They have arrived.